21 Aenis 4/Vicenya IV. Alright, time for an important one. If it is everything I wanted it to be, but here it is. I would love your feedback in the comments. Aenis 4. 28 AC. Prince Aenis. He heard a loud whisper and was suddenly pulled from his comfortable slumber. His shoulder was being shaken by a powerful, armored hand and Aenis groggily rubbed his eyes. What? Aenis responded back, quietly trying not to wake his sleeping wife at his side. Your father, King Aegon, has demanded your presence in the Aegon fort this instant. The distinctive voice of Sir Robin was soon recognized and Aenis clambered out of bed. Stifling his annoyance, he slipped on some light clothes and shoes before departing with the king's guard. Exiting his manse, he noticed it was just before dawn. The moon was long past its zenith and was soon to be replaced with the much more wonderful sun. Their horses rode fast through the dark streets of King's Landing. Each gallop made Aenis more fearful. What could have caused this? Aenis thought with a deep sense of anticipation. His father was never so forceful, willing to act with quickness, yes, but to shake him awake? For what? Aenis kept asking himself over and over. They had practically just made it inside the walls of the Aegon fort when Aenis noticed there was hardly a soul in sight. Aside from a few guards, nearly everyone was nowhere to be found. Even this early in the morning, the cooks and servants should have been scurrying about, yet none were to be found. What the hells? Aenis thought as he was finally dragged into the small council chamber. His eyes noticed the full table. Aside from Sir Guy Lothson, every member of the small council was present and they all looked tired. Aenis took his seat next to his father and only then did he notice the look of extreme trepidation covering his face. Did someone declare war? Aenis thought, imagining that only something of that magnitude could frighten his father so. Good, you are all here now, he heard his father's low voice resound across the room and Aenis listened intently. Answers awaited him. I have called you all here to advise me, as is your role on this council. I have received some troubling news and I know not what to do, his father said through a sinister level of calm and Aenis nearly shivered at his father's blunt tone. He was almost always jovial and happy-going around him. The last time Aenis had seen his father like this was in Dorne. What troubles you, your grace? Lord Ethan was the first to ask and Aenis was reminded of their familial ties. Lord Ethan had gotten a scolding once the full report of what had taken place in the Stepstones was released but nothing had come of it. His father needed his counsel too much. I have just received word from Dragonstone. Several accounts have said that my son Maegor fled in the night and has been wed to Lady Shira Kahiris in a quiet ceremony in Aegon's garden, his father said in a quiet voice and Aenis was shocked stiff. What? Aenis thought for a moment but he was not afforded time to think. What? A yell resounded from Lord Martin Hightower and nearly everyone at the table turned their eyes to the enraged Andal. And what is the proof of these claims? Aenis immediately interjected. Surely Maegor would have told him if he were planning such a foolish action. His father turned to him then. A deathly serious look in his eyes. Combined with several reports from my informants on Dragonstone. I received word that Maegor chose to fly his dragon late last night, from Sir Raymond, his father said through gnashed teeth and Aenis began sweating. No way. Aenis thought, knowing just how badly his brother had just blundered. The wedding was to be in a mere 6 days. There are hundreds of nobles here. He heard Lord Hightower yell again before his father brought the hammer down. Silence. I am well aware, that is why I have brought you all here, so that we may get ahead of this and find a solution before the lords hear of this. Yet I do not know what to do, so I ask you all. What shall I do with my son? His father asked with a sneer. Aenis had never seen him like this before, with such an open hand. As everyone prepared their words for his father, Aenis tried to prepare some of his own. Searching his mind deeply for what to say. What on earth is he thinking? Aenis thought with a feeling of betrayal. Maegor had spoken readily of his distaste for Lady Cerys Hightower, but to go to such lengths just to avoid her? Why did he not speak with me first? Aenis thought with a little sadness in his heart. He had worked hard over the last few moons to spend as much time with Maegor as he could, but was his brother still intent to leave him out? Your Grace, with all due respect, breaking a betrothal made by you is going directly against your will. Defying your king is a crime, some might even go so far as to name it treason. I recommend taking his titles and income away, dissolving his false marriage, and pushing through with the wedding. Should we act fast enough, we should be able to silence any uproar this could cause. Sir Osmond spoke first and plainly. That seems harsh, Aenis thought with a little trepidation. Certainly, his little brother must be punished, but to take everything save his dragon and his sword? He himself was a product of a marriage of love, to deny Maegor would make his father a hypocrite. Aenis would prefer a more lenient punishment. Though from the look Lord Hightower was giving his father, he might be the only one. I concur with what Sir Osmond suggested, those are fair punishments for a prince of the blood directly disobeying your commands. Shintarbeck, the master of coin, spoke next, and Aenis could only stare at his hands, dreading his turn to speak. That could be seen as too lenient, your grace. What of forbidding him of his dragon? I hear the pit is nearly complete. The old, raspy voice of Grand Maester Gaon spoke next, and Aeneas bristled at the thought of being kept from his own dragon. He was not alone in his feeling. Absolutely not, his father answered in a heartbeat, and it shocked everyone at the table but himself. A bond between a rider and their dragon was like nothing else. To forcefully separate them was cruel. With all due respect, Your Grace, why not? The Grand Maester spoke again, and Aeneas bristled again at the notion, though his father sought to answer. Doing so would only make my recalcitrant wife hostile, not to mention we haven't the means to. The loyalties of the dragon keepers on Dragonstone are not certain, his father said, an answer Aeneas was not expecting, but he supposed the importance of a bond between a rider and their dragon could not be properly explained. With his quiet teeth gnashing finally over, Lord Hightower actually rose to speak. Your Grace. This humiliation cannot go unpunished. The whore he brought to Dragonstone should be killed or sent to the Silent Sisters at least, for having lured the prince into dishonor and disobedience. House Hightower demands nothing less than justice for this utter humiliation. We have been naught but loyal vassals since the moment we bent our knee to you, yet we are awarded with a long betrothal only to be broken in the last moment. Lord Hightower spoke loud and angry. Aeneas thought he might start frothing at the mouth at any moment. Taking a glance at his father revealed the look of apprehension on his face. Objectively, Lord Hightower was not completely wrong. Maegor had humiliated them that night, loudly and openly. His mother had already humiliated House Hightower with a lengthy betrothal, but to cancel it at the last moment with hundreds of nobles in the city for the wedding, his brother had caused quite the issue. Your Grace, it is hardly my place to decide the fate of a member of House Targaryen, but I will use my time to remind you that Prince Maegor is your son, your own flesh and blood. Sir Corlys spoke next as the Lord Commander, and the look on his father's face became unreadable. Lord Ethan rose to speak next and loudly cleared his throat. Your Grace, with all due respect, ostracizing Prince Maegor from House Targaryen would be a foolish move. He rides a fierce dragon, which is growing larger by the day. He is also well respected and capable. Such harsh punishments would only make him more upset. Ethan spoke with a sincerity that shocked Aeneas. He knew House Velaryon and his aunt were not particularly close, but he did not expect such a move by Lord Ethan. Yet he cannot go unpunished, he continued before Lord Hightower could finish rising from his seat. He has defied you and directly broken a betrothal made by your grace, so he must be punished. I would recommend perhaps confining him to Dragonstone for a few years, repurposing the income from the island to pay back Lady Cerys' dowry, and monitoring his actions closely. Should he leave his confinement, strip his lands and titles from him. That I feel is a suitable punishment for seeking a better match. Lord Ethan spoke passionately and succinctly, and Aeneas was not the only one who caught the light jab at the end of his speech. A better match. Lord Hightower spit out in disgust before turning to his father once more. House Hightower would never accept such a light punishment. The whore must be punished too, absolve their false marriage and continue with the betrothal we have worked towards for the last 5 years. There was no septon involved, so it would only need your word. Lord Hightower spoke again, and Aeneas was quickly learning that he was not particularly fond of this man. Silence. His father spoke with a fury and authority that could silence even Balerion himself, before turning to Aeneas. Now you speak, what would you have me do with your brother? His father asked him the question he was dreading, and Aeneas took a moment to think. What to do? Aeneas thought through the situation. His brother had clearly spoken many a time about not wanting to marry Lady Cerys. Aeneas could sympathize with him. The thought of marrying someone whom he had less than no interest in sounded terrible. Yet he had defied their father all the same, and so he must be punished. I agree with Lord Ethan, my brother must be punished, but going too hard on him would only serve to alienate him more. I wish for him to help me rule one day, father. Should he be stripped of his lands and titles and marriage, then he would only be made bitter. Aeneas finished his thoughts and caught the enraged glare from Lord Hightower, but shuffled that into the back of his mind, focusing more on his father. Said father just placed his head in his hands and let out a long sigh before speaking quietly. Grand Maester, draft a letter to Dragonstone. I demand my son return to the castle at the earliest opportunity. Should he fail to do so, then he will be punished further. His father spoke into his hands, and Aeneas struggled not to shiver at the sight of his father appearing so weak. The rest of you are dismissed. Not a word of this is to be spoken outside of this room. My son will be punished. Do not fret over that. We will meet again here when he arrives. His father finished, and Aeneas rose from his seat. The sun was just now rising over the horizon, and he wished to return to his own family, who were no doubt still sleeping. As he left the room, he pleaded in his mind for a moment. Please do not make the situation worse for yourself, Maegor. Father can be reasoned with. Aeneas practically begged in his mind before he walked towards his horse to return home. Visenya 4:28 AC. Visenya woke up in her bed refreshed and energetic for the first time in many moons. All of her carefully laid plans had worked out. She no longer had to fret over whether her fool of a husband would throw their legacy into the wind. Now she could bask in her victory, at least for a short while. She got dressed for the day and gradually made her way towards the main dining room. The absence of Dark Sister on her hip was still off-putting, but it was being put to better use now. Her son needed the blade far more than she ever would. The halls of Dragonstone were a mix of energy and fear. Word of her son's marriage quickly spread, deliberately of course. She would not let her husband try and sweep this under the rug. By tonight the entire island should know of her son's new wife. The thought of such a complete victory made Visenya practically giddy. The feeling of a well-laid plan coming to fruition was like nothing else. Taking her seat in the main hall, she was unsurprised to find her son and good daughter missing. Good daughter, Visenya thought with a small smile. She had never really thought of it like that until now. She had long since planned for Maegor to wed the snow-haired girl, but she had never really internalized it until now. Visenya would admit that she had grown fond of the girl over the last few moons. She was an ever-studious pupil, and most importantly, she was a natural when it came to using a glass candle. Unfortunately, her fire magic was lacking. Her Gryvathian and Targaryen blood was diluted with several marriages to lesser houses, so it was to be expected. Even still, Visenya contented herself with teaching the girl how to operate a glass candle. Glass candles have long since become a dying art in this world. The fall of old Valyria had started it, but the weakening of magic worldwide had only hastened its fall. Few knew how to operate the candles, and even fewer could. It was a tragic fate for such a wonderful art, yet all was not lost. Shira Kahiri's was skilled in using all of a glass candle. There were many functions: astral projection, long-distance communication, creating fire, among other more unsavory uses. Shira could do it all, unlike her siblings and child. Excellent find, Maegor, Visenya thought with another smile as the first dishes arrived. She broke her fast without a sense of haste in her body. The combination of her plans working out and being in her ancestral home provided her with a profound sense of calm. It was quite fortuitous, because otherwise, she may have grown impatient regarding the long wait. She had awoken just as the sun crested the horizon, but it was fully out and shining on the winter day by the time the two finally made it to the dining hall. Both were nervously chatting about something or other, and Visenya spotted the wide smile on both their faces. I figured you would be hungrier, Visenya said with a smile, and finally caught the attention of her son and good daughter. They both smiled awkwardly before taking their seats. The table was designed for family dinners and could thus easily fit all of them. Neither of them answered her as the table fell into a deep quiet. Before Shira finally seemed to muster her courage. Your Grace, I wanted to thank you for everything, Shira said with a bowed head and a sincerity that could be felt deep in her bones. Visenya merely smiled at her good daughter before coming up with her response. Raise your head, Shira, be a good wife to Maegor and that will be thanks enough, Visenya said with a glance towards her son, who still seemed embarrassed by the notion. He would get over it though, they all did. Yes, Your Grace, Shira said with a small smile as the second round of food arrived. Visenya would relish in this short time. Undoubtedly Aegon's wrath would soon fall on them, so better to enjoy the peace and calm rather than fret over what is coming. Though Visenya would not allow her brother to ruin this all. That she promised herself. The chamber of the painted table provided no comfort for Visenya. She had many memories in this room. She remembered when her brother ordered its construction, she remembered planning the conquest with her siblings, and she remembered plotting out each pass over Dorne. Yet now she was here not to plan for war, but to plan a response. A letter arrived just around midday from King's Landing. It had entirely killed the infectious energy coming off the newlyweds as she, Maegor, Shira, and many of the castle staff all crowded in the chamber to read the letter and discuss what to do. You are to return to King's Landing and answer for your actions at once or face further punishment. Her son finished reading the letter and Visenya had to fight the urge to hit the table. She could see the plan her foolish brother had made already. It was crystal clear in her mind. So what are you going to do? Shira questioned after a long silence, and Maegor looked apprehensive. I will return to King's Landing, and confront my father directly, Maegor said after some hesitation, and Visenya wanted to hit him. You will do no such thing, Visenya blurted out quickly, and all eyes turned to her. I was just as complicit in this as anyone. I did the crime, and I will answer for it, her son said with a sense of determination, and she understood what he meant then. He was merely deciding to be honorable when it was not the time to do so. Sure you were, but you cannot go to King's Landing. The moment you arrive you will be separated from your dragon and hauled before a septon. Your father is surrounded by Andal snakes and lickspittles. They have no doubt poisoned his mind. Visenya admitted the truth she so hated to think about, and her son looked deep in thought. If I do not go, it will no doubt be seen as another slight which he has already declared will be punished further. Perhaps I can reason with him if I go to King's Landing. Maegor tried again, and Visenya merely shook her head. That hardly worked out last time. All it got you was being forced closer to Cerys. Allow me to handle it. I will fly to King's Landing at once and get your father to acquiesce to the marriage, though you may suffer some punishments regardless, Visenya said diplomatically, though the thought of her son being punished for marrying the most suitable candidate available made her very mind fill with rage. Mother, he may take that as a slight too. You are directly implicated in this, not to mention he did not listen to you regarding my marriage before. Why would he now? Her son asked with a great amount of hesitation in his voice, and she regarded him coolly and calmly. I acted irrationally then, Maegor. I lashed out and made the situation more difficult than it should have been. I will act with more tact this time. I merely need to negotiate for him to accept the marriage and give you a light punishment. I can do that. She implored her son to listen to her. Visenya could feel it. If he went to King's Landing he would regret it. Maegor let out a long sigh before he answered her. Very well, I will wait here, he said with a clearly still conflicted tone, but it was better than nothing. I will depart at once, Visenya said, and quickly made her way out of the painted table, and she heard one last thing from Maegor and Shira. Good luck, they said simply. Their futures were in her hands, she would not mess this up. Visenya could practically see the commotion in King's Landing from the back of Viagar. The Aegon fort was abuzz and the people scurrying in and out looked like ants on an anthill. Nevertheless, her suspicions were confirmed as she brought Viagar down next to Balerion. Practically every single person in the Aegon fort was whispering among one another. Visenya smiled from ear to ear as she caught the subject of those whispers. Word of her son's marriage had already spread like wildfire. It was not long after she walked into the main hall that she was practically dragged away. 3 king's guards confronted her and led her to a pathetic little room. The same one used for small council meetings. Inside she found many people, most of whom she detested. The entire small council was here, from the Andals to even Ethan and his brother. Then her nephew was also present. It seems Aegon has finally put his foot down, Visenya thought with a smile. Aenys attending a small council meeting at all was odd. Then the only one who really mattered appeared in view, her brother, with an absolutely enraged face. Where is my son, Visenya? Her husband uttered in a low voice, and Visenya made no reaction. Aegon could not frighten her, so his rage meant nothing. He is on Dragonstone, with his lawfully wedded wife of suitable Valerian stock, Visenya said with a smug look sent the way of one Lord Martin Hightower. Aegon's teeth gnashing could practically be felt as his face was red with anger. She had not seen him this upset for a long time, not since the death of Rhaenys. You aided and abetted him in breaking a betrothal, Visenya. This is a gross humiliation of not just House Hightower or myself, but every single noble in attendance. Aegon roared, and Visenya merely returned a blank stare. Might we speak privately, husband? This is a family matter after all, Visenya said with a flat voice. Gloating or acting smug towards Aegon now would only hamper her efforts. Family matter, yes. You are all dismissed, he waved his hand dismissively before taking a seat in his chair. He looked monumentally tired. The Andals and Valerian slowly filed out of the room, with Lord Martin Hightower giving her a positively poisonous glare as he exited the chamber, much to her delight. You too, Aenys, Aegon said, waving away his weak-willed son. Visenya cared little for it, he would just be a mere set of eyes to this argument. Now wife, why don't you tell me everything? Aegon said with a hand pinching the bridge of his nose. Maegor married for love, Visenya replied simply. It was an easy explanation, though not entirely truthful. As if you were planning this the entire time, weren't you? Aegon suddenly reared his head up and yelled at great volume. She could feel the sense of betrayal in his tone. Oh great, another screaming match, Visenya thought with a sigh. For some reason, all their arguments devolved into this. Our son did not wish to marry the Andal woman, so when he came to me and asked for my help, I agreed. Visenya answered the first statement diplomatically, hoping to calm Aegon some more before enraging him further. You planned it all. Didn't you? For years, Visenya, you were planning this for years. Aegon sounded thoroughly tired, and betrayed, like a kitten left in the rain. Yes, I did. My son shared the same sentiments, he did not wish to live a life with the Andal you set up for him. So I set out looking for a more suitable match, though he beat me to it, Visenya said simply, and Aegon stared daggers at her. Do not lie to me, Visenya. I know you took in the Kahiri's girl years ago, do you take me for a fool? Aegon yelled again, and Visenya let out a huff. She was not lying, it genuinely did work out that way. That is the truth, husband, Visenya said simply, and Aegon let out another sigh. Do you have any idea what you have done? This stunt has thrown the entire kingdom into jeopardy. This is a humiliation of not only myself but hundreds of nobles. Aegon said again, and Visenya was flabbergasted. How can he not see what to do? Visenya thought in disbelief. The entire kingdom. Aegon, you are the king. Go out there, proclaim your son's marriage openly and publicly to the crowds, announce celebrations, and then your issue is solved. The only nobles who will still care are the Hightowers. Yes, I am the king, my word is law. Yet my own flesh and blood disobeys my word openly. What weight does my word carry then, sister? Aegon sounded exasperated. The weight of Balerion, none will raise any issue because you ride the largest dragon in the world, Visenya stated the obvious, but she was met with a scoff. You are a fool, sister. A kingdom run on threats of violence will only last as long as our guards refuse to take bribes. Besides, Do you seriously think this would just be washed away? House Hightower has friends and connections all over the realm, this is a loud and public declaration that my will can be subverted. Merely announcing celebrations would not undo that, Aegon said with poison in his tone, and Visenya bristled at the insult. If I am a fool, then you are a coward. Brother. You are Aegon the Conqueror. Yet you cower from mere men. You ride the largest dragon in the world and command tens of thousands of soldiers. Publicly announce that your son has married Shira Kahiris, that you support it, and you will be celebrating for the next 7 days and the nobles will be too drunk to care, Visenya said in response, her tone just as poisonous. A coward. Says the woman who slinked out in the night to subvert her husband. I, a coward and a hypocrite, you are going to punish your son for seeking a marriage for love. Visenya responded, her voice searing hot on her tongue. Do not, Aegon said simply, giving her a glare that could kill an ordinary man. If you really wish to placate your nobles, why not give him a polygamous match? One for duty and one for love. Sound familiar? Visenya said with a glare just as vicious returned, and Aegon exploded from his seat. You can return to Dragonstone and tell your son that he can either set aside his wife and marry Cerys Hightower, or he will be stripped of all his lands, titles, and honors, and be banished from the 7 kingdoms. Aegon roared like a dragon and Visenya snapped. She let an ominous calm descend between the two of them before beginning her tirade. You are a gutless, craven, crude, detestable, lousy, pathetic, laughable excuse for a man and a king. Your very existence spits on our ancestors, with every breath you take they roll in the grave another time. A more pathetic creature does not exist, a failure of a father, a failure of a king, a failure of a husband, and a failure of a man. Viserys began, and Aegon looked stunned. Your perfect heir is barely a man at all, and you are throwing away your other son. You cannot even claim your kingly duties forced your hand. Because you barely rule your kingdoms. I rule your kingdoms more than you do. All you do is ride around and party. I bet you wish you spent more time with Rhaenys in King's Landing rather than on Progresses now, don't you? Visenya continued. Aegon's stunned face turned to one of rage, but Visenya continued before he could interject. All that effort, all the pain and suffering and blood and tears, and you could not even avenge our sister. Her killers still live. As do the ones who maimed our brother. You avenged neither. You speak of humiliation, but is there a greater one than that? Dorne beat you, took away your wife, and you did nothing. Visenya's own face was growing red. She would hold nothing back anymore, her brother deserved nothing more than this dressing down. And you continue to do nothing. You sit on your disgusting iron chair and play pretend king while all the others around you work. Even your son fights your wars for you now, and your other one does all your partying. You are exceptional only because of Bael Ryan. Without that dragon you are nothing. Visenya was running short of breath, but she was not yet done. What would mother or father say, Aegon? Looking at the pathetic excuse for a man you turned out to be. Wasting away on your pointy chair, surrounded by fools and andals, desecrating our name and heritage. Perhaps they knew all along you would end up this way. Perhaps that is why mother preferred Rhaenys and father preferred me, Visenya continued, and the logical next step of her tirade must have gotten through to Aegon, as his angry face turned to one of rage. Do not, Visenya. Aegon roared, but Visenya continued in a quiet voice. What would Rhaenys think of you now? Visenya said in a calm voice, dripping with venom, and that was the moment it was all over. Get out. Now. Aegon roared, and the King's Guard entered promptly. Leave this city and never return. Aegon roared with a face as red as fire, and Visenya merely looked at him with disgust. Her brother, the boy she grew up with, enjoyed the company of, perhaps even loved once, he was long gone, he died the moment Rhaenys did. Visenya quietly left the small room, still fuming from their discussion but retaining her composure. It helped that she was out of breath. She calmly walked towards the exit, and her most loyal companion Vhagar. Visenya Targaryen had never quite felt defeated before, she had suffered losses here and there, but she never considered herself defeated, merely set back. Yet sitting in the chamber of the painted table, explaining to her son and good daughter exactly what happened. She felt true defeat for the first time. She had failed, truly and fully. Her son was now presented with a choice he should not have to make. Yet because of her failure, he must choose. His wife or his home. It had taken everything she had to just face them after arriving on Dragonstone. Such a gutless coward, I cannot believe I enabled him so long, I should have. Visenya continued her tired, quiet tirade before she was cut off. That is enough, mother. We get the picture, Maegor said after a long string of silence. He was currently hugging Shira to his side and both looked nervous. Maegor took in a deep breath before continuing. I will pack my bags, I will depart for Pentos tonight, he said with a sense of assurance, and Visenya and Shira both looked at him with wide eyes. Then, in an instant, Maegor turned to his still newly wedded wife and spoke to her. Will you accompany me in exile, dear wife? He asked with a nervous smile before Shira returned one of her own. Of course, for better or for worse, right? Shira responded with a small smile and a piece of their vows, and Visenya felt cold. Even in the warm castle. She had that once, a sense of belonging, companionship, love even. She had a brother and a sister, loving parents, an uncle, and a bastard brother. She was close with all of them, yet they were all gone now. Her parents died many decades ago, her uncle Damon had died under her watch, Renus was long dead, Oris had long since cut off contact, and now she and Aegon were done. Now that her son was leaving, Visenya felt truly alone. Visenya sat in silence as the castle bustled to life. Helping her son and good daughter pack. She could hardly bring herself to act, she had failed so spectacularly, how could she help them now when she was the reason they were in their current predicament? She was Visenya Targaryen. Rider of Viagar. Queen of the Seven Kingdoms. Scion of Old Valyria. Yet she could do nothing for her child. Visenya followed the two up to the dragon pit. The path to the home of the dragons was cold from the wind, and Visenya warred in her mind for what to say and do. She could not go with them, not when she was the one who got them sent away. How could she face them in Pentos, how could she speak with them, knowing their predicament was all her fault? What could she even say to them? As they made it to the top and Visenya was running out of time, she just decided to go for it. I am sorry Maegor, Shira, Visenya said with full honesty, and both her son and his wife were shocked stiff. I should have been able to convince him, you shouldn't have to leave, Visenya said wholeheartedly, and then she was brought into a hug. It is all right, mother. You did your best, Aegon Targaryen is not one to be convinced, I have tried many times. I am just grateful I can keep my wife, I will gladly accept banishment if I can keep her with me, Maegor said with a small smile, and Visenya returned the hug. She had not gotten one in a long time. Before long he had to end their hug. Terax was led out of his stable by a dragon keeper, and Maegor mounted his dragon, strapping his wife with him. On their newly equipped double saddle. Visenya waved goodbye as Maegor led Terax closer and closer towards the cliff until he was airborne and headed for the free city of Pentos. Visenya had never felt so alone. 22 Shira 6/Maegor 12. Shira 6. 29 AC. MMMH, Shira groaned out as her eyes fluttered awake. Her bed was mighty comfortable, but her body had decided it was time to wake up. Unfortunately, or perhaps fortunately, she could not fully get out of bed, so she took some time to rest. Her husband's strong arm was currently draped over her stomach, so it was not like she was going anywhere. Sleeping with someone else was a change she was still getting used to, but it was good. She certainly did not mind being held close to the man she loved while she was sleeping. Though waiting for him to get up was certainly hit or miss. She took the chance to look around their room, and Shira marveled at the opulence. The Pentoshi mansion they were currently residing in would put even Old Town to shame. House Nereides had been kind enough to host them long term, so she was finally getting used to a single room again. Shira longed for a home. A real one that she could call her own. She had not seen Harenul in just over 6 years now, and she had spent the last year away from her second home in King's Landing. She had hoped that Dragonstone might one day be her home. As her husband's domain, it would be her wifely duty to help him run it, as lady consort of the island. Yet it was not to be, as King Aegon had decided to banish them. Now they were in a whole new city. One of the daughters of Old Valyria. Proud and powerful Pentos. The idea of living here long-term did not entice Shira, she had spent so long bouncing from place to place. Now she was not even in the lands she was born in. She shared her husband's sentiment of wanting to go home eventually. Said husband stirred behind her, and Shira let a small smile appear on her face. Being with Maegor made her banishment tolerable. It even made not seeing her family tolerable. Getting to spend every day with him, from sunrise to sundown, was exactly what she had wanted for the last few years. She comforted herself with that victory. There may have been setbacks along the way, but she reached the end goal. Married, and perhaps with some luck, a family of my own along the way, Shira thought with a smile as she moved her free hand over her stomach. She may be lacking in the traditional education and wants of a lady, but Shira had to admit, the idea of having a real family of her own was something she had dreamed of a few times. "G Mornin," she heard from behind her, and her smile widened. She shuffled around in his embrace, turning her face towards his own, and she was met with a similar smile. "Good morrow, dear husband," Shira said with a cheeky smile, and was returned with a wide smile from Maegor. He had taken their banishment far better, fully trusting in his brother to lift his banishment in the future. He called it a long-term vacation, whatever that meant. Maegor also shifted now that he was awake, and he laid on his back, easily maneuvering her to his side as he stared at the ceiling. Now it was her turn to embrace her husband. "Did you sleep well?" Maegor asked in a quiet voice, still shaking off the tiredness from sleeping. "MMMH," Shira answered noncommittally. She had slept well, but bouncing between different beds was annoying. "We will have to thank House Nereides for their hospitality," Maegor said with a light-hearted smile, and Shira wanted to roll her eyes. From the moment they set foot in this city, politics had surrounded them. They had met with over 24 different Pentoshi noble families in just a moon. An endless stream of feasts, balls, banquets, and closed-door discussions. Shira had expected to ease herself into politics, yet she had to put on quite a large mask. She could not afford to appear weak, even after getting banished. First, the Prince of Pentos, Nevio Iranyor, hosted them in his palace in the center of the city. Yet neither she nor Maegor particularly cared for that one. Sure, it was gorgeous and opulent beyond belief, but it was also filled to the brim with servants and was dead center in the city. Hence, they were basically surrounded by 500,000 residents in this proud city. Needless to say, both she and Maegor had readily begun looking for a new palace to be hosted on the first day they were awoken by the sounds of the city. Nearly a dozen different families offered to host them, but they both eventually decided on House Nerades, whose main palace stood closer to the outskirts of the city. The location of their palace was not the only reason they chose House Nerades, however. The young, chubby head of the extremely wealthy Magister family, Illyrio Nerades, was perhaps the most jovial and chipper person in the entire city. He practically draped off Maegor and was more than happy to accommodate their every request. That and his ties to Westeros through his sister's marriage to Aaron's brother made House Nerades the obvious choice for their hosts. Perhaps he will finally man up, and stop forcing us to dance in this foolish game, Shira said with a little bitterness, and Maegor squeezed her closer to him in response. With any luck indeed. Prideful people are supremely irritating, Maegor said with a knowing smile, and Shira narrowed her eyes at him. Are we staying here? She asked the question she was dreading, and Maegor took a moment to respond. Unless these magisters get their act together and give me an offer worth listening to. No, I will not put either of us in danger for nothing, Maegor said with assurance, and Shira did not know how to feel. She felt good knowing he cared for her safety, but leaving again did not lift her mood in the slightest. She understood the sentiment, however. Pentos was staring down death after all. It was only a matter of time before the Khal of Khals grew bored with waiting and descended upon this city, just like he did for Qohor and Norvos. Are you going to fight again? Shira mumbled out and was met with another side hug. She did not exactly like the idea of her husband challenging the Dothraki in a force of arms. She knew he was atop a dragon, but even Queen Visenya had gotten injured at the Field of Fire, and Viagar was much bigger than Terax. If the magisters give us a good enough deal, he said with a cocksure smile, and Shira narrowed her eyes once more. And what would a good deal be? She asked with a raised eyebrow, and Maegor merely put a finger to her lips. That we will hopefully see today. Magister Illyrio is attending a banquet in the evening with numerous powerful noble families, and we have been invited to a meeting with him, so perhaps they have also grown tired of this game, Maegor said with a little annoyance in his voice. The Pentoshi had spent the last moon masterfully dancing around the question of the Dothraki. Yet the threat of war loomed large over the city. Maegor suspected that they did not want to be the ones to beg Maegor for aid, as it would lead to them being in a much worse negotiation position. Meanwhile, they tried their damnedest to hand out lavish gift after lavish gift. Whether they intended to make Maegor owe them a favor or just win some good opinion with the local dragon lord was not known to either of them. It hurt to turn down most of the gifts, but the dance demanded it. They accepted a few gifts that would be most terrible to deny. They had accepted a few gifts of jewelry and fancy dresses for herself, along with the hospitality of their guests. Though one gift was easy to turn down. House Dinalos had attempted to gift them a handful of slave servants when they had first met them. Thankfully her husband shared her same aversion to that peculiar institution, and they were politely turned down. Shira still needed a few lady servants, but she would just have to rely on those provided for her by House Nerades until she could meet some freeborn people to employ. She and Maegor had already decided to partake in no slavery here in Pentos. They would not debase themselves by purchasing people, they would happily spend the extra money to employ freeborn individuals. Where is this banquet? Shira asked the next logical question, and Maegor gave her a shrug in return. No idea, we will have to get up and ask him, he said as he finally stopped lying on his back and shuffled to his feet. Shira huffed a small huff at having to finally get out of bed, but the sun was now fully out. The two of them staying in bed all day was alluring but not possible. Slipping on her pre-prepared dress from last night as her husband slipped into her own clothes. She marveled at how quickly she had adapted to sharing a room with another. Perhaps this closeness is just part of being married, Shira thought to herself with a little happy smile. She had worked hard to get her marriage, she could pat herself on the back a little bit. Her husband said from behind her, and Shira involuntarily raised an eyebrow. What? She said, turning on a heel and facing her now fully clothed husband. Nothing, just trying to get used to having a beautiful woman share my bed, Maegor said with a beaming smile as he pulled her into a quick hug. Maegor had become much more affectionate since they were married. Truth be told, it kind of grated on Shira a bit. Why couldn't you be like this before? She mumbled into his chest, and he let out a laugh. Because I could not see what was before me until I had it, he answered confidently as he let her go and started moving towards the door. Shira huffed again before she finished putting on her simple dress and followed her husband outside. She would dress more ornately for the banquet later, but she would make do with a simple dress for now. Shira thanked herself again for her choice of husband as she stared across at the young head of the Nerades household. They were currently in a solar so packed with riches and finery that it almost hurt to look around. Silver, gold, gemstones, and priceless artifacts dotted nearly every single bit of the room. Shira thanked herself for two reasons. The first was because Maegor did not look like Illyrio Nerades. She would hesitate to call him ugly, but he was certainly rotund compared to most other nobles she had seen in her life. Maegor meanwhile looked like he was carved straight from marble. He towered over nearly everyone he met, and not even a blind man could call him fat. Another reason she thanked herself was that Maegor brought her along for these sorts of meetings. As a girl, she had gotten the full spiel from her mother, along with overhearing plenty of rambles from Queen Visenya. Most ladies in this world were effectively trophies, meant to give their husbands children and look pretty on their arms. That may have been her fate in life had she not found her way to Maegor, married off to some rich slob to be a perfect little trophy wife. The very thought of such a fate sent shivers down her spine. She had seen what capable women could do when given the chance. Her mother helped her father where she could, but Queen Visenya had been her role model. She basically ran the kingdom when her husband was away. Shira hardly expected to do anything of the sort, but being in these private meetings would at least leave her something to think about and allow her to give her advice to her husband. She would not allow the days spent in front of books to be a waste. House Brynil will be hosting tonight. The manse they are using is around the center of the city, though I can show you a map later. Will you be riding your dragon there, Prince Maegor? Magister Illyrio Nerades said in his usual, jovial, and overly friendly tone, and Maegor chuckled a little nervously. I am afraid not. Terax will remain outside of the city for the time being, Maegor said, scratching the back of his head, and Shira narrowed her eyes at her husband. He means if we can get a manse of our own, Shira realized in her mind, and she smiled at her husband then. A family caring for Maegor's dragon and even clearing out stables for him would send a powerful message. That and potentially alienate the rest of the 40 families of Pentos by signaling that they intended to stay with House Nerades long term. If you do not mind me asking, where is your dragon now? Magister Illyrio continued with interest, and Shira was picking up on the game more. Each of the Pentoshi they had met with had been singularly focused on one thing, Terax. Everyone in the known world knew the power of dragons. They were coveted from the far north of West Eros to the southern jungles of Sotho Rios, from Old Town in the west to Asai by the Shadow in the east. The Magisters of Pentos hoped to use Maegor's dragon to save them from the Dothraki. They just did not want to beg, yet. He is somewhere north of here. He is fully capable of feeding himself, and so long as people leave him alone, he will not trouble people. Maegor waved away his interest, but Shira caught the glint in the Magister's eye. It is no matter, should he burn a few peasants nobody will mind, thought Illyrio kept going before Shira interjected herself. Excuse me for my discourtesy, but would you mind telling us the guest list for this banquet? I would like to know the families I will be meeting beforehand. Shira put on the picture of sweetness and noticed the Magister shrinking back slightly after making eye contact. He coughed into his hand before responding. Of course. Where are my manners? We do not have the full list, as there are several smaller houses still trying to scrounge up the needed funds, and others are not exactly welcome in the presence of House Brynil, but here is the list so far. Illyrio Nerades rebounded from his momentary lapse in bravado. Sliding a piece of paper over to them, Maegor picked it up but leaned it so Shira could read it herself. House Brynil is the host, so of course they would be attending, Shira thought before reading each of the names. Nerades, Iranyor, Seltra, Dakalo, Sentanis, Obazaz, Stanio, and Targaryen. Formally invited. Hey. Maegor said her thoughts aloud, though she noted her house was not named. She was not officially a member of House Targaryen. Even being married to Maegor, she was still Shira of House Kahiris, as one could not marry into the House of the Dragon. But of course. You are the guest of honor. Illyrio Nerades said with a beaming smile, and Shira found it hard to dislike the jovial man. He was talkative, light-hearted, energetic, and above all else, interesting. Such could not be said for most of the people she met in West Eros. Right, this is an evening banquet, yes? Will Prince Nevio be there? Maegor asked, and Shira relinquished her forward position, letting her husband ask the questions he wanted. Indeed, as will the head of his house, their host answered easily, and Shira still felt weird about that. Pentoshi politics were beyond her. She was a thoroughly Westerosi woman, and hearing that a prince was not the head of his own house was a real eye-opener. She was not in West Eros anymore. Good, at least one familiar face, Maegor said, and Shira fought the urge to zone out. While she liked being included in Maegor's discussions and politicking, she also longed for some time of her own. She had all of 10 luncheons with the ladies of King's Landing before she was ejected from that, so finally getting to act like a real lady was an interesting thought for Shira. Please, enjoy my manse to the fullest. I will send servants to you when it is time to start getting prepared. Magister Illyrio tactfully dismissed them, and Shira was fine with that. Walking the stunning gardens in this manse sounded lovely right about now. Maegor 12:29 AC. Banquets, balls, celebrations, and feasts had long since lost their charm in my eyes. The endless series of celebrations my father wanted and Lady Ceres being draped around me for them had soured my mood and my enjoyment of them. Hopefully, this one would be better though, at least I had a much better woman on my arm. Ready? I asked my stunning wife and she gave me an easy smile in return. She had dressed up in all the finery we had for her tonight, a stunning red dress, with fantastical images of dragons and fire woven into the fabric. Coupled with what must have been a pound of silver jewelry, from earrings, to necklaces. Shira was gussied up to the maximum. I am sure none would have spoken a word if she wished to dress more modestly. But she said that she had an appearance to uphold, as my wife. Then again, getting to see my wife dressed to the nines certainly was not going to make me complain. Of course, Shira answered with the same false confidence I knew her for, and I narrowed my eyes in turn. Shira had not exactly been a presence at most of the celebrations in King's Landing. Alyssa openly detesting her had kept Shira far away from the spotlight, and being thrust into such a prominent spot was no doubt jarring. Relax, these people are rich, just have some haughty small talk ready and they will be enamored with you, I said easily, with a light squeeze of her thin arm. Right, perhaps I will even get another dance, Shira replied with a cheeky smile, and I merely shook my head in exasperation. However, thinking back on it, not getting to dance with Shira again until our banishment was certainly a blunder looking back on it. Thankfully I would not need saving like last time. The wide, tall doors were opened and as we stepped into the stunning and spacious main hall, a herald began speaking at our side. Esteemed magisters and nobles of Pentos. Please welcome, our esteemed guests of honor, Prince Maegor of House Targaryen, and his wife, Lady Shira of House Kahiris. He practically yelled and I spotted perhaps 50 people raise their glasses towards us. Waving the herald down, we quickly moved towards the center of the room before being practically swarmed by magisters and nobles alike. It was not long before we could barely move at all as there was a tight mass of bodies blocking our every move. Yet our Lord and Savior arrived. Please, calm yourselves. Prince Maegor Targaryen and his lady wife are our guests. I am sure you will all get your chance to speak with them in time. For now, let us show them the best Pentos has to offer. Prince Nevio cut through the crowd with his unarmed guards and the rest of the nobles followed his command. Even if the Prince of Pentos was not in a truly powerful position, he at least commanded enough influence to fight off the rabid dogs. The crowd dispersed as Shira and I followed Prince Nevio to a more secluded corner of the hall, which was more than large enough to comfortably house 50-odd people and still have room for reclusion. That was where Magister Illyrio and no doubt the host for the night, Geshio Brynil awaited us. Ah, it is wonderful that we can finally meet. I am Magister Geshio of House Brynil, the esteemed host of this banquet said with an overly choreographed bow, and I had to stifle a smile. Indeed, I must thank you for the invite. Attending these wonderful banquets and balls is the highlight of my stay here, I said with an earnest smile, and I could see the proud look appear on Magister Geshio's face. Please, do not thank me, I should be thanking you. To host a dragon lord at my home is the highest honor, Magister Geshio returned again, and I could already feel this discussion spinning in a circle again. Before our pointless conversation could continue, Prince Nevio whispered to me, just loud enough to be heard over the crowd. My prince, might you come with us for a few moments, he asked, and I could almost feel their desperation. Of course, I answered easily, but as we all began to walk towards an even more secluded passageway, I was stopped by Magister Geshio. Forgive me, Prince Maegor. But this is hardly a discussion fit for a lady, he said, nodding towards Shira, who gave a small pout in return. She comes with me, I said flatly. Aside from just being a person I could earnestly ask the advice of. I trusted Shira, and her presence also just so happened to unnerve the people I was discussing things with. Most people did not care for her red eyes. Fools, I thought in my head, they only accentuated her beauty. My prince, I must insist, Geshio said again, and with neither of the other two Pentoshi interrupting this, it was a battle of wills. Husband, I am fine, Shira said to me quietly before I swung my head around to look at her. Shira, I began before she continued. I will do some mingling, there are plenty of ladies to speak with here, I will let you have your own fun, Shira said with another fake smile plastered on her face, but if she really wanted that, I would not stop her. Very well, I will find you once we are done, I said easily before letting go of our interlocked arms. Right, I will take my leave, she said before giving a light bow to the two magisters and one prince with me. Shira being forced to not partake in this conversation irked me, but at least it was finally here. I had waited over a moon now for these cowardly magisters to swallow their pride. We walked the halls of the picturesque manor before being led into a secluded, rather dim room. There was a small table there, with 4 chairs and what must have been numerous papers scattered around the room. Great! I thought, resignation filling my person. This would not be as easy as I had hoped. I apologize for taking you so far away from the others, but they are not to be privy to this conversation, Illyrio Nereidis spoke first, even before his prince, and I merely nodded my head. It is fine, what did you wish to discuss, I said bluntly, they separated me from my wife for this, I would not give them the satisfaction of playing along anymore. I feel you already know that Prince Maegor, Prince Nevio answered me, and I merely sighed. Unfortunately, I knew all too well what was going on. Of course, I would not be handed an easy life in this world. For everything that remained the same, it seemed a dozen other things were different. What good is my previous knowledge if the events are different? I thought with a little anger as Prince Nevio said what did not need to be said. The Dothraki have aspirations for our fair city, Prince Nevio said with a deadly serious face, and I merely returned a stare towards him. Not satisfied with Qohor and Norvos? I asked, taking a small sip from the wine provided to us by a servant. I am afraid not, whispers are leaving Sarnath. Coltemo stirs once more, my informants even say he is aiming for Volantis herself, he said, swirling a cup of his own, and I sighed in exasperation. The Dothraki were different, much more competent, and organized in this world I found myself in. They had conquered Sarna and incorporated it into a proper empire. These were not the Dothraki I knew, these were deadly skilled nomadic horse archers, who wore armor, used siege weapons, and commanded an empire that stretched from the Bone Mountains in the east to the Roine River in the west. And he will no doubt target Pentos along the way, yes. I asked the obvious question, and all three solemnly nodded their heads. We have been dealing with the barbarian sons for the last 10 years. Leading raiding parties into the flatlands, killing our farmers and lay people, Magister Illyrio answered next, and I nodded along. And he has a perfectly straight road that cuts right through all the defensible terrain right towards Pentos, I continued with another series of nods. To think those wonders would be abused so, I thought with disgust as I recalled what my mother had told me about Qohor and Norvos. The Dothraki made extensive use of the old Valryan roads, nigh indestructible and perfectly straight. They cut right through the forest of Qohor and the hills of Norvos, both cities were practically helpless in that regard. Pentos might even be worse, situated on the fertile SSE flatlands and plains of Old Andalos. Both were wonderful for farming but also wonderful for massive cavalry forces. Any battle with them would be hard fought, and it would need to be decisive. An awkward silence broke out then, as I patiently waited for them to man up and ask me what they had been dancing around for the last moon. They all looked at each other before Prince Nevio cleared his throat. We would like to begin discussing terms for your aid in a confrontation with the Dothraki. Prince Nevio was the bravest of his companions, and I smiled at him, finally asking. I would not offer help to these people, I wanted them to ask. I was not going to sell myself to save and help people wherever I went, especially not slavers and rich assholes. But extracting some serious prizes in return for my aid? That was something I could get behind. Begin discussing. I queried first. Do these three even have negotiating power? I thought with a little disbelief. I am afraid so, my prince. Any actions Pentos takes as a whole must be voted on by the conclave, though we can at least make preparations before we go to the conclave, Magister Illyrio answered my question, and I nodded at him. I needed to remember I was not in West Eros anymore. Right, well surely you will be happy to answer my questions before I agree to anything, right? I returned, and I saw the smile appear on their faces. I was not totally opposed to helping them. So long as they made it worth it. I could easily still just skip town and fly to Tyrosh if need be, the Pentoshi needed to make it worth my time. Of course, Prince Maegor, ask away, Prince Nevio responded again, and I began thinking. How bad is the situation? I questioned first. Inside the city did not seem too bad. It was certainly crowded, but the people were not openly panicking or anything. Not ideal, but not hopeless. We have been dealing with Dothraki raiding parties for 10 years now, and we do not intend to make Qohor's mistake, Illyrio answered, and I sent a questioning look. I wanted more. What was Qohor's mistake? I questioned. I knew that Qohor and Norvos had been destroyed by the Dothraki, but I did not exactly know the stories themselves. 450 years ago, Qohor's 3,000 unsullied soldiers repulsed a small Dothraki army. In their hubris, they turned their attention to faraway Volantis, draining their resources and men fighting against our elder sister. Only for them to be destitute and unready for when the real Dothraki force arrived. We have spent the last 3 years planning. With you, we can definitely win, Jeshio answered with a bravado I was growing more used to, and I sent a smile his way. At least they are confident, I thought with a smirk. So what are the fruits of the last 10 years of planning? I asked once more, and the three looked a little embarrassed. We have spent most of the last 10 years preparing the background of war. Stockpiling gold in our treasury, fortifying the towns and villages in the flatlands, and ensuring we are not bled dry before Coltemo even gets here, Prince Nevio said, and I came to the realization this would not be so easy. Right, so how many men can you even raise? I needed to start planning for a set-piece battle. We needed to defeat the Dothraki in one large battle and snuff them out so they could never return. Around 20,000 men, with another 15,000 militia from the surrounding regions, Magister Jeshio said as he slid numerous papers across the table to me, and I fought the urge to curse. 35,000 men against an army of potentially over 50,000, I thought with trepidation as I read the reports. Even with a dragon, those would make for poor odds, especially with poorly armed militia making up around half of that number. What of mercenary companies? You said you had quite the war chest, yes? I asked, with a little more hope in my tone of voice. Getting some professional soldiers on our side could make this a lot simpler. Unfortunately, there are not many to choose from, many died in the defense of Norvos and there has been a bidding war for the remaining ones, though none are eager to fight the Dothraki, Magister Illyrio answered again and I thought long and hard, looking for a solution. Forgive my assumption, Prince Maegor, but mercenaries want to win and get paid, yes? Prince Nevio asked me like I had the faintest clue how sellswords thought. As far as I am aware, I replied noncommittally. With you on our side, more would be willing to accept our coin. No sane man will fight for a hopeless cause. If you join us, you could be the rallying point we need, Prince Nevio said and I could almost feel the desperation in his voice. There will be some conditions. I began saying before I saw the faces of the three light up in joy. Name them, the three said in unison and I was kind of shocked, expecting some more pushback. The exact amount of my payment can be worked out at a later date, for now. Why don't we discuss my staying long-term here, I said, offering a comparatively light request for now. I wanted to discuss this with Shira again before I made any other large demands. I did not want to alienate these people by robbing them blind. I am sure we can find a place that fits your desires, Magister Geshio started before Magister Illyrio continued. There is the old Dragon Lord Mance by the western coast, Magister Illyrio continued and the mention of a Dragon Lord enticed me. Elaborate if you do not mind, I asked quickly and I could tell I fell into a small trap. They got my attention. But it was worth it if this led somewhere. Pentos was part of the mighty Valyrian freehold, and she has played host to many a Dragon Lord throughout the millennia. Several mansions and palaces here were made more accommodating to their needs, many of them have been repurposed over the last 100 years, but with a little work, one could be restored to its former condition for you to have, Prince Nevio offered easily and to say the idea captured my attention would be a colossal understatement. What are these accommodations you speak of? I allowed myself to be drawn in here, this game was basically already over, and now I just needed to extract what I needed from them. The mansions were not exactly designed for long-term living, hence our need to renovate them. But they were designed with dragon lords, and their dragons in mind. It is an open design, with wide open spaces for dragons to rest, unbothered by the city folk, Prince Nevio continued and I nodded my head along. It sounded perfect for my situation. I did not exactly need a dragonstone-sized mansion, a small one for my small family while we resided here, with accommodations for Terrax too, it fit perfectly. That sounds wonderful, we can work out exactly the payment I will receive at a later date, but you simply must show me around this mansion, it sounds quite intriguing, I offered and the three looked quite pleased with themselves, not that I could blame them. They had just won the support of a dragon rider. Exiting the dark hallway and entering back into the main room, I was glad to be freed from the cramped darkness. The main hall was well lit with countless candles and windows letting in the fading light from the sun. The mirrors and gold practically shined under the light and I breathed it all in. I had finally worked something out with the magisters. I needed at least some sort of accommodation in this city. I knew my brother would lift my banishment when he ascended to the Iron Throne, but that was almost 10 years away if my past memories served me correctly, building myself up in this city in the meantime could not hurt. As I basked in my victory, I scanned the room, looking for the distinctive white hair of my wife. My tall stature made it laughably easy and in no time at all, I spotted the back of my wife's head, with her distinctive white hair and stunning red dress making her stand out like a sore thumb. I walked with a brisk pace over to her, negotiations had drained me of my energy, and I wanted nothing more than to decompress with my wife. Mayhaps we can even catch some of the last of the music, I thought with a smile to myself. The discussion with the prince and magisters had taken longer than I had hoped, but the musicians were still playing, so I still had a chance to enjoy myself. As I breezed past person after person and got closer to my intended target, I noticed something. Shira was speaking with someone, and they looked deep in conversation too. I picked up my pace and I was standing behind my much shorter wife in no time at all. Peering over her head, I got a good look at the woman she was speaking with. Her whole aesthetic was dark. Black hair, black eyes, pale skin, black makeup, black dress, even her jewelry was black. I spied her up and down and she immediately returned the favor. Her black eyes seemed to bore a hole right through me. My sudden appearance caught Shira's attention as she spun on her heel and locked arms with me once more. "Ah, there you are, I was wondering when you would get back," Shira said with a smile and I could not help but return one to her. Shira looked genuinely happy at a party, for the first time since what must have been Old Town. It was a glorious sight to see. "Well, I am here now, you missed out on an absolutely riveting conversation I must say," I said in a sarcastic voice and the giggle she let out was priceless. "Well, I had some fun too, right? Taina, this is my husband Maegor," Shira said, turning to the black-haired woman and my whole body went cold. It is an honor to meet you, Prince Maegor, the black-haired woman replied in a cold, calm voice, and it sent a shiver down my spine. Tiana? I asked hesitantly as my wife gave me a quizzical look. Yes, I have been speaking with her most of the time you were away. She tells me that she is the base-born daughter of Prince Nevio, Shira continued in blissful ignorance of the demon she was staring down. I hope that we may continue speaking, my lady. I must say this conversation has been one of a kind. Tiana's cold voice leaked out again and I could almost feel my body going numb. Of course, you should come to Magister Illyrio's house on the morrow, we can talk more there, Shira said with an ear-to-ear smile, and I nearly died inside right then and there. That sounds wonderful, my lady. I will see you then, Tiana said with a small smile, and watching the black-haired woman retreat, I could only think of one thing in my mind. Shit. 23 Aaron 3/Shira 4. Aaron 3. 29 AC. The salty air and brisk breeze of his home island brought Aaron Velaryon no joy. He had been here for almost 3 moons now and he was so bored it beggared belief. He still remembered his father's words which sent him here. I am sorry Aaron, but I am very busy right now. I think it would be best if you remained on Driftmark while this all blows over, he said with sincerity, and Aaron gnashed his teeth thinking about it. His squireship had gone so spectacularly wrong it was hard to fathom. Aaron received no advice from a master swordsman, he was not knighted for his valor, and he was not even able to follow his knight into battle to get experience. His squireship consisted of sitting in the cabin of his father's ship and watching him feud with Sir Osmond and prepare for naval battles which never came. It all irked Aaron, especially when he wanted so much more. What was he to do if he could not gain a knighthood? Could not get experience along with some glory and prestige? He was a second son, without that he would be a nobody. It did not help his mood that he had not seen most of his friends in almost 3 moons now. Rayford remained in Castle Roshby, getting ready to inherit the castle from his aging father. Jasper had left the Crownlands entirely, returning to the Vale with his knight, Sir Gawain. Most terrible of all was Maegor, who had been banished from the entire kingdom. Aaron could not even count on his own family for companionship or entertainment on the island he called home. His father and mother remained in King's Landing, Damon was ever busy running his father's domains, Alyssa may as well not exist, and even Valar was hardly speaking with him now. Valar, Aaron thought through his gnashed teeth, and his expression softened. His little brother was always Aaron's closest friend. He still remembered exploring the inlets and caves on the island with his little brother years ago. He remembered dreaming of sailing the seas with him. Of captaining their own fleet and showing the world just what 2 Velaryons could do. Yet he had hardly seen, let alone heard from his little brother in the last 6 years. Besides intermittent contact during the year he spent on Dragonstone, he could not even remember writing letters to his own little brother. Fuck, Aaron thought again, regret coloring his thoughts, he had let the one familial connection he treasured most wither on the vine. No longer. Aaron thought with a renewed sense of vigor. He could not merely wallow in his misfortunes. He was not even 6 and 10 years old, and his brother was only 4 and 10. They had more than enough time to work out their flaws, he just had to try. Bouncing up from his bed, Aaron hastily threw on his armor and other gear he may need. It had been a long time since he last sparred with his little brother, with any luck they could test their skills against one another once more. Walking down the familiar, salt-stained walls of Castle Driftmark left a sense of foreboding in Aaron. Mostly because he knew his destination would not be easy. While he had not written to Valar frequently, his brother had done the same. Aaron was quite confident in the assumption that his brother was at least upset with him. Reaching the door quickly, for their rooms were not far apart, Aaron hastily knocked on the door and awaited his little brother's answer. What is it? He heard from inside and Aaron sucked in a breath before beginning. It is Aaron, might we speak? Aaron asked with the most sincere tone he could muster and awaited a response. You may enter. Aaron heard after a while and he nearly sighed in relief. He knew this would not be an easy road, but he must walk it all the same. Valar was worth it. Entering his little brother's room, he found it to be quite similar to their father's solar. Covered floor to ceiling in books and scrolls and other manuscripts. His little brother's familiar silver hair and purple eyes greeted him as he looked towards the small desk in the room. You wished to speak? Valar said in a disinterested tone after he returned his light purple eyes to whatever paper he was writing. I wanted to know if you would go out and spar with me for a bit, it has been years since we last had a duel, Aaron said jovially and with a smile, even if Valar was not looking to see it. No thank you, Valar said instantly, and Aaron was almost dumbfounded at the immediate reply. Pardon. As you can see, big brother, I am busy. Valar quickly turned around and pointed at his paper before returning to writing. Aaron sat there silently on his little brother's bed then. Unsure of what to say, he had expected a little pushback, but the Valar Velaryon he knew loved sparring almost as much as he did. What has changed? Aaron thought with trepidation. The thought of already losing his chance to make up soured his spirit. You are still here, Valar pointed out plainly, and Aaron resolved himself. Valar, Might we speak, please? Aaron tried again, he wanted to get down to the root of the problem. He was certain he could make up with his brother, he just needed to know how. Aaron heard a quiet scoff before Valar put down his quill and turned his chair towards Aaron. Speak then, I am busy learning, Valar said in a disinterested tone, and Aaron got the faintest feeling that this situation was familiar. Can you tell me where I went wrong? Please Valar, I want to make this right. Do you not remember our days in the yard? Our days exploring this island together with Daemon? Do you not want that back? Aaron said easily, so easily that Valar looked taken aback. Where did you go wrong? Perhaps when you left our home to follow a dragon around for 6 years, Valar said with bitterness, and Aaron had to stifle his own. He could never consider his time with his friends a mistake. I am sorry Valar, I should have spent more time with you, spoken more with you, written to you, Aaron began before he was cut off. You think? Of course, you should have Aaron. How do you think I felt, seeing my entire family leave me behind on this island with our elder brother Daemon? It was not like he could spend too much time with me, he is busy running this island and he has a family of his own. You were my only friend, the only person I could talk to, and you just left, barely speaking a word to me for over 2 years. Valar descended into a rant and Aaron accepted all of it. He had indeed done those things, and they were mistakes. I know, trust me Valar, I understand what you feel, if not to the same scale at least the same feeling, Aaron answered, and he spotted the incredulous look appear on his little brother's features. And yet you are here all the same? You claim to understand my feelings, yet you dare ask to go back to how it was before, to ignore the last 6 years. Valar nearly yelled, and Aaron gnashed his teeth. It was hard not to explode back, yet he could not. His brother was already upset, angering him further would be folly. I am here all the same. Because I miss what we once had, our friendship, our brotherhood, our dreams. Valar, we are still young, there are still many more years before we are locked in place. Do you not still share my dreams? We used to speak of sailing around the whole world, Aaron continued on his own, and Valar looked disgusted. You still dream of that? That is a foolish, short-sighted dream Aaron, one fit for 10-year-olds, not nearly adults. How can you not see your own position? Your destiny is already laid out before you. You are a second son of House Velaryon. Your destiny is to support our elder brother in all things, not sail around the world in some pointless display of bravado, Valar said with a tone of disinterest and disgust, and Aaron came to a realization then. He and Valar were far more different than he had originally thought. Aaron Velaryon had dreams, dreams of adventure, glory, and honor. Of being remembered for the next 1,000 years. Showing the world exactly what he could do. Valar Velaryon was different, he was contented with his lot in life. He was fine with disappearing as merely a footnote at best into the pages of history. He accepted that he nor his descendants would ever earn great honors or prestige. Aaron and his brother had drifted irrevocably apart in the last 6 years. Much to Aaron's sadness, he would not be able to fulfill his dream with his little brother anymore. Mostly because his little brother no longer shared his dream. Very well Valar, I will let you return to your studies, Aaron said, standing up from his seated position and making his way toward the door. Perhaps you will begin your own soon, he heard Valar whisper, but he had not the strength to face his brother in a contest of words right now. He already hated arguing with his sister, arguing with his little brother would be too much. Exiting the small room, he made his way back toward his own. He had barely reached the door to his room before his mind began to wander once more. What do I do now? Aaron thought as he pushed open the old ornate door. Flopping onto his bed, he thought he was truly cursed. Aaron Velaryon oftentimes thought he was not a part of his house at all. He was the black sheep in their family. Now that Valar had happily slotted into the role of helper, Aaron felt alienated. Like he did not have a place of his own. Damn it all, Aaron thought as he stared up at his ceiling. Just a year ago he and all of his friends were happy and full of life on Dragonstone. Now he was alone in his own home, with no friends, a family where he did not belong, and nothing to do. He fought his mind not to curse Maegor then. His friend had thrown away all he had earned over the last few years for a single, rather uninteresting girl. Now Aaron was without all of his friends because Maegor was the glue which kept them from going back to their homes. Aaron wanted to hit himself then and there. He hated these selfish thoughts that would drum up in his mind. Detesting the very friend who had changed his whole life, who had helped him make new friends and start to make of a life of his own. All of a sudden Aaron felt a dark thought rise to the forefront of his mind. If I never met Maegor, would I be happier? Aaron thought before he hit himself on the thigh. No. Aaron thought in his mind once more. These kinds of internal fights with himself had become a common occurrence over the last few years, and Aaron was struggling to make a choice. He forced himself to change his angle then. Maegor always tried to look at issues from multiple angles, mentioning that one lens was oftentimes too few. So Aaron tried to ignore his own perspective right now, his own bitter feelings at what had happened. He needed to make a decision. Do I stay on Driftmark, or pursue my own destiny? Aaron asked himself in his mind. He had dreamed so long of pursuing his own path. Yet now he did not know if he could. How? Aaron thought again before it finally hit him. He had been following Maegor for so long, trying to emulate his path. Hard work and due diligence had gotten Maegor far, yet he had thrown that all away. To pursue his own destiny, Aaron realized then, and it felt like a weight had been lifted off of him. For too long he had not looked at what Maegor had done from his friend's perspective. He and Maegor Targaryen shared many dreams and goals. Yet he had been unable to see his point of view. He understood it now though. Maegor was forging his own path in Pentos, irrespective of what his kingly father wanted to do. Pentos. Aaron thought before another idea struck him then. He had a plan. It was rough, crude, and barely coherent. But it was a plan and he had to pursue it. It was either that or become his little brother. Aaron Velaryon would not fade into the history books as a nobody, he would not allow it. Ethan Velaryon rarely visited Driftmark after the conquest, preferring to remain in King's Landing, where the real power and wealth were. So enticing him off of the mainland and back to Driftmark was a mighty task indeed. Yet Aaron had accomplished it all the same. Sure, it took a few sessions of begging his elder brother for a favor and several letters of his own before he received a response. But he got the one he wanted. His father was returning to Driftmark for a day, ostensibly to rest from years of hard work. Aaron did not care for the excuse his father used with King Aegon though. All he cared about was that his father was due to arrive soon. Word had quickly spread of Vapor's Vale docking at Hull, and it was only a matter of time before his father arrived and Aaron had to make his pitch. Aaron shuffled the papers in his hands. He had always prided himself on his writings. He had started when he was just a boy, yet it was something he genuinely liked doing. Planning things out, cataloging events, writing his perspective on things. His infatuation with history was deep, though hopefully it would help him here. Aaron waited patiently in his room, drawing up the final plans he would present to his father. He would not allow himself to come off as deranged or foolish. His goals were clear and had merit. He just needed to convince his father. Before long he heard a knock on the door and his breathing became quick then. He had managed to stifle the nervousness when his father was still traveling here, but now it was time to win this battle. Departing his room with a false calm, he moved briskly towards his father's solar. That was definitely where he would be, and it would provide the security to talk about his ideas. Aaron could hardly blink before he was in front of the ornate silver-plated door that adorned the entrance to his father's solar. This is it. Aaron gave himself one more reassuring thought before he pushed open the door to his future. Good evening, father, Aaron said easily as he slipped into the solar, quickly closing the door behind him. Good evening, Aaron, I am here now. What did you so desperately wish to discuss with me? His father looked tired from the journey. The choppy winter waves no doubt made for quite the grueling journey. What should have been a few hours at most had almost taken a full day of sailing. Father, Aaron began before his father cut him off. Please do not tell me you called me here to ask for your knighthood. I have already told you, I will knight you in the future. You can participate in a tourney in a few years and earn your spurs. His father made a quick assumption, but Aaron shook his head. No, father, I asked you to come here because I need to ask you for a favor, a large one, Aaron said and lowered his head into a bow. He needed his father's support on this. Without his help, this whole idea would be dead in the water. What are you so desperate you are willing to go to such lengths for? Find a girl you like. His father asked with some interest in his tone, but Aaron shook his head again. I want your support in gathering willing volunteers to go east to Pentos, Aaron said through grit teeth and patiently awaited the response of his father, who fell into a deep silence after Aaron finished his thoughts. To Pentos? So you intend to follow Prince Maegor into exile? His father said with an overly serious tone, and Aaron chanced to glance upwards, meeting his father's violet eyes. Holding his stare, Aaron took in a deep breath before nodding. I intend to do just that, Aaron said with a resolute confidence. Wavering here would only doom his cause. He had a plan, he just needed to see it through. And you want me to gather an army for you? You do understand my gathering an army to send east would surely raise King Aegon's attention, yes? His father said in an exasperated tone, and Aaron was reminded of the dicey situation in King's Landing. King Aegon's wrath was so great that the whole kingdom could feel it. It was enough to make even Queen Visenya hide out on Dragonstone. None were willing to push the king on anything right now. All feared Aegon the dragon once more. I am not asking you to give me an army, father. But I want to take volunteers with me. My friend is in the east, with little support of his own. Surrounded by SSC slavers and treacherous pigs. Leading a force there is exactly what I must do, Aaron continued, and he could feel the skepticism wafting off his father. Yet you want my help in this all the same. His father said with a raised eyebrow, and Aaron resolved himself there and then. Yes, your word reaches farther than my own, with your help. I can ferry groups of soldiers across the narrow sea, and gather a group of willing and capable lords to support my friend in the east, Aaron continued, and he spotted a glint appear in his father's eyes. Tell me your real motivations, my son, his father said suddenly, and Aaron was taken aback. What? Aaron helplessly asked, and his father merely shook his head. Do you take me for a fool? I can see it in you, Aaron. The thirst for adventure, glory, and honor. It beggars many of our houses, and it takes discipline and effort to stifle it. Does this affliction exist within you? His father spoke softly and earnestly, and Aaron was taken aback. Yes, father. I wish to carve my own path. To forge myself into history. I will not be forgotten, Aaron said with resolution, and his father returned a smile. Very well, I will put out discreet calls for volunteers. Though you will have to move this army piecemeal lest King Aegon bring his wrath down on this house. We no longer have the benefit of foolish Andals floundering in front of his grace or your sister aiding in covering for our blunders. King Aegon is wrathful and will accept no rebellious thoughts, his father said quickly, and produced his own papers in no time at all. Aaron was taken aback at his immediate response. What? He helplessly asked, and his father returned another smile to him. You are my son, Aaron. I have failed you in many ways. If this is what you wish to pursue, I will not stop you. Plus, it is a given Prince Maegor will one day return to Westeros. When he does, I would rather not be on his bad side, his father said with a cocksure smile, and Aaron returned a smile from ear to ear. He thought that would be a lot more difficult. I assume those papers are parts of your plan, yes? His father said easily, all the while writing his own papers on his desk. Yes, father, I would like to discuss them with you, Aaron said, placing them on the table before his father shut them down. I am afraid I cannot do that. If you wish to walk your own path, to follow a prince east and fight barbarians and heathens, you will have to work with him. I will help you get there. But meddling in foreign affairs would no doubt violate the king's peace, and our house is on thin ice already, his father said apologetically, though resolutely, and Aaron stifled a groan. He had learned much from watching his father command forces in the Stepstones, but his plans no doubt reeked of optimism and foolish inexperience. He needed a more experienced eye on this. So what do I do, father? Aaron asked once more. He would not be able to ask this much in Pentos. He might as well get the most out of it now, was his thought process. I suppose I can give you a little advice, though this remains between us. If you really want to assemble a force, an army to aid your friend, go to Dragonstone and speak with Queen Visenya. Despite her troubling circumstances, she holds far more sway and influence than myself, his father said, and Aaron suddenly got very cold. That cold feeling did not dissipate for the remainder of that night and well into the next day. Not even the cold winter air could loosen the fearful chill that gripped his body. Asking father is one thing, but Queen Visenya? Aaron thought with another shiver down his spine. Queen Visenya had caused a huge storm in King's Landing a few moons ago, fully revealing her wrath to the whole of Westeros. None could fault his grace for sending her away after that. The insolence and vitriol on display there were legendary, with even the lowliest gutter rats in Hull whispering about the verbal beatdown. Now Aaron had to face the same beast. A Queen Visenya who owed him nothing. He was not even sure if he would get to meet with her. Rumors out of Dragonstone say she rarely left her room since Maegor departed Dragonstone 2 moons ago. Yet now he had requested an audience with her. Or more specifically, his father had relayed his request. His name carried far more weight as the cousin of the queen than his own. So as he walked towards the carriage at the docks of Dragonstone, not even the brimstone in the air could warm his spirits. The ride up to the castle felt much longer than it truly was. Aaron fretted over every possibility. He wondered if it would be better if Queen Visenya would not meet with him at all. At least a liaison might shut me down nicely, Aaron thought as his carriage finally crested the final hill and moved towards the great gate. The halls of Fortress Dragonstone felt distinctly empty and cold as Aaron walked through them. The lively energy he knew from the year he spent on this island was long gone. There were no quiet whispers between the castle staff. The guards all looked tired and miserable. It felt like the whole castle was sharing in Queen Visenya's rumored mood. Finally reaching the throne room was a relief. What was not a relief was seeing the queen sitting there, patiently drumming her fingers on the black stone of the Dragonstone throne. Aaron quickly moved closer before taking a knee and bowing his head. He had no intention of trying to infuriate Queen Visenya here, he wanted her aid, not her wrath. The throne room was practically barren. Aaron spotted 4 guards and the rest of the great stone walls laid bare, devoid of life or energy. Good morrow, Aaron Velaryon, why are you here? Aaron heard the cold, disinterested voice he knew from the very few interactions he shared with Queen Visenya, and he suddenly felt bad for Maegor then. His own mother was certainly not the greatest, but having to deal with this? Merely the thought of it made him shiver. To request your aid. Your Grace, Aaron choked out and waited for the cold voice of Queen Visenya to answer. Aid in what? Queen Visenya replied with disinterest, and it was all Aaron needed. He raised his head to look at the queen, and the contrast with the figure he remembered was stark. Queen Visenya looked extremely tired. Like she had not slept for days on end. I I wish to lead a force east, to join Prince Maegor in Pentos, Aaron said quickly, sweat dripping down his face. Queen Visenya was terrifying, even in this tired state. So Ethan wishes to foist this onto me. Queen Visenya deduced exactly what his father must have been planning in an instant, and Aaron realized then he had perhaps jumped into this too quickly. He said. Aaron began before Queen Visenya cut him off. He told you he cannot aid you more than helping recruit from Driftmark, yes. Queen Visenya said in an instant, and he wondered if she could read minds. Yes, Your Grace, Aaron said once more, trying not to meet her dark purple eyes. Very well, to hell with his grace, you may recruit here too if you wish. I hear there are already whispers from some people down by the docks, that in Maegor's lowborn squire too, Queen Visenya said with disinterest before Aaron took his gamble. A force from just Driftmark and Dragonstone would be lucky to number 500. Most people had families and lived here on the Blackwater Bay Islands. Aaron needed more. Whispers abound from the east about Prince Maegor working with the Pentoshi prince. To not be absorbed into the Pentoshi army. More men would be needed. Your Grace. Aaron began again, raising his head once more to make eye contact with Queen Visenya. The dark purple eyes of his queen could have killed him then. So filled with rage and sadness and exhaustion. But he fought it off. He had to do this. It was the one chance for Aaron to lead a real force east. Not a ragtag group of small folk from Driftmark and Dragonstone. Yes. Queen Visenya asked expectantly, and Aaron swallowed down a gulp. Might you write some letters? Ask some other lords if they wish to join. Aaron choked out once more, and he could feel the icy glare bore a hole right through his head. Should you not be doing that? You are the one who wishes to lead this force east, no? Queen Visenya asked easily, and Aaron could practically feel himself wither under the pressure. With all due respect, Your Grace. Your word carries much more weight than mine. People still listen to you. I am merely a boy, you are a queen, Aaron continued with a shaky voice, and he spotted Queen Visenya's eyes narrow. I suppose you are right. However, do not get your hopes up. My influence has dwindled recently. I will send some letters to Crack Claw Point, but that is all I will do, Queen Visenya said before abruptly standing up and exiting the throne room from one of the adjacent exits. Breathing a sigh of relief, Aaron picked himself up from one knee after he saw Queen Visenya exit the room and thanked every god he could. That went better than I thought it would, Aaron thought as he wobbled his shaky legs out of the throne room. He had hardly taken a step outside of the throne room before he was accosted by a boy no older than 2 and 10. Lord Aaron. A yell spooked Aaron out of his shivering, and he turned to spot a brown-haired boy rush toward him. Dick Bean, right. Aaron pieced his shattered mind back together and placed the face to a name. Prince Maegor's choice of squire was peculiar, but none could doubt the boy's enthusiasm. Though Aaron felt a little pang of bitterness. This 2 and 10-year-old small folk boy was squired to a prince while he got practically nothing out of his own squireship. Yes, my lord, the brown-haired boy said quickly, before bowing. What are you doing in this castle? Aaron could not help but ask. His knight was no longer the prince of the island. Why was he allowed in? My father is a guard, and nobody has removed me from my room, Dick Bean said sheepishly before Aaron got back on topic. All right, you ran up to me shouting my name, what do you want? Aaron asked easily. He could act lordly in front of this boy at least. He did not feel overwhelmed here. You are going east, yes? That is why you spoke with her grace. Dick Bean said with an energy Aaron wished was infectious. Yes, I plan to go east, Aaron said hesitantly. It was still kind of weird to think about. He thought he would have had to struggle longer. Fought harder to convince people. Yet he really was going east, though nobody could say how long it may take to gather up all the men and organize them and actually go east. Please take me with you. Dick Bean practically yelled and leaned down at the waist, bowing his whole upper body towards Aaron. What? Aaron asked. Is this my first recruit? Aaron thought with a dumbfounded look on his face. I am Prince Maegor's squire, Lord Aaron. He is without a helper in Pentos. It is my duty to follow and aid him in his duties until I become a knight. So, please, take me with you. Dick Bean said, and the last bit caught Aaron's eye. Your father approves of this? Aaron questioned, and he saw the sweat start to dissipate from the boy in front of him. My lord. My father is a loyal man, he would follow me too if my mother were not sick, Dick Bean continued, and Aaron nodded his head. Right, I will be returning to Driftmark for now. When I have a clearer idea of who is all going, and the ships allotted, I will ensure you are taken along, Aaron promised, and the smile on Dick Bean's face was nice to see. Hopefully, others are just as eager to join, Aaron thought as he spun on his heel and moved back towards the docks. He still had a lot to do. Shira 729 AC. Your Grace. Shira queried into the open void and was met with a swift response. Shira. The distinctive voice of her good mother responded to her call, and Shira let out a wide smile. The fruits of her labor were before her. She was unsure if this glass candle would work, given its poor maintenance, though she was pleasantly surprised by the results. You can hear me, yes? Shira asked in a calm voice and was met with a similarly calm reply. I can indeed, it is good to hear from you again, Queen Visenya said, and Shira relished in the change in demeanor, ever since her wedding. Queen Visenya had been much kinder with her. First of all, how did you get a glass candle? Queen Visenya asked readily, and Shira could not remove the smile from her face. She and Maegor had extracted plenty from Pentos. It was a gift from Magister Geshio, in return for taking his daughter on as a lady-in-waiting, along with some goodwill. He was more than happy to part with this candle. Shira still recalled his smile. He had no idea he had just been swindled out of a priceless artifact. Right, and these magisters are treating you too well. Queen Visenya carried on seamlessly. Of course, they are quite fond of Maegor, especially now that he is committed to defending their city, Shira continued. She was still uncertain about Pentos, but as she spent the last 4 moons here she grew to enjoy it more, even if she was unsure if it could ever be her home. I trust that my son is not doing this out of altruism, yes? Queen Visenya questioned, and Shira chuckled to herself. Perhaps the Maegor from before he fought the giant would have. But Maegor was making Pentos pay for every moment he helped them. Indeed, our payment is so vast it beggared belief, though our refurbished manse, and some lesser gifts are certainly appealing. Especially the manse, oh it is wonderful, you must visit sometime, Shira said with her smile stretching from ear to ear. It was hard to overstate just how good today was for her. Perhaps one day. Queen Visenya began before she abruptly stopped. I must thank you for the wonderful job you are doing, Shira, you are fulfilling all of my expectations and more, Queen Visenya said again, and the sincerity was transferred right through the glass candle. Glass candles relate emotions much more clearly than regular speaking. There were no facial expressions to see or body language to study. It took a steady mind and an iron will to hide one's emotions when communicating over glass candle. Yet she could feel Queen Visenya's emotions. Odd, Shira thought as her smile dimmed ever so slightly. There is no need to thank me, Your Grace. I am merely doing my duty as a wife, Shira said with a particularly proud smile, and she wondered if Queen Visenya could feel her overwhelming joy. Shira had trained hard over her 6 moons on Dragonstone, but she still felt like she could not even see mastery on the horizon. Right you are, now enlighten me on what is going on there. I last received a letter from Maegor 2 moons ago. Queen Visenya picked right back up, and Shira fell into lockstep, just like she had for the last 6 years of following Queen Visenya around. Maegor is meeting with a sellsword company right now, I believe they were called the Men of Valor. Her husband was reluctant to leave the city to meet with them, but securing more forces for the coming clash was important. Gathering more men is he? Smart, Queen Visenya said, and Shira could not agree more. Even with a dragon, it paid to be cautious. Feel free to tell him there are more from West Eros on the way, Queen Visenya said, and Shira was stumped. Pardon? Shira asked. A handful of former soldiers had arrived in Pentos and were currently being employed as guards. How many more are coming? Shira thought as the prospect of hosting potentially hundreds of people haunted her thoughts. Maegor's friend, Aaron Vilarion. He has been gathering men and equipment on Driftmark for the last 2 moons. There are also smaller forces mustering around the Crownlands. Who knows when they will depart? She could feel the light surprise in Queen Visenya's tone. And King Aegon has allowed this? Shira hesitantly asked. She knew that King Aegon was a touchy subject with Queen Visenya, but the prospect of enraging him further frightened her. He has not commented. I think he just does not care, Queen Visenya replied with a level of disinterest that sent a shudder down Shira's spine. I will be sure to let Maegor know, Shira said after gathering her calm demeanor once more. You do that, Queen Visenya replied, and Shira could feel the familiar sense of exhaustion start to build. Before I go, Your Grace, could you perhaps tell me, what is happening with my family? Shira asked with a bit of hesitation. Uncertain if she really wanted to know. Besides the fact that they have disavowed your actions? Nothing much. They have not been punished or anything, if that is your concern, Queen Visenya continued, and Shira breathed a sigh of relief. She cared little if her brother was inconvenienced by her actions, but she did feel bad for her father and mother. Both of whom likely had a firestorm brought down upon them. Speaking of, is there anything else we should know about what is going on in West Eros? Shira decided to ask one more question, as she was feeling the exhaustion begin to truly build in her body. I am not particularly glued in, but Lord Martin Hightower was sacked, and the nobles who were in King's Landing were sent home either grumbling or snickering at the fallout, Queen Visenya said with what felt like a bit of smug satisfaction. Thank you, Your Grace. I would love to stay and talk some more, but I must be going. I have a meeting with my handmaidens, Shira said regretfully. She would have continued talking, but she had a lot planned for today. Glass candles were terrifying inventions. It is little wonder why they fell out of use. Even using a glass candle for an hour could leave someone feeling like they just ran 3 laps around the walls of a castle. Indeed, stay safe Shira, Queen Visenya said before she felt the connection slip. Allowing her own eyes to close. She remained kneeling on the pillow for a time as her mind calmed itself. Using a glass candle to communicate was exhausting. Luckily, she did not need to be pulled out like with astral projection, but leaving a conversation using a glass candle could still be dangerous if not done right. After remaining kneeling for a few more moments, Shira shuffled to her feet. She did indeed have a meeting with her ladies scheduled for today. Perhaps one of the last in the palace of House Nerades. As the manse Maegor had negotiated for was rapidly being renovated. Exiting the dark room, she noted the 2 black armored guards fall into lockstep behind her. It was quite a shock when a group of 20 Dragonstone guards showed up in pentos with a Lysani man. Maegor seemed happy to see them at least. He tasked 5 and 10 of them to guard herself and kept 5 around his person, along with the Lysani. Shira appreciated the gesture of giving her more guards, though she would prefer they stay with Maegor. She was certainly in less danger than he was after all. He was meeting with dangerous sellswords today while she got to sit in the garden and speak with her ladies. Rounding the bright and lively halls of the House Nerades manse, she relished in the energy and warmth it gave off. Shira had spent so much time in dreary castles or small mansions that being around large groups of people had been a new experience for her. It was one she welcomed however. Along with the prospect of new friends to call her own. That was part of her giddy joy as she finally rounded a corner and entered a stunning garden. Which even in the mild winter chill, remained bustling with dazzling colors. She spotted her ladies then. They had picked out a small table near a ledge overlooking the city. Damn, I am the last one here, Shira thought with a little disappointment. She was the lady and they were her handmaidens. She was not supposed to show up last to her own meeting. Taking a quick seat next to Tiana. She cleared her throat before beginning. Good day ladies, how are you all? Shira opened quickly. She was still getting used to actually performing the duties of a lady. They were enjoyable and interesting though, so she did not mind the challenge too much. Just wonderful, Lady Shira. What about you? The 3 replied in unison and Shira smiled and nodded. I have never been better, Shira said with a smile before the 3 of her ladies descended back into their small talk. Right, so where were we? Lady Nara spoke in her usual, jovial tone and Shira listened intently. She regretted scheduling her meeting with Queen Visenya so close to this luncheon. Unfortunately you had to coordinate very closely to actually communicate with glass candles due to the short times to speak and fickle nature of the candles. I believe we were speaking about Lady Firia's upcoming marriage, Tiana replied easily and Shira's eyes darted to Firi. I believe you have a story to tell, Shira said with a cheeky grin. Firi was the newest addition to her roster. Thus she did not know her the best. What is there to say, Firi said tucking a stray lock of her sand blonde hair behind her ear. Revealing her wide smile. How about everything, Shira replied. This was just the kind of juicy gossip Shira so desperately wanted. My father just decided on the date of my wedding, that's all. I had known I would be marrying into House Dakalo since I was a little girl, Firi continued with her wide smile and Shira wanted to know more. Firi Seltra was a young woman just reaching adulthood, just a year younger than herself. The young Pentashi noblewoman was quite the catch in the city. Her sandy blonde hair and deep purple eyes would certainly entice any normal man. She had met Firi during one of the many banquets she and her husband continued to attend. Though the number was decreasing, with the whole city gearing up for war. Now that the conclave had officially affirmed Maegor's demands for his aid. That must be nice, knowing the certainty, Lady Nara Brinil commented and Shira did not really know how to feel about that. Only if your match is already good, if not, you merely have longer to dread, Tiana replied instantly and Shira backed her thoughts. Knowing for years that you would be married off to some fat slob like her brother made her genuinely shiver. I concur, knowing is nice only if you like your match, Shira commented and gave her friend a smile. Tiana was her first handmaiden and she was no doubt the closest with her. Despite her husband's best efforts. Before she could dwell on that particular sore spot with her husband. Firia's confident expression softened. Lady Shira, might you tell me? What is marriage like? Firi said in an uncharacteristic bout of nervousness and Shira was more than ready to give her experienced reply. It is wonderful, to share your life with the one you love is a dream. Though my experience is hardly ordinary, Shira said with a small smile. She imagined few girls were as lucky as her. Right, is there anything I should look out for? Firi continued and Shira finally spotted her nervous squirming. Do you know your husband to be? Shira asked and Firi nodded. Yes, he is a good man. Not fat, not too old, kind when I have met him, Firi continued and Shira nearly sighed in relief. She did not wish a terrible marriage on anyone besides Alyssa Vilarayan. Then I believe you will be just fine. There are something to get used to. As your life is no longer solely your own. But I think the positives outweigh the negatives, Shira said with a smile as she recalled her last argument with her husband. Maegor Targaryen greatly disliked Tiana of Pentos. Shira had a hard time understanding why. From the moment the two first interacted, Maegor treated her like she was made of poison wrapped in fire. He tried to forbid her from meeting with Tiana at all. The very notion enraged Shira, so she took on Lady Tiana as a handmaiden. Partially out of spite and partially because Tiana was just an interesting person to be around. The base-born daughter of the Prince of Pentos and one of the Maid of the Fields from nearly 20 years ago. Tiana was well liked in the city. With an excellent education and an interest in magic and politics. Sharing the same interests as herself, she found Tiana to be the truest friend she had in Pentos. Their discussions were lively and energetic. Tiana was someone she could speak freely to. Speak about her genuine interests. She had to play no ladylike games with the black-haired woman. Yet her husband did not relent. Unable to merely dismiss her without alienating Prince Nevio. He laid some very strict ground rules upon Shira. She was never to meet with Tiana alone. She was not allowed to spend more than half a day with her black-haired friend. He even forbade her from eating or drinking around Tiana. Hence why they were at a luncheon without any food or drink. It all grated on Shira. She and Maegor had nothing come up for a full moon of marriage. They agreed on everything and anything. Yet they had devolved so easily into an argument. Why won't he just tell me what is wrong with her, Shira thought as she took another glance at her friend. She was met with a returned glance as Shira realized she had been thinking for far too long. As all of her ladies were staring at her. Ahem, sorry about that, I got lost in thought. Shira waved away the concerned looks on her handmaidens' faces before they all reluctantly fell back into conversation. Thank you, Lady Shira, Fairy said with a light bow, and Shira continued to wave it away. It is no issue, Lady Fairy. We are friends after all, Shira said with a smile. Genuinely having friends again was magical. No longer did she spend her days locked in her room. Reading books or making potions, or scouring the world with a glass candle. Now she spent her days with her husband or with her friends. It was a joyous thing. Forgive me for backtracking so, but you mentioned your own abnormal marriage, Lady Shira, might you answer a question for me? Tiana suddenly asked in her usual deeply calm voice, and Shira cocked her head. Of course, ask away, Shira said with a smile. Sure, she and Maegor had shared a few arguments over the last few moons, but besides Tiana, they were as close as a husband and wife could be. Soon to be even closer than that, Shira thought with a smile. I have heard the story of you and Prince Maegor's daring secret marriage. My question is, why go to such lengths, to banish yourself, when you could have opted for a polygamous match? Tiana questioned, and Shira felt her body go cold. Their very notion disgusted her to the core. I dislike the very idea, truth be told. Marriage is supposed to be a special thing, shared between two people, Shira answered half-heartedly. She did not like this train of thought. The idea of sharing Maegor, let alone being a second wife, it was not something she wished to think about any longer. Is it not a Valyrian tradition? Tiana asked thoughtfully, and Shira narrowed her eyes at her friend. Why is she pushing this? Shira thought before she continued on instinct. I have seen the effects of a polygamous match firsthand. I do not wish that life on myself, my husband, nor our children, Shira said quickly before she clapped a hand to her mouth. You are with child. Two of her ladies suddenly, and loudly, exclaimed before Shira mentally braided herself. Great job, Shira, she thought, wanting to hit her thigh. She had wanted to tell Maegor first. But she had just let it slip. The healer had told her just this morning, and she was trying her damnedest to keep it a secret. She tried to catch Maegor after figuring it out, but he had already departed the city atop Tarax. Yes, please keep your voice down. I wanted to tell my husband first, Shira said sadly. Of course, my lady. I apologize, both Fairy and Nara said quickly, and Tiana said quietly afterwards. The conversation quickly devolved into baby talk. Names, whether it will be a boy or a girl, being a mother. It was all discussed, and throughout all of it, Shira could not help but feel that Tiana was staring at her when she thought she wouldn't notice. She didn't know why, but she felt a strange sense of foreboding. Like she had just stepped in front of a dangerous beast. 24 Maegor 13/Shira 8. Maegor 13. 29 AC. Hurry the fuck up, I thought as my deep purple eyes glared at three soldiers taking their sweet ass time making their way into our elaborate tent. The wait for these assholes to arrive was agony. Scheduling the meeting time and place was already irritating, but actually getting them into the damn tent was almost worse. Professional soldiers they may be, but they certainly did not show it. Slow as a snail and more disorganized than I could have imagined. Their camp was shoddily constructed and hastily thrown together outside the Pentoshi fortress city of Goyandrohi. Of course, they could not just meet in Pentos, I thought with a sneer as they finally sat themselves down across from us. Good morrow, Captain Cyros. We have been expecting you. I heard Prince Nevio resound from my right and a mix of thanks and anger resounded from my emotions. It was he who had called me to accompany him to the Pentoshi-held fortress city of Goyandrohi to actually discuss bringing the men of valor into the employ of Pentos. Yet he was also mostly handling the negotiations himself. He and his aide from the conclave, Magister Thorello Obazaz. Good Moro Prince Iranyor, the presumed captain of this sellsword company, returned before taking a seat directly opposite the Prince of Pentos. This Syros person was noticeably different from the soldiers I had spied from our small camp. Dressed in the same boring, though surely well-crafted armor as those under his command. He possessed a distinctive flaming signet on the right side of his chest plate. His two aides at his side possessed similar signets, though they were silver and smaller than the large gold one their captain wore. So I hear you wish to hire us to fight somebody. The captain drawled out with a bored tone, and before I could even narrow my eyes Prince Nevio continued. That is what you sellswords do, correct? Prince Nevio answered with a smile, and I let out a breath I did not know I was holding. I had prepared to participate in this meeting, but it seemed I could afford to zone out a bit. Indeed, though it depends on who we are fighting and for how much, the captain said with a smile behind his helm before he removed the rather dull-looking iron helmet. The intricacies of their conversation were lost to me as I once again began to fret involuntarily. Of course, Shira would pick her to befriend, I thought while barely repressing a shiver. Tiana of the Tower was perhaps the most dangerous person in Pentos. I knew from my past memories that she claimed to have poisoned my original self's wives, thus resulting in the deaths of their children before they were born. Yet I could not rid myself of this dastardly woman. I could feel it in my bones she was bad news. I had been willing to give some people a chance since being reborn. Knowing that things were different made me think some people could be too. I had mixed results thus far. Yet I would afford no such courtesy to Tiana of Pentos. However, I was hamstrung in my efforts. By the time I shook off my shock and fear at the sight of the woman who had enabled the psychopath, my original self would have become. My wife had already taken her on as a handmaiden, and because her father was the prince, there was very little I could do to get her dropped. Fuck. I thought again, just remembering it, resisting the urge to slam my fist down onto the table. This was without a doubt the greatest mistake I had made since being reborn. Forget nearly dying in the Riverlands, or getting stuck in a meat grinder for 9 moons, or even getting banished from my own home and denounced by my father. I had allowed a snake to crawl into my home and threaten my family. If only I could just kill the bitch and be done with this whole problem, I thought with a barely repressed sneer. I had been frantically trying to find some solutions to my current problem, but none seemed to stick. Tiana proved a wonderful actor and did not reveal even the smallest bit of danger to the world, which made dealing with her a veritable nightmare. Killing her myself was definitely out of the question. Surely I would be capable, but it would completely erase all the work I had been doing to make friends in this city. So brazenly killing Tiana, who appeared to do nothing wrong, was a surefire way to get myself and Shira banished at best and assassinated in our sleep at worst. That left me with few options. Unable to kill her, I just needed to watch Shira like a hawk. Unfortunately, I was also vital for the defense of Pentos and had to be called away to meetings like this quite frequently. If only Tiana were not here, I thought with a frown before my thoughts were interrupted. You wish to fight the Dothraki? Are you mad? I heard the captain rudely interrupt my thoughts before I could continue plotting and dreaming. We do, and we would like your help. Magister Thorello picked up this time, and I let out a sigh. It would seem it was time for me to interject. I would have to continue planning later. Forget it. Have you forgotten what happened to Kohor and Norvos? Norvos hired every sellsword company they could, and the Khal of Cal still butchered their army and put their city to the sword. The captain was apoplectic at the thought of facing the Dothraki, and I was stuck between being disgusted at his cowardice and sympathizing with him. From what I gathered, the Dothraki were much more competent and feared in this world. If they were half as competent and brutal as the nomadic warriors of my old memories, then these people had every right to be afraid. Neither Norvos nor Kohor had a dragon on their side, I interjected with a confident smile. The coming battle with the Dothraki was surely going to be a difficult and hard-fought one, but I was certain we could win it. Dragons had changed the course of many a battle from my memories, and so long as we had some competent leadership on the ground, we should be able to pull off a win with careful planning and preparations. So the rumors are true. You are a Targaryen. The captain said, eyeing me up and down before huffing. Yet you do not ride the Black Dread. The Rhoynar were able to fell 3 dragons and the Dornish got another. What makes you so certain the Dothraki won't drop you from the skies as well? The captain said with a questioning look, and I resisted the urge to punch him. To so blatantly insult my dragon to my face was bold, I would give him that. Younger dragons were certainly not invulnerable, but Terax was more than large enough to face an army in combat and survive it with little issues. The Dragon Keepers already placed him at over a fifth the size of Bael Ryan, and he was still growing rapidly. Having already long since surpassed my brother's dragon Quicksilver, he might even be a quarter the size of the Black Dread by the end of the year. Even still, dragons only ever died when facing other dragons, being too young to fight, or when their riders acted with particularly egregious levels of overconfidence. That, or sheer, Unimaginable levels of dumb luck. I would suffer from none of that. The Dothraki possessed no dragons of their own. Terax was plenty large and strong. More than strong enough for a single battle. I was not going to go in solo and fight several thousand men alone like a fool, and I doubted I shared my aunt's same level of hatred from whatever spiteful creature controlled luck in this world. Before I could retort, the arrogant captain continued. If your dragon is so strong and mighty, why ask for our help at all? Surely you can handle this, the captain said, clearly looking to get out of the meeting. Are you sure you are the man of valor? You certainly do not sound like it right now. I let the insult slip from my lips before internally wincing. Insulting those you wish to hire was likely not the greatest idea, but I had stomached enough stupidity from this man. We have valor, but we are also not stupid. A fight with the Dothraki is certain death. Nobody has beaten them. What makes you different? The captain replied with a sneer before Magister Thorello spoke up. Ahem, trust not the bluster of our guest, trust the decades of planning and preparations we have been making. Prince Maegor is merely a recent addition to our forces. We are not relying on him for our victory, Magister Thorello cut in, and I was reminded of the rather spindly Magister. He was no fan of mine. I first learned that fact in the Pentoshi conclave, where he was perhaps the most skeptical of my willingness to help the city of Pentos. Calling for caution and leading a rather large group that balked at the scale of payment I demanded. As if you can attach a payment to a dragon at all, I thought with a silent glare sent his way. He emphasized the word guest too. On that much we could agree. I had not hated my stay in Pentos thus far, but the feeling of homesickness was quickly dawning. I had barely been on Dragonstone for a day in the last year and a half. Even still, I knew I would be here for a while at least, so I leveraged my demands to set myself and Shira up here for a few years. My brother would surely lift my banishment, but there were some years off before he became king. So assuming Aegon does not get a change of heart and lift it earlier, I was looking towards at least 7 or 8 years in Pentos if my past memories served me correctly. Yet you brought him along. The captain continued, pointing a finger towards me. Some plan you must have to only start recruiting after hiring a dragon lord, the captain continued with another scoff, and I was tempted to just leave. I had far more important places to be right now. Like at the side of my wife who was in serious mortal danger. We only began hiring now because we were preparing to pay all sellswords we hire a worthy sum for the task at hand. Prince Nevio excellently countered this dullard, and I could see the greedy eyes of the captain light up behind his dirty brown locks. You seriously think you can win? The captain asked with hesitation present in his tone, and it was clear we had won. The prince just needed to negotiate down his payment as far as possible. With your help, careful planning, and a dragon lord, yes. Prince Nevio answered with a false calm. I had shared drinks with this man over the last 2 moons, and I knew privately he was far more pessimistic. Suddenly the man to the captain's right began speaking. Then shall we begin to discuss payment? The man said, and I mentally noted him as some sort of quartermaster. Perhaps he is smarter than his captain, I thought with hope as the table descended into talks of how many thousands of pounds of gold they would earn and their share of loot from a potential raid on the Dothraki camp. Throughout all of it, all I wanted was to return to my wife, so I could keep her safe. I got back to Pentos in what must have been record time. Terax cutting through the air like a hot knife through butter. All towards my singular goal. To make sure my wife was safe and sound. Damn it all, I thought again, I could hardly get Taina out of my mind. It was like there was a snake hanging right above my head, just waiting to strike at my neck. Yet I could not just cast away this snake. Her father was Prince Nevio, who had deep connections and was able to keep most of the dogs at bay for now. Her father aside, Taina's budding friendship with my wife was the most concerning. I had never truly argued with Shira before we moved here. Sure, we had playfully shared witty retorts and snarky remarks, but I had never truly argued with her. Yet we were arguing more and more frequently about Taina. Worst of all, I could not piece together a concrete argument for why she had to go. All I had were gut feelings and fright, which Shira waved away. For fuck's sake, I thought again. I could not even really blame Shira. I had thought of numerous excuses, but I had already made that path far more difficult. Shira was likely to assume any of my excuses were in fact excuses and deny them. I could probably forbid Taina from my home, but that would no doubt raise questions with Prince Nevio, threatening our position within the city. I brought Terax down in a clearing near the House Nerades Palace and sent a glance toward the manse we would be moving to in a few days. I hoped I could feel a bit more secure there. Thorello Obazaz had made it abundantly clear we were not universally loved in this city. On the contrary, many were wary of our presence. Sure, some nobles and magisters like the prince, Illyrio, and Geshio were quite fond of me and my wife. But there was definitely a sizable group who were wary of my presence. I would have to tread carefully after the Dothraki were defeated and my usefulness began to wane. For now, though, I have a snake to deal with, I thought with a glare as I descended from my dragon's saddle and sent him away. I would call him back when I needed him, or when I next wished to fly. I made my way into the palace I currently called home. Shira was either in the garden with her ladies still or reading in our room. Deciding to head to our chambers first, I walked with a quick pace and practically flew past all of the different servants and slaves that filled the palace. Opening the door, I was met with my good luck. I found my wife sitting in one of the spare chairs in the room, humming to herself happily as she read some small book. Good evening, I broke the silence with a smile and I watched my wife's head snap up in an instant. Maegor. She practically yelled as she launched herself towards me with a surprising quickness. Catching her so that she would not hit her head on my armor. I gave her a quick spin before setting her down in front of me. Before I could get a word out, she then wrapped me in what must have been the tightest hug she could manage. Shira Kahiri's was not particularly strong. You seem happy, I said with a smile as I peeled her off my body and placed a kiss on her forehead. Shira had grown a lot more lively since our marriage. It was a wonderful sight to behold. Her dour mood had been thoroughly cast away, though she seemed particularly chipper today. Of course I am, I tried to catch you this morning but I missed you, she said with a beaming smile, and my interest was piqued. Catch me? We sleep in the same bed, I said with a small smile and Shira gave me an adorable pout in return. That's not what I meant. I spoke with the healer this morning, he confirmed my suspicions. I am with child. Shira said with a yell and threw herself at me again. I did not return her hug this time as I was practically frozen in my mind. With child? I thought with a sense of utter disbelief. Truly? I asked, uneasiness present in my tone. Of course. Do you think I would lie to you about something like that? Shira said, pulling herself off of me and giving me a raised eyebrow. That is wonderful. I practically yelled as I lifted her off her feet and into the air. A child of my own, I thought with a giddy joy I had not felt in years. I almost felt like I could cry. I had worried a few times in the past that I may be infertile. Even if Tiana was telling the truth to my original self. The original me had still failed to produce a single heir with any of his 6 wives. To hear that Shira was pregnant, it was a joyous thing. All those sleepless nights, full of worry and fear. It all seemed meaningless now. Shira was with child. I know. I haven't told Queen Visenya yet, I assumed you would want to tell her, Shira said with a little smirk of her own and I narrowed my eyes at her. She just does not want to deal with her excitement, I thought with a small smile as words began spinning in my head. I would need to draft a letter to Dragonstone after we were done here. Could you put me down? Shira asked after a moment and I realized I was still holding her aloft. Sorry, I got distracted, I said with a smile and I noticed Shira was practically jumping with joy. That is fine, truth be told I have gotten lost in thought a few times too, Shira waved it away and moved back towards her seat. Tell me of your day. Shira said sitting back in her rocking chair. You first, mine was quite boring, I said with a smile, sitting across from her on the bed. Well you already know what I was doing this morning, Shira said with a shrug and I returned a small smile as I began removing my armor. It was quite heavy and I was certainly not planning on going out again. Indeed, tell me of the rest of your day, I returned as I lifted my chest plate over my head. Well, I spoke with Queen Visenya right after I got back from the healer, Shira said with a nervous smile and I nodded knowingly. I had forgotten that Shira and my mother had coordinated a time to test speaking with the glass candle I had acquired. So it worked then. I asked for confirmation I did not need. Yes. Though keeping this secret was a lot harder than I thought it would be, Shira said with a smile and a hand placed over her stomach. I imagine so, I affirmed and Shira excitedly jumped to the next point. Oh right. I received news from Queen Visenya. Shira excitedly pronounced before I quickly cut her off. What did she say? I asked expectantly. No doubt my mother had some news for us. We were already 4 moons into our stay in Pentos. Surely some events were going on in West Eros. Aaron Vilarion is gathering a force of soldiers and lesser lords to cross the narrow sea and join us here. Shira said excitedly and I was stunned into silence. Aaron, coming here? To willingly join me in exile? I thought with a sense of disbelief. Are you happy? Shira asked and I realized my face was frozen in a blank expression. Yes. I am. I quickly assured, spotting the uneasy expression on my wife's face. The last thing I wanted to do was worry her now. I was beyond overjoyed, the thought of seeing my friends again was a grand one, it was just a surprising idea to consider. Me too, maybe it means you can stop spending time with that Lysine, Shira said quickly, in a slightly bitter tone before covering her mouth. Maybe, I said just as easily, though with a slightly calmer and more emotionless tone. Shira had not exactly taken a liking to some of my companions in Pentos. She got along well enough with the Pentoshi magisters I frequently spent time with, along with the guards who came over from Dragonstone, it was just the man who brought them here which irked her. Matari Savlis. A brand new resident of Dragonstone and also my former turncoat. He had spent about 2 moons in travel to get his family from Lis to Pentos, but he was just getting settled in when I was banished. To say it was a shock seeing him appear in Pentos accompanied by 20 guards from Dragonstone would be a severe understatement. I could not fault Shira for her skepticism of this former pirate though. Apparently, he left Westeros to join the man he owed everything to, but I did not truly buy that. He was certainly a suspicious individual, already proven to be willing and capable of throwing his superiors under the wagon. Yet all the same, he was an interesting person to speak with. I decided I would keep him around, though at arm's length. Growing too close to this man just for him to stab me in the back was hardly something I wanted nor needed right now. Ahem, then. I cleared the silence between us. She still had more to tell. Right. Then I went to the garden and spent a nice midday with my handmaidens, then I merely waited in here for you to return. Handmaidens, my mind repeated back to me and my whole body went cold again. All the joy I had been brimming with for the last few minutes was practically extinguished in a flash. Shira was pregnant, with our child, and Tyana of the tower was practically alone with her today. Fuck. Shira 8:29 AC. Groaning awake had become a common occurrence for Shira the last 2 moons. It seemed that the queasy feeling she had been growing accustomed to decided to attack her this day as well. Fighting the urge to vomit, she shuffled in the arms of her husband and he readily let her go, though she noticed him also get up behind her. She quickly righted herself before closing her eyes and taking deep breaths. Her mornings had looked like this for a while now. It made enjoying their new man's much more difficult. Especially because she had been losing much of her mornings to these bouts of sickness. She felt the bed shift as her husband left the room, no doubt going for the healer. Like I need his help, Shira thought with a pang of annoyance. The local healers of Pentos were of much lesser quality on average compared to the maesters of Westeros. The greatest healers in the world resided in Essos, but they were very few and far between. The average healer could barely hold a candle to the average maester, was what Shira had discovered since the beginning of her pregnancy. She had to correct the healers gifted to her by House Neredes several times now. Getting the measurements of certain remedies wrong or just plain out not understanding what she was dealing with. Shira wondered if this was how Queen Visenya felt during her pregnancy. It was practically the only example she had to work off of, given she had ignored her own mother's musings on the topic. Hearing the door open once more, she expected to see the spindly healer hired on, but instead, she found her husband and a servant she did not recognize carrying a tray. Quickly glancing at the plate sat down on the table by their bedside before her nausea forced her eyes shut again, she noticed some small pieces of bread and some lemon water. So he can listen, Shira thought with an annoyed smile. Shira had not expected the reaction Maegor would have toward her pregnancy. He had been attentive to her needs, but perhaps too much. He practically never left her side and the constant companionship had quickly turned from endearing to irritating. Her times with her ladies had been cut shorter and shorter, instead being replaced with seemingly endless meetings with the healer and a similarly endless stream of nobles arriving at their new manse on the outskirts of the city to give their congratulations. News spread rapidly in this city and the news of her being with child was now widely known. I wish he would just trust me, Shira thought, holding back a huff as she nibbled on the small, hard, bland pieces of bread and took small sips of her water. At first, she found her husband's concern for her endearing. The feeling of being doted on and worried over was refreshing, especially because for so long she had played the part of the worrier. Yet now she was beginning to resent it. Queen Visenya had trained her for this. Trained her to be the best wife for Maegor she could be. She read countless books, tomes, and grimoires. All set to help Shira be the best wife she could be for Maegor. She knew exactly what she was feeling with her pregnancy and she even knew remedies for it, yet her husband still sought the advice of these experts. Yet all they did was flounder around. Even then she could stomach answering the healer's foolish questions and correcting him on his foolish assumptions. Yet she was growing more and more irritated with her husband controlling who she could and could not meet with. She had not met with her handmaidens in almost 2 se'nights now, and even then, their last meeting was for hardly any time at all. After her handmaidens were dismissed she had to return to her books and whatever else she could busy herself with. Not today though, today she would meet with her ladies. She had already approved it with her overbearing husband, though she had to acquiesce to the presence of several more guards in the room with them. Good enough, Shira thought as she began to feel her sickness subside. Shira understood the fear of being targeted. Truly she was well aware that over the last 2 moons, the nobles of Pentos began to shake off their momentary jubilation at the arrival of a dragon lord to save them. Many more were beginning to realize that with the acquiring of a manse in the city, along with establishing ties to several powerful families, they were not merely altruistic in their endeavors. Many nobles and magisters feared that they would take over this city. As if, Shira thought again. From what she could gather, the politics of Pentos were a veritable nightmare. The thought of having to manage such a system sounded positively agonizing to Shira. However, she was working on assumptions. She would have to discuss their future here with Maegor once their child was born. Feeling better. She heard her husband whisper to her in front of her and Shira realized she had kept her eyes closed. Yes, Thank you for the bread and water, Shira quickly replied. She had gotten lost in thought again. Of course, do you need anything else? Maegor asked, and Shira fought the urge to bristle at the question. It was asked so sincerely, like he could not see that he was denying her time with her friends. I am fine, do you not have a war meeting today? Shira asked. More than anything she just wanted some time alone with her friends. Her current situation was stifling. They have been wishing to meet with me. But I will remain here if that is what you wish, Maegor said easily, worry coloring his tone. I will be just fine here, go meet with the magisters. Shira dismissed her husband with all the energy she could manage. Very well, Maegor said, standing up and preparing to depart the building, and Shira breathed a sigh of relief. The garden overlooking the sea in their new manse was a welcome reprieve for Shira, who had grown accustomed to the rather dull interior of their new manse. Perhaps we could get some further decorations, Shira quietly mused to herself. The villa on the outskirts of the city had been quickly renovated for their use after that first meeting between Maegor and the prince. The hasty renovations had meant that the manse still lacked much of the finery that Shira had grown accustomed to seeing on the walks through the halls. They lacked great tapestries, fanciful works of art, priceless artifacts adorning the main solar, expensive books, and other works of beauty. The garden of their new manse was the one part that actually looked like it belonged to a prince. Filled with dozens of different colors of flowering plants, the cool temperatures of winter did little to stifle the veritable rainbow of colors that adorned her eyes. Even still, the beautiful sight merely necessitated further renovations of the interior of the manse. The two greatest decorations they currently possessed were Dark Sister, which hung on the wall when it was not otherwise on Maegor's hip, and the ornate chest she had purchased for her glass candle. Such a travesty could not stand. Her family would be brought up in this palace, and she would not allow her little prince or princess to be raised in veritable squalor. Deep in thought, my lady. Tiana broke Shira from her thoughts, and she turned to face her greatest friend here. Indeed, Tiana. My apologies, Shira quickly answered. She had called her handmaidens here, and yet she was the one hardly speaking at all. It is of no concern, my lady. Tiana quickly assuaged her fears, and Shira once more detested her husband's actions toward this poor woman. Maegor had been gripped by the fanciful notion that Tiana may be part of some plot to harm her. What has gotten into him? Shira thought again, eyeing her friend up and down. He was positively petrified of the possibility of her being poisoned during her pregnancy. All of it only served to anger Shira further. Does he have so little trust in me? Shira thought, balling her hands into fists. Sure, she had not exactly been forthcoming with the true extent of her tutelage by Queen Visenya. But even still, he should know better. Queen Visenya had thoroughly drilled into her the importance of her position during her training on Dragonstone. Sure, she mainly focused on the acquiring of magical insights and training, but she had made dozens of tonics, antidotes, poisons, and potions to cure or inflict all sorts of ills. She was more than ready to treat any potential poisoning, and she had even been preparing for such a possibility, even if she did not think it likely. She knew that she may be a target given her husband's growing opposition in the conclave, yet she balked at the idea that it was her who should be worried about an assassination attempt. Maegor was the one constantly out in the city with miscreants and other nobles far more likely to stick a knife in his back than her own handmaidens were to poison her. My lady? Are you feeling well? Nara asked this time, and Shira had to gather her thoughts. She was being rude to her ladies. She could worry about what to do with Maegor later. My apologies, I was just feeling nauseous again, Shira said, a bit of a fib. Truthfully, the salty fresh air and wonderful aromas from the flowers were easing such a burden. That and the small pieces of bread she continued to snack on throughout the day. Mayhaps you should have some tea? I have been told it does wonders for women with child, Fairy asked this time, and Shira pondered the idea. She had been diligently following her husband's demands that she not drink anything near her ladies, but she had been growing more and more tired with such stipulations. She was holding luncheons with no lunch and tea parties with no tea. It was a travesty. That sounds good, might you send for some tea? Shira quickly acquiesced before turning to the guard in the garden and asking him to go and fetch tea. She was quite comfortable in her seat, and she had little desire to get up. Of course, my lady, the guard originally from Dragonstone said before bowing and leaving in a rush. Maegor had assigned her guards to her, and they were remarkably loyal. They were loyal enough to follow them across the sea into exile after all. Turning back to her friends, she spied Tiana shift in her seat before beginning again. Have you thought of a name for the child yet, my lady? Tiana asked with her usual calm tone, and Shira fought the urge to ask her if she was all right. Names, Maegor and I have discussed a few. Why, do you have some suggestions? Shira asked excitedly. She knew the prince or princess currently growing in her womb would need a name befitting Prince Maegor Targaryen's firstborn. Plus baby talk was exactly what she needed to get her mind away from her troubles. First tell us what you are thinking. Nara excitedly jumped in, and Shira was reminded of her youth. The same age as Maegor, and the youngest among her ladies. Her youthful excitement was something Shira wished to share. If it is a girl, I have suggested Visenya and Maegor has suggested Daenerys. Shira began with the girls. She had a gut feeling she would have a son, but the idea of having a little princess was too exciting to pass up. Visenya, like your good mother. Tiana perked up at that and Shira nervously smiled. Yes, I owe her so very much, I think it's only fair. Though my husband wishes for some more original names, Shira confessed. Maegor was not opposed to the idea of naming his potential daughter Visenya, but he thought it would be a little awkward. Daenerys sounds pretty, if you do not use it then I will, Fury interjected and Shira had to agree and return a smile. She had no idea where he pulled the name from, but it was a good one. It kind of grated on her, it was so good she had a hard time arguing against it. Oh, your wedding is soon, yes? Shira asked, but her three ladies were having none of it. Please, do not leave us in the dark with the boys, my lady, the three all said in unison and the timing was uncanny. Oh boys, Shira began. Truth be told, she had far less of an idea for a potential boy. She should be more prepared for such a possibility, it was the ideal situation after all. Yet she had too many ideas. I am still sort of unsure, I have floated names like Viserys, Elix and Gamon, but they all feel off to me, Shira said with a heavy heart. She was not very good with names. She had consulted every book she could looking for inspiration, yet none seemed to stick with her. What of your husband, does he have any ideas? Tiana asked and Shira noted her mentioning of Maegor. Her husband's treatment of her friend had been appalling. Shira had apologized to Tiana numerous times for it, yet she seemed to wave it all away. However, Shira was a little confused as to why she kept bringing him up. He made it readily clear he wanted absolutely nothing to do with her. Before she could continue to spill her thoughts, the guard arrived with a servant who was carrying a teapot and a set of teacups. Right, the tea. Shira thought, feeling the nausea return. As the tea was set down in front of her, the servant departed. She took in the smells. Shira fought the overwhelming urge to vomit. She had to test many different foods during her early pregnancy, trying to find what would set off the nausea. It seemed this tea was certainly not an option. Pardon me, Shira quickly said, standing up from her seat and moving towards the balcony. Attempting to get some fresh air and a reprieve from the smell. Are you feeling well, my lady? The guard suddenly asked, appearing behind her, and Shira shook her head. I will be fine, just need a moment to gather myself, Shira said quickly. She disliked making people worry, she could handle herself. Being dotted on like this had grown into an irritating feeling, it was like she was back in Harrenhal all over again. Just then, Fury and Nara joined her on the balcony. Is the tea not to your taste, Lady Shira? Fury asked with a look of concern coloring her face, and Shira hurriedly tried to assuage her friend. No, I am sure it will be fine. Just a momentary bout of nausea, that's all. She reassured her friend. It had been Fury's idea to get tea and she hardly wished to put blame on the poor woman. Perhaps forcing it down will aid with the nausea. Tea is known to have medicinal effects, Tiana suddenly said, appearing to her right whereas her other ladies were to her left. Perhaps you are correct, Shira acquiesced. Tiana shared much of her knowledge and interest in magic and medicine. So much so that she had even offered fertility medicine to her on one occasion, though she politely turned it down. So perhaps she was right. She had not really had much tea over the last 2 moons. With focusing on moving to the new manse in her early pregnancy taking up much of her time and energy. Are you feeling well enough to get back to the table? Nara asked innocently, and Shira almost laughed. I am plenty strong, Lady Nara. Just a bit queasy, Shira said with a reassuring smile. She had flown on the back of a dragon, she could manage a little nausea. Returning to her seat, Shira continued to fight off the absolutely vile smell wafting from the tea as 4 cups were poured. One for each of her ladies and herself. Fury and Nara brought the tea to their lips and both made sounds of delight. This is wonderful, what is this tea exactly? Furia excitedly said, and Nara nodded along too. My apologies, but I haven't got a clue, Shira said, shrugging her shoulders. So it is good. Shira thought, staring at her own cup. We must ask the cooks later. I do not know which merchant you got this from, but I must know, Nara continued where Fury left off, and the urge to at least try the tea was at war with Shira's revulsion to the smell. What do you think, Lady Tiana? Shira quickly turned to her friend, who had brought the cup to her lips readily. It is good, though I prefer golden tea, Tiana said, lowering the cup from her lips back onto the table. Ooh, you have some expensive tastes, Fury said with a teasing smile, and Tiana merely shrugged her shoulders and smiled. What can I say? It is in my blood, Tiana said with an exasperated smile on her face, and Shira smiled at the quip. Tiana rarely quipped back, when she did she was tactful and short with it. Before Shira could lift the cup to her lips, Nara turned to her. My lady, you said your husband had some boy names picked out. Her youngest friend asked, and Shira was surprised she had forgotten. Oh right, he had some, but they all feel off somehow, Shira confessed once more. She had not thought that finding a name for her child would be the most difficult question she could ask herself. Well, what might they be? Tiana asked this time. She appeared to be a lot more chipper all of a sudden. Full of energy compared to how she was before. He said Orion and Balin appealed to him. Yet both feel off in some way, Shira said, hoping her friends could come up with something. Yes, quite a conundrum. Tiana continued before Fury jumped in. You have thought of taking names from your husband's family, but what of your own? You are Valyrian too, surely there are some names you could pull from your own family lineage, Fury said happily, and Shira had never really thought of the idea. Both she and Maegor looked heavily upon their shared Targaryen heritage, but she had plenty of non-Targaryen blood too. Names, Shira thought, trying to remember the few mentions of her Kahiri's ancestors from her father's stories. Brothers, fathers, uncles, grandfathers, surely there must be some names for you to pull from. Tiana said, and Shira nearly died thinking of naming her son after her brother. I will never name my child after my lecherous slob of a brother, Shira said instantly. A fierce rage covered her tone. The very notion of cursing her child with the name Gargan made her wish to fling herself from the balcony. Her brother had thoroughly ruined that name for her. Well, what of some other names? Surely you have some other male names to pull from. Nara interjected, and Shira was calmed by her voice. Nara was just a great person to be around. A jovial and friendly person wrapped in a veneer of kindness. Vyagon is too close to Aegon for my liking, Shira first considered her uncle. He was a warrior, a skilled one to boot. It would not be a terrible name, but it being so close to her new nephew Aegon was irksome. Not to mention the closeness with the king. Quentyn maybe? You have spoken highly of your grandfather before, his could be a good legacy to inherit, Tiana continued, and Shira smiled at the thought. Quentyn Targaryen, hey, Shira thought before deciding against the idea. Quentyn Targaryen does not sound quite right, I cannot explain why, Shira said easily. The rest of her ladies then descended into thought, Fury and Nara taking another sip of their tea. Lady Shira, are you not going to partake? Tiana suddenly asked, and Shira was cleared from her thoughts. Oh right, Shira said, bringing her cup of tea closer to her face. The cup had barely reached her lips when the smell pushed her away again. I am sorry ladies, I do not think I can drink this, Shira said, placing the cup back down on the table. The smell was just too repulsive, not to mention the terrible gut feeling she had. She could sit in its presence, but the thought of actually ingesting such a drink made her wish to vomit. Are you sure, my lady? I can assure you it is quite good, Tiana quickly responded, and Shira shook her head. I am sure, though do not let that stop you from enjoying your own tea, Shira said with a smile, and she noticed sweat form on her black-haired friend's face. Are you all right, Tiana? Shira asked, and Tiana quickly waved it away. Yes, I am just fine. The sun is merely right above me, that's all, Tiana said with haste unlike her, and Shira's interest was piqued. Right, back to names, Shira righted the course of their conversation. It had gotten wildly off course again. What about your father? Nara asked, and Shira pondered the name. Durin Targaryen, Shira thought before a smile rose to her face. She liked the name, it did justice to her father and gifted her potential son with a name worthy of a prince. I like his name, Durin Targaryen has a nice feel to it. However, I will have to discuss it with my husband first. Naming a Targaryen after a lowly Valyrian will need his decision, Shira said with a beaming smile. She thought she was on the right path now. She and Maegor could discuss future names pulled from her own familial lineage, or they could look to other Valyrian names from houses Velaryon, Celtigar, or some other of the small Valyrian families on Dragonstone if need be. They had plenty of options. Have you done any tests to figure out if it is a boy or a girl? There exists many for you to try, Nara picked up, and Shira smiled. I think I may try some in the future, though my gut tells me I am carrying a prince, Shira said with a smile beaming from ear to ear and a hand tenderly placed over her stomach. Oh, a little prince running around here would be wonderful, Fury gushed, and Shira had to agree. The idea of a family of her own was enticing beyond belief. She wanted nothing more than to hold her child in her arms and stare into their little eyes. A princess might be more fortuitous, no? Tiana suddenly asked, and it was only then that Shira realized her friend had gone completely silent before that. Explain, Shira said quickly, staring down her clearly nervous friend. I mean, a daughter could be offered to Prince Aegon across the sea, or to any of the extremely wealthy and powerful families in Pentos. A prince would be far less useful right now, given he has little to inherit, Tiana continued, and Shira had some mixed feelings about that. The idea of any of her children marrying any of Alyssa's irked her, but she recognized the possibility. Her children by Maegor would be the closest kin to their cousins. With strong dragon blood and with any luck, a significant wealth to throw around too. Yet she had spent the last 6 years of her life learning about House Targaryen. They married brother to sister, cousin to cousin was more rare. A daughter should ideally marry a son, though any potential marriages or betrothals are a long way off. I do not even know if I am carrying a prince or a princess, Shira said with a smile. She would kick this pot down the road for now. This was a discussion with her husband, not her lady friends. Are you sure you do not wish to try your tea, my lady? Tiana suddenly asked her again, and Shira noticed that the amount of sweat on her had increased. What is going on with her? It is not that hot, Shira thought before taking a glance at the cups around the table. Are you sure it is that good? It seems like you are hardly drinking it at all, Shira pointed out. Nara and Fairy had basically emptied their cups, meanwhile, Tiana's was merely half full. You must savor the flavor of the tea, my lady, it is positively divine, Tiana quickly stuttered out and Shira was growing more and more confused. I am sure I do not wish to try it, this tea will not agree with me, now back to names. What do you all think of Durin Targaryen? Shira forcefully changed the subject. She was tired of hearing about this damn foul tea. She cared not if her friends wanted it but she would go without it. I like it, not overly complex and easy to remember, Nara said excitedly and Shira was in agreement. Now she just had to convince her husband. Prince Durin Targaryen, hey, Fairy said then and Shira liked the ring of it. Would he be a prince? Nara suddenly asked and Shira resisted the urge to immediately exclaim yes. Would he? Shira thought before she shook her head. Of course he would be, his father is a prince and his grandfather is a king, Shira exclaimed easily. Maegor may hold no lands of his own right now, but he still held the title of prince. King Aegon banished him not disinherited him. Right, well Prince Durin Targaryen has a nice ring to it, Fairy said with a smile, placing her head in her hands. Princess Daenerys sounds nice too, Durin and Daenerys, Nara continued with a light giggle and Shira and Fairy returned one too. A perfect match one might say, Shira said proudly. Should her child be a son, he would need a sister, if not to marry. At least to have as assurance. Queen Visenya emphasized the necessity of purity of blood. Continuing to marry distant cousins would not be ideal for such a scenario. How many children do you aim to have, Lady Shira? Nara asked her then and Shira pondered the question. She had yet to really discuss this with Maegor. They were more excited for their first one. How many do I want? Shira had to genuinely ask the question. Going through her current level of sickness a dozen times sounded positively torturous. But at the same time, she needed sons and daughters. That depends on how many sons I have, as each will need a daughter, naturally, Shira gave her non-answer with a cocksure smile. This was another pot that would be kicked down the road. What if you, have like, 4 sons? Fairy suddenly slurred out and Shira whipped her head around towards her friend. Fairy, are you alright? Shira quickly asked her friend. Worry coloring her tone. Yes, why? Fairy slurred out and Shira quickly grew very nervous as her friend began to sway back and forth. Your nose is bleeding. Shira quickly called out and Fairy raised a hand to her nose before Shira noticed Nara was suffering a similar situation across the small table from her. What? Shira thought before both of her friends collapsed at the table. Their heads loudly banging against the solid wood sending the fine metal cups flying off the table. Shira whipped her head around again towards Tiana just to find she was suffering the same fate. Blood trickled from her nose and her form wobbled. Help, my lady, Tiana gasped out before she collapsed at the table too. Guards. Shira quickly called out, with the 5 armored protectors of this little garden quickly sweeping toward the table she was sitting at. What happened, Lady Shira? The first guard announced, his sword already drawn and ready for action. They have been poisoned. Call the healer here now. Shira quickly exclaimed, trying not to look at the pools of blood which were quickly forming beneath the faces of her friends. No, this cannot be happening, this cannot be real, Shira thought hysterically in her mind as tears brimmed in her eyes. Surely this was all a dream, her friends had not all been poisoned right in front of her, they couldn't be, not under her watch. Surely she had not dodged mortal harm by a hair's breadth. Maegor's incessant worries and warnings were just him being paranoid, they had to be. There was no way she and her child were actually a target for assassination, right? 25 Maegor 14/Shira 9. Maegor 14. 29 AC. The walls of our great city are the natural option. To face Kultemo in the field would be suicide. One magister I did not know the name of shouted and I merely sighed at the infighting. I had deliberately been avoiding these meetings for the last moon, more focused on the safety of my wife, and clearly it had not helped. The city was not unified in the slightest, the background needs of the campaign had long since been squared away, and now the gritty details needed to be ironed out. Where to fight was the first question. Qohor had met the Dothraki at the walls of her city and she perished. Norvos meanwhile had met them on the field of battle and met the same fate. This was the question. Meet the Dothraki in the field or face them at the walls of Pentos. Fighting from the walls would only scupper our efforts. We have gone to great lengths to prepare an army. To hide behind our walls would merely waste it. Magister Illyrio shouted this time and I merely nodded along. Dragons were worth little on the defending side of a siege. Terrax would be far more capable of fighting out in the flatlands. To fight a siege would only put our great city at risk. We have much territory to utilize. We should meet the Dothraki at the Rhoyne. The Dragon Road crosses the Little Rhoyne at Goyandrohi. Attempting to halt their crossing is folly. Debate continued and I merely wished to be elsewhere. This was the issue with politicians and merchants debating war policy, they knew nothing of war or how to wage it. Are you not going to interject? Magister Geshio whispered to me from my right and I sincerely did not want to. I was certain many magisters would take it poorly. Perhaps you should, my dictating policy would only make me look worse, I said with some dissatisfaction coloring my tone. More and more magisters were quietly growing concerned about my presence in the city. Magister Illyrio and Geshio had informed me readily of the faction developing around Thorello Obazaz. They were quiet for now, no doubt wishing to use my dragon in this fight. What remained in question was after we won the war. What is your idea then? Magister Geshio asked quietly, debate still exploding across the large hall the conclave had met in this morning. Ideally, fighting them in the Velvet Hills would be the best. The hills would favor our large infantry army, but I assume the Dothraki are too smart for that. I thanked my past memories for this. Dealing with nomadic horse archers was a complicated business. Thankfully, I had some prior knowledge to work on. They faced Norvos outside their city, Magister Geshio continued. Did they face them in the hills or on the banks of the Nwan? I queried. If the Dothraki were capable of dislodging a large force from the hills of Norvos, I might need to think of an entirely new strategy. If I recall correctly, I believe they faced them just outside the walls of Norvos. On the Dragon Road which crossed the Nwan, Magister Geshio answered and I resolved to go and purchase some books later. I needed to know more about this world. I was coasting off my prior knowledge but enough changed as to where I needed both a refresher and to see just how much was different. Then, if we can lure them to the Velvet Hills, that would be ideal. Even then, that would leave both Goyandrohi and Pentos dangerously exposed. Not to mention the flatlands. Thus was the issue with defending Pentos. Facing a nomadic army hardened by a century of conquest. On nearly entirely flat lands with little in terms of defensive positioning. We spent many hundreds of thousands of pounds of gold building up Goyandrohi for battle. Battlements that could no doubt rival every castle in West Eros. Perhaps we should fight them there. Magister Geshio offered and while I nearly scoffed at his ignorance, I was thankful I found such a man in Pentos. Magister Geshio of House Breenil was no warrior. He was not even a general. His wealth came from trading, much like Magister Illyrio Neredes. Both were proud but still wise enough to defer to others when it came to military planning in most instances. Truth be told, it only made me like them more, even if he had not the faintest idea about West Eros. Settling down for a siege in a city other than Pentos is risky. Because that is their ultimate goal, no? We need to be placed in between Pentos and the Dothraki horde. Goyandrohi could be a wonderful place to fight. Siege warfare was hellish and would deftly negate the mobility advantage of the Dothraki. Yet getting trapped behind walls would not only limit Terrax's usefulness, it would also dangerously expose Pentos proper. I am afraid I have nothing else, Magister Geshio said once more and I could not fault him. For a merchant, he had some decent ideas for this campaign. It would just not be sufficient to face a threat like the Dothraki. What about facing them outside of Goyandrohi? Like with what Norvos did? I asked this time. My logic led me here. Would that not waste our fortifications? Magister Geshio answered and I shook my head. Goyandrohi would merely be a mental aid to our soldiers. I intend to defeat the Dothraki in the field. But knowing that there are strong walls to fall back behind if need be would be a comforting feeling for the soldiers. Should, by some unfortunate circumstance, we lose the first bout, we can fall back behind the walls of the fortress city and prepare for a siege. Should the Dothraki be stupid enough to ignore us we will rebuild and regain strength in the city before deploying again. I laid out my quickly developing plan. This plan would require more workshopping, namely because being so close to safety could have a negative impact on our soldiers too. It was a delicate game that needed to be played. I do not know how that would work, Magister Geshio confessed his lack of understanding and I could empathize with him. Being tasked to debate a subject you had little idea about for the safety of your home could not be easy. Ask the conclave, there are some military minds here, we merely need to float this idea. Get some people thinking about it while I work out some of the troubles with it, I reassured him. I was not part of the conclave. Merely a guest, so my suggestions would just be detrimental to the skeptics. Magister Geshio meanwhile could ask to his heart's content. Being from a wealthy and influential family like he was. As Magister Geshio stood to speak, I noticed the door to the ornate chamber we were currently in open again out of the corner of my eye. It had opened a few times in the last few hours, letting in servants with refreshments and messengers. Yet this time was troubling as one of the guards from Dragonstone entered. What? I thought, tuning out Magister Geshio's speech. I had brought a few guards with me, but as a sign of goodwill and safety. All guards were to remain outside of the conclave meeting. Moving past Magister Geshio, I made my way toward the pathway that led to our row of seats, all the while spotting the soldiers scan the room looking for me. Before long I caught his eye and he practically sprinted towards me. Fuck. I thought. I knew something was wrong. Before long we met in the center of the pathway and he whispered into my ear. My prince, there has been an ATA, he began before I shoved him out of the way and bolted for the door. Of fucking course. I thought, rage coloring every inch of my being. To me. I thought, energy coursing through my thoughts as I summoned Terax to me. I did not have the time to waste on a carriage or a regular horse. Terax could ferry me across the city in mere moments. I felt him stir across our bond and respond to my frenzied state. Quickly rousing from his slumber outside of my manse and hoisting himself into the air to meet me. I was near the center of the city, so landing spots were scarce, but I did not care. My wife and child were in danger. By the time I actually left the large, ornate temple the conclave met in today, Terax was already in view. Having moved here with great haste in response to my rage. Signaling him to land, he chose a convenient fountain situated just in front of the palace. A sickening crunch and crack rang out as the stunning work of art was crushed beneath his great weight. The stone popped and broke apart under the strain of my dragon's weight, and the clear water which once sprouted from the fountain now flowed freely in the streets. Wading into the water, I practically hauled myself into Terax's saddle, not even strapping myself in before snapping the reins and yelling out the word "Sovs." Terax listened to my command, like the good dragon he was, and departed for our new home. He had taken readily to the large clearing he now had for himself. I had been intending to craft a stable for him at some point, but it was an issue for later. Before long, we were right back where he started, a clearing around the manse he resided in for the time being. With a haste I had never witnessed before, I vaulted off my dragon and made my way to the doors of my manse. The guards readily let me in as they spotted my quick advance. Sprinting down the halls of my manse, I realized I had no idea where the attack had taken place. The healer, I thought after not even a moment. He had a small room for himself in this manse, and it was obvious anyone who suffered from an attack would be there. I practically kicked the door in as I finally made it there, and what met me was a sickening sight. 3 women lying on makeshift beds, and much to my relief, the distinctive form of my wife overlooking the 3. Shira! I called out in an instant, finishing my running and pulling her into a deep hug, unwilling to break it off. Shira did not respond to me then, merely returning the hug and remaining quiet as a mouse. After a few moments, I heard some quiet sobs and released her to get a better look. Are you all right? I asked with worry coloring my thoughts. I cupped her face in my hands and I spotted the steady stream of tears leaving her eyes. She did not say anything but did lightly nod in my grasp. Pulling her into another hug, I dreaded what I was about to say, but it needed to happen. Please go to our room, Shira, I whispered out. What? Shira quietly exclaimed, shock and anger coloring her tone. You should not be here, I will handle this, you surely just went through a lot. I will deal with the aftermath of this attack and find the attacker, I said, sending a glance towards Tiana, who was one of the ladies injured and receiving treatment. I should be here, these are my handmaidens, and they were attacked under my watch. Shira exclaimed again, but I put my foot down. The families of these ladies will no doubt be here soon, and I do not need you dealing with their wrath. I will figure this out. Go and rest, I said with a stern voice, but Shira finally relented. She left the healer's quarters with 2 guards, and thus I was alone with the healer and several ill women. What happened? I asked unceremoniously once Shira left the room. I would ask her myself later. But for now, I needed the healer's consensus. My prince, the tea the 3 ladies were drinking was poisoned, the old man croaked out, and my eyes drifted to Tiana once more. This was your plot, hey? I asked myself more than her, and I already knew the answer. Tiana would die today, for the attempted assassination of my wife and child. This is an outrage. Prince Nevio roared, and I agreed wholeheartedly. Tiana's transgression would not go unanswered. What happened? Magister Geshio cried out next, and I sucked in a breath before beginning. The 3 fathers of the women poisoned in the attack arrived, and in the meantime, I had gotten the retelling from the servants, chefs, and guards. While my wife and her handmaidens were enjoying tea in the garden, they suddenly fell ill and collapsed. No doubt poisoned from the tea they were drinking. The healer is working hard to figure out exactly which one. I gave them the rundown. Such a blatant attack on our families cannot go unanswered. Mordu Seltra exclaimed this time and again. I was in full agreement. Have you interrogated the guards and servers yet? The prince turned to me then. He was the one I was the most worried about. As the father of Tiana, doing away with her would carry consequences for our budding friendship. It would also lend a powerful ally to the skeptical faction growing within this city. The server yielded nothing. He merely moved the tea from one spot to another. The cooks gave the same testimony. They are under further interrogation as we speak, I said with a cold voice. If only I did not need to prove what I know, I could just stick a knife into Tiana's neck and be done with this, I thought through gnashed teeth. You, healer. Will they survive? Magister Geshio said this time, worry coloring his tone. I am uncertain of Lady Fury and Nara, though Lady Tiana is in a much better situation, the old man croaked out again and I fought to keep the look of rage off my face. This bitch, I thought with another poisonous glare sent Tiana's way. Surely this was all a ploy. Get Shira poisoned and give herself an alibi. Every moment I was in her presence, I was fighting an overwhelming urge to draw Dark Sister and slam it into her head. The health of the ladies is best left for the healers. We must figure out just who did this, I brought the topic back on course. Indeed, who would have the motivation to attack our fair ladies? Magister Geshio said this time and I mentally hit myself. This would be a perfect opportunity to deal a blow to the faction actively working against me in the conclave. Framing them would not be the most difficult thing even if this was not a death blow. It would surely weaken them. Yet Tiana was a threat like no other. A threat which could be in my own home at damn near any time. The immediate problem, or the future one, I thought, racking my head to figure out what to do. Killing Tiana here would effectively send the powerful and influential House Iranur directly into the hands of the current faction forming against me. Yet I could not, and would not, let her live. Under no circumstances could Tiana even be allowed to think up another attack. If only the other ladies were awake. Perhaps they saw something that the guards and Lady Shira did not. Prince Nevio put out a thought and I dreaded losing him as a friend. I knew it was bound to happen. Tiana was his daughter after all and I would settle for nothing less than her death. Indeed, the guards and cooks and servants are untrustworthy. But the ladies could give us clues, Mordo Seltra said this time, and a thought clicked in my mind. I might have an idea, I chanced. Though this would surely not be easy. Shira 929 AC. Shira fought back quiet sobs sitting on her bed. Why did this happen, she kept thinking. Over and over and over again. The thoughts never left her mind. She assumed she would be safe in her own manse, at least for now. Pento still needed her husband for the safety of their city. What fool would try to kill their protector or alienate him while staring down death? Yet here she was. Her handmaidens were poisoned right in front of her. Even she has nearly poisoned herself. Worst of all was her child. If she had taken even a sip of that tea, she could have easily lost her child. The little prince or princess growing in her womb. Poisoned by some devious, evil cretin. Stolen from her before she even got to stare into their little purple eyes. Shira let out another involuntary shudder at the thought. She felt like throwing up just sitting in bed. Her friends were dying in the healer's room, assailed by an unknown attacker. A rage filled her heart, a rage mixed with fear. This attacker tried to not only kill her and her attacker, but even her child. Suddenly the door to the room opened and Maegor entered alone. Quickly moving over to her before kneeling on the ground to meet her at eye level. Shira, I need you to tell me everything that happened, now, Maegor said with a tone that left no room for questions. Of course, Shira said after wiping away her tears and recounting the same story she told the healer. After she finished describing the attack in all its terrible detail, Maegor looked terribly serious. Did he think of something I did not? Shira thought then. Maegor always managed to look at things differently than her. Shira hoped beyond all hope that he found the culprit through what she could say. I think I may have found a way to smoke out this culprit, Maegor said, a deathly serious tone in his voice. Tell me, Shira said in an instant. She needed to find this attacker. For her to feel safe in her own home again. We need more testimony. Another set of eyes on what happened. The guards were too far away and the chefs are yielding nothing of use. Maegor started and Shira could feel a sense of foreboding build within her. My handmaidens all fell ill, they are in no state to give testimony, Shira started but Maegor shook his head. I need you to use your glass candle to plunder Tiana's mind, Maegor said with a tone of certainty like he had no regard for how dangerous it could be. Seriously Maegor? Do you genuinely think Tiana had something to do with this? Even still? She got poisoned too. Shira still fought hard for her friend. What motivations could she even have? Shira thought with a sense of disbelief. Shira. Will you trust me just this once for God's sake? Have I led you astray? Has my gut feeling ever led us wrong? I know it is Tiana, I just need proof, Maegor said, sincerity and a ferocity that reminded her of Queen Visenya filling his voice. Why? Why do you doubt her? Shira asked again, it all seemed so very hard to believe. Maegor's gut feeling certainly should be taken into consideration but Shira had long been taught to think for herself. Queen Visenya hated being misinformed, and all of Tiana's actions seemed to point directly to the opposite reaction Maegor was having. It does not add up, Shira, the weird looks she gives me, the chilling feeling I get around her, even the events you told me do not add up. Something is off here. Why did she drink so little tea compared to the other two ladies? Why was she so insistent on you drinking it too? Maegor continued, and for the first time, Shira was starting to see things from his perspective. She even noted it then. She was acting odd, Shira thought with a frown. Had she really been so blinded by her friendship? You do realize the risks of this, right? I am barely trained, any mess up could not only harm me but effectively render her a husk of a person. Shira was rather fearful of this usage of a glass candle. Queen Visenya had instructed her on this. She even peered into the mind of a child during her stay on Dragonstone for practice. But peering into the mind of an adult was a wholly different game. Any number of complications could occur. She could be pushed out by a particularly strong mind, she could have her own mind rattled in the attempt if she was not careful, and her very being could change if she slipped up in the process. Using a glass candle to peer into the mind of another was a wildly dangerous art. One she needed far more practice in, and unfortunately she had been separated from her teacher for the last few moons. I do realize the risks, and I trust you to keep yourself safe, and frankly, Shira. Regardless of whether you peer into her mind or not, I will kill her, Maegor promised then, and Shira knew beyond all shadow of a doubt that he was not lying. Pushing away any thoughts about his tone, Shira analyzed herself then, just like Queen Visenya had taught her to. When did I stop trusting him? Shira thought with a sudden realization. When had she started taking his genuine concern as nothing but foolish fear-mongering? She would be cautious, but Maegor was right. She needed to find this assassin whether it was Tiana or not. She was entering the mind of an unconscious person anyway. The risks should be minimized. Are you certain this is safe? Will this do any harm to my daughter? Prince Nevio nervously asked Shira as she took a seat behind the bed Tiana was currently resting on. I will be extra careful, Prince Nevio. Tiana is my friend. We just need answers before this assassin potentially slips away, Shira said with a half-lie. Neither she nor Maegor let him know that Maegor suspected Tiana was at fault. Opening the ornate box carrying the priceless artifact, the coal-black glass candle was gingerly placed in front of her, and Shira braced herself. The last time she had done this was with the active support of Queen Visenya. It was also on a child just 5 days old. Thus her mind was significantly stronger. This would be different. Tiana was strong-willed and deeply intelligent. Even peering into her unconscious mind would be difficult. Not to mention her own less-than-perfect mental state. Yet she had to do this all the same. If Maegor was right, she would not get a chance again. Open. Shira thought, with her eyes closed, and she could feel the glass candle respond. A subtle warmth spread throughout the room as the light appeared to shine through her eyelids. If I do not come out in a reasonable time, pull me out, she told her husband. He had done astral projection with her before. He knew the process and how long she could use the candle without risking temporary blindness. As she heard her husband respond with affirmation, Shira opened her eyes and stared deeply into the pitch-black flames of the candle. In an instant, she felt the familiar chilling sensation fill her person. She remembered Queen Visenya's lesson then, the pain resurfacing the memories she would need to properly carry out such a task. Entering another person's mind was like jumping into a pool of absolutely frigid water. The unconscious mind offered little resistance but was in turn sluggish and slow to respond. Any demands or actions Shira may prompt took twice as long and gave much less clear answers. Shira trudged through her friend's mind then, as if neck-deep in the muck of the neck. Moving precariously and cautiously, both to avoid damage to her own mind and onto Tiana's. Each step felt like it took hours as Shira passed the pain and suffering Tiana was currently feeling. Trying her damnedest to get back just a few hours. To see exactly what her friend saw before they drank that tea. As Shira made it past the initial subconscious, her mobility opened up more. Peering through Tiana's very eyes in the memory she wished to reach. She hoped beyond hope that Tiana was not screaming in agony right now. Blinking her eyes to orient herself, Shira was back in the garden, this time staring at her own form through the eyes of her black-haired friend. Emotions that were not her own and thoughts she struggled to hear rang out in her head, and Shira focused on her very being. She was where she needed to be, she just had to focus. That sounds good, might you send for some tea? Shira heard the words slip into the ears she was currently occupying. It was hard not to get disoriented in another's mind. In her practice with Queen Visenya, she had the benefit of doing it with another person and doing it on an infant, whom she held the mental advantage over. Here she was not so lucky. Tiana was intelligent and a firebrand when roused. Shira would need to keep a constant focus. Have you thought of a name for the child yet, my lady? Shira heard the words pass Tiana's lips, and it was only then that Shira realized she could not hear her thoughts. Damn, Shira thought with a wince. She would have to pry further, just getting her eyes and ears would not be sufficient. Like sinking one's hands into the mud, Shira delved deeper, forcing her own conscious mind against Tiana's pushing hard to hear what was needed. Before words finally began appearing to her, accompanied by a dull pain. Just as Tiana said the words, Visanya, like your good mother. Shira felt a wave crash over her. An overwhelming feeling of jealousy and repressed rage. What? Shira thought then, trying to reorient herself. She had been stunned by the sudden appearance of the thoughts and needed to focus, lest she lose herself in the veritable storm that was Tiana's mind. Daenerys sounds pretty, if you do not use it then I will, Shira heard then and she could finally make out Tiana's thoughts. I won't, were the first words of Tiana's mind revealed to Shira and they carried a crushing weight, pain rocking Shira's own mind as Tiana's unconscious one twisted and turned with every emotion. The thought trailed on after that, much to Shira's pain and disgust. I will think of a better name for my little Targaryen. Shira felt the sinister words pass through her and suddenly, Shira felt very ill. Like she had all those years ago when Alyssa Velaryon dropped her like an unwanted doll. Oh, your wedding is soon, yes. Shira heard her own words again but they were muddled and muffled to her. Her mind was rattled by the revelation that Maegor was right to properly pay attention. The next stream of thoughts passing her by woke her back up though. With any luck, mine will be too. Shira felt the sickening glee and disgusting, obsessive love in the thought and it made Shira ill. All of Tiana's suspicious words roared back into Shira's mind, unwanted but so very important. What was even worse was the ease at which Tiana ignored these thoughts. Please, do not leave us in the dark with the boys, my lady, Tiana said without a beat and Shira had never felt more betrayed. Not even Alyssa Velaryon's betrayal had hurt her so. In my own home. Shira thought with an unbridled rage. She dashed the momentary, tiny thought of crying then and there. She was not the same little girl who retreated into her shell when the wicked seahorse spat on her. She was a woman grown now, married to a dragon, with another dragon in her womb. She did not feel defeated, she felt enraged. Tiana was plotting to replace her, to take Maegor and all that she had from her, within her own damn home. By the time Shira regained control of her own mind once more, the tea had arrived and her body had removed herself from the table, along with the nearest guard and her other handmaidens. Tiana's thoughts and subtle movements were all Shira needed. Yes. The sickening thought rolled through Tiana's mind like she had been preparing for it. As Tiana slipped a small bottle from her sleeves and poured it into the teapot. The clear liquid disappeared into the golden liquid before Tiana got up with practiced ease and joined her on the balcony. Shira stopped caring about Tiana's thoughts then. Her own rage absorbed nearly all of her attention. It took all of the mental willpower Shira had to not just break Tiana's mind right there and leave her a husk of a person. Raging in Tiana's mind now would certainly break her, yet Shira stopped. Doing so would be foolish, however, and she had been foolish far too much recently. Queen Visenya and Maegor had placed their trust in her. She would not let them down any longer. Shira resolved herself and returned to gathering evidence. She watched as Tiana walked up to the balcony and acted as if nothing was amiss. Before dropping the small clear bottle over the side of the balcony, unheard as it plummeted to the sandy ground. Noting its location, Shira watched with a fury. Repressing the tantalizing thought of exacting her vengeance forthwith. Yet doing so would merely dash any chance at bringing this detestable bastard to death without significant backlash upon herself and her family. Shira continued to watch and listen after that. Moving to previous memories to try and find more evidence. Maegor was right, about everything. From Tiana's guilt to their need for evidence. All the while, the only other emotion she felt besides rage was regret. She had failed in her duties. She had doubted her husband, which was not in and of itself wrong but she had done so irrationally, without taking into consideration his point of view or gut feeling. She offered him no aid here. She had merely been a liability. Her eyes were opened now, however. She had been a fool. Still clinging to the girlish idea of acting on her own, dictating her life by herself for herself. That was not her situation anymore, however. She was married, and her life was shared now. She had acted selfishly and foolishly. All the while her husband had done his best to defend her, to provide for her safety and comfort. Meanwhile, all she did was snub him at every opportunity. The realization made her violently angry at herself. Shira would make Tiana pay. Maegor had been correct. They were in grave danger in this city. Not just from the rapidly growing faction within the conclave but also from madmen and madwomen alike. Before she could pull every scrap of information from Tiana's mind. She was suddenly pulled out by a strong hand gently clasping over her eyes. Suddenly being back in the real world. Shira did her usual routine, deep breaths and a clear mind. There were mumblings and questions filling her ears but she did not listen. She would not put her own mind at risk. She had taken in a lot of information and she did not particularly want any adverse effects. It was not that long before she was coherent in her thoughts once more. She committed the merchant Tiana purchased the supplies from and the location of the bottle to her memory before gently moving her husband's hand from her eyes. Giving him a knowing look, Maegor sent one of relief back to her. Her own thoughts were filled with an intense desire to take Dark Sister from her husband's waist and stick it into the wretched bastard's face. What did you find, Lady Shira? Prince Nevio asked, and Shira dreaded what came next. He would surely fight them on this. Tiana was the one who tried to poison me and poisoned Firi and Nara, Shira said unceremoniously, though she spotted the look of validation appear on Maegor's face. What? The prince and two magisters called out. A look of rage and indignation appeared on their faces. What are these baseless claims, Lady Shira? Prince Nevio roared, and every guard in the room, including Maegor, placed a hand on their sheathed swords. They are not baseless. There is a bottle on the ground outside of the manse. Just beneath the balcony, it was filled with poison and carried inside the sleeve of Tiana's dress. Shira began her explanation. She had gathered as much evidence as she could. That is all you have to go on? Which? Prince Nevio continued his enraged rant before Maegor placed himself in between her and the prince. My wife will not lie to me, she is telling the truth. Maegor came to her defense, and Shira nodded along. She would not lie to her husband, even if it would be a kind lie. This will not stand. I do not believe you. The prince roared again before Magisters Brenil and Seltra intervened. What if we took this to the conclave? They can decide on the truth with all the evidence mustered, Magister Geshio Brenil offered. He was clearly skeptical, but much less so than the prince. Which was understandable. Very well, you will watch these baseless claims disappear in court. Guards, let us go, take my daughter with us. The prince said in a huff before storming out of the room. After he was gone, with his guards and unconscious daughter in tow, it was Magister Mordu Seltra's turn to speak. My lady, are you being completely truthful? He asked, trepidation still in his tone. I am, I swear it on all the gods and my very life. I have further evidence to back it up as well. I know the merchant she purchased the materials from and the room she made the poison in, Shira continued. She was prepared to back up her claims with the best evidence available, though Tiana had covered her tracks rather well by not buying the concoction and poisoning herself as an alibi. Then we will support you, Magister Geshio said then, still cautious, but it seemed he was at least humoring that her words were the truth. Thank you, Magisters, Tiana will pay for her transgressions, Maegor promised, but both still looked apprehensive. We will have to see how the conclave takes this news, Magister Geshio Brenil said once more before Maegor got up to leave the room and took her along. We will leave you with your daughters. If you wish to bring your own healers here, I welcome you to do so, he said with a friendliness that was entirely absent from his tone with the prince. Very well, thank you, Prince Maegor, the two magisters said as she and her husband left the room. As they walked the halls, Shira felt a nagging feeling appear at the back of her mind. I am sorry, Maegor, sorry for doubting you, Shira suddenly blurted out. She had put not only herself but also their child in grievous danger. It would take time for her to truly come to terms with that. The last 4 moons of her life had just been put under a new light for her. He brought her into a hug then. It is all right, Shira, I should have been more forceful, more convincing, and less irrational too. Maegor gave his own confession, but Shira still blamed herself more. Yet this will have consequences, right? Prince Nevio was your close ally, Shira stated the obvious. They had alienated an influential and trusted ally with this move. Surely that would have consequences. To hell with the consequences, your safety matters more to me than alliances with old men. Besides, those we can truly trust and rely on will see reason, Maegor said with a certainty that brought a sense of calm to Shira. She needed to think like him and put their family first. 26 Aaron v/Maegor 15. Aaron v. 29 AC. Excitement, fear, anticipation, anxiety, all of those were words that described how Aaron Vilarion felt as the ship was finally moored to the great docks of Pentos. His voyage had taken just under a sennight and he was ready to step out on the docks of Pentos, and the new chapter of his life to open. I suppose this is goodbye, Aaron, he suddenly heard his uncle Valentine say from his right. They were both in the cabin of a more comfortable barge owned by his father, though it was in his uncle's use as of now. I suppose it is, uncle. Thank you for everything, Aaron said with a quick bow. He doubted how this all would have gone without him. His father was limited in just how much he could help him cross the sea. So it was mostly up to his brother Damon and his uncle Valentine to ferry him across the water. Of course, Aaron, do you know where you are going? His uncle asked before bringing a glass of arbor gold to his lips. I do, the army should be grouped up outside of the city. I will gather the last of the soldiers on this ship and the others docking right now and make our way there, Aaron said with ease. He had meticulously planned out this part of the operation. What came next was still something he was struggling with. Hopefully, Maegor has some ideas, Aaron thought with a silent sigh. He had gone over what to do with the army he assembled or even how to organize it in his head, but it was all a jumbled mess. Names, insignia, battle groups, coordination, it all had to be organized. And then? You are in a foreign city, what are your long-term plans? His uncle questioned him just like his brother had many moons ago, and he would give the same response as he gave his brother. Getting settled and organizing the army comes first, my life here can be dealt with afterward. Aaron dismissed the thoughts he was having, of needing a proper place to live and stay in the city. He already had enough on his mind, he would deal with that later. Very well, you best get going. The soldiers are likely already disembarking as we speak, his uncle said before getting up from the well-made chair he found himself on and making his way outside. No doubt to help the sailors prepare to leave, Aaron thought with a small smile. House Velaryon prided itself on its seafaring traditions. They were a merchant house before the Doomen had come to Westeros for trade before Enar the Exile even thought of leaving Old Valyria. They had kept up those same roots ever since they had become more traditional lords. Keeps and castles they may have, but the sea was a home for all members of House Velaryon, from the lowliest members of the most irrelevant cadet branch to the head of the house himself. All were educated by the finest sailors the world possessed. Aaron was somewhat of an outlier in that circumstance. He did not hate sailing but he did not particularly enjoy it either. No, what drew his eyes was history and combat. The great works of bygone maesters and kings, all describing honorable deeds and great victories in battles. He read every single book he could gather about war and he wanted nothing more than to be like the heroes he read about in those dusty leather-bound books in the library of Castle Driftmark. Remembered, Aaron thought, bringing his hand into a fist. That was what Aaron desired more than anything else. To not be an afterthought, a mere footnote in history, a nobody. His father would always be remembered, as the father to a queen, the lord of the tides, an accomplished commander, and the very first master of ships. His brother too, Daemon was no doubt going to be a legendary figure, competent beyond measure and just as loyal. His sister would be queen one day, and her son king after her husband perishes. That left him, a second son, with no great path set out before him. No position was handed to him on a silver platter. No, he would have to earn his place in history, and Aaron was willing to do whatever it took to achieve such a goal. For he would not let destiny dictate his fate, that was only for him to decide. Standing up from his own comfortable wooden chair, Aaron gathered his meager belongings, his sword leaning against the small table in the room, his helmet which completed his set of castle-forged armor, and his small bag of personal belongings he brought from Driftmark. More of what he actually needed to live was sent in the cargo but his personal belongings were all on his person now. No more waiting, my new life awaits, Aaron thought with a giddy smile. Being escorted through the city of Pentos surrounded by hundreds of heavily armed soldiers was not an experience Aaron was expecting. Yet it was one he had gotten all the same. Apparently, the Pentoshi were wary of the army he had brought from Westeros and had mobilized the army in Pentos in preparation for their arrival. Smart, Aaron thought, it was what he would do in their position. Aaron had just gathered an army of around 3,000 men and sent them into the city of Pentos, planning to meet up outside of the city walls. The Pentoshi response was perfectly justified, bringing even 100 heavily armed and experienced soldiers into the city of Pentos could be dangerous to the city. Either way, they were not treated with hostility. After Aaron gathered the roughly 600 soldiers on the 5 and 10 ships his father and Queen Visenya had loaned him. They were met by a Pentoshi commander and now were being led through the city. Toward the northern gate, where the rest of the army was currently encamped outside. Aaron took the chance to marvel at the city around him. Wide streets, stone buildings, busy markets, it was all a stark contrast to King's Landing. So this is where I will be living, Aaron thought with a smile. He could get used to the sight. The only revolting part of the impromptu tour of the city was the slaves dotting the market. Disgusting, Aaron thought to himself. Slavery was long forgotten by House Velaryon and Aaron considered it a good thing. They had taken the aversion of slavery from the Andals. In Aaron's opinion, slavery was a Valyrian tradition best left forgotten. He and his friends had shared numerous discussions on the topic. Mostly in relation to Old Valyria. Maegor shared his same disgust for the practice but he took it even further. He detested Old Valyria and called them fools for partaking in the institution at all. He decried its apparent effects on society and while Aaron was uncertain if he would go that far, he shared the same visceral disgust of the institution. He and Maegor shared many beliefs, though Maegor was oftentimes more extreme in them. It made for lively discussions and was the current string of hope that Aaron was pulling on. Mayhaps he can think of what to do with this army, Aaron thought as the buildings began to thin out and they got closer and closer to the great walls that surrounded Pentos. Twice as tall as those of Old Town, the Valyrians of old clearly knew what they were doing because the walls of Pentos put all but the grandest castles of Westeros to shame. Yet he would not get to bask in their protection for long. As the column of soldiers, he was at the head of soon passed through one of the great gates and onto the plains of Old Andalos. The moment his horse passed through the gate, he could spot the encampment. Perhaps a mile or two outside of the city and practically bustling. The column and their Pentoshi guards led them down the well-made road toward the camp and Aaron was feeling the excitement bubble up again. It felt real on the boat but to see all the soldiers gathered in one place. In a proper camp, it felt like all his efforts had panned out. Like all the work he had put in over the last few moons was not meaningless. The column of men moved fast upon seeing their destination. The several-day voyage on the ships had taken a lot out of many of the men, and Aaron figured most wished to get their quarters completed so they could rest and recover. They covered the ground quickly and were soon within the bounds of the camp. It looked ramshackle and barely organized, but the soldiers he brought with him were soon to disperse. What to do? Aaron thought as he spotted the soldiers spread across the camp like a wave of water. Each man drifting about before Aaron heard a shout of Bastard Valyrian, followed by one of rather rough Andal. Report here. We have your assignments for camp. The old man roared from his position in the center of camp, and the men he had brought with him all fell back into line. Tired they may be, but spreading across the camp with no rhyme or reason would be a mistake. Lord Aaron. A call resounded from someone behind him, and Aaron swiveled on his feet, turning around in an instant. What met his eyes was a small group of men in well-made armor. No doubt the actual nobles that decided to cross the sea with him. Walking over to where they were, Aaron braced himself for a troublesome conversation. He may be a veteran of a military campaign, but he also saw zero combat and was still only 6 and 10. These grizzled second sons and knights would surely be asking after leadership. Yes. Aaron began, dreading the inevitable question that had given him many sleepless nights. Prince Maegor wishes to dine with you tonight. He told us to inform you once you entered the camp. A clearly displeased noble groaned out through grit teeth, and Aaron took note of the man's tone. Does he feel slighted? Aaron pondered to himself. He was merely a young second son and was immediately invited to a private meal with Prince Maegor. Meanwhile, Aaron doubted that his friend would so readily bring more nobles into his life, even if they were the genuinely loyal type. Thinking back on Maegor's ramblings about the inefficiency and incompetence of the nobles brought an involuntary smile to Aaron's face. He had spent nearly a year away from his best friend now and was deeply excited to see him again. Tonight? What am I to do until then? Aaron suddenly asked. Prince Maegor has already devised the camp layout. You can find your tent and familiarize yourself with the driftmark section. However, most of us nobles intend to find residency in the city itself, rather than the camp. Another, much more friendly noble chimed in, and Aaron thought that was a good idea. He did intend to find proper lodging in the city itself, but settling in his spot in the camp would be a good start. So Maegor is already hard at work, hey? Aaron thought with a hand on his chin. As he moved through the camp, he noticed the distinct similarities with the section of Camp Maegor carved out for his Dragonstone soldiers on Bloodstone. Clear paths, and organized tents, all but the recent arrivals looked like they had a place to be. Seeing his friend so easily organize the men into action brought the ugly feeling of jealousy back to Aaron's mind. He had slaved away back on Driftmark organizing and planning. He had put in so much work to gather this force. Yet he could feel it begin to slip away from his grasp. If I ever had it in the first place, Aaron thought bitterly before he forcefully repressed those emotions again. He may only be 6 and 10, but he would not let that stop him. He was well educated, having been taught by his father firsthand and reading nearly every book on war that he could get in Castle Driftmark and King's Landing. He thought of himself as capable, having actually organized this whole expedition east. He also had the presumed backing of his friend Maegor, who would no doubt help him wrangle this army together if need be. So Aaron disposed of the jealous feelings for now. He was finally in Pentos, after moons and moons of planning and effort. He was also about to meet up with his best friend again for the first time in almost a year. It was a time for living in the present. The future could be worried about later. The sight of his best friend's towering height and signature black armor with red trimming was a welcome one for Aaron. After settling into the camp and mingling with a few of the lesser lords who tagged along for the journey, he was escorted by a few guards from Dragonstone to the small manse Maegor owned on the outskirts of the city. He used the word small to describe it, but it was really only small in comparison to the other manses and palaces in Pentos. Compared to the manse his father called home in King's Landing, the one Maegor owned might just be double or triple the size. Either way, Aaron was more focused on his friend rather than the palace his friend now owned. It seemed Maegor was just as elated to see him as the moment his tall friend spotted him. A beaming smile appeared on his face. Aaron! You have finally arrived! Maegor said with a big, jovial smile before clasping Aaron's hand in his own. It was something they began doing a long time ago when they were still little children playing combat and fanciful card games in the garden of Queen Visenya's small manse. Indeed I have. This is a wonderful place you got here, Aaron said, very obviously looking around the front courtyard of the home. Right you are, come on now, the chefs are cooking up the best food they can now, trust me you will not want to miss it, Maegor said, turning on his heel and beginning to walk away. Aaron quickly fell into lockstep, and before long his friend continued the conversation. I must apologize for not meeting you at the docks. I have been terribly busy lately. I hope this feast can make up for it. His friend sounded apologetic, but Aaron merely basked in having someone to talk to easily again. He had spent so long on Driftmark, away from his friends, that he was glad Maegor was not making a big deal out of their reunion. It is just fine, I understand being busy, think nothing of it, Aaron reassured his friend. He came here in part to help him, causing Maegor more grief would do the opposite. Right, Maegor continued as they entered a small dining area, obviously designed more for private meals than for hosting large parties for feasting. Aaron expected to see Maegor's wife, Lady Shira Kahiris. Instead, all he saw was a lone tan-skinned man with black hair and a clean-shaven face. Sorry again, but I hope you do not mind if he is here too. He is a new friend and his input will be valuable. Maegor apologized again, but Aaron just took the chance to look this new face up and down. He was dressed in what was likely very fine dress for a merchant, yet he lacked the refinement Aaron expected among wealthy noblemen. He was also quite young, his face not having even a hint of a wrinkle or grey hair. I do not mind, what will we be speaking of? Aaron rebounded in an instant, taking a seat across from Maegor and heeding the Pentoshi no mind. Ah, but the army you sailed here with, Maegor said with an appreciative smile, though Aaron could feel like the smile did not fully portray his thoughts. Yes, you have already begun organizing it, right? Aaron stated the obvious. No way the constantly bickering nobles could put together the rather organized camp Aaron saw earlier today. The camp at least, the proper organization of the army will likely have to come later, though it would be best to begin planning now, Maegor said as the first dish was served by a few maidservants. I had some preliminary ideas, but I lack the authority to properly implement them outside of the Velarian contingent, if they are any good, that is, Aaron said with a bit of a sheepish tone. Truthfully, he had little clue if his ideas were any good. Hopefully, he and Maegor could work out the flaws. Authority, Maegor said with a hum, clearly deep in thought. I mean, I am only 6 and 10, the nobles are unlikely to listen to me, Aaron continued in his sheepish tone. Actually discussing who would lead the force was more awkward than he imagined it would be. I suppose you are right, these men crossed the sea to serve under me, correct? Maegor suddenly asked, and Aaron fought back a bit of a scowl. Aaron wanted more than anything to lead this army. He wanted a chance to prove himself, to show the world that he could stand on his own, and earn his own glory. Yet he was not even truly able to lead the army he gathered, instead it belonged to someone else. Correct, Aaron said quickly, not wanting his increasing feeling of jealousy to leak through his tone. Then I will be the official head of this sellsword company, with you as my vice-captain, Maegor said with a cocksure smile and confidence lining his tone, and Aaron was shocked. Pardon? Aaron asked, still dumbfounded. Well, I will be in the air for most battles, hardly the best place to command an army from. Someone will have to lead the actual soldiers on the ground, Maegor deftly explained his logic, and Aaron nodded along. That is true. Aaron thought, trying to imagine how someone could possibly command an army from atop a dragon. So you will speak with my authority when I am not around as my vice-captain, Maegor said with another smile, and Aaron returned with a smile of his own. It was not everything that he wanted, but it was the best start he could ask for. Pardon me, my prince, but are we not putting the cart before the horse? You speak of a sellsword company, yet you have nothing making your group of men outside more than a mob in armor, the tan-skinned man said from Aaron's left, and both he and Maegor turned to look at him. I suppose you are right, the nitty-gritty details of the army can be worked out later, but I suppose we need to actually make a sellsword company, right? Maegor immediately rebounded, and Aaron stifled the shock. This Pentoshi sure is brash, Aaron thought, sending another glance the tan-skinned man's way. Pardon me, Maegor, but who is this man? Aaron had to ask. Oh, he is Rego Draz, a new friend of mine. One of his pupils will be the quartermaster of the sellsword company when it forms. For now, he is here to help us figure out exactly how to afford this small army, Maegor said with a proud-looking smile on his face, and Aaron stared down the Pentoshi again. Regardless, Rego is correct, we need to properly create this sellsword company, only then can we really start preparing, Maegor said with an apprehensive tone in his voice this time, shifting quickly from the jovial one he had before. Prepare for what? Aaron asked suddenly. Was there war with a free city on the horizon? Skirmishes with bravos maybe? Aaron thought to himself. The Dothraki are preparing for a campaign, one aimed directly here, Maegor said with a no-nonsense look on his face, and Aaron's blood went cold. Oh! Was all Aaron could mutter as his mind began racing with ideas once more. Maegor 15:30 AC. A shriek resounding through the bustling halls of my manse sent a shiver down my spine. Shira began her labors at the hour of the wolf, and they had continued well into the morning. This is normal, this is normal, this is normal, I kept thinking to myself over and over. My mother and the midwives had all reassured me of this, yet being so helpless when my wife was in so much pain made me feel so weak. I originally wished to stay in the room with Shira, at least provide a hand to squeeze and some emotional support, but I had been practically shooed away by my mother. She said, "This is a woman's matter, wait outside," before pushing me out the door. She had arrived 2 days before Shira's labors began, and I had mixed feelings about it. I was glad she was here, to support Shira and myself, but I was also apprehensive of our position in the city. Which was precarious, to say the least. Well, you look deep in thought, thinking about some new harebrained scheme. I heard a sarcastic voice resound from behind me and I turned my head to see Aaron Velaryon staring back. Is it a harebrained scheme to worry about your wife? I replied with a quick snap. I was not in a particularly joking mood. Just your wife? What of your child then? Aaron asked, leaning against the same wall I was currently leaning on, which provided a gorgeous view of the Bay of Pentos. Ugh, I groaned out. I was so consumed with fear for Shira's well-being that I had not even come to terms with the fact that I would be a father in a few hours if all went well. I do not understand why you are so worried about this. What was the saying again? The birthing bed is a woman's battlefield. Aaron continued and I resisted the urge to punch him. You will understand when you have a wife of your own that you care deeply for, I assured him. Aaron paused for a long while after that, merely joining me in my staring off at the horizon. Across the Bay of Pentos and toward the narrow sea. What is it like? The knowledge that you are about to be a father. Aaron suddenly asked in a serious tone and the shift caught me off guard. What is it like? I thought to myself. I had been distracting myself with the seemingly endless work that surrounded me and I had yet to truly come to terms with the fact. My child was soon to be born and I had never really given it much thought beyond blanket excitement. It frightens me greatly, I finally admitted, piecing together the thoughts in my mind. Frightens you? Aaron asked, clearly perplexed at my answer. I feel so unready for this. To raise a child in peace and safety. Especially here, I continued my line of logic. Knowing that Aaron would catch on. What has you worried this time? Aaron asked with a sigh. My mother being here, I clarified further. We were already in a rather precarious position in Pentos. Any more shakeups could turn the city against us. Then a massive beast landed in our courtyard for a second time. My mother brought Viagar down into the city just 3 days prior. Landing just outside of my manse next to Terax, she had since taken up what was likely temporary residence in my manse again. She was ostensibly here to aid with the delivery of her first grandchild, but no doubt every Pentoshi magister and noble was shitting bricks at her appearing again. Why are you so fearful of these nobles and magisters? Aaron asked with another sigh. It is their hospitality we are living off of. Should they turn against me, I would have to decide between moving again or fighting for this city, putting my wife and children at risk. I confessed my fears further. You have powerful friends here, surely it will not devolve into the magisters evicting, or rather trying to evict you, Aaron said with almost disbelief in his voice. Mayhaps not that exactly, but my wife has already come within a hair's breadth of being poisoned. Her handmaidens were lucky to survive the attempt. I had informed Aaron and my mother of the attempted assassination before this, but that was my biggest fear. I did not want to have to treat every single Pentoshi as an enemy. And while I do have powerful friends, I am losing more and more of them as time passes, as more families grow suspicious of my growing influence and I burn more and more goodwill, I continued my reasoning. It was kind of shocking how quickly things had devolved from when I first struck a deal with the Prince and Magisters Geshio Brinil and Illyrio Narades. I think you are overblowing this whole thing. Once the battle with the Dothraki is won, you will be nigh untouchable, Aaron tried to reassure me, but that only made me more worried. Perhaps, or perhaps when the sword is no longer hanging over their neck they will grow more wary of me, I retorted with narrowed eyes. Enough of this, you are stressed out because your child is going to be born soon. How about we go for a nice spar? It has been a while since we have done that, Aaron finally said with a huff, standing up from his leaning position and beginning to move toward the yard. I guess it could not hurt, I thought with some resignation as another cry of agony resounded across the palace. As I met Aaron in another clash of our practice swords, I heard a yell sound from behind me. Prince Maegor. Lady Shira has. He began before I tuned out the rest of what he was speaking and practically threw myself off the yard, discarding my armor and weapons on my full sprint toward mine and Shira's chambers. I reached the door in mere moments, my abnormal strength carrying me faster than it had ever carried me before. I practically kicked the door down and the sight that met my eyes would stay with me forever. A thoroughly exhausted-looking Shira, holding a small bundle of black and red cloth in her arms, was absolutely surrounded by what were a dozen midwives at a glance. Well, that was fast, I heard my mother say, but I paid her no mind. Instead, I made my way to the side of the bed. My stature allowed me to peek at the small tuft of silver gold hair that became visible once I neared my wife. Are you all right? Were the first words I managed to get out. Yes, I am just fine, wonderful even, Shira said, and I could tell she was fighting off the urge to sleep right there and then. What of our child? I asked then, apprehension and excitement filling my very being, the fright and anxiety long dispelled. What of our son you mean? Shira said with a proud smile, and the word rang through my head like a stampede. Son. I have a son. I thought, an ear-to-ear smile slowly rising to my face. Might I hold him? I asked then, fighting the urge to cry. All my fears, all my dreadful nightmares of ending up the same way as my previous self. I had a son to dispel them all. Of course, Shira said, her tiredness sapping away her strength by the moment. I gingerly picked up the little black ball of cloth and I stared into the deep purple eyes of my son for the very first time that day. My very being was drawn to the sight. The twin dark purple orbs were like a reflection of my own. People began speaking around me but I ignored it all. Even my mother's distinctive voice and Aaron's happy tone of what must have been congratulations all disappeared into the fog that surrounded me. It was all so trivial. Maegor. I heard Shira say then, and that finally broke me from my trance. Turning my head down to look at my exhausted wife once more. Shira? I asked in return. Awaiting her quiet response, the rest of the room became quiet as a mouse as well. What shall his name be? She asked then, and my mind raced as soon as the words hit my ears. Shira and I had discussed many different names for our firstborn child. If it was to be a girl, we were going to name her Visenya, in honor of my mother. Had someone asked us 6 moons ago, we would have said Viserys for a firstborn boy, for the same reason as that of a girl. Unfortunately, history remained true, and so my brother beat us to the punch. As for other boy names, I favored names like Arian and Baelor. Meanwhile, Shira preferred names like Durin and Arain. We had discussed this back and forth over the last 3 moons, but it all became clear to me once I looked into his eyes. The name popped up into my head so easily then. Like the obvious choice lay before me from the very beginning. His name shall be Durin Targaryen, I said then, full confidence in my tone. Turning to spot the beaming smile on my wife's face, I knew it was perfect. It honored Shira's father and carried no bad Targaryen baggage. A strong name, I heard my mother say from across the bed, and she gave me an approving nod. Meanwhile, Aaron spoke from behind me. You like my name that much, hey? He said with a sarcastic tone and got a light chuckle out of the rapidly filling room. This is what I wanted, a life of laughter, love, and peace. I would fight to keep it, but the end goal was clear to me now. I would not rest until my family could live in safety and peace. Later that night, once all the celebrations were over and the guests from all over the city had filtered away, my mother, Shira, and I all met to discuss a few things privately. Shira was currently holding little Durin while sitting on the best chair we owned, while me and my mother elected to stand. I wanted to say excellent work again, Shira, my mother said with the largest smile I had ever seen on her face. The moment she had lifted Durin into her arms, a smile had been plastered on it, and it had yet to go away, even if it did dim over the course of the day. Thank you, Your Grace, Shira said with a tired smile. She had slept through much of the celebrations, but she had specifically wished to be woken up for this discussion. So, I began. There was no real easy way to begin this, so I had to just go for it. What do you plan to do here, Maegor? My mother cut me off instead, and I dug deep into my mind for an answer. It is time to change strategies, to what I do not know, I admitted then. It became clear to me once the sun disappeared over the horizon that I had been acting foolishly. I needed to rethink my strategy and plan. Are you finally beginning to see reason regarding your pathetic older brother? My mother spoke my fears aloud. I sent a letter to my brother a few days before Shira was expected to start her labors, asking him to come here and visit for the birth of my first child. He never arrived. Needless to say, it was concerning. I do not know about reason, but keeping all of our eggs in one basket is a poor play, I retorted then. I was not going to give up all hope on my brother. But I needed backup plans just in case. I could not be reliant on his goodwill. Then what is the goal? Shira asked then. Even in her exhausted state, her mind remained sharp enough to ask poignant questions. For now, membership to the conclave, I said flatly. Securing our position in Pentos should be the first move. Properly assuming more power could be left for future endeavors, but I refused to let them evict my family, especially when we were in such a vulnerable state. You will need to tread carefully, my son, my mother said after that, though she was actually looking at Shira. When my mother learned of the assassination attempt and how close Shira had gotten to being poisoned, she was apoplectic. She flew in like a bat out of hell, and the lecture Shira had received was historic. Indeed, we will be, I said, not wanting to bring up the metaphorical dragon in the room. Your Grace, will you be remaining in Pentos this time? Shira asked the question I did not want to, and I was thankful to her for it. I do not know, my mother admitted her uncertainty, and it was an alien look on my mother, whom I had seen act in full confidence for so long. As much as it pains me to say it, I think it would be best if you left again, I forced out, and both my mother and my wife's heads snapped up to stare at me. What do you mean? They said in unison. We remain in the same dangerous position. Ensuring that Tiana was put to death, along with bringing an army into the city, burnt a lot of trust and goodwill, especially when I began making threats and giving ultimatums. Bringing another dragon into the city long term, and one of Viagar's size no less, would surely set off alarm bells all over the city. Believe me, mother, I want you here more than anything else, but I think it might be too soon. I finished my improvised speech and I hated every word of it. Having my mother around would be such a boon, it would be hard to fathom. Viagar would make the coming battle with the Dothraki a cakewalk. My mother was a capable political thinker and was also well versed in poisons and magics. Frankly, she was a queen on the chessboard, but I could not play her yet. Besides all that, actually having my family united and in one place was something I so very deeply desired. I wished my brother would have visited, maybe even brought along little Rena, Aegon, and Viserys to spend some time here. Yet politics were getting in the way of that. That makes sense, I shall return to Dragonstone once more. My mother made a split-second decision and Shira balked at it. Your Grace, surely we can find a way for you to stay here, she said, practically pleading with her to stay, and I could not blame her. My mother could smoke out any other potential assassination plots and even continue Shira's education here. No, I will not put you in danger for my feelings. Besides, if I am on Dragonstone, it means His Grace cannot have it. My mother tacked on the end with an evil smile, and I smirked at the thought. My mother was regaining her confidence. When will you leave then? Shira asked the next question on the tip of my tongue. I think either on the morrow or the next day. I wish to spend some time with my grandson, my mother said, dispelling the dark expression on her face and replacing it with a true smile as she took little Durin from the arms of Shira. The sight before me was one that I would cherish for the rest of my days. I almost filed away a note to have it turned into a painting or tapestry one day. My little family all together. With a brief moment of peace and happiness. Unfortunately, I would have to emphasize the word temporary. Because just a sennight after the birth of Prince Durin Targaryen, a messenger arrived carrying a message from Coltemo, who had just been named the stallion who mounts the world. Surrender or die, was all it said. 27 Maegor 16/Aaron 6. Maegor 16. 30 AC. How many times had I fantasized about being in this situation? At the head of an army that was staring down the innumerable hordes of barbarians or heathens at the gates. Racking my brain to try and come up with a strategy to fell the endless horde. Yet actually being in the same position I had imagined myself in so many times was a strange feeling. My previous unshakable confidence in our inevitable victory had been somewhat shaken the first time I flew over the Dothraki army on Dragonback. Scouts now said it numbered close to 80,000 men, counting the non-combatants. Such a force was even greater than my mother and her siblings had faced at the field of fire. The veritable sea of men that lay before the hill we had chosen to seal our fate on was an awe-inspiring sight. Tens of thousands of Sarnori pikemen, hailed as the greatest in the world. Even more Dothraki screamers, widely proclaimed as the agents of the apocalypse for the terror they wrought on the world thus far. Dothraki horse archers, the backbone of the incredible conquests by previous Khals, and though they were out of sight from the hill he was currently on. The siege engines brought down a dozen cities all across Essos. In comparison, Pentos mustered around 30,000 men, counting the mercenary companies hired for this battle. Many of whom were militia from the countryside that surrounded Pentos, hired on from a long-suffering middle class this city once boasted of. Another blight of slavery, I thought, my eye still staring through the far eye I had been gifted. The landed middle class of Pentos were a proud bunch. Descendants of Andals and Valyrians had lived here for millennia and were slowly but surely being drowned out by the slave-holding elites of the city, who bought up enormous estates and sent slaves to farm on them. This then forced the now landless men into the city, where they needed to be housed and fed. This of course came back to bite Pentos once the raiding began, as food became more expensive, and now feeding the populace had developed into a large problem. Problems for later, I thought, refocusing my eyes toward the countless tents set up behind the lines of battle. I had been expecting to spot a golden yard for a while now, but they all looked identical. Crafty bastards, I thought with a sneer. Ever since my first pass over the army, the Dothraki had homogenized their army to a great extent. If specific tents had been demarcated, I could strike them in the night atop Terrax, thus depriving the enemy force of their leadership. Unfortunately, it seemed Coltemo lived up to his reputation and he had reacted strongly to my presence. I had received quite a few messengers over the last few moons, discreet ones of course, threatening me but also advising me to leave Pentos to her fate and return to the land across the sea. It was all empty bluster of course. They feared my dragon, that much was obvious, I just needed to see how I could best use him in this upcoming battle. As he was our key to defeating this much larger force. Spot anything different? I heard Dickbean say from behind me and I merely shook my head. Nothing out of the ordinary, but I am certain the battle will begin soon, I said with a straight face. Normally, I was more cheerful around Dickbean, he was a person I could unwind around, and teaching him was fun, yet this was no time for cheer. Regardless of what happened, this battle would be bloody. Why are you so certain? Dick asked, looking a bit sheepish. He had grown more confident over the last few moons of being in Pentos, but fundamentally he was still a 2- and 10-year-old small folk boy. Pay attention during tonight's council meeting, you will be attending as my squire, I said with a reassuring smile. Dick would not be seeing combat in this battle, so he had nothing real to fear. Yes, my prince. Dick said with a bow before I moved back toward my dragon. He was situated on the hill the army was currently deployed on, thankfully a decent distance away, about halfway up the hill. Terax had mellowed somewhat since settling on the coast near my manse, but I was still wary of bringing a murder beast so close to a bunch of very jumpy men. Especially when I could feel through our bond that he was practically itching for a fight. Dragons were abnormal creatures. That much should be obvious, with the whole flying and breathing fire. Yet they were abnormal in more mundane ways too. Unlike practically every other creature in this world, a dragon's first instinct was to fight. Especially when they were facing down a threat they perceived as weaker than them. My dragon rose from his slumbering position when I closed in on his head. His bright green eyes appeared from the black lids which once hid them, and he stared me down. An energy of anticipation and waiting coursing through our bond. I know Terax, soon, I promised him. I had already been giving my dragon a taste of proper bloodshed for the last 2 moons, but he was itching for the real deal. Many dragons were noted to practically crave violence in the books on Dragonstone. My dragon was, fortunately, or perhaps unfortunately, one of them. I spent the rest of that day with Terax, looking for stray foraging parties that wandered too far out to punish them. Yet it seemed my prediction was correct and they were preparing for an attack. As none were visible from my position on the hill. Just as the sun was setting, I turned in for the regular camp meetings that were being held. This army was a hodgepodge and had several commanders that all needed to be consulted. There was a clear hierarchy, but even still, the command was messy than it ought to have been. First, there was me, the sole dragon rider and officially the commander of the Black Company. Then there was Magister Thorello, one of my chief adversaries and the head of the Pentashi army and militia. Rounding everything else out were the captains of the men of valor and the company of the cat. Well, Prince Maegor, did you see anything of note today? Magister Thorello said to me, and his tone said all that was needed. Ever since Tiana of Pentos was put to death in a messy show trial, I had gained quite a number of new enemies in the city of Pentos. Houses Nereidis and Brenil remained allies, however, even they had to tone down their support to a degree. But the powerful House Iranur joined the now very loud group of families questioning my presence within the city. They were fearful of my intentions, of falling under the domination of a dragon rider. Not to mention my distaste for the institution of slavery was well known. In the rich and powerful slaver society of Pentos, it was a bad look. I suppose that is what I get for making threats, I thought with a frown. I probably should have known that giving an ultimatum to the conclave that Tiana be put to death or I would leave Pentos to her fate would burn some bridges, but I could not help it. Tiana had to go and I would not let her slip the noose. Thankfully, my influence in addition to a few well-placed promises and threats got me the sentencing I wanted. Death by hanging, privately of course, but death by hanging all the same. Regardless, so long as the Dothraki remained a threat, the faction poised against me would not blatantly act. Hearing that Tiana had been a lone actor from Shira was a welcome reprieve. If I had to smoke out a dangerous faction in Pentos when we were so weakly situated in the city, we very well may have been forced to flee the city for Tyrosh. However, now the situation had changed. Not only did I possess a small army to back up my dragon, but I was also more comfortable within the city itself, with a proper series of guards and procedures to prevent any and all chances of poison. Dedicated food tasters, dedicated chefs, and extensive usage of guest right. All were precautions readily taken. The other 2 captains meanwhile were more openly antagonistic. The Pentashi opposition at least had to pretend to like me while they had need of my services. These sellswords were in it for the money and everyone knew it. They felt slighted that I had been paid more than their entire army had cost Pentos. A dragon is worth more than a few thousand men, I thought before responding to Magister Thorello. Nothing exceptional, just the usual deployments and the occasional foraging party sent out into the countryside, I said, shrugging my shoulders. At this point, we were just waiting for the battle. We were dug in on this hill, with ready access to our own supply from Goyandrohi for food, and we were right on the Little Roine for water. And you are certain they will attack soon? Captain Borello said, and I merely nodded my head. They have no choice, I said with full confidence. I had engineered their current predicament, what remained to be seen was just how effective I had been. What makes you so sure? I heard Captain Sirio say next, and I let out an unimpressed huff in response. Their numbers work against them. They have to supply their force, and while their situation is precarious, ours is as good as it gets. Waiting only costs them, I said with complete confidence. Supply was the largest killer of armies. This I learned firsthand and from the countless history lessons from my old life. A numerically bigger force helped in battle unless they were all starving to death. The Dothraki army was like a cancer on the land it sat on. They ate like a blight on the land and left everything in their wake depleted. This was part of the strategy though. The moment we learned Kultemo had left on his march, I deployed to Goyandrohi to begin making probing attacks while Pentos scorched much of their path to the city. I was not daring enough to try and strafe the main force, given the sheer number of them and the fame of the Dothraki archers. But their herds of animals? Their foraging parties? Their supply wagons? All suffered under Terax's flame. It presumably forced Kultemo to force march his army here, living off the land to the best of their abilities. It meant that while they arrived here exhausted, they also did not have much time to play with, as they were no doubt faced with the option of starving or picking an easier target. It costs them, but how much? Have you spotted them eating their horses yet? Magister Thorello said next, and I shook my head. That would be ideal, but I think they are rationing what they have left and resting from their march. Their infantry arrived just yesterday after all. I think the battle will likely come tomorrow or the next day. Depending on just how devastating my attacks on them were, I laid out the situation. Kultemo once more proved his competence by detaching his cavalry from his infantry. Once the Dothraki screamers and horse archers were facing down the Pentoshi force, I could not exactly leave them to scorch their supply lines, lest I leave the Pentoshi force vulnerable to attack while I was gone. Should we double the night guard then? If they are desperate, they could change a night attack, as that would also hinder your dragon. Magister Thorello continued to prove he was unfortunately not incompetent and pointed out the next serious question. If I were them, I would try to attack in the early morning. The sun at their back and still waking up soldiers on our side could give them enough of an advantage for them to finally initiate combat. This was why the war was such a mess. Countless factors played into whether or not an army could fight or even how well they could. Then we must retire for the night if no tricks are to be had. It would be best for us to be prepared for the coming battle as best we can, Captain Sirio said after that, and I agreed. My tent was right next to Terax should a night attack occur anyway, so all our meeting was truly doing was wasting precious time we could use sleeping. Especially if I was right in my assumption of a morning attack. Very well, best of luck to you all, Magister Thorello said as we all stood up. I had to make my way back to the camp set up for my own men, as they were situated nearest to Terax. Walking through the orderly and well-maintained camp Pentos had set up made me smile. We had meticulously planned out each and every facet of this camp for many moons, and the fruits of our labor were a sight to behold. This hill outside Goyandrohi had been turned into a veritable fortress, with battlements, trenches, caltrops strewn across the field before the hill, and even a small stone wall put up to aid our smaller force to the best of our ability. Given we were outnumbered around 2 to 1, it was the best usage of our resources. The Black Company was situated on the left flank of the army, with my dragon situated slightly further down the hill and the small force of cavalry, the Pentoshi could muster, situated on the flat ground on the side of the mountain, with the other flank guarded by the Little Roin. Should a battle truly begin in the morning, I will likely be supporting them, I thought with a cursory glance sent their way. Facing the Dothraki on flat land was not an enviable position to be held, so their apprehension was well known and sympathized with. So my dragon would likely be with them for a number of reasons. Flat land was better for strafing attacks on dragon back, it was far from the main column of men, so friendly fire was unlikely, and securing the flank of the army so the hill was not encircled was vital to any potential victory. No point in static defenses if you can just go around, I thought with a smile. I was experiencing a mix of emotions looking out at the seemingly endless number of campfires in the Dothraki camp. The two most prominent were excitement and fear. I was excited to finally achieve what I had been working toward. Defeating the Dothraki on the open field would make me a legend, world-renowned. Yet I also felt fear, not for my own life, but for what I could lose. I had a proper family now, the cavalier disregard I had for my life in the stepstones and when hunting the giant would do me no good. Leaving Shira and Durin behind, scared me more than any number of unwashed barbarians. The hell? I could not help but think as I saw the Dothraki moving dozens of supply wagons off their left flank, extending far outside of their lines of battle. Prince Maegor. I heard one soldier call out to me, no doubt trying to tell me what I just saw and heard. A great many horns sounded across the field and a veritable sea of Dothraki cavalry poured out of their right flank, poised to smash the tiny cavalry force Pentos could muster to compete with them. I know, I said simply as I put on my helm and grasped the reins of Terax. I took a deep breath and let out a small prayer before I snapped the reins and said the word. Sovs. I roared and the black body beneath me surged with power. Terax's huge muscles moved beneath his scales and hoisted his huge body up from his resting position. Terax seemed to brace himself before launching forward using the tips of his wings and powerful legs, his huge body going airborne only to then be carried aloft by the powerful beats of his great grey wings. Terax let out an excited roar at the commencement of battle and his energy flowed readily between us, silencing my nerves and steeling me for the carnage ahead. Terax taking flight must have mustered up the courage of the Pentoshi cavalry as they surged forward with me, riding at full gallop to meet the Dothraki forces head-on. I will have to ask Aaron what it is like fighting beneath a dragon later, I thought with a giddy smile as the feeling of power one got on dragon back sprang to life within me. I had to credit the Dothraki, as their horses hardly seemed to waver at the sight of my dragon closing in. Yet oddly enough, the Dothraki force was still remarkably far back to where they ought to be. Strange, I thought before Terax was practically on top of them. I did not need to say the words as Terax readily pulled his wings together for a steep dive. I had practiced this technique with Terax more times than I could possibly count. Learned directly from my mother, it was her preferred style after the fall of Meraxes. A fast dive, followed by a burst of flames before ascending again to repeat the process. This mitigated the chance of a lucky shot hitting and left little time for the opposing forces to react to the path. No doubt the sight of a building-sized beast hurtling toward them at unimaginable speeds also did tremendous mental damage. Even discounting the positively demonic sounds a dragon could make during combat. As if on cue, Terax let out a mighty roar as we neared closer and closer to the ground. The excitement and bloodlust shared between dragon and rider reached its peak as I shouted the words I had been waiting to say. Dracarys! I roared with a smile on my face. Green flame soon poured from the mouth of Terax and bathed the horses and Dothraki beat our attack run in an apocalyptic heat. The screams of the dead and dying filled my ears as I gripped the reins and urged my dragon rightwards, flying rather low and continuing to spray a stream of fire onto the now panicking horses below. Each torrent of bright green flames released a new series of sickening cries and I was lost in a trance listening to the chorus. I was not in that trance for long, however. As soon as I began to pull the reins up, a searing pain appeared on my right arm and Terax roared out in pain. What? I thought, immediately bringing a hand to my elbow. Just then, a realization hit me and I turned to see boiling blood seep from the bottom of Terax's right wing membrane, coating the ground below in the lava-like material. What? I thought again, turning my head back and forth as if it were on a swivel. Just in time for something large to fly right about a foot in front of me. It was so fast I could hardly see what it was, but my head turned to where it came from. Those supply wagons that I had seen earlier. The same ones that were suspiciously close to the main force of the horse archers. Scorpions. I thought in an instant as I lowered myself down and practically hugged Terax. Pulling on our mental connection and using my arms to pull on the reins hard to get him to start making evasive maneuvers. Terax's rage and pain seared through our bond and I winced at the feeling. A downside of growing closer to your dragon, close enough to give mental commands, was the sharing of pain between rider and dragon. It was not one-to-one, but I could feel the impact of every arrow launched from below, every scratch and cut on Terax's wings. I felt all of them and I felt his rage. Terax was not fearful of the damage he was sustaining. He merely wished to kill his attackers even more. Terax's body surged with might once more as he beat his wings with a ferocity I had never seen before. In mere moments, we were practically on top of the siege engines, the scorpions, and ballistae standing no chance against the fire of Terax. Yet in his rage, he was not satisfied. Consumed by bloodlust and a fiery rage, he descended from the air itself and took to fighting the perceived threat with tooth and claw. Terax! I quickly yelled as he landed on his 2 feet. His barbed tail swung back and forth behind him, smashing every cart in range as he continued spraying a stream of searing hot green flames on everything in sight. I fiddled with the satchels on his saddle, desperately trying to fish out the whip to get him airborne once more. Terax's erratic movements on the ground tossed me back and forth in the saddle. Finally, I yelled as I pulled the steel whip from the satchel and prepared to crack the whip on Terax's head. Normally he would listen to my commands, but his bloodlust had gotten the better of him. I began before I spotted numerous shadows appear to form on the back of Terax's skin. The sun momentarily blocked out in several spots along Terax's body. I heard the arrows bounce off Terax's nigh impenetrable scales before they hit my much more penetrable armor. The Dragonstone steel armor did its job well, but I felt a few arrows pierce through and line my back and left arm with sharp, searing pain. Sovs! I roared then, cracking the whip hard, and my pain combined with the whip finally spurred Terax into action. With a powerful beat of his wings and a large jump, he was airborne and flying nearly straight upwards for cloud cover. Too high, Terax! I said then, but my willful dragon had decided my life was his priority now. Getting me far away from the combat, I began pulling out what arrows I could from the ones stuck into my armor. Damn it all! I thought again, furiously ripping each and every arrow out of my forearm. The Dothraki archers lived up to their fame. I had a good handful of arrows sticking out of my arm and back. Doha Eris! I roared, my steel whip cracking on the top of Terax's head just as we ascended into the clouds. I appreciated his concern for my well-being, but our leaving the battlefield spelled doom for our side. My dragon finally listened to reason. He stopped his ascent and steadied himself just above the clouds. I did not let the stunning view stop me, however. I retook the reins of my dragon and pulled in for another descent. No more mistakes, I said aloud to my dragon as we rapidly plummeted towards the earth. Aaron 6:30 AC. Prince Maegor is fleeing. He heard one of the soldiers yell from his position near the back of the line, and Aaron's purple eyes scanned the skies. He spotted the distinctive form of Terax flying straight upwards, toward the clouds dotting the sky, and Aaron felt the sweat begin to really form on his face. His fear for his friend's life was soon drowned out by a sickening sound. A series of hundreds of horns bellowed out from the main force of the Dothraki. Half of the Dothraki force had been slowly creeping up since the morning, but they entered a full charge now. Brace yourselves, Aaron said then, that he had been preparing himself and the force mustered from Westeros for several moons now, but they were soon to feel the full might of nearly 40,000 men bearing down on the Pentoshi army. Another series of horns bellowed out from their own hill, and Aaron readied himself in anticipation. He was not on the front lines, but he would be expected to push with the rest of the shield wall in all likelihood. The Sellsword Company was too small to really have a dedicated cavalry force yet, so everyone was effectively heavy infantry for the time being. He and Maegor had divided the company into 3, roughly equal units. Maegor had placed the most experienced group of soldiers in front, ready to face the Dothraki head-on, and then the less experienced soldiers were behind them, to get some experience and give the first group the might to push back against the wall of Dothraki. Finally, the rookies remained in reserve, ready to reinforce the fighting groups but also remaining well rested in case of emergency. Aaron was currently with the last group and was praying the defenses held. They had dug trenches and built up a rudimentary stone wall to aid in their defense, but the sheer number of men surging forward may very well be too much. What about Prince Maegor? One of the men behind Aaron said, and he had to dispel those thoughts right then before they poisoned the thoughts of his men and crippled their morale. He is merely aligning himself for another pass. Focus on the enemy in front of you, Aaron just managed to say before the deafening sound of thousands of shields and spears clashing filled the air. Aaron watched as the second group fidgeted in place. The first group was holding the Dothraki forces at the wall, thus not necessitating their entrance to the combat just yet. Where are you, Maegor? Aaron thought aloud. He continued to scan the skies, but he spotted no black thunderbolt, no skyedmen terrorizing his enemies. All he saw were torrential fires and dust kicked up from the battle a half-mile to the left flank, and Aaron dreaded the outcome of that. Did Maegor do enough damage before he flew up? Aaron thought with more and more sweat pooling at the back of his neck. Their whole strategy hinged on the left flank of the Pentoshi army winning their skirmish with the right flank of the Dothraki. With dragon support, this should be possible, yet Aaron saw absolutely nothing as a storm of dust and green flames were kicked up in the cold, dry fields that surrounded Goyandrohi in the winter. The presence of green flames on the horizon made it clear that Terax had let his fury be known. But how much damage was actually received from the Dothraki forces could not be determined. Aaron watched as the dust cloud on the horizon grew larger and larger, and he was tempted to pull out his Myrish eye. If the Pentoshi cavalry failed to best their Dothraki adversaries, they may very well be doomed. His view was momentarily turned away as he spotted the second line move forward to support the first. Giving a nod to the commander of that line, Aaron returned his attention to the battle in the distance, only to notice a terrible thing. The Dothraki had noticed the hole in their line, and Aaron could see thousands of Dothraki screamers gallop across the field at full sprint, no doubt wishing to capitalize on the gap to outflank them. Inform Magister Thorello. Dothraki screamers are closing in on the left flank and we need reinforcements to hold the line. Aaron quickly roared at Dick Bean, who was spending the battle with him. As the Dothraki screamers rapidly closed in, Aaron turned to his men. We must hold them here. It is either victory or death. He roared, but the line behind him failed to move. Lord Aaron, we cannot defeat them. One terrified soldier called out, and Aaron desperately racked his brain for any ideas. Did you come here to live out a fantasy? We are warriors. They will sing songs of this battle, let them sing our names instead of the Dothraki. Victory or death? Aaron gave an impromptu speech and the men hesitantly rallied. I choose victory. One soldier yelled before the chant resounded across the men, so ferocious that it even spread to the men in the second and first line. To victory! They roared, and the third line formed their shield wall, patiently waiting for the arrival of the famed Dothraki screamers. Continuing to shout to victory all the while. Dismounting his horse, Aaron prepared his own equipment. Fastening his helmet and readying his pike to meet the enemy, he pushed his way toward the front of the formation and braced himself. Lead by example, right Maegor? Aaron thought before he heard a deafening roar from above. The 1,000 men he was squished between all suddenly lurched forward to meet with the enemy while Aaron turned his gaze skyward. As the army clashed with the horsemen around him, Aaron spotted the distinctive form of Terax descending from the clouds at a breathtaking speed. Mere moments slowed to a near halt. The world seemed to slow itself down to Aaron, as he beheld the monster descending toward their position at a rapid pace. Only for the dragon's dive to end and a torrent of green flame to spew from the beast's mouth. A green inferno rapidly enveloped the ground as the screams of burning men filled the air. The sound of abject agony bled through the whole battlefield. Hundreds of men burning to a crisp under the intense heat of a dragon's flames. Aaron watched as the famed Dothraki screamers, the same ones who had brought down Sarnar, Esaria, Qohor, and Norvos, burned to charcoal under the heat of dragon flame. Their skin turned black as night and their bodies withered under the intense heat. Each former man melted like a wax candle. Was this what the field of fire was like? Aaron absent-mindedly thought as he watched another Dothraki screamer melt under the awe-inspiring power of a dragon's flames. This was the power that brought Westeros to heel. This was the power that brought most of Essos to heel under old Valyria. And Aaron was glad it was on his side. Fall back, Aaron heard himself say, almost instinctively. The heat from the fires wafted over him as the men behind him began to flee uphill, away from the rapidly rising green flames. Terax had released his flames a dozen or so feet behind the main skirmishing line, but they were rapidly ascending. The dry grass, stiff breeze, and the incline provided the means for an inferno. Up and up they went, many men dropping their gear as they fled the ever-expanding flames. They reached the camp at the top of the hill and some began to stop before Aaron began yelling, even though his voice was hoarse. "Keep going. Fire goes uphill," he said, continuing to run through the camp and then moving downhill. Away from the flames and death as thousands of men followed him back down the hill. The flames licked at their heels. Aaron chanced to glance backward and spotted the inferno enveloping the entire hill. Maegor must be still going, Aaron thought with a sense of relief. The dry, cold grasses of the Pentoshi flatlands yielded itself well to cavalry, but it yielded itself even better to dragon fire. In seemingly no time at all, Aaron's entire vision was clouded with smoke and blazing green fires. The Dothraki would have no great victory that day. Maegor showed the whole world why the Dothraki were nothing before the doom. As one dragon brought the greatest army seen since the doom of Valyria to its very knees. 28 Maegor 17/Shira X. The wild sounds of cheering and music were so loud as to be heard over the great walls of Pentos. A chorus of yells, cheers, and screams, accompanied by what must have been 1,000 different instruments all blaring out in cheer. Yet my mind was not focused on them. It was focused on my more pressing issue. "Dohaeris," I whispered to Terax while patting him on his thick scales. I could feel through our bond that he was still riding the high of combat, and the loud cheering and racket inside the city proper had interested him greatly. He was curiously swiveling his head around, getting a good look at the walls he had flown over what must have been 100 times by now. Terax let out a huff at my words and poked his nose into the great iron gate that lay before us, but he did listen to me. His restlessness seemed to fade and a more bored emotion washed over our bond. I had been winding him down from his excitement over the last few days with small attacks on the scattered remnants of Dothraki, but I could tell he wanted more. Like a dog who was not satisfied with the walk, their owner took them on. "How did the dragon keepers ever manage to deal with you?" I asked my dragon playfully. We were still waiting for the gates to open at midday for the triumph, so I was essentially just killing time. Small talk atop a dragon would be challenging, I thought with a light chuckle to myself. I was currently at the head of a column that was to march through the wide streets of Pentos in triumph. When it had been offered to me by my allies in Pentos, I could hardly resist the temptation. Getting to flaunt our victory over the dastardly Dothraki was the perfect way to properly paint the image I would need. A glorious conqueror, fighting on the side of Pentos. That was the image I wished to project to the people. I had already largely bungled swaying all of the nobles onto my side, so I would merely have to make do with my solid fraction of the magisters and nobles and appeal to the small folk for more support. Pentos was an odd city, much more odd than what I remembered of Tyrosh. For one, Tyrosh had far more slaves within her city limits. Tyrosh was the center of the slave raids in the Narrow Sea. So they got their fair share of captured Westerosi, but they were also much closer to the primary source of slaves in this world, Slaver's Bay. If only the Dothraki sought to raise their cities instead of Qohor, I could not help but think with a scowl. I had done my fair share of research on the Dothraki to prepare for the battle, and it seemed the slaver cities were quite eager to bend the knee and pay tribute to the horse lords. They actually thrived under the Dothraki's protection, now having easy access to the Dothraki slave trade. The Dothraki pillaged, killed, raped, and enslaved their way across Essos for more than 100 years before I arrived. Sarnar was brought to her knees and the slaver cities benefited from the immense increase in supply. I heard horror stories of tens of thousands of slaves being marched across the Dothraki Sea toward Mirian. These new Sarnori slaves flooded the market and drastically reduced the prices of slaves. With tens of thousands being bought up by slave traders and nobles across the free cities. Tyrosh got her fair share, but I was lucky in that Pentos was quite far to buy up the increased supply. The far lower numbers of slaves in Pentos carried the benefit of retaining a sizable, albeit fading, middle class of artisans and merchants that I could appeal to, in addition to the small landowners in the flatlands. Many of these men had slaves themselves, but it was a far different form than the chattel that worked the vast estates in the Pentoshi flatlands. The Pentoshi flatlands offered another opportunity for me. I will need to have a chat with Rego later, I thought with another frown. The vanquishing of the Dothraki meant that the flatlands and Old Andalos would be free from their raids and thus become more profitable. I had the distinct benefit of being in a position to capitalize on that. With the immense amount of gold that was soon to be flowing into my coffers. Lands could be claimed and bought up, which would only increase my wealth further as more people left the city now that the Dothraki threat was far reduced. I would likely continue to squash minor raids for the next while, but securing the Little Roin should stem the bleeding. It will have to wait, I suppose, I thought with a quick jump as the great iron doors opened and we began our triumphal march at the head of the victorious army. Some victory it was, I thought with a glance backward. The Black Company had the distinct honor of leading the procession, but even at a glance, I could see that the casualties from the battle had been immense. The initial plan had been to crush the Dothraki left flank and then descend on the rear of the Dothraki center. thus boxing them in between our defenses and a wall of fire behind them. Such a maneuver would have cut them down nearly to a man and ensured the death of Kultemo, who was currently unaccounted for. Yet my oversight led to our near defeat on the right wing and a large force of Dothraki threading the needle. I thus decided to close in more and directly aid the soldiers fighting on the ground as best I could. It halted the Dothraki advance and destroyed their main push, but it also meant that a lot of the soldiers went up in flames as Terax's fury ascended the hill. It took days to count the total casualties, but the current count was somewhere around 5 and 10,000 Pentashi and Cell Swords and nearly 40,000 Dothraki over the course of the battle and the subsequent days. The Black Company herself had lost nearly 1,000 men. A massive loss when there were only barely 3,000 to begin with. Another conversation for tonight, I suppose, I thought with a glance toward a clearly exhausted Aaron behind me. It was his decision to retreat off the hill that saved many lives that day. He was thanked more times than I could remember by practically every man in the company. Yet he had little time to celebrate, as it was his job to work with the other commanders to tally the dead and piece together what was left. Enough doer thoughts, I waved away my concerns then. Sure, the battle could have gone a lot better, and mistakes were certainly made, but I had long since decided to not let mistakes weigh me down. They were to be learned from, not be an anchor around your neck. With my woes and worries cast aside for the time being, I finally cast my gaze at the enormous crowds that lined the streets of Pentos and I offered them a light wave. The awe of a dragon and the victory for their city had thrown the entire city into a jubilant mood, and there were hundreds of chants going on in the crowds. Prince Maegor! Glory to Pentos! To victory! And 100 other chants rolled off the crowds like waves, washing over the army behind me, and it almost seemed like they perked up at the celebration. With the deaths of so many men, it had made the already present exhaustion from cleaning the field of battle and quashing the now scattered Dothraki all the worse. It seemed those feelings were cast off now, though. The cheers and celebration of the city seemed to brighten the very sky. Perhaps we should let the men into the city to celebrate for the night, I thought with a cursory glance back. Discipline was no doubt vital to the army, but it was surely fine to let them celebrate a bit. Terax remained obedient as we slowly marched at the head of the army, passing the wide streets of Pentos as Terax bounced between excitement at all the noises and smells around him and disappointment when I reined him back in. More training will be needed, I thought with a blank look toward my dragon. I could not entirely blame him for lashing out at the pain, but my mother had gotten to the point where she did not need the whip for Viagar. I had gotten Terax close to that, but it seemed I needed more than simple joy rides with him. I wonder if we could get some dragon keepers to come over, I spoke lightly to my dragon, and he seemed to bristle at the mention of his hated handlers. It would surely be a hard sell. The dragon keepers on Dragonstone and King's Landing both hated dealing with Terax. But I was sure that enough gold and perhaps some promises could sway some. The column with me at the head walked down the main northern road toward the city square and the palace of the Prince of Pentos, with the soldiers having praise and thanks lavished onto them by the people all the while. A Pentashi triumph was another of their strange traditions. Like the Maiden of the Fields and Maiden of the Seas, it was steeped in whatever odd religion the founders of the city believed in, even if that faith had long since lost her monopoly. A victorious army was to parade down the streets and lavish the people with gold in exchange for praise. The army was invited to sing songs and chants and even taunt their defeated enemies. This current triumph was a little different because the raid on the Dothraki camp netted little gold, but the people cheered all the same. The army was to march around the city and eventually stop at the prince's palace, whereupon he would heap honors and rewards onto the successful general, or generals in this case. That was where I was leading the column. Captain Sirio and Captain Borello both perished in the flames, but unfortunately, Magister Thorello did not share their fate. A major leader among the faction of hardliner nobles who detested me, Magister Thorello was perhaps the one man I hoped would die in that battle. Instead, he remained in the rear and even aided Aaron on the flank with reserve troops. As a result, I would be sharing my rewards and celebrations with him. His horse was right behind Terax, so when we arrived at the palace we would not have to wait long for him to make it to the podium outside of the manse, which I could finally see as the army took one final turn and had a straight path toward the mansion. Terax remained obedient the whole walk there, profoundly enticed by the cheers and awe of the crowd, but he did not lash out. I suppose he has had his fill of human. For now, I thought with a sigh. Terax had put the rest of the army to shame when it came to cleaning up that field. Unfortunately for me and the source of my current headache, he was not particularly capable of differentiating between the charred corpses of friends and foes. At least there is no real way of knowing who got eaten, I thought morbidly. Having to apologize, or God forbid pay the hundreds of families that were denied the charred corpses of their sons because my dragon was hungry would be a nightmare. Having reached the end of the march, Terax stopped in his tracks and lowered a wing so I could climb down. I winced as I swung my left arm over, but I had already gotten the wound checked out by the healers assigned to the army. I had superficial wounds on my back and a single arrow had managed to pierce the skin on my left arm. Apparently, some of the Dothraki were armed with dragon bone bows. How they acquired them was anyone's guess, but a handful were found among the ash and charcoal on the Dothraki's left flank. That was a situation I would have to deal with later. however, as I descended from my dragon. I had to ascend up the podium to speak to the crowds and hear the quick speech of my former friend alongside Magister Thorello. The look Prince Nevio gave me was one of complete and total hatred. His eyes were seared with hot lava and I could not entirely blame him. Tiana was put to death because of me after all. A series of well-placed threats, promises, ultimatums, and demands secured the ruling from the judges. Tiana of Pentos never got the chance to threaten my family again. A noose was tied around her neck and she was hanged in a private setting. So be it, I thought, giving him an icy stare of my own. I understood his anger but circumstances had pitted us against one another and I would not let him win, even if I had to stick Dark Sister between the eyes of my former friend. Chance of Prince Maegor end to victory. Continued all the while and no doubt made the Prince of Pentos feel even worse. Not that it mattered anyway, all it meant was that his hand was forced. Which was shown when he finally began speaking. He raised his hands and the crowd quieted immediately, awaiting his ceremonial speech. People of Pentos. The Dothraki sought to vanquish our fair city. Coltemo raised 80,000 men to destroy Pentos. Yet the damnable barbarian failed. He began and the crowd went wild in response. Only to be quieted by the soldiers around the city center. Our glorious army soundly defeated the Dothraki menace outside of Goyandrohi. The Honorable Magister Thorello, our guest Prince Maegor Targaryen, and all the brave soldiers of Pentos ended his reign of terror and freed us from the Horse Lord's yoke now and forever. He spoke again, and I noted his choice of words. Downplaying me as a guest and belittling the accomplishments of the sellswords under Pentos's employ. Crafty fuck, let's see how you like it when the tables are turned, I thought as the speech continued with the lecherous fool's bluster and bravado filling the air. Now, let us give thanks to our saviors. It is only fair that Pentos bestows them with honors and rewards befitting their deeds. The Honorable Conclave has already promised Prince Maegor 3,000 pounds of gold for his services, Prince Nevio began and I could see that he was dreading what was coming next. Which meant my allies in the Conclave had done their part. Yet that promise is insufficient for the services received by our fair city. The Honorable Conclave has decided to reward Prince Maegor with not only an extra 1,000 pounds of gold and a large estate in the Velvet Hills. The Honorable Conclave has also decided that Prince Maegor is fit enough to be one of their ranks. Prince Nevio said through barely hidden grit teeth and the crowd celebrated in jubilation. Perfect, I thought with a cocksure smile sent Prince Nevio's way. He was willing to belittle me in his speeches but the Conclave could not be so easily brushed aside. They decided whether he lived or died after all. I had presented my allies in the Pentoshi Conclave a list of things I desired. Membership to the Pentoshi Conclave was first and foremost. As I could properly play politics there and further increase my power if need be. That was the only demand I was completely demanding on. All other ones could be negotiated down if necessary and I would have been satisfied with just my 3,000 pounds of gold and membership but it seemed they went the extra mile in the negotiations on my behalf. I suppose I will have to reward their loyalty in some way, I pondered while the crowd continued to cheer in jubilation. I would need to keep them on the side as well. A decent portion of the conclave were either my allies or aligned with me but having more of a cushion could not hurt. Pentos was not a democracy and was not even a republic but the people still mattered. They might not have political power but a rowdy mob was still dangerous, and I would rather have the mob on my side than poised against me. Earning their favor could not hurt at least, so there was no real reason to not give it a try. Prince Nevio began speaking again and rewarded Magister Thorello with lands on the Little Rhoyne and even more gold than I had been rewarded with. Even if our totals remained lopsided thanks to the original arrangement. I cared little for that, however. I was instead planning for the celebration that night. Along with the myriad of conversations I would need to hold with my closest allies. The celebrations held at my manse following the day-long celebrations in the city were perhaps more muted. I invited my closest friends and allies in the city so it was a more private affair. There was still plenty of wine and music so it was certainly not boring but compared to the opulence on display at the prince's palace earlier in the day. It paled in comparison. It was mostly intentional, however. The real reason I invited my inner circle to my manse was to discuss what to do going forward. Especially now that my short-term goals had been achieved. It just so happened that my manse had a wonderful dark room with no windows for such a clandestine meeting. My enemies had no doubt made their fair share of plays over the last few se'nights of my being in the field and I would need to respond in kind. How about one more toast before we begin properly? A clearly tipsy Regodraz said from his seat. Two people to my right and the rest of the table reluctantly lifted their glasses. I had been fighting to not get plastered this day but the wine was good and celebrations were to be had. So I was also a little tipsy, just like everyone else at the table. What was it that you said again, Aaron? The soldiers were chanting it earlier. Victory or death was it? I tried to remember the chants but I remember being too focused on my dragon to really pay attention. It was to victory. Which sounds like a better toast. I kind of wish I said victory or death though, it certainly invokes more courage, Aaron spoke quickly, swirling the fine Pentoshi vintage Illyrio pulled out for this occasion in his glass. Well then, to victory. I said, raising my glass and the rest of the table followed suit. Illyrio Nerades to my left. Geshio Brinil to the left of him. Aaron Vilarion was to my right. Finally, there was Rego Draz to Aaron's right. Making a 5-man table. Now then, you called us here to talk, Prince Maegor. What is it you wished to discuss? Magister Geshio said clearly, he was perhaps the second least drunk among the 5 of us. Sticking mostly to the watered-down wine like myself. Before we get into that, I wanted to thank you and Illyrio once again for your aid in the conclave. I will repay your generosity, I promised wholeheartedly. Without the help of the 2 magisters to my left, none of my politicking until now in Pentos would have been possible. Of course Prince Maegor, you have been a stalwart ally of our fair city and more importantly, our families, Magister Illyrio said with a smile. It seemed alcohol only made him more jubilant and friendly. I nodded his way but then turned to Magister Geshio. The immediate threat is gone and a major victory has been achieved, but it would be fortuitous to not rest on our laurels. Enemies continue to stir and I need your advice and your support. I laid out my position clearly. I was with trusted advisors, backed by years of friendship for one, plenty of favors owed and taken, along with plenty of assurance from my wife of their cleanliness. I could afford to lay my deck of cards on the table. I suppose I can begin. The Black Company lost a lot of men in the battle. It will take a while to organize the soldiers back into coherent units and recruit new people, Aaron began, and I sought to assuage his fears. Truth be told, the army was the least of my concerns. It was a problem to be certain, but with the militia sent back home and the massive casualties sustained by Pentos's proper forces, our smaller sellsword company would remain a useful threat. Well, the Black Company remains employed by Pentos, and surely warfare will not cease. As now Norvos is wide open and I doubt the conclave would just allow Bravus or Lorith to stick their grubby paws onto our fallen sister, Magister Illyrio seemed to sober up instantly and slid right into the conversation with no issue. So long as the gold from Pentos continues to flow and the terror continues to fly above them, the Black Company will not be at great risk. Rego Draz continued the conversation seamlessly. He was thoroughly glued into my finances, so it was only natural he would have a hand in the running of the Black Company as well. Especially because one of his disciples was the quartermaster. I am sure we can keep the gold flowing with little issue, and with any luck. News of our great victory will inspire new recruits, I said, gesturing toward Illyrio and Geshio. Hopefully, that luck translates to Westerosi recruits, Aaron said, and I agreed with him. Westerosi were far less likely to have their loyalties compromised in Essos. Not to mention the martial culture breeding a drive that was rare among SSC. So we have discussed the issue with your free company, but our victory over the Dothraki will surely stir up trouble among the other free cities. The Dothraki depopulated the Upper Rhoyne Valley and raids in the flatlands kept farms risky. Both are no longer issues now. Geshio cut in next, and this was something I would prefer to speak with Rego and perhaps Shira and Aaron too, but getting my allies more land and power couldn't really hurt me. So long as I kept them loyal, that is. Land is surely going to be contentious. We should pounce before the rest of the city realizes the golden opportunity, Illyrio spoke next, and I gave a glance toward Rego Draz, who nodded readily. Ideally farmlands in Old Andalos and the flatlands should be the first to be bought up. Then again, I was just granted an estate in the Velvet Hills, I thought aloud, and I saw both Illyrio and Geshio win CE. The Velvet Hills are currently filled with outlaws and rebellious lords and chiefs. What with the incessant raids keeping most of our influence from the region. We tried to get you an estate elsewhere, but the opposition in the conclave was crafty. They hope it will be nothing but a drain on your resources, Geshio elaborated, and I could see why they did that. Do they want me to control the Velvet Hills? It seems like a foolish play on their end, I could not help but say. I absolutely could wrangle control of the Velvet Hills, with both an army and a dragon at my command. They want it to be your problem. It is a less profitable and wild region that Pentos has little control over. It also happens to be between Pentos, Bravus, and Norvos. It was mostly a ploy by the more centrist members of the conclave. The hardliners wanted to give you nothing, Illyrio continued to fill in the gaps, but my mind was racing. Then I will center my investments in the Velvet Hills and Old Andalos. I would recommend you to buy up as much land as possible in the flatlands to deny our enemies more wealth, along with convincing some of the lesser aligned houses to do the same. I spoke to the 2 on my left and they readily agreed, before Illyrio began laughing. You are speaking like a true Pentoshi magister. Tell me, Prince Maegor. Do you intend to go back to Westeros even still? Illyrio asked me, and I could not help but frown. I do not wish to remain here all my life, but I cannot be complacent. Recent events have proved that to me, I said with a dejected tone. My brother not visiting me left a sour taste in my mouth. I would have absolutely visited him if our situation had been reversed. Not to mention that it boded poorly for the idea he would lift my banishment come the death of our father. It was clear that I needed to shore up my position here at the very least. I hoped that my brother would lift my banishment and even return Dragonstone to me, but if all else fails, being wealthy and powerful in Essos would be a good start. Well, do you want to be Prince of Pentos then? Aaron asked me that, and my frown deepened. Prince Nevio will forever be an enemy to you. It would be fortuitous to deal with him quickly and you would be a popular candidate. Illyrio jumped on Aaron's line of thinking and my eyes drifted around the table. We should make preparations then, or at least have a plan in place should he be foolish enough to endanger his position. I do not know if I am ready to take said position but we can replace him with either myself or a loyalist if we must, I offered noncommittally. I certainly did not want the current position of the Prince of Pentos, as it was an odd position with little power. It would also likely cement me here, which I did not want. Then I believe we are good here. It is late and I can feel that tomorrow's conclave meeting will be a long one. I shall retire now. Jeshio Brinil stood up then and it seemed like the rest of the room wished to do the same as they all also stood up. Very well, do your best to not forget what we spoke about today. I spoke to all of them but mostly to my Magister allies. As they had more important roles. Speaking like a true Pentashi, I thought before frowning again. This was the problem with increasing my power and wealth in Pentos. The more I did so, the less easy it would be to merely return to my home. Shira X. 31 AC. So, what do you think? Maegor asked with a smile and Shira looked up from the desk she had taken a seat at to give one back. It is nice, albeit cozier than the one in Pentos, Shira said, taking a glance around the rather small solar. It was not the main one, which belonged to Maegor but this small villa in the Red Hills happened to have two. So she found herself with a solar of her own. Sure it is cozy but is that a bad thing? Maegor asked from his position at the door and Shira shook her head. No, did I say that? She asked playfully and Maegor merely shrugged. You said albeit, I personally like the cozy feeling. This is a nice retreat from the city. Maegor walked away from the door and moved toward the closed window, peering out the fine Myrish glass. It is just different, that's all. I do not find it better or worse than the one in the city, for now at least, Shira moved to assure herself while Maegor just chuckled. It certainly is different, and I think that is a good thing. A little change in scenery sounds amazing right now, especially if the scenery looks like this, Maegor said while looking out at the snow-covered hills. Shira thought about standing up and joining him there but she decided against it. A good thing? You know I have asked you to decorate the manse in the city more, Shira said with a lightly teasing tone. She would watch herself of course, with Queen Visenya's reprimand still fresh in her mind but she could afford to have a little fun with her husband. It is not merely the decorations the gracious previous owner of this estate bequeathed us with, Shira. It is the landscape. I would like to make sure my children grow up not just surrounded by brick and stone, Maegor spoke with an energy and fervor that could only make her smile. Ever since Tiana died, Maegor had been much less paranoid and more cheery about being a father. They must have shared 100 dozen conversations about lessons on magic, politics, writing, swordplay, money, and a myriad of other things. Maegor deeply desired to be in his children's lives. Perhaps that is because of his father, Shira could not stop the thought from appearing in her mind. Even if she cast it away immediately, thinking about King Aegon made her sad. He was always kind to her in King's Landing and he was the entire reason she was even sent to King's Landing. She could indirectly thank him for falling under Queen Visenya's tutelage. Yet it had all fallen apart and now she and Maegor were banished. With no time limit on the banishment either. As far as she and Maegor knew, they could be living here permanently. The room suddenly got very quiet and Maegor was suddenly sitting right in front of her. Pulling the chair across from her desk away and taking a seat readily. Do you feel all right? He asked, concern coloring his face. Oh, yes I feel fine, why? Shira rushed to answer. You got very quiet and got this sad look on your face, is something troubling you? Maegor asked with a firmness to his tone that she had not seen in a while. No, I apologize. I was just thinking, Shira moved to assuage her husband's concerns to the best of her ability. The words of her good mother rang in her mind like a bell. The memory of Queen Visenya's explosive tirade was one that she would never forget. She could still recall her words with no issue, almost as if her lecture occurred just a few moments ago. How is it possible you could be so reckless? After everything I have taught you. Did you think you were so capable as to not need to heed my words? Queen Visenya's explosive anger was so great as to almost shake the very foundations of their mansion. No, Your Grace, Shira offered meekly, unable to respond with anything else. You not only put yourself in grave danger but your child too. The babe in your womb is your only responsibility now. How many times did I say that on Dragonstone? Queen Visenya was beet red, a ferocious anger radiating off of her like a heatwave. I do not remember, Your Grace, Shira replied quietly once again. She agreed with everything Queen Visenya was saying but hearing such anger directed at her from someone she held so highly was not fun. Enough that you should remember. You have gone against everything that I taught you. Thrown caution to the wind. Placed your trust in snakes. Shown a cavalier disregard for not only your own life but your child as well. You put this entire family in jeopardy. Put my grandchild in danger. Queen Visenya's rage rolled off of her in great waves, only pausing for her to take breaths. I apologize, Your Grace, Shira offered meekly, but she found it to be a mistake. You apologize? Apologies are not enough. You have already shown that your words mean nothing, as I distinctly recall you swearing to be a good wife when you wed Maegor. Yet you seem to have failed in that. Shira winced at the claim and she could feel tears brimming in the corners of her eyes. What good would apologies do if your child was dead in your womb, Shira? Visenya continued to yell with the same ferocious rage. They would do no good, Your Grace, Shira offered again, tears now streaming down her face. She wished Maegor was in the room with them, but Queen Visenya had forced him to leave. Right you are. You will rectify this, Shira. I do not wish for my son to have multiple wives, but if you are incapable of fulfilling the role I set out for you, I will find another, Queen Visenya promised, venom practically dripping from her tone, but this time Shira spoke out, her meek tone cast aside. Please. Anything but that. I will redouble my efforts. No more mistakes, I swear on my life. Shira dropped to the ground to beg. Queen Visenya was correct, of course, she had completely failed, but she would not allow it to happen again. She could not allow everything to go to waste. Your actions will speak louder than any oath you could give me. Especially after what just happened, Queen Visenya's dark purple eyes had a fire behind them, and Shira's own filled with determination. No more mistakes, Your Grace. That I swear. Shira promised yet again. That promise continued to ring in her head. She did everything she could to not cause Maegor trouble and to give him all the support she could give. When he asked for advice, she would give it. When he asked for help with some paperwork, she would happily sit down to do so. When he wished for some fun at night, she was ready for that too. She was his wife, that was her role. That was her duty, and she swore to make no more mistakes. Still thinking about Tiana. Her husband spoke again, clearing the rather unpleasant memory, and Shira shook her head. No, I have not thought about her since she was hanged. The rotten wench got what she deserved, I would not dare to dwell on such a traitorous snake, Shira said with surety, the hatred returning to her tone. Seeing Tiana swinging from the gallows was perhaps the third best day of her life, surpassed only by her marriage to Maegor and the birth of Durin. Tiana's wails and screams trying to proclaim her innocence were like music to her ears, the crescendo capped off by a delightful crack. She got a deserving fate. That was Shira's opinion. Tiana had taught Shira a valuable lesson that she had forgotten from her time with the similarly rotten seahorse. Trusting strangers is like playing with fire, and Shira was no pyromancer. Then what has you so troubled? Maegor asked again, and Shira looked a little abashed. I was just thinking about King Aegon, Shira answered truthfully. She was causing her husband to worry, and that could not stand any longer. An annoyed look appeared on Maegor's face and he suddenly nodded. That is fair, he said with a small frown on his face. Maegor still wished to return because of his love of Dragonstone and his brother, but it was safe to say Maegor held similar opinions to Queen Visenya regarding King Aegon. You said it would be good to have our children here, why is that? Shira decided to change the conversation. She had been trying to be happier ever since Durin was born. She would retain her vigilance, of course, but life was not worth living if all one did was frown. It is away from all the politics, all the threats and deals and grime and muck. Pentos has treated us well, but as I wade deeper into politics, I do not want that affecting my family, Maegor said with a small smile. He had thrown himself into Pentoshi politics proper, and Shira recalled quite a few nights where Maegor would complain endlessly about foolish magisters and their whims. So, how much time are we going to spend here? Shira said while placing a hand on her stomach. She was with child once again. Does he want our child born here? Shira thought with a little worry. This villa was nice and all, but she was finally getting comfortable in their city manse again after the Tiana debacle. We are just here to scope out the area for now. I have purchased much of the surrounding lands, and once this winter is over, I intend to spend at least a few moons out of the year here. Until then, we will remain in the city, Maegor clarified, and Shira let out a breath she did not know she was holding. A silence broke out between them before Shira decided to break it forcefully. So, any ideas for names? She asked with a light tone, and Maegor smiled in response. Visenya if it is a girl, if it is a boy, Maegor began, and Shira nodded along happily. She liked discussing her children. Durin was her pride and joy, and surely her second-born would be just the same. So you finally came around to Visenya, hey? Shira asked light-heartedly again, and Maegor nodded. Indeed, my mother deserves the honor, Maegor said with pride in his voice, and Shira understood the feeling. Compared to her own mother, Queen Visenya was an entirely different beast. A figure that would surely be remembered for generations after her death. One of the three who shaped Westeros. It was a worthy legacy to pass on, and if the seahorse would take the name Viserys from her, Shira would take the name Visenya for her daughter. Boys then, we already took from my family. Perhaps we take from yours. Shira offered diplomatically. Shira was deeply grateful for Maegor choosing the name Durin. especially once she learned her father's health had declined since she left Westeros. She hoped he knew about her son, even if he could not visit her to meet him. It was only fair that the next name would be from Maegor's more esteemed lineage. Visenya was an obvious choice for a girl, but if it was a boy, they should have a name ready. I recall I liked the names Balin and Orion. You liked Gamon and Elix, right? Maegor looked to the ceiling before seeming to pull the words from his memory like pages ripped from a book. I have soured on Gamon and Elix, Shira said flatly, continuing to rub her flat stomach. She was not yet showing, but the far better healer they had since hired already confirmed it. That, and with her own tests, she knew that she was pregnant. Any particular reason? Maegor asked, and Shira just shook her head. Orion carries a disappointing legacy, no. Shira moved on to another name, and Maegor brought his hand to his chin and hummed loudly. I suppose you are right. While he was the self-proclaimed Emperor of Valyria, he also died in the Doom with his whole army and was never seen again. Maegor flexed his historical knowledge and Shira smiled along. That leaves Balin, Shira said flatly, and Maegor hummed loudly again. It sounds good to me, Maegor said with a light nod. That. I like that, Shira decided. It sounded a bit odd, but she decided she would stick with it unless she could come up with a better one. Now then, do I get to hear some of your plans for the Velvet Hills, or are you used? Shira began before a loud cry cut her off. Oh, looks like someone is upset, Maegor said with a cheeky smile, and Shira just sighed. She knew what was coming. Before long, the sounds of crying got louder and louder, and eventually, one of the maids she thoroughly vetted appeared at the doorway. Forgive me, lady, but the little prince just won't stop crying. The young girl looked apologetic and she worked quickly to dispel her fears. No need for forgiveness, Hela. I will take care of it, Shira said while standing up. She was still early enough into her pregnancy that her mobility was not hindered, so she moved to pick up Durin quickly. Shhhh, you are all right, Muna is here, Shira whispered to her son while lightly bouncing him. She was still learning the ins and outs of motherhood, but Shira thought she was getting the hang of it. Hela bowed and left when Maegor also got up from his seat and brought her and Durin into a hug. Perhaps this place could be a home after all, Shira thought with a smile. 29 Aenis v/Visenya v/Martin I. Aenis v. 31 AC. Kpa. Go upside down. Aenis heard his darling little princess say, and he could not in good conscience deny her. Very well, Rena, Aenis said with a smile and tugged on the reins of his trusted Quicksilver. In response, his stunning silver dragon turned her sizable wings, and the air was filled with the lovely giggles of an 8-name-days-old girl as Quicksilver flipped upside down in the middle of the sky. The giggles were replaced with a small scream as Quicksilver began to fall before righting herself and flapping her wings with great strength. Quicksilver was not the largest dragon his family had ever owned, not by a long shot, but she was plenty big and strong as is. Are you all right, Rena? Aenis checked on his little girl. She had quietly asked for this little dragon ride and he wanted to ensure that she remained happy. Yes, Kpa. That was amazing. Rena said with a smile, and Aenis committed the look to memory. Rena Targaryen was normally a shy girl. She preferred the company of animals and books to other children and would even adorably hide behind his leg or her mother's skirts when brought to the Aegon fort. Yet atop a dragon, she was as energetic and lively as a child could be. She would gladly clamber atop Quicksilver with him at every given opportunity. Along with excitedly grabbing at the reins and even shouting out commands she had learned from overhearing him. None of them worked, of course. Only he could command Quicksilver. Even the dragon keepers had to tread lightly around dragons. They had long since learned techniques to placate them and move them around, but only a Targaryen could truly command a dragon. With any luck, a hatchling will be born soon for her to claim, Aenis thought with a smile. There were no currently living hatchlings, but there were still many eggs in the hatchery of Dragonstone. It was really only a matter of time until another clutch hatched. Dragonstone, Aenis involuntarily thought, and a frown soon appeared on his face. He had been doing his best to avoid thinking about that island, or more specifically, the brother who once was its prince. Kpa? Rena asked sweetly, and Aenis realized he had been flying in a straight direction. Quicksilver long since left King's Landing in the dust and flying north toward Duskendale. Oh my, I'm sorry darling, Aenis quickly apologized before looking down at the newly minted compass on his saddle. It was an invention of the Maester of Dragonstone a few years back, and the Citadel had been fascinated by it. In seemingly no time at all, they managed to put together an actually portable version that could be strapped into a dragon's saddle. Orienting his dragon back south. Aenis smiled at the ease of the process. He still remembered the difficulties of navigating before his father had sought to purchase a few compasses for House Targaryen. He had gotten lost more than he cared to admit on the many progresses he had attended. Not disastrously so, but it was all too easy to miss your destination when all you had to go off of was a general direction and oftentimes incorrect landmarks. Before he had gotten his hands on this, the best way of navigating his father's kingdom was by following the rivers. Kpa, when will I get a dragon? Rena suddenly blurted out, and Aenis could only smile. He imagined he would be just as impatient had he not been bonded with Quicksilver long before he was even old enough to remember. Soon, my little hatchling, Aeneas said, raising a hand from the reins to pinch Rina's soft face. Aeneas could not have dreamed how great being a father would be. He remembered being so deeply terrified of the prospect. Yet now he could not imagine his life without his children. All three of them. First was his darling little Rina. His firstborn and a wonderful little princess. Seeing her grow up was just as amazing as it was terrifying. In what felt like a blink of an eye, Aeneas could no longer pick up his child and cradle her in his arms. Then there was Aegon. A year younger than Rina but just as energetic. Aeneas suspected that his son would no doubt demand a dragon ride from him the moment he landed. He hated to deny his children anything but unfortunately, his father had called a small council meeting today and Aeneas was forced to attend. Finally there was little Viserys. Almost 2 years old and a sweet little thing. Alyssa had been ecstatic at his birth. The smile on his wife's face and the new addition to their family almost made up for the gaping hole created almost 3 years ago. As Aeneas brought Quicksilver back toward the dragon pit situated at the top of Visenya's hill, he could not help but look east. Out toward the Blackwater Bay and beyond. Where his brother and nephew now lived. Are they well? Aeneas could not help but ask himself. He was an uncle now. He had gotten a second invitation recently to attend to the birth of Maegor's second child but he was still apprehensive about going. He did not attend the first time because Viserys had just been born but Aeneas was worried about the reaction his wife may give to his leaving. Not to mention how his father may react. It is fine, all will be made well when I bring them home, Aeneas thought with assurance. He did not know when it would happen but surely he could either convince his father to lift the banishment or do it himself when he ascended to the Iron Throne in the future. For the time being, he would just have to be separated from his little brother. "Pa, can we go flying again later?" Rina broke Aeneas from his thoughts and he realized that they were about to land. The great bronze doors of the pit opened wide like a dragon's maw to accept Quicksilver's entrance. "Your brother gets a turn first, maybe your grandfather will take you flying on Balerion," Aeneas said with a smile but Rina let out a little huff. "I don't want to ride Balerion, he is scary. I want to ride Quicksilver," she said with a little pout before Aeneas pinched her cheeks again. Earning a huff and a frantic hand swipe from his daughter. Now, do you want to upset your grandfather?" Aeneas said and Rina quickly wiped the pout off her face after swatting away Aeneas's hand. "And no," she exclaimed readily and Aeneas chuckled at her fear. His children were still young but Rina and little Aegon loved being around their grandfather. Whether he was telling stories of the conquest, teaching them a little bit about ruling, or even just showing them the Iron Throne. They loved all of it. "Then you should ask him to take you flying for some time. I think he is just waiting for you to ask," Aeneas said with a wink and Rina gave a little nod. Her braided, silver gold hair bounced around at the sudden motion. As Aeneas dismounted from Quicksilver after depositing her into her designated lair, he was met by Sir Raymond Baratheon and Sir Richard Root at the entrance. Aeneas thought with a little hum. Remembering his father's words once the dragon pit was finally completed nearly half a year ago. He forbade anyone but the dragon keepers and members of House Targaryen from entering, with the sole exception of the King's Guard. "My prince, you are expected in the small council chamber," Sir Richard Root said and Aeneas nodded. "Sir Raymond, could you please take Rina back to my manse? I believe she has some lessons with her septa today," Aeneas said and Rina took her characteristic stance behind his leg and let out a little whine. "Mhhh, Rina exclaimed and Aeneas let out a sigh. He understood that she was shy but she spent nearly every day surrounded by at least one King's Guard. "Come on now Rina, follow Sir Raymond," Aeneas said a little more forcefully. He had been forced to use this tone more often as of late. Especially with Aegon as his son was growing to be quite the troublemaker. "All right, bye-bye Pa," Rina said with some reluctance before sending a wave his way and walking toward the door to enter a carriage. Aeneas let out a quiet sigh before turning to Sir Richard. "Let us get going then, we must not leave my father waiting," Aeneas said with resignation as he made to follow his daughter out of the pit. The small council chamber had gotten noticeably more tense since that day, as it was referred to now. Lord Martin Hightower had resigned in disgust after that day and his seat had been replaced by the man who held it beforehand. Lord Tristan Massey was the new Master of Laws. Meanwhile, the rest of the seats had long since been cowed. His father made it very clear he would tolerate no more bickering and politicking in his small council and everyone was quick to oblige. Even if several still were playing shifty games behind the scenes, namely Lord Ethan and Lord Shintarbeck. Lord Ethan had done a poor job of hiding his aid to Aeron Velaryon, helping his second son gather around 3,000 men and even sending them across the narrow sea. Yet his father did not bring the hammer down like so many had expected. Is he just tired or does he wish to support Maegor? Aeneas thought for what must have been the 100th time. Unfortunately, much of his father's mind remained a mystery to Aeneas. He had many conversations with his father about all manner of politics but he did not have the courage to bring up his banished brother. Shintarbeck meanwhile, as the de facto liaisons of House Lannister, must have leaked the news of their troublesome monetary situation to them. As only a moon after that day, the Lannisters offered a loan to the Iron Throne to pay off the sizable dowry. Such politicking and obvious opportunism also garnered no real reaction from his father, even if he could have waved away the dowry with ease. "What do we have for today?" his father abruptly said with an overly serious tone, and Aenys stiffened his back. Aegon Targaryen had made it abundantly clear with his tone and wrath after that day, to deny his will was a foolish decision. "Nothing serious, Your Grace. Just some news from the east, from the south, and the Vale," the reliable Sir Osmond drawled out from the paper slid to him from the Grand Maester, and Aenys nodded along. He already suspected what this news was. "Let us begin with the news in the east then," his father said with a tone of complete disinterest. Even before that day, his father seemed to have less than zero interest in the happenings of Essos. To the point that Aenys was thoroughly confused as to why his father volunteered to crush the Volantene fleet before the conquest. "We have more news from Pentos. A Khalasar has bent the knee to Prince Maegor in the east, and Pentos continues her expansion eastward," Sir Osmond said, and Aenys winced. Bringing up Maegor, here, he thought with a sense of disbelief. He supposed this was important news that needed to be known and a potential response prepared. But to so thoughtlessly name Maegor in a small council meeting was something nobody had dared to do for over almost 2 years now. Nobody even mentioned his name when Maegor's first son was born almost a year and a half ago. "Good for him, why is this reaching me?" his father said with a disinterested tone, and Aenys swallowed his anger. Sure, his brother had acted foolishly, but to still hold such contempt? This does not seem normal for him at all, Aenys thought while idly biting at his nails. "This is a large shake-up of Essos, Your Grace. Prince Maegor's power is surely already spooking many in Essos, and his might is only growing further. It could destabilize the region." Sir Osmond said a falsehood, even Aenys could see right through it. Did he think father wanted to hear of Maegor? Aenys thought with a silent sigh. Aenys felt relieved anyway, his brother's position was more secure, and from the looks of the small sigh that escaped Lord Ethan and Sir Corlys, they cared too. Aenys hoped his father did too, deep down at least. But his reaction made Aenys doubt that. "Which is not my concern, I am the king of the 7 kingdoms, not Essos," his father waved away the issue, but it seemed that the Grand Maester had more to say. "With all due respect, Your Grace. With instability returning to Essos, you may very well be troubled with mediation requests and pleas for aid. Should we not discuss potential plans for them?" the creepy old man said in his quiet, low voice, and Aenys nodded reluctantly. It was a good point after all. "Turn them away, I do not care about SSE troubles. When my 7 kingdoms are troubled, then I will intervene," his father said with complete assurance, but Aenys wondered if that was true. The 7 kingdoms had already been troubled by events in Essos. Yet his father did not ride out personally to deal with the pirates in the Stepstones. Aenys shook those thoughts away, however. The last thing he needed was to get the rage of his father turned onto him. "What is next?" the disinterested tone of his father called out next, idly swirling the glass of wine that had been poured for him at the start of the meeting. "I believe it was troublesome news from the south," Lord Shen said, idly stroking his small beard. "I hesitate to call it troublesome, but Viagar has been confirmed to be sighted at Storm's End," the spindly Grand Maester said, and his father let out a stern glare. The small council had gotten much less open over the last year, and many were still getting used to the change. "So Visenya is at Storm's End. Again, why should I care?" his father said again, boredom and disinterest practically cloaking his very person. "That ties into our final bit of news," Sir Osmond said next, and everyone at the table stared at him intently. "Several bands of men and minor lords have been gathering in the Vale. Estimates place it anywhere from 2,000 to 3,000 men, all of whom appear to be headed east," Sir Osmond said after a brief bout of hesitation. "Are you sure they are headed east?" "The Vale regularly mobilizes to punish the wildlings in the Mountains of the Moon," Lord Ethan responded this time. "The audacity!" Aenys thought with the smallest hint of a frown. Lord Ethan was the one who sent an army east in the first place. With Queen Visenya's approval, he did so somewhat quietly, but it was an open secret. It was well known that nothing happened on Driftmark without Lord Ethan's approval. All signs point to their going east. Many merchant ships in Goldtown have not left for new voyages, the nobles are almost all second sons or men at arms, and most importantly of all, Queen Visenya toured the Vale the last 2 moons, Sir Osmond continued, and Aenys pieced it all together. Aunt Visenya must be gathering men to send east to help Maegor, Aenys thought with trepidation. His father had been willing to let barely 3,000 men leave the Crownlands, but letting potentially thousands more leave not only the Vale but the Stormlands too was a bad look. If Aenys had his way, it would be let go. But he doubted his father would be so willing to aid Maegor in his adventurism in Essos. How will he stop her though? Aenys thought, sending a quick glance at his father's face. He had the same look of boredom plastered on his sharp features. Albeit his eyes had sharpened at the mention of an army gathering. The table was silent as a mouse as they all awaited the response of their king. "I will do nothing," let them leave, his father decided in an instant, and the rest of the table was stunned into silence. However, Aeneas managed to let out a small smile. With all due respect, Your Grace. Such an action will no doubt be spun to make you look weak, Lord Shen objected, and his father sent him a glare. Then let any who spin this lose their tongue, his father said then, venom dripping from his tone. The rest of the small council was thoroughly cowed, and they all waited in an awkward silence before his father dismissed them all. If that is all, leave and return to your work. His father's tone returned to the one of disinterest as he also stood from his seat and readily made for the exit. It seems luck continues to bless you, Maegor. Do not waste it, Aeneas thought then. Hoping beyond hope that the additional support from Westeros would help keep Maegor and his family safe. Visenyavi. 3-1 AC. The low rumble of thunder in the distance was a familiar sound to Visenya's ears. Dragonstone may not be part of the Stormlands, but the stone drum was specifically designed to resonate with the sound. But it was not the familiar sounds that drew her to Storm's End on this day. Good morning, sister, her other little brother said to her, and Visenya nodded and took a seat across from him in his solar. The comfortable chair was a welcome reprieve from her exhausted body. She had not been on Dragonstone in almost 3 moons now. Good morning, little brother, Visenya said with a small smile. She had largely neglected to visit Oris since Rhaenys's death, but she still held her bastard brother in high regard. He was loyal, capable, and had dragon blood after all. So what brings you to my castle, sister? Oris said after a momentary pause. I think you already know, Visenya said with a disinterested tone. She did not exactly mind catching up with her wayward half-brother, but she came here for one reason and one reason alone. Well, it is obviously not to exchange pleasantries, Oris said with a hearty smile, and Visenya returned a small one of her own. It seemed years of separation had done little to poison his image of her. Indeed, you have heard of my time in the Vale, I assume. Visenya opened the floor to a proper discussion. She would rather not have to lay out terms. Surely her half-brother was smart enough to pick up what she was putting down. Right, you want me to send men east to support your boy, Oris said with a rather disinterested tone, and Visenya merely sent him one of her simple glares. You are referring to a prince, Visenya said with a low voice to accompany her glare, and Oris laughed then. No need for theatrics, sister. I cannot send many due to the damnable Dornish and their fucking raiding, but I will put out a call for volunteers in my personal domain, along with sending word to all but the Marcher Lords to do the same, Oris said with his more familiar jovial tone, even if it was definitely different in some way compared to how she remembered. Good, thank you Oris, Visenya said, preparing to get up and leave before Oris stopped her. Come now, surely you did not come here just for that. He said with a little disappointment, and Visenya narrowed her eyes. She did come here just for that. She had spent the last 2 moons touring the Vale and convincing several lords to send volunteers out east. Maegor was in hostile territory after all, and while she could not join him in Pentos yet, lest she jeopardize his stabilizing position, she could still do plenty from Westeros. Then again, Visenya thought momentarily of pleasant memories on Dragonstone. Of spending time in the yard with her 2 younger brothers, of exciting conversations, and family feasts. I suppose I have some time to catch up, Visenya thought with a small smile before sitting back down. Ori's wavering smile returned with more strength after she settled herself back in the decently comfortable seat and stared into the purple eyes of her half-brother. His hair may be black, but his eyes made it readily apparent. Oris Baratheon was her half-brother, a dragon seed born of Aerion Targaryen and some brothel wench. So you wish to speak, I suppose I should ask, how is life going for you? Visenya asked with an awkward tone. Small talk was hardly her expertise. Oris let out a low chuckle at her words, and Visenya narrowed her eyes before Oris began. The same as it has been for the last 8 and 10 years, though I imagine yours must be the opposite, Oris said with a smile before Visenya nodded warily. You are correct about that, I am living a life I could have never fathomed previously, Visenya said while balling her hand up into a fist. She could hardly believe she was the same woman who agreed to remain childless for the rest of her life when she got married to Aegon all those years ago. Aren't we all? Oris said, holding up his stump, and Visenya's latent anger stirred once more. Old wounds and slights resurfacing. Not from Oris, but from House Targaryen's unfinished business. Has Dorne stirred since? Visenya asked with a glare. She figured she would have heard if it had gotten bad, but minor skirmishes were reported to happen almost all the time in the marches. Not in any real way, but I can feel that something is coming, hopefully. Aeneas can grow a spine by then, Oris said with disappointment coloring his tone, and Visenya smiled in return. Had Aeneas been her son, she would have felt obligated to defend him, even if he somehow still turned out weak. But she was not burdened by the prospect of being that failure's parent. In actuality, properly speaking with someone about her observations was something she had never really been afforded until now. That or he wisens up and brings my son home, Visenya said with a barely repressed snarl. She had put up with Aeneas for so long, getting to finally lambast that fool, even in private was welcome. Oris chuckled to himself again, and Visenya raised an eyebrow in response. She gave him a confused look before he calmed himself down and began speaking once more. I apologize, but the idea of you being a mother is such an odd one to ponder. Especially when you act like that, Oris said with a proper smile, and Visenya considered smiling back, but she maintained her questioning gaze. Like what? Visenya asked with a stern tone. All protective and guarded. I expected you to practically throw him to the dragons, sink or swim type parenting, not whatever you are doing now, Oris continued, and Visenya pondered the thought herself. When she was younger, perhaps Oris would have been correct. So deeply tied to the idea of combat and glorious battle. Yet now she could not see the same way. Maegor was her everything, the very reason she continued living. If he did not exist, what would I even do? Visenya momentarily thought before she cast it away. I am a grandmother now, actually, Visenya redirected the talk, wishing to discuss more enjoyable matters. I heard, what is your grandson's name again? Damon. Oris asked, drumming his left hand on the desk. Duran, my son chose the name, Visenya said with a little pride in her tone. Her grandson was named after his maternal grandfather, but it was a strong name nonetheless. She had her own proper family now. A proper continuation of House Targaryen's legacy. Perhaps he and Ronald could one day be friends, rebuild the ties that should never have withered in the first place, Oris said with a dour expression on his face, and Visenya felt it too. They had all been so close when they were younger. She, Aegon, Rhaenys, and Oris. They conquered 7 kingdoms together. Yet now those familial ties had withered on the vine. Had you been blessed with a daughter, perhaps those ties would have been rebuilt years ago, Visenya said, recalling just how close Oris and Aegon had been. If Oris had remained in the capital, and his wife given him a daughter, there would have been quite the debate between Oris' daughter and Alyssa. This also would have done away with any potential issues regarding Maegor's marriage, as a suitable bride would have existed either way. Yet it was not to be. What ifs will not help us anymore. Argella gave me only sons and I am grateful for what I got, Oris shrugged, and Visenya sighed in response. Then we should look to the future. My son will not forget the favor you do for him here, Visenya promised in his stead. Maegor was making big moves in Essos, he needed all the support he could get. I am too old to be taking favors, I will help him, like family should, Oris said with a small smile, and Visenya mentally kicked herself for not visiting him sooner. On the topic, why aren't you in Essos with your family, Visenya? Oris said after a moment's pause, and Visenya felt her shame resurface. My son's position in Pentos is still not stable, my presence there would only make Pentos more hostile, Visenya said, her pre-thought-out reply. It was what Maegor said the last 2 times she visited, and it provided a useful excuse. Quit lying to me. Something else is keeping you here, Oris said instantly, noticing something nobody else had, besides maybe her son. I am the reason they were banished, the reason that my son lost Dragonstone and was forced to leave the 7 kingdoms, Visenya said, a frown on her face. There was no real point in lying to her brother, he would not speak of this to anyone anyway. And? Oris asked, a dumbfounded look on his face. And? Visenya asked, just as confused. You are letting your pride keep you from your family? Oris asked with an almost annoyed look on his face. My pride? I already said, Oris, I cannot join them right now, Visenya said again, with a bit more of a stern tone. Her little brother was getting quite crass with her. What kind of a pathetic excuse is that? Your family needs you more than ever. Wasn't your good daughter almost assassinated already? Oris said incredulously. I would rather not remember that, Visenya said with a stern look. That was not a pleasant chapter in her life. The rage she brought down upon Shira was not her proudest moment. But it needed to occur nonetheless. She had gotten sloppy and complacent in Pentos. Visenya taught Shira to be the perfect wife for her son. Luckily, from what she could tell, Shira seemed to be back on the right path. You would rather not remember it, but it is important nonetheless. What purpose does your remaining in Westeros even do? Especially after you are done recruiting in Westeros, Oris continued with an exasperated look. The more Visenya thought about it, the more correct he seemed. Dragonstone was her home, but it did not feel the same after Maegor and Shira left. Her place was with her family, which was in Pentos. Perhaps you are correct. I should have a second grandchild soon, perhaps I will bring it up with Maegor when I visit, Visenya promised noncommittally. The prospect of joining her family in Pentos was a good one. Oris let out a long sigh before beginning again. I hate to continue speaking of such morose topics, but do tell sister, what are you going to do when Aegon finally notices what you are doing? Oris said with a completely straight face, but Visenya waved it away. He will do nothing like he always does, Visenya said with complete surety. Aegon would sit down and take it on the chin, like he had for his entire life. No reason he would start caring now, Visenya thought with a sneer. Like he always does indeed, Oris said once more, holding up his stump, and Visenya nodded knowingly. Oris was perhaps the only other person who could rival the rage she felt when Aegon demanded an end to the war in Dorne. Such a complete betrayal of all they worked for, of all they suffered and bled for. Years of war and bloodshed, and yet neither Oris's hand nor Rhaenys' death were avenged. Will of Will still lived and House Eula remained alive. That was the last time she saw her half-brother before this, and yet they remained in agreement. They should have continued the war. Dorne was on its last legs, staring down a famine of a scale not seen since the mythical Long Night. Yet Aegon gave up after one letter was sent. It grated on her endlessly, and it still angered her when she thought about it. I considered continuing the war anyway, Visenya blurted out then. Admitting to her half-brother what she could admit to nobody else, with the sole exception of her son. The swords of the Stormlands would have supported you, Oris promised, and Visenya nodded. Perhaps they could have forced Aegon's hand. If they worked in concert and continued the fight anyway. Aegon would have had no choice. Yet she returned to Dragonstone and Oris to Storm's End. Just another mistake to add to the pile, Visenya repeated a phrase Maegor liked to use. He said mistakes should be taken as learning experiences, and she found that line of thinking good. Some mistakes you could not recover from, but she had learned to try and look at mistakes from a new angle. It seems we both have plenty of those now, Oris said after taking a long sip of his Arbor Gold, and Visenya did her best to comfort him. I believe it comes with old age, Visenya said with a small smile, and Oris returned one. Damn it all, just 1 or 2 changes and all would be well, Oris bemoaned, and Visenya raised her eyebrow once more. Oh. She let out a sound of interest at that. Perhaps her younger half-brother was more like her than she thought. Had the Crown Prince been born a Crown Princess, or not even born at all, I doubt we would be in such circumstances, Oris said with a knowing look, and Visenya nodded proudly. Of course not, my son cannot even be compared to that weakling, Visenya said with a momentary look of pride. Let us hope you are correct on that one, sister, Oris said, pinching the bridge of his nose, and Visenya's interest was piqued once more. Do elaborate, Visenya said readily. She was hardly as glued into Westeros as Oris was, and this conversation had been 100 times more interesting than she could have hoped for. The whispers spreading around the kingdom, Aegon is deaf to them, but they are being heard all the same. Questions about Princess Rhaena and Prince Aegon, the banishment of the well-liked warrior prince, and now Aegon is not even reacting to entire armies forming and going east. Something is brewing, sister. I just know it, Oris let out a dire warning, and Visenya could only stare at him. It all made sense, of course. It was an oversight. She could not place the blame solely on Aegon. She, Aegon, Rhaenys, and Oris did not use their youth to fully break Westeros. It was a chained beast, but a beast all the same. Merely waiting for a chance to bite its new master. This is why you worry about Aenys, Visenya deduced then and there. Oris could see much farther than she could, even though ironically she was the one with the dragon's eye view. Yes, Rhaenys's boy is not ready for war. He fears a war with Dorne, and they are barely even a kingdom at this point. Especially after you and Aegon let your wrath be known, Oris continued with a sigh, and Visenya made her thoughts known then. Then let us hope Aenys sees reason and brings Maegor back, as I doubt House Targaryen's salvation will come from the foolish seahorse's brood. Visenya laid out her thoughts, and Oris let out a resigned smile. Let us hope indeed. Martin I. 31 AC. The sounds of wedding bells were supposed to signal a joyous occasion. A holy union between two souls, forever bound together in marriage. Yet Martin Hightower was not joyous on this day. Today is the wedding of your sister, try to smile a little, the words of his father rang in Martin's head, but the frown persisted. She should be marrying a prince, not a mere nobleman, Martin thought with another frown. He said the same words to his father earlier that day, but he could not stop thinking it. He was trying his absolute best to be positive for his little sister's special day, but it was a struggle. House Hightower was the most prestigious one left in the Reach. With several millennia of history behind their name. Their control over Old Town and ties to the faith of the Seven should have netted them prestige and honors unrivaled in the lands. Yet the damnable Dragon King and his spawn saw differently. For years House Hightower agreed to the myriad of delays to the wedding between Prince Maegor and his darling little sister. For years House Hightower was more than happy to place their trust in King Aegon. Pay the dowry in advance as a sign of goodwill, and even do their best to stamp out some of the complaints about the abominations on the Iron Throne. Yet their kindness was repaid with naught but betrayal and contempt. Their trust was betrayed with Prince Maegor breaking off the betrothal 7 days before the wedding is to take place. Such an absolute humiliation of not only his house but most seriously, his sister. Could not have been allowed to stand unpunished. Yet King Aegon refused to force the issue, instead settling on the banishment of the damnable prince instead of doing what was just. Martin recalled his rage boiling over after that day, an endless sea of boiling hot rage bubbled up within him, and he perhaps spoke out of turn. But he spoke naught but the truth, and all he got for it was another humiliation. It would be best if you resigned and went back to Old Town. Martin could still recall the words King Aegon had used to dismiss him. Like he still wanted to keep them on his side despite the sheer level of humiliation layered onto their nothing but loyal house. No more, however. Their house had already decided, and the Iron Throne had voided their mandate. If King Aegon could not control his son, that meant he was weaker than expected. Perhaps the Reach may one day be ruled by a proper king, Martin thought with a now devious smile before a hand was placed on his shoulder. Try to calm yourself, the voice of his new kin whispered into his ear, and Martin stiffened. Cries should have married a prince. Be tied into the family of dragons and the rulers of all Westeros. Yet Martin supposed that marrying into the Golden Lions was not so bad of a second option. Lucien Lannister was not the best option, but unfortunately, Lord Lyman Lannister was already married to House Tarbeck, so their options were rather slim. Regardless, cementing the ties between the Reach and the West once more, even if it was done through a second son, was not a bad prize to win after all the betrayal and misfortune. Martin just hoped his sister would find happiness at this rate. Apologies, this anger is not directed toward you, Martin promised, and Lyman nodded knowingly. I figured, how about we have a discussion about why you are so angry after this wedding? Lord Lyman offered, and some hope began to spring in Martin's chest. Was he not the only one who saw the injustices wrought upon them? Was he not the only one who saw how House Targaryen would bring nothing but ruin to Westeros? The new hope that Martin had all but consumed him for the rest of the day. His anger at the situation still kept a smile off his face, but the prospect of getting to speak with like-minded individuals kept a frown off of it too. So Martin properly joined the wedding. Doing his best to rid himself of the dour mood he found himself in. Thoroughly partaking in the extravagant wedding that Lyman Lannister prepared for his younger brother. The wedding celebrations lasted long into the night. With the Bards not leaving until the sun had already gone down and the bedding had taken place. But it was then that the moment Martin had been waiting for arrived. Good evening, my lords. Lyman opened the floor of their small secluded room in the rock, and the four-man group all smiled. It was a mirrored image, truthfully. On one side sat Lord Lyman Lannister and his brother, and Martin's new good brother, Lord Lucien Lannister. Meanwhile, on his side sat himself, heir apparent to the Hightower, and his little brother, Morgan Hightower, commander of the Faith militant in Old Town. Two sets of brothers, now kin because of a particularly well-placed marriage. Each with vastly different standings. One Lord Paramount, one commander of a city watch, one heir to the strongest seat in the Reach, and one commander of the largest chapter of Warrior Sons. All were different, yet it seemed they all just might be in agreement. So, shall we begin? Morgan said to his right, and the three all shared a look. Blue and green eyes darted around the room. I think we should first begin with an oath of secrecy. Do you all swear to take what is mentioned in this room to the grave? Never to be shared with another soul. Lord Lyman began, and Martin and the other two readily nodded and swore the oath. With that squared away, we shall begin, Sir Morgan, Lyman said with a small smile, barely visible in the dark room but sinister all the same. Very well, what shall be done about his grace? Martin began with a snarl. His hatred for King Aegon still burned hot. Only surpassed by his hatred for the foolish prince who picked a white-haired whore over his darling little sister. What is there to do? King Aegon sits atop a throne surrounded by loyalists. Just look at his new small council appointment for proof, Lucien answered, and if it were not for their new familial ties. Martin would have been more upset at the indirect mention of his dismissal. Westeros is not blind to what happened almost 2 years ago. Especially not the lords and the faith. King Aegon had quite the big wedding planned when his son made his blunder, Lyman spoke cryptically, not displaying the full picture for his little brother. Is their family different? Martin queried momentarily. He shared everything with his brother Morgan. He may have joined the faith instead of becoming his hand, but they were still thick as thieves. You think that can lead to rebellion? Lucien whispered, despite the secluded nature of their small room and the oath of secrecy. Perhaps not that on its own, but King Aegon has shown his weakness, Martin said this time. Oh, how long he had waited to utter that phrase in welcoming company. His father was upset at the broken betrothal, but he was still cowed by the idea of the conqueror. Not who their king had become. Weakness that should have been known from the beginning, he sinned prior to and after he was anointed by the High Septon. It was only a matter of time before the seven let there will be known, Morgan spoke up next, and Martin agreed. He was certainly not as religious as his little brother. Preferring politics and managing a lordship to fighting and prayer, but he believed in the seven as much as any man. The idea that House Targaryen was somehow special was laughable. They may have overgrown lizards, but they were still men, and all men were subjects of the seven. The Targaryens and their faithless followers can proclaim themselves above even the gods, but they are wrong, and they will soon learn. What makes you say that he is weak? He still rides the Black Dread, and he cast out his son with a righteous fury, Lucien continued to play stranger's advocate. For what reason, Martin did not know. But perhaps he was just wary of King Aegon still. It is precisely because he cast his son out. It is no secret that Prince Maegor was well liked. Prior to his banishment at least, Lyman finally tossed his little brother a rope with which to pull himself up. It irked Martin to say it, but Lyman was correct. Maegor was shockingly popular with the nobility of the Seven Kingdoms. At least what he noticed from his position in King's Landing. Slaying the robber knight in the Riverlands got his name out there, but it was his campaign in the Stepstones which really enraptured so many Westerosi. To the point, some were motivated enough to follow him into exile. What does that have to do with anything? Lucien answered, still confused. It only adds up once you have the entire picture in front of you, Lucien. Martin decided to throw him another rope this time. He hoped his good brother was just out of the loop and not just a simpleton, for his sister's and future nephew's sake. King Aegon rules a relatively new kingdom, with a weak heir, no reliable spare to speak of, and has just shown his first sign of weakness since the Dornish War. This is precisely the opportunity we need, Martin said plainly and clearly. They were all conspirators here, and had sworn an oath to take what was spoken to the grave. This sign of weakness is the army that left the Crownlands, yes? Lucien asked as if he already knew the truth. Exactly, King Aegon is doing nothing as thousands of his subjects defy the king's peace. This is after insulting our great house with a broken betrothal after years of delays. Martin spoke with venom once more. King Aegon had already sealed his fate. So what do you plan to do? Call his bluff? He still rides Balerion, any fight against that demon is folly. Lucien spoke and Martin was prepared to rebuke him, but Lyman answered first. King Aegon is likely still untouchable, Balerion remains too great a threat to risk. Even if we believe he will not ride out against another army. He has many followers and loyalists who would do so for him. Lyman spoke in favor of Lucien and Martin despaired. So you would have us do nothing? What was the purpose of this meeting then? Martin snarled. That is not what I said, but this is the foot in the door that we need. Think back to what you said, Martin. King Aegon has a weak heir. Lyman smiled wickedly, like a cat who had just caught its prey. So you would have us conspire against Prince Aenys? King Aegon could yet live for another 20 years. Martin remained enraged. The prospect of being unable to enact his vengeance upon the man who had humiliated him so was too egregious to ignore. You have too little faith, elder brother. The Seven have already shown us their will. King Aegon has voided the chance the High Septon so graciously afforded him. Morgan spoke up again and Martin stared at him incredulously. He would rather not put his chance for justice in the hands of the Seven, who while righteous, were often fickle in their ways. Prince Aenys offers us a much greater chance at overthrowing our abominable overlords. Compare him to his father for a moment. Half the wit, less than half the strength, rides a puny dragon, and is so weak-willed he may as well be a woman. Lyman offered a scathing description of Prince Aenys, one which Martin agreed with. So what do we use this chance for then? This foot we have in the door. It was Martin's turn to ask for the rope. Uncertain of what his new good brother had planned to gather allies and plan for the coming chance Prince Aenys will no doubt give us, Lyman said with a cocksure smile, visible even in the dim light of their secluded dark room. No doubt. Lucien said from his position to Lyman's left, clearly looking for assurance from his elder brother. Martin intently listened too. He figured he had Prince Aenys figured out, but perhaps Lord Lyman had better sources of information. Prince Aenys is a weak-willed simpleton. He let his 3-10-named-day-old brother ride out to deal with the giant of the Trident in his stead. He did not fight in the Stepstones, again leaving it to his brother. Prince Aenys will allow us just the opportunity we need. It is our duty to prepare for it. Lyman spoke as if it were a foregone conclusion. Like Morgan, but with no religious tones. He may be weak, but what of those around him? The King's Guard are the greatest knights in the realm and the small council is certainly not incompetent. Lucien spoke again, clearly not convinced. The King's Guard are true knights to be sure, but they pale in comparison to those who devoted their lives to the Seven and the defense of the faith. Morgan spoke up again, clearly insulted by the insinuation. Discount the King's Guard, for they are just 7 men, men who could very well be swayed with the right words. Lyman began and appeared to wink at Morgan, but the light was too dim for Martin to tell for certain. The small council is similarly swayable, not to mention their loyalties are not so guaranteed. Prince Aenys merely needs to make a great enough mistake that the entire kingdom is stunned. Lyman spoke clearly and concisely, like he had already been planning for years. What possible mistake could he make to do that? He has advisors around him who will surely counsel him properly. Lucien spoke again and Lyman hummed before starting. If I had to guess, Prince Aenys will continue the same sin he was born from, Lyman said with a look of disgust plastered on his shadowed face, with a similar look soon adorning the other 3 faces in the room. Surely not. No man could be so foolish when already instructed in the teachings of the Seven. Morgan spoke with an appalled tone. I unfortunately think that Prince Aenys will force onto his children the same damning sin that will send his father to the 7 hells. Just look at the discussion around the future marriages of Princess Rhaena and Prince Aegon. Any respectable lord would at least like to know his options, yet neither King Aegon nor Prince Aenys have even hinted at possible betrothals. Lyman continued, the same disgusted tone coloring his voice. King Aegon has already rejected an incest match, no? Prince Maegor was once considered for a betrothal with Princess Rhaena, Martin said, recalling what his father mentioned to him years ago. He was bribed into a better match, even if it did not end up working out, Lyman dismissed quickly. Lyman Lannister's words were disgusting but convincing all the same. Martin could see it in the dark eyes of each man at the table. The same line of reasoning, the same thoughts. Prince Aenus was surely going to throw away his right to rule, whether that be by incompetence or sin. Then how shall we begin planning? Casually bringing this up to other lords is a great way for King Aegon to find out, Lucien said then, now fully bought into Lyman's ideas. We must be discreet about this. I am certain you are not all as foolish as King Aegon and actually have proper networks of informants. Not all nobles are as capable or thoughtful as us. If whispers of a disloyal house appear, test them to see if they may be amenable. Other than that, prepare foodstuffs and equipment for war, and make sure to not let our plans slip in the meantime, Lyman said simply, but one more thing was grating on Martin Hightower. Before we end this lovely discussion and begin preparing. What is to be done about Prince Maegor? Martin said with a returned snarl. Prince Maegor was the one man in the world Martin hated more than King Aegon. The damnable prince had rejected his darling little sister at every turn. Delayed the match numerous times, even breaking the betrothal. His final insult to his poor sister was choosing exile with his freakish albino whore over a proper marriage. So long as he remains in godless Essos, he is no issue to us, Morgan interjected, earning a glare from Martin. Godless? He is in Old Andalos as we speak, Lucien said with an incredulous look sent Morgan's way. The people there have lost their way. They rejected the father's call to sail to Westeros. They earned their fate under Valyrian boots, Morgan said with a fiery tone. And what if he does not remain in Essos? What if his brother calls for him to return? Martin cut through the argument before it could continue. They were almost done here, the last thing they needed was a screaming match. Then he will be killed, he has no Kingsguard and even the Dornish could get close enough to King Aegon and Queen Visenya to threaten their lives, Lyman said, earning a questioning look from the rest of the table. Besides, with all his moves in Essos, why would Prince Maegor answer the call? Leave all he has acquired in Essos to rot. Lyman shrugged. Familial ties. Lucien once more tried to play stranger's advocate. The same family that banished him? Come now Lucien, use your mind. Prince Maegor has nothing to gain from coming to support his brother. Especially with all he has gained in Pentos, Lyman continued, and it looked like Lucien was swayed once more. So we are just going to ignore Prince Maegor? Martin asked, almost dumbfounded at Lyman's confidence. Prince Maegor is just one man, a young man without half the strength of character as his father. He is not the threat you think him to be, Lyman once more tried to reassure him, and Martin let it. He would continue to plan behind the scenes. The mere chance of getting revenge on the worthless prince was too enticing to let slip between his fingers, but he had bigger things to worry about. They had a rebellion to plan. Then I wish you all luck, my lords. May our efforts be fruitful, Lyman said with a quick slap to the table before standing up. Martin and Morgan followed the Lannisters out of the room, but Martin continued thinking. Hope had resurfaced in his chest, even if it was not exactly what he wanted. You will rue the day you slighted House Hightower, King Aegon, Martin thought with a sneer. Plans and likely allies were already popping into his head. Westeros may be in chains, but their master had loosened his grip, and he would lose everything because of it. 30 Shira 11/Aaron 7. Shira 11. 3-2 AC. The giggles of a child were perhaps the most alluring sound in the whole entire world to Shira. She was hearing a veritable chorus of them as her dainty fingers danced on her second son's chest as he bubbled with laughter. Good morrow, Balin, Shira said with a smile as her second-born continued to giggle and laugh. His dark violet eyes glued to her own red while his short tufts of silver gold hair shifted back and forth. Relenting her tickle attack on her son, she lifted him from his small cradle and into her own arms, swaying the happy child back and forth as the giggles subsided. Perfect, Shira could not help but think with a smile. His big, dark violet eyes began darting around the room and Shira followed his gaze. Just above her son's cradle in the nursery lay a brand new tapestry weaved by the finest weavers of Pentos. It depicted the battle which had taken place over 2 years ago, where the largest army assembled since Sarner perished at the Field of Crows was laid low by Maegor. We will need a bigger one for the main hall, Shira absent-mindedly thought while continuing to bounce Balin around. Ever since the Dothraki were vanquished as a real menace over 2 years ago and Maegor's payments of gold began, Shira had been gifted with a lot more wiggle room when it came to decorations and making their home worthy of a dragon lord's family. She still remembered the appalled look Queen Visenya gave her when she first arrived in the manse. The bare walls and boring decorations had disappointed Queen Visenya just as much as they did her. Maegor was fairly oblivious to it, but the bland look had grated on Shira ceaselessly. It had taken an incredible effort, but she had finally convinced her husband to spend some of his new enormous wealth on decorations to line their manse in the city. I did not imagine him to be a spendthrift, Shira thought with a slight smile to herself. Maegor already informed her about his purchases of land. Large swathes of land were bought up in the Velvet Hills and Old Andalos, mostly from magisters who had little interest in the comparatively less attractive land, at least when compared to the new swathes of land opened up along the Rhône and flatlands. Nothing was being grown on the land yet, as winter had yet to leave them fully. Nevertheless, Maegor was already planning out a massive expansion of agriculture in Old Andalos and the Velvet Hills. Yet that was not the only thing Maegor spent his gold on in the last few moons. He did not waste it on gambling thankfully, but he always had somewhere he wished to spend his gold. Some artisan working on a harebrained scheme that caught Maegor's fancy. She hardly understood any of them, but this new clock invention caught the interest of much of Pentos. It seemed to completely capture Maegor's attention for what must have been for 2 full moons at least. Which was not particularly fun for her pregnant self, but it was water under the bridge now. The artisan who invented the item had quickly fallen into Maegor's grasp and now operated under his patronage. The division of the day into 4 and 20 even sections was a peculiar idea, but Shira did not despise it. Especially because it did not affect her life very much at all. It did help Maegor greatly, however, so it was good in her books. The division of the day made organizing with his army much easier and establishing proper meeting times with Pentoshi nobles or another artisan who caught Maegor's attention. It was likewise a hit amongst the nobles of Pentos, and it seemed like half a dozen of them leaped to the idea of funding a large tower in the center of Pentos with one of these new clocks placed on its top. It was not quite done yet, but the progress on it had been staggering. At least it is not our money this time, Shira thought with a sigh. She understood Maegor's arguments for how he spent his money, and she trusted his word that he would make it back with plenty to spare, but it was depressing that their mansion was furnished largely with gifts and items taken from their manse in the Velvet Hills until now. No longer, right Balin? Shira asked her son, not really expecting a reply. Durin had started speaking already, but Balin was still several moons away from speaking at the very earliest. She had big plans for their manse now that Maegor had acquiesced to them. He was willing to live in a bare manse, but she was not, especially because there were 2 young princes they now lived with. She would not allow her children to grow up in the same dull, empty environment she had been subjected to in her youth. She had ordered tapestries, paintings, and sculptures, and had even sent out some trusted servants to scour the markets of Pentos for anything particularly eye-catching. She would have previously gone to do such a thing herself, but she found walking the streets of Pentos not interesting at the moment. I would much rather spend the day with you, Shira said to a still smiling Balin, and Shira beamed a smile back. How about we go to the garden? Perhaps we can see your father there, Shira asked, even though she had already made up her mind. Standing up from her chair placed by the cradle of her son, she moved with haste toward the garden in their manse. The garden of their manse within Pentos continued to be one of Shira's favorite places. Winter was finally coming to an end, and so the garden was growing even more vibrant and pleasant by the day. With more and more flowers opening themselves up, and even the vines seemed to pop with color as the cold winds receded. It contrasted sharply with their second manse. Their abode in the Velvet Hills did not lack stunning views of nature. Far from it, their second manse was surrounded by some light woods. Unfortunately, their hilltop villa was much colder than the one in Pentos proper, and thus was colored with whites and blues rather than vibrant greens and reds. Yet they were not there right now. They were in the much warmer, albeit more bare manse within the city. One that used to house visiting dragon lords and now housed a branch of House Targaryen. Perhaps she would like their second manse more when summer finally reared its head, but for now, she much preferred the palace in the city. The screech of a dragon soon filled the air and interrupted her thoughts. It was not a surprise, however, as Shira hoisted Balin up so he could see Terax fly by their manse for what must have been the 10th time by now. The familiar black dragon turned on its side as it passed close by the manse, and Shira caught sight of 2 of the 3 most important men in her life. Her husband Maegor, no doubt with a smile plastered over his face, and her son Durin Targaryen, no doubt sporting a smile just as large. Shira had to admit that the idea of letting her barely 2-name-day-old son ride on Terax with his father was frightening at first, but it was not her place to comment. Firstly, Shira trusted that Maegor would never let harm come to Durin in the sky. As a matter of fact, Maegor had specifically commissioned a harness to tie Durin to himself during the flight, ostensibly to assuage her worries, but she imagined Maegor was just as fearful. It was the reason why he did not immediately bring Durin into the skies atop Terax when he was born. Secondly, her little Durin was a Targaryen, dragon riding was his birthright. Her sons were the latest scions of old Valyria. House Targaryen was above all other mortals in this world, and she was proud that her blood would be carried through them. Balin excitedly grasped at Terax as he made another pass around the manse, and Shira fought off the growing concern that was boiling within her. It had been eating at her for a few moons now. At first she thought it may just be her mind worrying over nothing once more, but Shira now doubted that notion. Her sons were indeed Targaryens, true-blooded and as legitimate as they come, but they were missing something very important: dragons. Neither of her sons had hatchlings in their cradles like Prince Aenus had been afforded, or had hatchlings that may one day be claimed like with her own husband or Princess Rena across the sea. I will need to speak with him about that soon, Shira thought with a frown of displeasure. She had been desperately trying not to argue with him recently, but she could see he was not looking at the bigger picture. Or maybe he was and just was not telling her, which could not stand. Shira understood that as Maegor's wife. It was her duty to support him in all things, but she needed to know what he thought to actually help him. She would not openly defy him again, as she had so foolishly done almost 2 years ago. But she felt the need to speak to him. Casting her gaze away from the soft lapping of the waves near their coastal manse and back toward the city, Shira was reminded of an unpleasant memory, the first and only time she and Maegor had argued to any real degree since the Tiana debacle. "You promised what?" Shira involuntarily yelled, her emotions getting the better of her for a moment. "I promised nothing, it was table talk, nothing more," Maegor quickly assuaged, but Shira had to push back. "Betrothals are hardly table talk," she continued, and Maegor let out a sigh. "Illyrio has a newborn daughter and I have a young son. I promised nothing to him, but signaling that he is considered for a potential betrothal should the need arise goes a long way in paying back his support," Maegor said after taking another sip of his wine, and Shira narrowed her eyes. "It is not right, do you not trust me?" she asked, hurt replacing the anger she held previously. "Trust you? Of course I do, Shira," Maegor said, taking her hands into his own, but Shira still felt betrayed. "Then please do not even consider betrothals right now, I will give Durin a sister, I promise you that," Shira practically pleaded. It was her greatest duty as a Targaryen's wife. She had received the lecture from Queen Visenya more times than she could remember. Incest was the lifeblood of House Targaryen, it maintained their blood purity and kept dragons in the family. It was her duty to provide her husband with at least one son to inherit his lands and titles and a daughter for that son to marry. If she failed in that, then she was a failure of a wife. She could not fail, not again. She had failed so much and still gotten to where she was off dumb luck and the goodwill of others. Shira refused to do so again. She had to succeed, at the very least in this. "I know, Shira, a daughter from you or a cousin from Aenus is the first choice, but even hinting at potential marriages in the future is a good way to pay back support and show that I am not merely taking. I do trust you, Shira, and I promise I will set nothing in stone without your knowledge." Maegor's answer did not particularly satisfy Shira at the time, and it still did not even as she sat in the garden. She moved a hand to her stomach and lamented at her predicament. She now had 2 sons she needed daughters for, and it would be another year at least before her body would be ready to have another. Another year or 2 of suffering these talks, Shira thought with a sneer once more. Her emotional talk with Maegor was a result of her being with child, but even without her mind rebelling against her, the very notion of her sons not marrying their sisters was disgusting to her. She could perhaps stomach them marrying Targaryen cousins, despite the fact that they would be born from the treacherous blood of a rotten seahorse. Yet the notion of her children having to marry outside of the family like Maegor and Prince Aenus had to do was sickening. The enraged face of Queen Visenya appeared in her mind again, and Shira welcomed it. She had burned the image into her mind ever since she visited after the attempt on her life, and she used it as a motivator. She would not fail again, she had sworn it on her life. She had taken all the criticism and harsh words laid onto her by Queen Visenya to heart and set out to meet her expectations like she had been trained to do. She had let the new look and friends she made in Pentos cloud her judgment. She was Maegor's wife and the mother to his children, that was where her energy must be focused. Shira had redoubled her efforts in learning magic, poisons, and potions. Searching the tomes hidden within the depths of the handful of libraries scattered across Pentos, looking for anything that may give her an edge. Along the way, she also touched upon her abilities as a healer. They had since acquired a better one after the gold began to flow, but Shira trusted her own judgment over a crusty SSC. Shira also began to explore just how much she could do with glass candles. Practicing with new books given to her by Queen Visenya. Projecting out to scope out potential land in Old Andalos. Testing the full scope of her abilities on a few unfortunate souls. Shira would be ready if Maegor had need of her abilities once more. She wished that Queen Visenya was in the city to properly instruct her further, but she had to make do largely on her own. For some reason, Maegor was still unready to invite Queen Visenya to stay long-term in Pentos. Shira did not know the reason why, but he had assured both herself and Queen Visenya that he was almost ready. As if redoubling her studies was not already enough to keep her busy every day, Shira had also been hard at work helping Maegor out where she could in the political scene. Queen Visenya had taught her how to manage a domain long ago, so that was where most of her efforts were centered. If she could help manage Maegor's increasingly large personal holdings, it would free up his time for more politicking in the conclave. So she threw herself into organizing the different contracts Maegor began to sign. She helped him divide up his land into more manageable sections, she helped him organize the contracts signed with individual small landowners, she helped him look for skilled and worthy slaves to free, along with many other things. Her workload had expanded 100-fold over the last dozen moons. Her efforts had been effective so far. She doubted she was quite as capable as Maegor, but the current workload she assigned herself was just enough to be challenging, especially with being a mother thrown into the lot, but she could handle it. However, one aspect of her new life was concerning to Shira. Maegor was still firm on returning to West Eros. He had taken notice of Prince Aenus never visiting Pentos, despite being invited for the birth of both of their sons, and yet he still had faith that his brother would lift the banishment and all would return to normal. Has he forgotten about the damnable snake coiled around Prince Aeneas' neck? Shira thought with another frown. Alyssa Velaryon was a snake that Maegor could not see the real danger of in the same way she could not see the dangers of Tiana. Shira held little doubt that Alyssa was doing her absolute damnedest to try and turn Prince Aeneas away from the idea of lifting their banishment. It was a possibility that Maegor was not preparing for. He was preparing to live long-term in Pentos, but she doubted he was ready to live his entire life here like she was prepared to do. Will she poison the minds of her children too? Shira could not help but think. In her heart, she already knew the answer, but it still saddened her. Prince Aegon and Viserys, along with Princess Rhaena, may have been born from a seahorse's womb, but they were just as Targaryen as her own sons. They should grow up together as cousins, Shira thought with a frown. Her children would not get to grow up with their cousins at this rate, and all of it lay squarely on the shoulders of Alyssa Velaryon and King Aegon Targaryen. Maegor rightly figured that King Aegon would never lift their banishment, but he was still too hopeful about Prince Aeneas. She had shared some of her thoughts with Queen Visenya 2 moons ago when Balon was born, and she was relieved to see that Queen Visenya thought the same. Shira would not set out to quash his optimism, but she needed to ensure that Maegor was ready and willing to respond in due kind to whatever may happen. She did not want to be caught flat-footed, with her family potentially at risk. Another time, Shira thought as she got up to return the now crying Balon to the nursery. She would confront Maegor with a coherent argument and solid talking points. Until she had them prepared, she would relish in the wonderful life she had been gifted. Aeron 7. 3 AC. Lord Aeron. They are fleeing. Should we pursue? Aeron heard one of his aides call out, and Aeron shook his head. There is no need. Pull the men back. Aeron said with surety. Looking through his myrish far eye, Aeron could see they were in full retreat back into the Norvosi hills, likely toward Bravus. Is it wise to let them flee? Aeron heard a different, more familiar voice speak from behind him, and Aeron's back stiffened. Perhaps not, Sir Gawain. But the men are tired, and being lured into a trap would be disastrous. Aeron justified his reasoning to the more seasoned commander. Sir Gawain was one of the many to arrive after the battle with the Dothraki. Men heard of the glory and riches won out east, and many ambitious young men set out to join them. It had gotten to the point that the mercenary company had grown almost 4 times in size since the Battle of Goyandrohi. So why not send a group to harass them as they retreat? This is merely a border conflict, but letting them retreat unmolested is just asking for them to return. Sir Gawain continued his efforts of being annoyingly correct, and Aeron had to acquiesce. A logical argument, sir. Letting them go unchallenged is a bad idea, no doubt. You. Go tell our Dothraki friends to harass them as far as they dare, Aeron agreed before pointing at one of his aides and sending him away. Sir Gawain did make a fine point, even though Aeron disliked the idea of putting more men at risk. Putting the Dothraki at risk, on the other hand? He cared little for that. The Dothraki agreed to serve Maegor as auxiliaries to the Black Company, and Aeron was more than willing to throw them in harm's way. It was what they lived for after all. 300 Dothraki horsemen, a mix of screamers and horse archers, were a great boon for Aeron and the Black Company. Suddenly all sorts of maneuvers and plans were made available to them thanks to their mounted auxiliaries. Even if he cared less for the Dothraki under his command, he had learned from the Battle of Goyandrohi, where they had lost nearly a third of their men. Great losses were intolerable, especially now that many of the army were Aeron's friends. Aeron and Maegor were both very happy to see Jasper Aeron arrive with almost 3,000 men from the Vale, coupled with one Lord Galadon Tarth leading another 2,000 men from the Stormlands. Their arrival meant that the Black Company did not fade into irrelevance after the Battle of Goyandrohi, and it also meant that Aeron had some trusted people around him. He had been looking for more reliable and trustworthy persons to fill the ranks of the Black Company, and grizzled and motivated Westerosi were just the people he needed. So are we done here then? I heard that Prince Maegor was going to throw us a feast when we return, Sir Gawain said in his usual blunt tone, but with a bit of excitement thrown in, and Aeron nodded along. We are done here. Send word to the army to pack their things. I will go speak with the Prince of Norvos. We will depart by nightfall. Aeron sent out the orders, and he was relieved to find Sir Gawain agreed readily. Turning his horse around, Aeron angled his trusty steed back toward the former city of Norvos. Much had changed since the Battle of Goyandrohi 2 years ago, both for himself and for the political scene. Would the Aeron Velaryon of 3 years ago believe where he ended up now? At the head of an army nearly 10,000 strong and widely regarded as a skilled commander on the battlefield. Aeron doubted it, but he imagined his younger self would rejoice at one new fact about himself. He was a knight now, Sir Aeron Velaryon. Maegor had seen fit to knight him after the Battle of Goyandrohi, and Aeron was not about to turn the gesture down. He remembered feeling giddy at the time, excitement filling his person, but now it felt odd. He remembered Maegor complaining about his knighthood on Dragonstone. About how he felt barely any different and felt like he was failing to live up to the ideal. Aeron understood that now. He was a knight, a commander, and was beginning to earn fame the world over, yet something was missing. Something he could not quite place his finger on. Deliberately shifting his thoughts, Aeron decided to think about Pentos to clear his mind. Pentos now stood as a true power player in Essos, and the entire continent was shaken by the Dothraki being pushed back west of the Rhoyne. Let us hope another Kull of Kals does not present himself, Aaron thought as his horse readily trotted down the path toward the once great city. It had been impossible to confirm the identity of the vast majority of the tens of thousands of men who died outside of Goyandrohi, but given the disarray of the formerly indomitable Dothraki Empire, it was assumed that if not Kultemo himself, at the very least his sons were killed in Tarax's vibrant green flames. The whereabouts of Kultemo were unknown, but news from the east told them that the Dothraki had fractured, with smaller Kalasars claiming a city and all the lands around it. Sarnar had fractured into at least 6 new Kalasars, and Kohor and Essaria had also gained new horse lords. Ever since the Dothraki burned, the Black Company had continued to be employed by Pentos to fight in its wars. The militia had been disbanded and much of the more professional force died in the fires of Tarax, so the Black Company became effectively vital for the survival of Pentos, at least while they rebuilt their main forces. Did Maegor plan that? Aaron could not help but wonder as the curtain walls of Norvos got closer to him. The idea that Maegor planned to kill thousands of their own allied men seemed off to him, but it worked out so perfectly that he had to at least think of the possibility. Maegor had worked out a lucrative deal with the city of Pentos after that battle, with the Pentoshi paying an outrageous sum for the support of the Black Company. Tens of thousands of pounds of gold were transferred yearly, along with a nice raid on what was left of the Dothraki camp, and the seizing of many of their horses which scattered to the wind after the battle. The Black Company had been transformed into a very formidable force. Truthfully, at this point, Aaron had little clue of what went on inside of Maegor's head anymore. He had practically dived headfirst into managing and organizing the Black Company, while Maegor had stuck his head into Pentoshi politics and a divide had formed. Hopefully, this feast he is hosting will be a nice time to talk, Aaron thought to himself as his horse finally reached the gates of Norvos. I must thank you again, Lord Aaron. My family is forever in your debt, Prince Menio Brinil of Norvos said with a jovial smile, and Aaron nodded aimlessly. He had shown up here to let the newly crowned prince know that the Black Company he had brought along would be returning, but he had been roped into a conversation. Of course, my prince. I am merely doing what I am paid to do, Aaron said with a smile of his own, and he noted how it was getting easier to speak with nobles. Aaron had always been a bit of a loner. He shared Maegor's distaste for most nobles, but he had gotten better at interacting with them over the last year, especially now that he was getting invited to many a ball and banquet as Maegor's official second-in-command. Indeed, yet you and the Black Company have done more for this city than Pentos has recently. So I must thank you on behalf of the people of Norvos, Prince Menio said with a light bow, and Aaron would not deny that it felt good. Finally being respected, finally having some weight behind his name and person. It was an intoxicating feeling, one he had to keep control of, lest he lose sight of himself and his goal. He would not just settle for fame in Essos. He wanted more. Of course, should the Bravasi, Dothraki, or even the Volantens trouble you again, put out the call to Pentos and we shall return here promptly, Aaron promised something he had no right to. But officially, Norvos was a Pentoshi protectorate, and thus it was in fact her duty to defend the once mighty city. Must you leave so soon? I am certain Norvos would be happy to welcome its liberators for a night, the prince offered once more, and Aaron was reminded of a few conversations he had with nobles back in Pentos. Ever since the battle, when word of his speech had gotten out, quite a few nobles in Pentos had invited him for talks and potential deals. He was lavished with gifts and friendly overtures, but Aaron did not really know how to deal with it. He was even gifted a mansion by a particularly zealous family. Sure, he was more widely known now, but he was still not all that influential. He had no dragon and was certainly not as wealthy as Maegor. Is there something else to this? Aaron thought, both of those nobles trying to get on his good side and the prince currently trying to have him stay in the city of Norvos. There had to be a different angle to this whole thing he just was not seeing, he was certain of it. I am afraid I would love to enjoy your hospitality further, but I must return the Black Company to Goyandrohi to rest for the next battle, Aaron said genuinely apologetically. He certainly did not detest this Menio Brinil, but he really did have to go back. His men were tired of camping out in the Norvosi hills. Very well, safe travels, Lord Aaron, the prince said after a reluctant sigh, and Aaron unceremoniously got up to leave. Before he could exit the solar, however, the prince said one more thing. Oh, and Lord Aaron. Yes. Aaron said with an inquisitive look thrown over his shoulder. House Brinil of Pentos invites you to dine with them after you return to the city, or at your earliest convenience, the prince said before returning to the scattered papers he was signing and leaving Aaron thoroughly stupefied. Aaron considered asking for clarification, but he felt like that would be a defeat, so he gave a curt nod to the prince before departing the solar. With any luck, the men are assembled and ready to leave, Aaron thought as he walked the halls of the restored palace with a quickness in his step. The rhythmic sound of boots clanking against the ground was a mesmerizing one for Aaron. The Black Company deployed into 4 groups for marching, and thus there was what looked like a river of men marching along the Valyrian road. The men marched in unison, and Aaron marveled at the show they put on. It made the silly exercises that Maegor insisted upon a year and a half ago seem so much more valuable. Maegor had many strange ideas for this army, yet Aaron could hardly refute any of them. Seriously, where does he find the time? Aaron thought with a thoroughly confused look as he pondered just how his friend managed to come up with so many good ideas. The Black Company was unrecognizable from the shoddily constructed sellsword company that had faced the Dothraki. The roughly 10,000 men in the army had been divided up into 10 groups of around 1,000 men each. Each of those groups was divided into 2 groups of 500 men, which were divided into smaller units for the soldiers' management. Aaron did not mind the basic organization, but Maegor took it a step further. Aaron would have organized the men by whichever region they came from. A region for the Crownlands, one for the Stormlands, and for the Vale, and finally a miscellaneous one for SSC recruits and stragglers from the other regions in West Eros. Maegor rejected this idea, however. He sorted the men randomly, and each company had a large mix of Valaman, Crownlanders, and Stormlanders. Maegor said it would promote unity and a common brotherhood, but Aaron was not entirely certain if that was possible. Inter-kingdom rivalries ran deep in West Eros. Aaron thought Maegor was being naive by trying to unify them. This idea wormed its way to the commanders themselves. Maegor implemented a top-down and a bottom-up system of command, and thankfully it was quite simple. All the way up to the 500-man sections, the men chose the commanders. Yet up from there, they were chosen by Maegor. It had led to the bizarre circumstance where the bottom rungs of the army were run by the bottom rungs of the army. For instance, a bastard was promoted to the top of the 1st Infantry Company, and Aaron did not know how he felt about that. The results spoke for themselves, of course. Their army was professional and moved nearly flawlessly. But trusting such important positions to low-born people, even bastards felt odd to Aaron. Maegor was much more sensible when it came to the upper crust of the army. Maegor was on the very top as the Lord Commander of the Black Company. Aaron was just below him as Vice Captain, followed by Harrowrose, the Quartermaster. Then came Lieutenant Galden Tarth, with his Vice Captain and commanders below him. Finally, Lieutenant Gahan Corbray, overall commander of the cavalry, with Vice Captain Jasper Aran below him and then commanders below him. The usage of the nobles assuaged Aaron's fears that Maegor had lost it completely, but it was strange having bastards and low-born peasants have any real sort of command at all. Maegor's other ideas were far better in Aaron's opinion. Maegor had organized regular training sessions within the army, where entire companies would be moved and drilled in combat exercises somewhat regularly. Aaron was uncertain of it at first, but the results spoke for themselves. The army moved near flawlessly and the camps could hardly be better organized. Aaron did not really know what prompted Maegor to have this idea, but he was grateful for it, along with one other thing. Aaron expected Maegor to turn the entire Black Company into a cavalry army after they acquired thousands of Dothraki horses, but instead, Maegor proliferated them among the smallest denominations of soldiers to aid in supply carrying and management. It meant that they had a more moderate force of mounted knights, but their infantry forces were better supplied and faster in their marches. Coupled with a well-designed camp that could be thrown up in what his new clock said was just a few hours. The Black Company had become a true force to be reckoned with or without the dragon that was supposed to support them in battle. Yet for some reason, it grated on Aaron something fierce. Looking up at the banner of their sellsword company, a black dragon on a green background, Aaron could not feel pride. Aaron had thought that this was exactly what he wanted. He was finally a knight, he was well respected, he was a successful commander, and he had growing fame. Yet for some reason it all felt false to him. Like it was all borrowed and not truly earned himself. The banner flapping in the wind was the perfect analogy for why Maegor had largely stopped fighting with the Black Company ever since the Dothraki were vanquished. He had essentially let Aaron lead the army around, smashing smaller Dothraki forces, Bravasi hired sellswords, and the occasional Volantine expedition. Yet all of those victories were still attributed to Maegor. The same Maegor that had hardly even flown above the army in the last 2 years, let alone actually fighting with them. His reasoning for it was sound, and Aaron was not even particularly mad that he was not fighting, but the credit for all his victories being handed to Maegor was unpleasant. Maegor reasoned that using Terax against other free cities in skirmishes would send a bad signal to the rest of old Valeria's daughters. Aaron did not see any fault in this logic, but Maegor was being hand-fed prestige and honors that he did not earn. It is all so damn unfair, Aaron thought with a frown. Yet he could not even really be mad at his friend, as Maegor had not deliberately set out to snub him. It was just how the world was working, and Aaron did not know how to change it. It seemed the Black Company had fallen far behind on the list of things Maegor had to deal with. As his friend had acquired vast influence within Pentos and even vaster tracts of land outside the city. Meanwhile, Aaron stepped up to lead and command the army, yet he received essentially no credit for it. It was demoralizing, and he could not help but be jealous of Maegor, who got to play politics in Pentos and spend time with his family while Aaron worked with the Black Company and led them to victory. That isn't fair, Aaron immediately caught himself being particularly bitter. Maegor was still making regular visits to the camp and actively maintaining relationships with the commanders. On top of that, could Aaron truly blame Maegor for prioritizing his family over his army? Family, Aaron absent-mindedly thought, his previous concerns forgotten in favor of a new thought to explore. Aaron had never really thought about having a family of his own. Maegor had suggested he take a lady of Pentos to wife, but Aaron had not really felt the need. Aaron really had never truly put much thought into having a family. He always dreamed of adventure and glory. To the point that he lost his connection with his little brother. Could he have a new family to call his own? But a wife would surely just get in his way. He had seen it with Maegor. Maegor was present with the army for the battle with the Dothraki, but ever since he had hardly left the city. Only leaving to occasionally quash bandits in the Velvet Hills or meet with some locals. Aaron did not have the luxury of a dragon, he had to work twice as hard. But did he really? He was living his dream, or at least, a bastardized version of it. He had achieved glory and honor. But would he be remembered? He was but a footnote in the Battle of Goyandrohi, leading the men of a small sellsword company on the ground while Maegor saved the day. Now he was fighting in worthless skirmishes across the hills of Norvos at the head of an army still led by Maegor. What do I do? Aaron muttered under his breath. He had a lot to think about. 31 Aenas 6/Maegor 18. Aenas 6. 3-2 AC. Father, when can I fly on Dreamfire? Rena spoke through her chewing mouth, and despite the endearing smile on his father's face, his wife was the first to respond. Do not speak while chewing, Rena, came Alyssa's curt response, and Rena looked a little downcast. Pay it no mind, Alyssa. Rena is merely excited, that's all. His grandfather came swiftly to the defense of Rena, and Aenas proudly nodded his head. Rena was normally a well-behaved child, it was just a slip-up. Of course, Your Grace, Alyssa quickly demurred before Rena hesitantly spoke up again. So. Father. Rena said again, after finishing her bite of spiced lamb. I first rode Quicksilver when I was 9. Aenas began, and he hated the sight of hope blossoming in Rena's face as he would have to crush it. But Quicksilver was also 9 then, correct, husband? Alyssa jumped in first, and the mood soured as Rena wilted. Correct, Alyssa. Quicksilver was quite large. Once Dreamfire reaches a suitable size, you can ride her, Aenas promised then, if only to turn her frown upside down. But when will that be? Rena quickly pouted, and both Aenas and his father smiled at the sight. Rihanna had gotten much livelier ever since she claimed Dreamfire. His timid little girl had gotten a lot more outgoing. The dragon blood within her awakened with the bonding of her little beast. They could both understand the desire to ride atop your dragon. Aenas had been just as excited to ride Quicksilver when his father finally permitted it 6 and 10 years ago. His father had also told him stories of his first flight atop Baal Ryan. It was a special thing to finally ride your dragon, and he could not fault Rena for being impatient. Your Uncle Maegor's dragon was 6 years old when he was first ridden. But you are much smaller than he was, so we will just have to wait and see, he said easily before he realized his slip of the tongue. Damn it all, Aenas thought instantly. 2 icy stares sent a freezing chill down his spine as bumps ran up his arm. He had little trouble regaling tales of his younger brother to his children in privacy, but he had let it slip in the presence of 2 he should not have. His father retained his anger, even 3 years on from his brother's foolish mistake. Bringing up Maegor's name in his presence was a surefire way to earn his displeasure at best, and anger at worst. His father had not flown into a rage since that day, but Maegor remained a topic to be discussed away from his presence. Meanwhile, his wife was also deeply uninterested in hearing Maegor's name. Aenas only really noticed it once a few years had passed by in their marriage, but his wife did not care for Maegor in the slightest. It became readily clear once Maegor was banished. While the rest of the court was shocked into a dour mood at the banishment of his well-liked brother, his wife never looked happier. He even heard rumors circling the Aegon fort that it was Alyssa who leaked the news of Maegor's secret marriage to the nobles, and while she denied it, Aenas remained suspicious. It seemed he was the only one in Westeros who still missed his brother these days, besides his aunt of course. The court had moved on readily, with many nobles either seemingly forgetting all about his brother or going east to join him. All of that meant that he had just royally blundered and thoroughly dispelled the happy mood acquired during the course of their late winter meal. His father and wife's icy purple stares created a cold sweat on Aenas's face before Rena finally freed him from his torment. 6 years. I will be 5 and 10. Rena said with an appalled look, and his father's look quickly abated, unlike his wife's icy look. That is not what your father said, Rena. Your uncle was a lot bigger than you are. Dreamfire should be able to carry you at a younger age. His father worked to assuage Rena's fears, and Aenas took the chance to return the icy glare Alyssa was giving him. She looked surprised to see a displeased look on his face, but she relented quickly. Returning to her glass of arbor gold. Aenas feared his father's wrath, but he would not let Alyssa continue with her spiteful rage in his presence. Ever since his brother's dance with the Dothraki, his wife's vitriolic hatred for Maegor seemed to return from wherever it was laid to rest 3 years ago. Grandfather, when will I get a dragon? His son suddenly spoke up for what felt like the first time that night, and all eyes turned to him. His son Aegon had grown much more lively ever since he turned 8 named days old. Yet ever since Rena claimed her little blue hatchling 2 se'nights ago, he had been oddly quiet. There are plenty more eggs, my son. I am certain that another dragon shall soon hatch and you can claim a dragon then, Aeneas quickly promised before his father stopped him. No, Aegon will not claim a hatchling, his father spoke with a surety and will that silenced the room. Even little Viserys quit his babbling. What? But, grandfather. I want a dragon too. His son quickly cried out and his father nodded knowingly. I know you do, Aegon. But you will wait for a much grander prize. I want you to claim Balerion upon my passing, his father said, and the realization hit Aeneas like a ton of bricks. Upon his passing. Aeneas thought the same words his wife was also surely thinking. The thought had not crossed their mind very much, but his father was growing older. He was already 59 and the silver hair on his beard had already begun to grey. Balerion. Really, grandfather? Aegon's excited words practically leaped from his mouth, the 8-name-days-old boy blissfully unaware that his grandfather had mortality in mind. Of course, Aegon. It is only natural that you claim my dragon, his father said with a smile, and the cheerful tone returned to the room, but Aeneas still felt off. Ah. Because we have the same name. His now energetic son put two and two together, and the smile on his father's face betrayed the meaning of his previous words. A memory Aeneas had not thought about in years suddenly popped back into his mind. A conversation was shared with his little brother prior to his expedition to the Stepstones. Hey Aeneas, Maegor began as he dealt the cards, and Aeneas was startled at the abrupt change in their conversation. What, Maegor? Do you dislike speaking of poetry so much as to cut me off? Aeneas poked at his little brother a bit, but Maegor did not bother to quip back. What kind of king do you want to be? His brother said then, and it was like a cold splash of water to his face. Where did this come from, Maegor? Aeneas began, but he was denied his question yet again. Answer the question, Aeneas. Maegor used the same tone that his mother often used, one of unshakable will. I suppose I want to be a good king, Aeneas gave a half-hearted reply, and Maegor's unimpressed look was sickening to see. That's it. Our father had dreams of a kingdom greater than any other at your age. Surely you have thought more than that. Maegor said with a blank stare, and Aeneas's mind struggled for something else to say. Where did this come from, Maegor? Aeneas tried one more time to ask his own question. He needed to know just what Maegor was after. I am to be your hand of the king one day, brother. I would like to know what kind of king I will help rule, Maegor said with the same unimpressed look on his face. That is hardly a discussion that must be held now. Our father is healthy and my ascension to the throne is still years off, Aeneas started, but a serious stare from Maegor silenced him. I would like to be a kind king, one who rules fairly and justly. I want a kingdom where my family can live in the same peace that we have been raised in, Aeneas said, and Maegor's stern look softened. Why do you have to be a kind king? Surely a tyrannical king could achieve the same peace. His little brother asked, and Aeneas was almost stunned at the response. The people have treated us kindly, I have received nothing but warm welcomes on all my progresses. Why should I be a tyrant when they have done nothing to deserve it? Aeneas quickly came to the defense of the people who had shown him nothing but love. Yet, Maegor said simply, and Aeneas was confused. Yet, the people have done nothing to deserve that, yet, Maegor continued, and Aeneas narrowed his eyes. Is this about the faith again? I already told you, that they raised no fuss about our mother's marriages to our father. What reason would they have to cause trouble? Because that is the way of this world, Aeneas. It is a world of the strong and the weak. The faith is strong, they command influence in every kingdom besides the north and even have an army within the very walls of King's Landing. Maegor repeated the same spiel Aeneas must have heard a dozen times by now, but it all meant nothing. All the more reason to not act as a tyrant, they have obeyed under the benevolent rule of our father, should I continue with the same benevolence? They will raise no issue. Aeneas dismissed Maegor's fears again. Sure, the faith had large forces of warriors' sons and poor fellows scattered across the kingdom, but what did it matter? They followed the king's peace and obeyed royal decrees. Their 700 knights in King's Landing were a great help to the city watch and even kept the crime in the city down. Not to mention all the work the poor fellows did to aid their brethren in the streets. They have obeyed because of father, Aeneas. His word keeps the king's peace. The threat of Balerion keeps the king's peace. I've killed to keep the king's peace, are you ready to do the same? Maegor asked with another serious look. You are spending too much time on Dragonstone, come with me on my next progress, and you will see the truth of the matter. Aeneas gave his non-reply, and Maegor just let out a sigh. Aeneas, I just wanted to say that you should have some sort of idea of what you want to do as king, as it may come sooner than you think. It pays to be prepared in the event of the unexpected. This world is much more cruel than you think it to be. Maegor finally relented his questioning, and Aeneas hesitantly nodded. Sure, I will think of some ideas and get back to you, Valonqar. Now, about that progress. Beat me this round and I will think about it, Maegor said with a now returned smile, and Aeneas gave one of his own. That conversation was held years ago at this point, but it was not the only one. Maegor had asked him similar questions a few times ever since they first met on Dragonstone, but now it felt different. Perhaps because he was older. Aeneas initially thought, but he corrected himself then. It is because he is no longer here. Aeneas figured it out then. He could always put off proper planning and gathering ideas for his future, as he could speak to his little brother whenever he wanted. Now his little brother was gone and even his father was pondering his death. I should start planning, Aeneas thought before a yell caught his attention. Aeneas. His father's distinctive voice returned him to their dinner situation, and Aeneas was quick to respond. What? Sorry, I was lost in thought. He tried quickly to rebound and found all the eyes at the table staring at him, even little Viserys. You were out for a while there, but I believe it is time for you to return to your manse. The sun will set soon, his father said, and Aeneas was quick to agree. Of course, say goodbye to grandfather, children, he quickly said to his children as Rena and Aegon got up to give their grandfather a hug. Viserys also waddled his way over there and gave his father's leg a squeeze. Good night, grandfather. His two eldest said in unison, and Aeneas nodded along. This is what I want, Aeneas thought with a smile. His little brother was right, he realized then. Not about everything, but Aeneas needed to be more prepared, he did not want to lose this. Good morning, your grace. I hope today is treating you well, the heavily accented High Valyrian rang out in the throne room, and Aeneas recoiled at the man's horrendous vocals. Typical Bravasi, Aeneas thought with a frown. Bravus had long since grown famous for its defiance of old Valyria. Brutalizing their language was certainly not a step too far for them to go. This day is treating me well, Corvio of House Nard Allos. Now tell me why you are here, his father said from atop the Iron Throne. His father had deliberately chosen to receive the son of the Sea Lord of Bravus here. Due to his high position, he was in fact received, but his father allowed no assumption that he was weak. He sat atop his menacing throne with at least 100 soldiers in the hall, along with all the King's Guard and himself in attendance too. Bravus was notoriously flippant with House Targaryen, and his father set out to make the question clear. They were not weak and Bravus was not their equal. We are here to beseech your intervention, as a dragon lord has been running wild in the east and can no longer be tolerated, the short brown-haired lord, and Aeneas bristled at the insult to his brother. I refuse, his father said in an instant, with all eyes in the room suddenly turning onto him. Aeneas dreaded the time when he would have so many eyes placed upon his person. Pardon, your grace? He is your son, and he is in Essos troubling cities because you sent him there. The son of the Sea Lord did not take his father's refusal well, but his change in tone was insulting enough for even Aeneas to bristle. The insolence, Aeneas thought. To demand something of Aegon the Conqueror? As a guest no less? It was an outrageous insult, especially when you were begging for an intervention. Troubling cities? Do you perhaps mean destroying Dothraki's armies? It sounds like you should be praising him instead of making demands of me. His father returned the answer with venom dripping from his tone, and it felt like every guard in the room had a hand on their swords. We are grateful for his efforts in wiping out the barbarians, but his continued presence in the region cannot and will not be tolerated. I am here on behalf of Bravus, Loreth, and Myr. Our cities do not want him in Essos, the son of the Sea Lord said once more, and Aeneas could not help but ponder if his words were truthful. Like many other nobles in Westeros, Aeneas was following the escapades of Maegor in Essos. Word of each and every battle that took place made its way back to Westeros and only garnered Maegor more fame. Especially when battles were won when not atop a dragon. Aeneas had even tried to help his brother behind the scenes. On his recent progress to the north, he dropped a few subtle hints to the lords of the north. Nothing that could be traced back to him, but a few ships had departed from White Harbor a few moons ago and no doubt delivered their cargo to his brother in the east. Yet Aeneas felt insulted on his brother's behalf. He had gone to great lengths to placate the other free cities. He had publicly proclaimed that he would not ride Terrax against their forces to assuage their fears of old Valyria coming back once more. Good, Aeneas thought with a smile. If his brother chose to stay in the east, he would certainly be upset. Maegor had already proclaimed to him several times that he wanted to help him rule. Yet he would not deny his extensive operations in Old Andalos were a bit worrying. Then bring your complaints to him, not me, his father said, and with a wave of his hand, the son of the Sea Lord was dismissed, red-faced and furious. Aeneas watched the foolish man depart the throne room and felt a deep sense of foreboding. Bravus was strong and influential. With deep pockets, a large population, and many friends. Aeneas could not help but feel like his father just forced their hand. Like King Aegon had just made war in Essos inevitable. Underscore 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 un. Maegor 17. 3 AC. To me, I sent the mental command with a sigh as I finally made my way out of the temple the conclave decided to meet today. The conclave had no set building they met in. They would just choose a temple or building the prince decided on that day, and everyone was just supposed to ride out and meet there. Another reform to propose, I thought with another sigh as I spotted the familiar black form of Terrax appearing over the setting sun. It felt like I had been proposing a lot of those recently. I expected Pentos to be a bit more ahead of Westeros. Pentos certainly was more advanced in some areas, with paved roads, concrete, proper government, a bureaucracy, religious freedom, and a genuine arts industry. But they were also far behind in others, namely slavery. Slavery was a blight upon this world. That was a belief I held near and dear to me. Discounting the horrid treatment people were put through as slaves. It also was just not worth the costs it brought onto a society. Slavery stifled innovation, which was my main complaint with the institution. Slavery incentivized rich slobs to sit atop their money like fat cats, building ever larger estates to work within an ever-increasing number of slaves, instead of inventing new things to improve the world and life of others. I was up against such a leviathan in Pentos, even if it was no doubt going to be easier than if I tried in some place like Volantis. Pentos was blessed with the fact that only around 50% of the city was enslaved. That meant that I had plenty of free allies and some magisters I could convince to work with me against the institution. It also meant I would not have to start from scratch if I abolished the horrid institution in the future. But I was still facing a great challenge. Many magisters controlled immense estates in the flatlands or Old Andalos, growing cash crops where applicable with practically the same ancient technology the Giscari used 8 millennia ago. The small landowners that typically drove farming innovations were long since forced off their farms. Whether bought out by massive magister estates or the formerly dominant Dothraki. Introducing new plows and four-field crop rotation was like pulling teeth, I thought with a frown as I recalled the several stuck-up and thoroughly simple-minded magisters I had to convince. My allies following my lead when it came to my reforms was a good start, but I had a lot more convincing to do. Perhaps my increased farm yields will convince them, I thought with a sigh. I had put an enormous amount of effort into building up my possessions in the Velvet Hills and Old Andalos. Now I just had to play the waiting game and wait for my advancements to bear fruit. I had been brute forcing a lot of advancement all over Pentos ever since the Battle of Goyanidrohi was won. I found myself with substantial wealth and an even more substantial influence, and so I sought to spend it. Much to the bewilderment of my wife and friends. They could not fathom my spending thousands of pounds of gold on the development of new trinkets and baubles as they called them. They ate their words when they turned out brilliantly, of course, but I was noticing the profoundly stagnant mindset many in this world seemed to inherently hold. Convincing the artisans, blacksmiths, weavers, and scholars to actually try and make the things I wanted them to do was irritating. Most simply did not see the allure of innovation, which meant every curious soul I found was precious. I was growing a veritable army of artisans who were operating under my patronage. I will need to stamp that out with my sons, I thought with a wide smile as my dragon landed on the cleared-out space in front of the temple. As I climbed atop my ever-growing dragon, my mind shifted to thoughts of my new family here in Pentos. What do you think, Terax? Has Shira put Durin and Balin to sleep yet? I asked while patting the scales on the sides of the saddle. I hope not, I said to no one in particular as Terax rapidly ascended above the myriad of houses and buildings that made up Pentos and glided his way back toward our coastal mansion. I always wondered what it would be like to be a father. I never got the chance back in my old world, and I had some trouble dodging a certain barren woman in this one, so I only really got to ponder the idea rather recently. Now I found myself with a rapidly growing family. My first son, Durin Targaryen, was already 2 years old. His name was convenient for me. I wanted to use the names of successful Targaryens if possible, and luckily for me, Shira's father was named Durin. So I both got what I wanted and also got to win some points with my wife. I was tempted to bring him into the sky with me atop Terax when he was first born. Give him a taste early of his birthright, of his destiny, but my rational mind had thought better. I had to be even more protective than my mother was in my own childhood. We were in an alien land, and while I was making allies and friends, it was still nothing like Dragonstone or even King's Landing. Then there was my second son Balin. Named after the Spring Prince, I hoped that he and my firstborn would be just as close as the Aemon and Balin of canon. Family was everything in this world. If someone was not your kin, then their loyalty could not be entirely assured. So I prayed to any god out there listening that my sons grew up strong and close. I would not just put their fate in the hands of the gods, of course. Shira and I had been drawing up plans for their education for a while now. Durin would begin reading next year, and I had every intention of instructing all of my sons on combat myself. Hopefully, they would grow close over the lessons. I could not let my family descend into infighting. Not in this world. The world I was now living in was a world of pain, suffering, torment, and agony. I would need to be a better parent than I thought possible to prevent my children from falling into the same depravities that plagued this world. I would need to foster a drive for excellence and a desire for greatness in each of my sons. I would not let them languish. It could not happen. Perhaps I should ask my mother. I thought aloud again as Terax rapidly closed in on the manse I currently called home. My mother was certainly an unconventional parent, but my canon self clearly had drive and energy that most of Westeros seemed to lack. I would raise them my own way, but asking her certainly could not hurt. Even if I certainly had no plans to let her raise my sons for me. The last thing I needed was a canon version of myself running around. Thank you, Terax, I patted him on the back again as he landed. I mentally decided to take him for a proper flight in the morning. It had been too long since we flew more than an eye's distance away from the city. I could feel Terax's restlessness through our bond. Softly pushing open the door of the nursery, the sight that greeted me was what made life worth living. My darling wife, with little Balin cradled in her arms while Durin excitedly looked up from the ground. Shira was reading from a book I did not recognize, but she stopped once I entered. I wanted to see them before turning in for bed myself, but it seemed I had gotten lucky. They were still awake. It also meant I deposited my armor and dark sister for nothing in that case. I put them away to be as quiet as possible, but Durin looked like he was hardly tired at all. Do not stop for me, I began with a smile. Not only did I simply like hearing her voice, but I was certain my firstborn demanded a story before bed. Prolonging it would only keep him up more. Very funny. Good evening, husband, Shira said with a tired smile, and I returned one to her. Our lives had gotten considerably busier over the last 2 years. What with Shira becoming a mother twice over and my assuming a preeminent position in Pentos. It was a genuine question of who was more busy between the two of us. I spent nearly every waking moment signing some document, describing my ideas to artisans, negotiating with farm hands, touring lands I wished to purchase, or arguing in the conclave. Meanwhile, Shira always seemed to be doing something. Whether that be spending time reading to our sons like she was doing now, scouting the libraries of our allies for magical tomes, practicing with her glass candle, or helping me manage my newly acquired vast domains. It had gotten to the point that I had not seen Shira spend any time with her 2 handmaidens and moons. Perhaps I should talk to her about that, I pondered to myself as I shut the door behind me and closed in on my little family. Shira had been secluding herself for a while now. Another instance of her overcorrecting for her past mistakes. She merely needed to be more cautious around others, not avoid them entirely. Good evening, Shira. Getting ready for bed? I asked as I moved over to Durin and ruffled his short silver hair. Not tired. Durin stubbornly said, and both me and Shira let out a small laugh at that. Hearing Durin talk was still a strange thing. He had not quite gotten to sentences yet, but he was able to articulate some thoughts now. Demands mostly, but some questions too. Yes, getting ready for bed, Shira said with a stern glare sent Durin's way. I could only imagine how troublesome it would be to deal with our stubborn 2-name-day-old son all day. Perhaps a late-night dragon ride will tire you out, I said to Durin, and the joyous expression that lit up on his face was perfect. Dragon, dragon! Durin exclaimed while waving his arms up and down. I picked Durin up and hoisted him into my arms, but Shira stopped me before I could make my way to the door. Guards, could you step outside for a few minutes? Shira said, and the guards quizzically looked at me before I nodded and they made their way out of the room. I noted her usage of the new time system I had implemented. Surprisingly, the wealthy and powerful magisters, even the ones who were not all that fond of me, jumped on the clock when I finally found an artisan who could make me one. That search had been agonizing, but oh so worth it. No proper way to measure time was horrible, and it made organizing meetings and planning out my day sheer agony. Now I could properly tell the time with just a glance toward the tower rapidly rising in the center of the city, or I could simply look around my manse, as I had a few crude clocks already made for my abode. What is up with that? I turned to ask Shira, and she looked a little nervous. What is going on, Shira? I asked then, more forcefully. I just wanted to speak to you. I have been putting this off too long, and by the time you get back, you will be exhausted, Shira said with a frown, and I sighed before setting Durin down in his crib. I pulled up a chair from across the nursery and moved it next to Shira before beginning again. You wanted to speak? I asked, switching to Andal. Our staff all spoke Valyrian, and she clearly wanted privacy. Andalic was probably our best bet. Shira seemed to hem and haw, and I could not help but let out a sigh. Ever since the Tiana debacle and my mother's historic lecture, Shira had gotten a lot more demure. It was exhausting. I loved the woman sitting in front of me, but she had a terrible habit of overcorrecting for her mistakes, perceived or real. When she was dropped by Alyssa all those years ago, she became quiet and introverted, hiding behind a shell that she had erected out of a feeling of betrayal. Then, after having her self-esteem restored here in Pentos, she overcorrected again and began to act foolishly brash. Now it seemed she was overcorrecting back toward that sheltered form of herself, barely speaking with others and demurring to me constantly. My unimpressed stare finally coaxed some words out of her as she seemed to accept her fate. We need to talk about dragons, Shira said with a frown. About dragons? I could not help but raise an eyebrow at that. Why would that cause her so much strife? I thought while maintaining our stare down. And why are you acting like this then? If you want to know more about dragons, all you need to do is ask, I said with a smile before my wife's frown cut that thought short. It is not about dragons specifically, but rather who rides them, Shira said, and I finally caught the meaning in her words. Rena Targaryen claimed a hatchling 3 se'nights ago. That is your concern, I finally pieced it all together and Shira merely nodded. Princess Rena claimed a dragon while our sons have none. Shira elaborated further and I finally understood why she was so apprehensive about talking about this. Did you think I would be upset speaking about this? I asked quickly before we started properly speaking. Was she really so afraid to speak to me? Just how much damage had my mother done to her self-esteem? No, I just do not know how you will answer my concerns, Shira said with a calmer expression and I nodded. Unfortunately, Terax is a male dragon, and is thus unlikely to lay eggs, I began and Shira narrowed her eyes once more. Why did we not bring dragon eggs then? Shira looked profoundly upset. Like something was gnawing at her. Besides being unable to maintain or guard them. His Grace was already quite upset with me. Taking dragon eggs would certainly have only made it worse. I remembered thinking about taking some dragon eggs. But the main concern was keeping them safe. I had no safe lodging and no children to give them to, so there was a serious risk of an egg getting stolen or going cold. Dragon eggs could be robust, and some could last decades in the proper conditions, but to say I lacked those conditions in Essos would be a colossal understatement. It had taken me half a year to get a proper manse of my own, and even this manse was woefully unprepared for the task of defending dragon eggs. Something else is eating at you, I said simply. Shira seemed deeply upset about something, it was written all over her face. Our children do not have dragons, Maegor, and do not have an adult dragon to claim when they are older either. Does that not bother you? Shira finally answered my damn question so I could help assuage her fears. Of course, it bothers me, but I am not going to let this cripple, and neither should you, I said with some force in my tone as Balin began stirring after Shira raised her voice. How can it not worry you? Our children are Targaryens. Scions of old Valyria, dragon riders by birthright, yet their cousins across the sea get their pick among hatchlings from your former domain. All the while our sons are mocked as dragonless behind closed doors. Shira descended into a quick rant and I could see why it was weighing on her now. How do you know what is said behind closed doors? I suddenly asked, even though I knew the answer. Do not change the subject, you are not daft, Maegor. Convince me our sons have a future as dragon lords and not as mere magisters, Shira said with a bit of a bite to her tone, and I was reminded of the fiery woman I befriended all those years ago. Very well, I was planning on explaining all of this in one fell swoop when my mother arrived, but I suppose I can tell you now, I sighed as I turned my glance toward Durin. With our position more secure in the city, I have called my mother to come join us here. She has spent far too much time alone as is, I began, and I noted Shira brightening a bit at that. I had thought that Shira would grow resentful of the seemingly endless lectures my mother had for her, but it did not seem to be the case. I asked her about it once and Shira seemed to not question my mother's words in the slightest, taking everything and anything she said to heart. It was extremely troublesome, given my mother's extreme views. I had deliberately kept my mother away for a while now. I sent her back after the birth of both of my sons for a reason. I was hoping that Shira would mellow a bit in her absence. Her returning to her flippant disregard for her own safety could not happen, but she did not need to be as Spartan as she currently was. You had to truly enjoy life to make it worth living, and unfortunately, it seemed Shira had lost that message in translation. Likely due to the influence of my mother. Keeping my mother away seemingly did not change the situation, so I would merely have to speak with her about it when she arrived. I appreciated her concern for me, but Shira was my concern now, not hers. I planned to ask for her permission to promise Viagar to Durin when he grows old enough to understand all of this, I said with a frown. I disliked discussing or thinking about my own mother's mortality, most of all because I knew the year she died in the book's version of events. My mother died in just a short 12 years according to the book's version of events. I did not like it, but I did find myself occasionally counting the days, even when I needed to dispel the notion that this world was the same. My mother could live to be 100 years old for all I knew. I disliked it, but unfortunately, it was a vital thought process now. Claiming a dragon ridden by a previous family member was a complicated subject and one that was typically handled with care. Unfortunately, dragons had a tendency to outlive their riders by a significant margin. That meant that your dragon would one day be someone else's. My mother theorized this came from our days as a small dragon lord house in old Valyria, but House Targaryen liked to establish successors to their dragons. Children were typically the first choice, grandchildren after them, nieces and nephews after them, and all familial connections were somehow exhausted in a Targaryen family tree. It would be first come first serve. All of this meant that I could not promise Durin a dragon as of now. That was my mother's decision. I had no doubts that she would agree, but I was still dreading the conversation. I hated the idea of my mother not being alive any longer. Despite the complicated problem she had created with my wife, I still cared for her deeply. I had already lost many people in my previous life and I had no desire to experience that same pain again. That covers Durin, but what of Balin and any other children we may have? Shira seemed more at ease knowing Durin's future dragon was all but secured, but Balin and any more of our future children remained a mystery. Unfortunately, Terax remains male and we do not have eggs here, I said again, and Shira looked unsatisfied. That's it? Shira asked, almost dumbfounded. What do you want me to say? Ideally, my brother will lift our banishment and our access to the hatchery at Dragonstone will be restored, but unfortunately, I can promise no such thing, Shira. Perhaps we will get lucky and Viagar will give us some eggs, but that cannot be promised either, I said with a sigh. She clearly expected more, but my hands were tied. Had I ridden a dragon like Dreamfire, our problems would be solved, but Terax was definitely male. The dragon keepers confirmed it. There was mention of dragons changing genders in the old dragon lore of Dragonstone, but it was a rare thing. Typically this happened when Valyrian dragon riders were on long-term deployments far from Old Valyria, like to Lorith, Sarner, or the Basilisk Isles. I could only speculate, but I doubted Terax would feel the biological urge when Dragonstone was not even a day's ride away from his volcanic home. At least I do not have to bring that up then, Shira said sadly, and I could not help but feel the same sadness. The prospect of my children one day fighting their cousins was not an enticing one. Let us hope my brother sees reason, I quickly dismissed that thought. I did not want to ride against my nieces and nephews in the future. Even if I would prepare for the possibility of a dance. I had to, as a Targaryen not being prepared got you killed, I would keep my plans brief so as to not will them into existence, but they had to be made. Let us hope, Shira said before a commotion outside of the door. What? We both said in an instant. We sent the guards to stay just outside of the room. Did they get into a fight? I thought as I handed Durin off to Shira and made my way toward the door. Shira remained seated but looked intently from her position on the chair. I opened the door to find one of the guards, still clad in their dark grey armor but strangely bereft of their spear and sword. What is going on? I asked with a quizzical look, and something seemed off about this guard. Everything from the way he carried himself to the light behind his eyes seemed off. Maegor. I heard Shira yell from behind me and I knew immediately that something was wrong. Shira must have noticed it too. In an instant, my right fist collided with the helmeted guard with a thunderous crack. The bones in my hand no doubt rattling just as much as the bones in this stranger's head. The guard was knocked off his feet and sent perhaps a few feet away, sprawled across the ground. But I did not keep my eyes on him, my attention was more focused on the blinding pain from my left arm. I had raised it the moment Shira yelled and I only just noticed it saved my life. I had raised it on instinct to protect my neck and it blocked the slash from the guard's dagger. The metal cut right through my skin and flesh and sliced to the bone with ease. Guards! I yelled, taking a step out of the room to look down the halls, but I found not a soul alive. 3 bodies scattered around the hall, one bereft of their armor. What? I thought before my eyes moved back toward my attacker, who rose back to his feet and shifted the dagger from his right to his left hand. Maegor. Poison. Shira said again behind me over the wails of my screaming children, and I realized it too. This was an assassination attempt, I could have just been poisoned. Perses. I hissed through the pain as a vibrant green flame erupted from the steady stream of blood leaving my left arm. The stream of blood quickly changed into a stream of fire and soon the entire hallway was alight with the same vibrant green flames my dragon produced. Call for the guards stationed outside and stay behind me. I quickly ordered, the soldier within me taking over from the father before. I did not need to see Shira nod as I heard her yelling over the screams of our children out the window. Surely a guard outside would hear her cries. I closed the door behind me after that. They would be better protected from the flames there and would not have to witness what I was about to do. In the time it took for me to gather information and realize what was going on, my attacker had long since stood back up and walked toward me at a steady pace. Dagger drawn and the same sickeningly emotionless face staring through the dented helm. Paradoxically, I moved in as close as I could get to my attacker. I was bereft of my dark sister and I could not let the assassin be alone with just a door between him and my wife and children, so I would have to kill this man barehanded. This assassin seemed well trained as he made no sudden movement at my barreling toward him. I moved with all the ferocity and energy I could. I was steadily losing blood, so I had to end this quickly before I tired. I closed in, but he was the first to attack. Aiming another slash of his knife at my throat. A swift step backward saved my windpipe, but I gained a new tear in my tunic as the blade grazed my skin. My attacker seemed renewed and went on the offensive, slashing with precision and speed I had never seen before. Only my instincts honed from hours spent in the yard with my mother and Sirgaen kept me alive. I was bigger than my attacker, in the same way, I was bigger than most people, so my ability to dodge in the tight hallways of my manse was severely limited. As a result, I was effectively just backpedaling, deflecting strikes where I could, and dodging slashes to the best of my ability. Using the occasional burst of flame from my arm to create a little breathing room. I led the man down the hall and glanced over his shoulder just long enough to see Shira open the door and leave the room with Durin and Balin in tow. Shit. Did no guards respond? I thought as I dodged another slash aimed at my jugular. This thing that I was fighting moved like no man, a grace and speed that betrayed his muscular form left me scrambling to figure out what to do. He slipped out of my attempted grapples and moving closer only invited proper cuts instead of the grazing blows and scrapes currently lighting up on my arms, legs, and chest. I could also feel my muscles begin to tire. Lighting my blood on fire did prevent my poisoning, but I was still leaking blood from the wound. I could not be burned by fire produced from my blood, and so a steady stream of green flames continued to bleed the life out of me. Running low on options, and with another fork in the man's halls approaching, I made a drastic decision. I closed in even closer to the assassin and guided his knife into my chest, away from the heart but no doubt piercing something else that was important. A puff of green flames erupted from the wound, but it was already too late for the assassin. I finally managed to grab hold of my attacker. I used my newfound position to grab the wrist of the hand currently stabbing me while my other hand wrapped around the assassin's neck. The false guard seemed to realize his mistake as he used his leg to knock us to the ground by kicking the back of my knee. Both of our bodies landed hard on the stone floors and the fires quickly began to consume the carpets and rugs that lined the halls. A veritable inferno consumed the hallways we had already battled through. The assassin used my lapsed grip from the fall to attempt to reach for the knife still embedded in my chest, but I did not allow it. I lost my grip on his neck, but I retained the one on the blade and I finally pulled it out of me. As we grappled on the ground, I was careful to control where the knife was pointed and where he wanted his hands moved as I finally managed to use my weight and size advantage. I slammed his hand against the ground with all the strength my weakening form could muster, and soon the knife rattled to the floor, quickly batted away by my newly freed hand. My now defenseless attacker was doomed then. I grasped his head in both hands, and while he put up a valiant effort, aiming for my eyes and wounds on my person to cause me the most pain. A delightful series of cracks and groans were soon released from the doomed assassin's head before a thunderous popping sound was heard and I was showered in dark red blood. I fought the urge to lie down after that. I felt a deep sleep coming on, but I knew I had to fight it. I could see the flames transition from green to red as the inferno spread, and I knew I had to get out of there. My green flames could not burn me, but normal flames very well could. Not to mention I could still suffocate. I shambled to my feet and stumbled down the hall. I turned off my fire magic then, no longer needing to worry about poison as I shambled forward. A trail of blood was left behind me as I stumbled my way toward one of the entrances. The inferno was readily gaining on me. The flammable tapestries lining the halls and the rugs and carpets were ready fuel for an inferno, and I could soon feel the heat lick at my heels. Prince Maegor! I heard a shout from down the hall and I raised my fists involuntarily. If this was another assassin, I was likely doomed. With ragged breaths and tired muscles, I doubted I could win another bout. But my fate was not to die then. 3 guards appeared from the darkness and helped carry me out of the manse from there. My muscles were losing their strength as they basically dragged me down the front steps. I could hear Shira yelling as the guards finally got me out of the manse, and I could even feel the worry from my dragon, but the exhaustion was weighing on me then. I had never felt so tired and my eyelids were no longer listening to me. My ragged breath calmed once my eyes were shut. The cool air was a welcome reprieve on my skin as I lay in the lap of what must have been Shira. I had managed to kill the assassin who had designs on me and my family. Now it was up to Shira to make sure he did not succeed in his goal. 32 Visenya 6. Visenya 6. 3-2 AC. The frigid wines one experienced while on dragon back mixed oh so unpleasantly with the still cool wines of the fading winter. Yet Visenya did not mind the temperature as the cold whipped at her body. For she was finally going where she had wished to for a while now. Her son had finally called for her, not just for a visit, but to properly join them in Pentos, for as long as they remained there. Viagar let out a low rumble as the wines high above the narrow sea kicked up once more. The winter was fading, but the cold remained ever present. Dragons, as creatures of fire, naturally disliked the cold. Their preferred environment was the old lands of the long summer after all. I suppose we are like in that way, Visenya thought with a sad smile. How many times had she dreamed of old Valeria? Thought of the opulence their house once possessed. Even as the lowest of the dragon-riding houses, the splendor they had in old Valeria must have been legendary, putting even their current station at the top of Westeros to shame. How many times had she wished to see the lands Enar the Exile had given up to finance his move to Dragonstone? The mines which their house had plundered for 8 millennia, making even the golden lions of House Lannister look positively destitute in comparison. The resplendent estates, where the cold never came, where the sun always shined, where all manner of bountiful crops and foodstuffs were grown year-round. Yet the old Valeria that Visenya had dreamed of died well over 100 years ago now. The great 14 flames which had birthed their dragons and provided them with untold wealth, had also taken it all away in an instant. Millennia spent as the most advanced and powerful civilization the world had ever seen did not matter in the slightest, as all that splendor and opulence disappeared under fire and ash. Yet her house, the lowest of old Valeria's 40 dragon-riding families, did not perish on that fateful day. For a prophecy had foretold them of a doom that had not yet come. So Enar, in his boundless wisdom, left old Valeria 2 and 10 years prior to the doom. With his wives, children, slaves, what wealth he still had, and most importantly, his 5 dragons. Yet in their survival, House Targaryen had fallen. Decades of separation from their ancestral lands. of selling off their more priceless artifacts to finance their voyage and purchase of the island, of familial disputes and interference from troublesome interlopers. Their house was not the same one that left old Valeria almost 150 years ago. The ceaseless efforts of her grandfather and herself had helped restore what was lost to a degree, but the damage could not so easily be undone. The careful and meticulous teachings developed over millennia of unbroken family lines had been disrupted, and their precious texts had been lost, destroyed, or not properly maintained. So their prowess in what had made them so special dwindled. It had gotten to the point that, aside from fire magic, the occasional uncontrolled dragon dream, intermittent glass candle usage, and some more miscellaneous deployments of small-scale blood magic, House Targaryen had lost nearly all of their magic. Thankfully, we have not lost you too, Visenya thought while rubbing the scales of her precious Viagar. House Targaryen would truly have to lose their way to lose their dragons. The magic used to claim them was directly tied to their blood after all. The method to give another dragon blood was long since lost. Likely forever, as the only dragons in the world rested firmly in the grasp of the last scions of old Valeria. Visenya would see to it. Neither would she allow their family to lose their ability, nor would she allow others to potentially find a way to claim it, even if she doubted such a process still existed. Their ancestors had ridden dragons for millennia, from the very start of their empire to the very end. They also extensively used blood magic, famously creating hideous abominations on faraway lands to satiate their thirst for knowledge. It stood to reason then that her ancestors certainly would have made it impossible for anyone not of their blood to claim a dragon. She could not fathom how they could not. Millennia of tampering with dragons, making them more suitable for riding, breeding new traits, colors, sizes, shapes, features, personalities, and speeds. Old Valeria had molded the dragons just as much as the dragons had molded their empire. To not prohibit others from potentially claiming that same power seemed impossible to Visenya. She certainly would have if she were in their position. Anyone not of your blood could never truly be trusted, and so it stood to reason that only those of your blood should possess the power to truly challenge you. Yet, others somehow finding a way to claim dragons without the requisite blood of the 40 was not Visenya's main concern. It was the prospect of her own bloodline descending into the same state as the mongrels that surrounded them. The moment their ancestors left old Valeria, House Targaryen took on great risk. In old Valeria, incestuous marriages were frankly more of a political tool to keep dragons in the main line than derived from any true necessity. Whatever the maesters believed that it was custom because it was thought brother-sister marriages had the purest match was nonsense. They wrote only the myths her own house had spread after the doom in an attempt to preserve their own dragon blood. Blood was blood, regardless of whether it was that of a sibling or a distant cousin, it mattered not so long as both were pure and dragon-blooded. Not to mention, any potential thinning could have been offset by the magic that had given their families the power in the first place. Yet her house no longer possessed such luxuries. They were bereft of their kin back east. Branch families, cousins, allies in the 40, even bastards born of concubines, were all gone now, along with all the other secrets and magics of old Valeria, including any means to truly restore dragon blood that had been diluted beyond repair. So it stood to reason that House Targaryen must preserve the blood purity it currently possessed, to the best of their ability at the very least. They had started off strong early in their rulership of Dragonstone. With strategic marriages of excess daughters to the houses Velaryon and Gryvathian, along with seeding the island with bastards should the worst truly come to pass. Both houses Gryvathian and Velaryon would one day supply their house with brides, so the gamble paid off, but the thinning of their blood was a trend that could not continue. Visenya did not know how thin their blood would have to get for their ability to ride dragons to completely disappear, or even if it would at all. But she would rather be safe than sorry when regarding such a terrifying concept. Such was her predicament, the next generation of her house may very well be vital. She and Rhaenys had thoroughly failed in their duty, their responsibility. They had succeeded in providing their husband with sons but had failed in regard to daughters. Her youthful hubris and faith in her siblings had allowed her better judgment to slip. She should have had more children, at least a daughter for Maegor to marry. But it was already too late when she gave birth to Maegor, and by the time she realized the severity of her mistake, it was far too late to fix it. As a result of their failure, Aenys and Maegor both had unworthy wives. Alyssa was better based on blood alone. The girl's paternal great-grandmother was a Targaryen, with House Targaryen marrying into House Velaryon several times before that. She was the ideal candidate for Aenys, which was why she agreed with Aegon's decision when that betrothal was finalized. Yet it had all fallen apart when it came to Maegor. Aegon had chosen perhaps the single worst candidate he could have possibly found. An Andal, bereft of any Valyrian, much less Targaryen, blood. Then he had the audacity to be surprised when she circumvented such a boneheaded maneuver. Would he have listened if I provided a better option? Visenya thought with a small frown. Years of separation had cooled the rage. It was still warm, and Visenya still held less than zero desire to ever see her failure of a brother again, but she could not help but think. What if she went to him with a counter-offer? What if she had known of Shira and her blood ties then? What if she had a candidate from Volantis or Lys already? She had rested on her laurels, pushing off the subject as a future issue, when she should have begun looking the moment she had finished giving birth to Maegor. What ifs will do us no good any longer, right Viagar? Visenya whispered over the cold, windy air. Viagar could certainly not hear her, much less understand her. But she could feel Visenya's emotions. Another low rumble from Viagar was the confirmation that Visenya wanted. Maegor had always spoken of living in the moment or looking toward the future, instead of being stuck in the past. Where he had gotten the notion she had no idea, but it was likely necessary now. Their old lives were gone, and even if Aeneas grew a spine and actually brought Maegor back to Westeros, it would never be the same. Maegor had been exiled from the kingdom, and had his legacy and honor tarnished to marry a bride of far more suitable stock. His children would benefit from the marriage in some ways but be hurt in others. They would surely benefit from a better mother in the first case. Visenya had put in many days of work and tutelage to make Shira the best bride she could be. Her blood was not the greatest, but she made up for it in other ways. The girl had a quick wit, even if she had a tendency to get too focused on one thing, or stubbornly refused to see reason. Visenya balled her hand into a fist remembering that incident. Shira's youthful naivete and hubris had gotten the better of her. In a similar way to how her own youthful ignorance and hubris had led to her swearing off having children until it was too late. Shira had nearly died, nearly letting her unborn child growing in her womb die. Such an enormous error had to be responded to with an enormous lesson. Thinking back on it, Visenya thought she might have been a bit too harsh. But her words were nothing but the truth, and it was a truth Shira sorely needed to hear. Yet that action had consequences. Maegor was not particularly happy with her after Shira's lecture, asking her to return to Dragonstone until the birth of their child, even though Visenya offered to remain in the city to better protect Shira. Visenya was reluctant to leave Pentos after that incident. But Maegor insisted and it all seemed to work out. Shira appeared much more astute the next 2 times Visenya saw her. Along with the semi-regular communications the two shared over glass candles and letters. She was more aware of her station and position, which was what she needed most in Pentos. The benefit of having a good mother was not the only one Shira brought to her children. Shira was a natural with a glass candle and was an eager magic student. It was vital that she was, given Visenya's advancing age and the chance she may not live long enough to pass the knowledge to her grandchildren. She would leave as much knowledge as she could in journals and books, as her grandfather Damian had before her, but nothing beat actual tutelage. That brought her to the negatives of Maegor picking Shira. Visenya did not like to dwell on them very much, but they did exist. First was the lack of access to the wealth, prestige, and power that she, Aegon, and Rhaenys had expended so much blood for their house to gain. Instead of a royal education, with hundreds of knights and maesters leaping at the chance to educate her grandchildren, they would have to make do with the modest living they would be afforded in Pentos. Unless Aeneas lifted Maegor's banishment in the future, but that was still likely far off if it would happen at all. It seemed Maegor also noted this flaw and was working to remedy it. She had received extensive reports and descriptions of all the investments and purchases Maegor was making in Pentos from letters Maegor sent and direct word from Shira. Countless farms, estates in the Velvet Hills, the patronage of skilled artisans, the loyalty of small farmers, alliances among the conclave. Her son was not willing to sit on his hands following his victory over the Dothraki, and Visenya applauded him for it. Of course, the lack of resources and wealth paled in comparison to the real cost of Maegor's banishment. One that became readily apparent a little over 2 Senites ago when Rhaena claimed the hatchling she named Dreamfire. Durin and Balin had no such prospects. All they had to look forward to was perhaps inheriting their father's soul dragon. A male one that would not lay any eggs in all likelihood. Eggs that would likely never hatch, given they would be quite far from the new natural home of the dragons in this world. Dragonstone was vital for the power of House Targaryen. The hatcheries on the island had birthed all 5 of the dragons born after the Doom. Meraxes, Viagar, Quicksilver, Terax, and now Dreamfire. The Valyrian craftsmen who created Dragonstone were kind enough to include a hatchery built into the pit, and it was their lifeblood now. There were other means of hatching eggs, but they varied in success rate and viability. There were mentions in her very old texts on Dragonstone of her ancestors in the Freehold using blood sacrifices to awaken dragon eggs, but considering they had a distinctive lack of slaves and human sacrifice was frowned upon. That would likely have to be a last resort. That was assuming that Viagar would lay eggs at all, of course. Meraxes and Viagar only ever seemed to roost on Dragonstone. Her father Arion worked to collect as much dragon lore as he could from the library on Dragonstone and condense it into a single work. In that work, he speculated that Dragonstone, as the closest environment in the world to the old 14 Flames, was vital for dragon reproduction. Visenya was not entirely certain about that, but it was pretty clear that dragons preferred Dragonstone to all other environments. They would tolerate living damn near anywhere their rider was, but any self-respecting dragon lord should be able to feel the emotions of their dragon. She herself had felt it many times. Viagar was simply more content on Dragonstone, much like herself. Sorry girl, Visenya thought with a small frown. She imagined that the thought of his son's future dragons weighed heavily on Maegor's mind. As such, she was expecting a request to name Duran as the next rider of Viagar. Meaning her beloved dragon could very well be remaining in Pentos for a long time. Even if he did not request it, she would still do so. Viagar was her dragon. She may have been bonded to another Targaryen before her, but Viagar would always be hers. The first to take her to war and victory. It was only right that she alone got to choose who next claimed her ferocious Viagar. The thought of her Viagar being ridden by Duran was an odd one for Visenya. She knew logically it was bound to happen. She had long since begun to feel the presence of age creep into her form. She had managed to stave off the feeling for some time, but ever since she gave up Dark Sister, it was as if age finally had caught up to Visenya. She had once told Maegor that the reason for House Targaryen passing their dragons down through a chosen method was due to their low status as dragon lords in Old Valyria. It was pure speculation on her end, but it seemed to check out. A low number of dragons means each and every one is precious, coupled with the deep bonds a rider and dragon could develop. It made sense to control who could and could not claim a dragon. Yet Visenya hoped it would change. There used to be houses in Old Valyria with hundreds of dragons to their name, where every member of the house could pick and choose from among their stock of free dragons, who were so numerous as to always have at least one be free. Visenya hoped her house may one day rise to that level. They may never achieve the same magical prowess that they possessed in Old Valyria, even as the weakest of the dragon lords. But they could perhaps one day surpass their ancestors when it came to dragons. After all, they had already caught up to Enar with the number of claimed dragons. Perhaps being in Essos will allow us to rekindle what was lost. Visenya spoke a little louder and with some more energy. They were surely nearing Pentos proper now. She had left Dragonstone in the early morning, hoping to spend the midday unpacking her things from Viagar's saddle and then spend the evening with her family. Viagar suddenly stirred beneath Visenya, as if perturbed by something she saw. Visenya noted it immediately and scanned the skies and the waters below. What could trouble Viagar? Visenya thought for a moment. Viagar was only surpassed by Balryan in size and power. Anything less should not have concerned a dragon of Viagar's size. But then Visenya noticed it. Great plumes of smoke on the horizon. Visenya strained her aging, weary eyes to see where it came from as she urged Viagar faster. Fearing the worst. The worst was right to be feared. As Visenya neared the city proper, she saw the distinctive mansion her son called home still smoking, clearly having been burnt. An earth-shattering thud rolled out beneath Viagar's great legs as Visenya brought her illustrious she-dragon down for a hot landing. Having already unchained herself from the saddle in the air, she descended Viagar's wing before her dragon had even come to a complete standstill. At a breakneck pace, faster than she had run in decades, Visenya pushed through the enormous crowd surrounding the mansion and closed in on the formation of what must have been 4 dozen guards in the courtyard. Each was completely focused, with their shields and spears ready. They seemed to whisper amongst themselves as she closed in. No doubt shocked at the sloppy landing of Viagar, but she pushed past them in an instant. None dared to stop her as she passed the shields and spears unharmed. The scene that met her eyes was one that she had feared most. Maegor, bereft of his armor and most of his clothes, lay in the lap of Shira, blood covering him from head to toe while it looked like Shira had been crying for hours. Her eyes were puffy and her hands were still visibly shaking. What happened? Visenya yelled instantly, closing in and dropping to a knee beside Shira and Maegor. Her good daughter appeared shocked to see her but quickly jumped into action. We were attacked last night. We were talking in the nursery, when there was a commotion outside of the room and someone attacked Maegor when he went out to investigate, Shira said in a shaky, hoarse voice. Meanwhile, Visenya took the chance to inspect Maegor. He was covered in dried blood and bandages, with the most cloth wrapped around his chest and left arm. A thick, blood-soaked bandage covered her son's chest near the bottom of his left ribs and around his left arm. Shira seemed to notice her gaze as she began speaking once more. I stopped the bleeding, he is breathing but he has not woken up, Shira said through new tears streaming down her cheeks, but Visenya's mind had already decided on what to say. An assassin got through? How? Visenya roared again, her rage and worry were palpable. So overflowing were her emotions that she had failed to notice one more thing in the courtyard. Terax was currently coiled around Shira and Maegor, along with her 2 grandchildren once Visenya got a better look. Both of her grandsons were placed on the ground, Duran sitting while Balin lay flat on his back and Dark Sister was placed between the two. Presumably so Shira could tend to Maegor. Yet Terax circled them in with his tail and long neck, shielding the 4 from any potential attackers with one of his wings. He only opened up slightly around Shira and Maegor, albeit with his head nearby to strike if needed. Terax bristled at the clear rage wafting off of her, though she imagined he bristled more at the emotions radiating off of Viagar, who was currently peering over the low walls of the manse, looking to check on her distressed rider. I don't know, Shira started to cry, for what was almost certainly not the first time this day. Visenya could spot the tear marks on her dress and the still puffy eyes and cheeks on her face. Who could have done this to Maegor? Visenya racked her brain. Maegor was one of the finest warriors she had ever seen. He had only gotten more capable since he defeated Sir Corlys years ago, and he was of such an imposing stature that he could likely kill a man with a single swing of his fists. To render him this injured in a bout meant that he was fighting no ordinary assassin, even if they ambushed him. Why are you still here? Why have the soldiers not moved him if he is stable? Visenya forced herself to calm down. Her son needed her now more than ever. She could not afford to let her emotions cloud her judgment, no matter how powerful of a storm they currently were. Terax will not let them. Every time a guard gets close, he hisses and threatens to burn them. Shira was beginning to calm down too. The slow, labored breaths of Maegor seemed to bring her a sense of ease as Shira turned her eyes off of Visenya and brushed her blood-covered fingers through Maegor's hair. We must move him, he is not safe here, Visenya said while scanning the courtyard. Terax provided a certain level of security, but Maegor needed proper medical attention. Shira had managed to stem the bleeding and Maegor was still breathing, but they needed to get him inside and away from the elements. I cannot lift him, and Terax will not let the guards get close. Shira almost seemed to chuckle at their predicament. Maegor's protective dragon was inadvertently hurting him. Do you know where we can go? Visenya asked Shira, clearly and concisely. Her good daughter was in a fragile state right now. The last thing she needed was Shira falling apart while Maegor was injured. Take him to my manse, he will be safe there. A chubby man outside of the shield wall suddenly cut in and Visenya sent him a glare that could kill. Illyrio is Maegor's closest ally in the city, and his manse is not far. Shira seemed to calm down and work to assuage Visenya's rage. Do the guards know the way? Visenya said with a light nod toward the guards. Only to be met with a curt nod and unneeded verbal confirmation from the chubby magister still hugging the outskirts of the courtyard. Visenya helped Shira get out of her current position under Maegor's head and Visenya took her place. While Shira picked up her sons with shaky hands. Visenya sucked in a breath and reached under Maegor's arms. With a great heave, Visenya pulled Maegor up and over the still tail tip of Terax. Only to be met with a loud hiss and a guttural growl as Maegor groaned from the sudden movement. Terax stared intently into Visenya's eyes. Vibrant green orbs meeting her own dark purple ones. The rest of the guards in the courtyard turned their blades toward Terax, but Visenya stayed their hand. The last thing she needed was for Terax to strike at Maegor's very guards. They would be getting some thorough retraining for some and no doubt others would be dismissed, but Maegor would certainly be upset if they died. Likeri, Terax, Visenya whispered. Trying desperately to convey the message. She was a friend, not a foe. Terax took one glance at her and then one at Viagar before withdrawing his tail and wings. Revealing Shira to the proper sunlight again and making it far easier for Visenya to drag Maegor's limp body to the guards. Once the first guard was brave enough to close in to help her, the rest soon followed and a tight formation was formed around Maegor as a stretcher was prepared to carry him the distance. The 4 guards hoisted him up on a stretcher produced by a healer while the rest of the contingent formed a tight group around their prince. Pushing through the rowdy crowd, which was beginning to become unruly after catching a glimpse of her son's injured state. They were lucky that Shira was correct. They made it to the short but robust walls of the chubby man's manse in no time at all. The crowds began to descend into a rage but still let them pass, even if a few had to be pushed out of the way. It had hardly taken any time at all until they were safely behind the walls of a new, much larger manse. Magister Illyrio led them to a small, secluded room deep within the expansive labyrinthine walls of the manse and brought them a healer. Even if she and Shira only really needed him for clean supplies. Shira set down her exhausted, sleeping children in a cradle provided to them by the fat man and worked to join her in treating Maegor. Carefully, and in tandem, they removed the thick cloth bandages placed on his wounds and got to work stitching them closed. The wound on Maegor's left arm was bad but nothing truly concerning. Shira worked quickly and efficiently, just as she had been taught years ago on many damned souls. Maegor barely got out a few quiet groans before his left arm had been patched up. It would likely take some time before he could swing his arm at full strength again, but at least it was not his sword arm. Visenya meanwhile had a much more daunting challenge. A proper stab wound in the lower ribcage. Visenya could tell it had pierced the liver, which was mighty concerning. The fact that Maegor was not dead indicated that an artery had not been hit, but such a deep cut boded poorly. Visenya used boiling wine to clean the area and stitch it up, but it could take a moon or two before Maegor was properly healed at the earliest. Both she and Shira worked on the smaller cuts Maegor had experienced after that. A dozen small slashes, just through the skin, dotted his chest and arms. With perhaps 24 more scratches that needed to be cleaned. Both breathed a sigh of relief in unison once their work was completed. Maegor's left arm and lower chest were once more lined with a thick bandage, but his labored breathing continued unabated, and with the wounds properly closed, they could afford a small break. Shira took the chance to check on her children, both still fast asleep from the action and energy they no doubt expended from the attack. While Visenya picked up Dark Sister from the ground. Her old blade felt alien in her hand. She had given up the sword to her son years ago now. Passed it on to her son whom she deemed worthy. Yet how could he have possibly suffered these injuries with Dark Sister at his side? Explain more, how Maegor was harmed so greatly, Visenya whispered, despite the fire in her tone, she had no wish to wake her slumbering grandchildren. He did not have Dark Sister, if that is what you are asking. He left it in our room when he returned from his time at the conclave. He did not wish for its rattling against his body to wake the children, Shira sighed, tiredness seeming to take complete hold of her. And the assassin? Did you catch a glimpse of them? Visenya stared intently into the blood-red eyes of her good daughter. She needed to know how this could have happened, to respond appropriately. I did, but it was brief. The thing looked wrong. Almost as if its eyes were not its own somehow. I do not know how to explain, Shira sighed and Visenya's blood ran cold. A faceless man. Visenya muttered to herself. She hoped they would never cross her house's path again. Especially after the fire and blood, her grandfather had brought to the order of cowards. What? Do you know who attacked Maegor? Shira asked, her energy seemingly restored. A faceless man, a group of well-trained assassins, who worship a death god, and can wear the faces of others, Visenya groaned out, she so deeply wished it had been a normal attempted assassination. Killing some foolishly brash magister was far easier than what she would have to do. Wear the faces of others, then are we doomed? How can we stop attackers who can disguise themselves as one of us? Shira exclaimed in rightful fear, but Visenya had no time for fear. We are not doomed. But we must act fast. House Targaryen has danced with the faceless men before. It seems they did not learn their lesson the first time, Visenya said with a fiery tone. Not since her argument with Aegon had her tone been so venomous. The first time? What are you talking about? Shira asked with a thorough bewilderment. Visenya had taught her much, but she had deliberately tried to keep some things from Shira. Some things that Visenya knew her good daughter would obsess and fret over. Yet her caution and attempt at preventing her good daughter from descending into a paranoid spiral had come back to bite her. Now Visenya had to explain a portion of her history she had deliberately hidden from Maegor and Shira. A shameful one of their houses near extinction. You know of Lord Maegor Targaryen, and his desperation to see House Targaryen restored to its former glory. Visenya began from the beginning. House Targaryen's history in the Century of Blood was not a pretty one. But it was unfortunately relevant. Not to mention that Visenya had some time to kill before nightfall. Yes, Your Grace. His efforts to restore House Targaryen to its former glory is why you named Maegor after him, correct? Shira descended back into her knowledge-thirsty ways, even if there was not a backdrop of urgency to her tone. Indeed, his was a noble cause. Even if he did not ultimately succeed, Visenya frowned. Maegor Targaryen was the last of the great blood mages of their house. Visenya and her grandfather Damian Targaryen would attempt to fill the hole his death left behind, but they failed. She named her son after Maegor in the hopes he would achieve what his namesake had failed to do. Fully restore House Targaryen to their pre-doom power and prestige. They may now possess 7 kingdoms, but not even 7 kingdoms could replace what they had lost. Lord Maegor died a suspicious death. Killed in his sleep by an unknown attacker, Visenya began, and noted Shira's rapt attention to her every word as she took a seat to rest her weary legs. I thought a disgruntled slave killed Lord Maegor. Unhappy at his station worsening and his wealth disappearing overnight, Shira blurted out, the cover story they had come up with leaking through her lips. That is who Ares blamed. But it was not the attacker. The assassin was a faceless man, not unlike the one who attacked Maegor. Disguised as a guard who slashed his throat in the night, Visenya began with a frown. She greatly disliked this period of their history. So what did Lord Ares do? Shira asked, no doubt trying to find the hidden clues in the official telling of events. He did nothing, he feared their retaliation, and so he remained quiet until he could no longer. The endless questioning of his 3 sons, Elix, Balon, and Damian, finally coaxed the truth from him, and House Targaryen was incensed by it. Visenya groaned out, the hubris of their ancestors and the cunning of the faceless men caused great harm onto House Targaryen. Elix had aspirations of refounding old Valyria, of flying east with Balerion and his brothers atop Viagar and eventually Meraxes and begin to restore what was lost, but the fear of the faceless men consumed him. So he began preparing for a fight. It just so happened that the faceless men were preparing to do so as well, Visenya continued. They feared just what Elix planned to do. A resurgent House Targaryen, aiming to reclaim what we had lost. Especially with the birth of Meraxes 170 years before the conquest and Viagar less than 20 years later. They feared that from our new home of Dragonstone, a second Valyria would be born, Visenya said with a sad smile on her face. Had the faceless men not interfered, perhaps House Targaryen would have already controlled their old empire before she had even been born. The Shadow War began with the death of Lord Ares. He was pressured into preparing the depleted coffers and food stores of Dragonstone to survive a siege, and meeting with our aligned houses of Velaryon and Celtigar should Bravos be foolish enough to defend their resident death cult, Visenya said, and she noticed something appear to click inside of Shira's mind. Bravos, do you think it was them who ordered the hit? Shira seemed to connect quite a few dots in her head and Visenya let out a hum before agreeing. It made sense, of course. Maegor was encroaching on their territory and accruing much influence in Pentos. For such cowardly and paranoid people as the Bravasi, it would seem like he was preparing a reconquest of Essos. So how did Lord Ares die? Shira asked hesitantly. A faceless man disguised as a trusted guard got him. Lord Ares never imagined that one of his closest friends and guards could ever be killed by a faceless man. That hubris cost him his life. Visenya groaned once more. Oh, how she bemoaned fate. Ares was a competent lord. Had he survived, he could have calmed his eldest son Elix and perhaps even prevented his death. Then what of Lord Elix and Lord Balin? Both died as well, correct? Shira asked again, seeming to understand just how strange it was that Damian, a third son, was the one to inherit Dragonstone. Lord Elix assumed the position as lord, given that he was Lord Ares's heir. His rage knew no bounds after the dishonorable death of his father, and he prepared to fly to Bravos to burn the House of Black and White, along with the rest of the city, yet he never made it out of the castle. As a second faceless man was waiting, disguised as a maid, he had his throat cut in the halls of the castle. Even though it cost that faceless man their life, Visenya continued to tell Shira, desiring to finish the story. Wait, a second one? There were multiple on Dragonstone? Shira asked, fear in her tone. If there were multiple sent to slay House Targaryen, surely more than one was sent to slay Maegor. If you are still unharmed and we were not attacked on our march here, then I think we are fine. I will explain later, but my grandfather Damian brought fire and blood to the cowards. Visenya tried to assuage her good daughter's fears as best she could. It was pure speculation on her end after all. How did Lord Balin die then? Shira asked after calming herself down somewhat. Lord Balin assumed the position as Lord Ares's heir and took the title of lord before Elix's body had even gone cold. Given that Elix died before his wife Sarah Targaryen could bear him children. His elder brother's death terrified Lord Balin, who descended into a paranoid haze along with his little brother Damian. Visenya continued the humiliating tale. Gamon the Glorious would have stomped the faceless men flat, with no issue. Yet her ancestors scrambled to fight cowards. How did he die? Shira asked again. Lord Balin was killed in a meeting with his friend, Maelys Velaryon, son and heir of House Velaryon. Just a single day after the deaths of his father and elder brother, Visenya sighed, this was a dark spot on both House Velaryon and Targaryen. How? Shira asked again, looking impatient as she glanced at her still sleeping children. The message was clear, she should hurry up before the children woke up. Maelys Velaryon was killed before the meeting, and was replaced with a faceless man, who killed Balin without a second thought, Visenya said to a straight-faced Shira. Wait, so a faceless man can only disguise himself as someone they already killed? Shira asked suddenly, hope gleaming in her eyes momentarily. That is correct, but they have a vast number of faces to use in reserve. It is virtually impossible to tell if a random person you do not know is a faceless man or not, Visenya said, but Shira's hope was not abetted. She seemed to be thinking deeply in her mind, perhaps coming up with an idea. So how did Lord Damian vanquish this menace? Secure House Targaryen? Shira asked intently. Visenya was glad she was not wallowing in despair. Instead, she looked for hope in the past. Lord Damian ascended the throne of Dragonstone, despite both of his elder brothers being married. Neither produced a child before their death, which meant that Damian was the sole adult male Targaryen. Thankfully, he was perhaps the best suited for such a shadow war. Visenya's tone improved a bit, as House Targaryen's vengeance was served by Lord Damian. Damian swiftly claimed Balryan following the untimely death of his elder brother Elix, and placed his lady wife, Viella Targaryen, atop Meraxes. Meanwhile, he locked Viagar in the pit, and his two elder sisters within their quarters, fearing the faceless men would target them too. Visenya began. Damian ruled with a reign of terror. He overhauled the defences of Castle Dragonstone, locking the castle off from any and all visitors. The castle staff were purged, with dozens of suspicious actors being killed, including the faceless man that got Lords Maegor and Ares. He then accompanied the purges with reforms to the guards. None were to go anywhere alone. Everyone did everything in groups of 3 to 4, with regular checks of identity and usage of a glass candle to spot any abnormalities. Visenya continued but was soon cut off by Shira's beginning to speak. Glass candles can do that? Shira asked and was received with a nod. Indeed, the disguises of the faceless men cannot hold up to the magical inquiry of a glass candle, their true form is revealed and may be pounced upon, Visenya said, and she saw a glimmer of hope appear in Shira's eyes, accompanied by the fires of determination. Good, at least she is ready for what is to come, Visenya thought with a frown. It was unfortunate that Maegor was not skilled with the glass candle, as spreading its usage between herself and Shira could easily result in overuse, which would be detrimental to their health. Damian first purged the castle, and then moved on to the town from there. using Bail Ryan and his glass candle to sift through each and every person on the island. The docks were closed, the people forced off the farms, and any who refused to listen to the call were put to the sword. Thousands of people died on Dragonstone under Damien's rule, but his efforts worked. He successfully had 4 and 10 faceless men killed over the course of 3 years. The devastation Damien brought to the faceless men was so great that they sought peace, Visenya said, and noted the bewilderment on Shira's face. Sought peace? Shira asked her obvious question, and Visenya nodded for what felt like the 100th time. Indeed, a faceless man revealed himself on the docks, along with a small delegation of Brava Sea sailors and the son of the Sea Lord. They sought peace. The exact terms were never written down by Damien in his notes, but the faceless men said that their god had proved that Damien and his family were not to die, and thus they desired peace. Visenya finished the story of House Targaryen's Shadow War, but Shira looked like she had more to ask. He just accepted those terms? Why would he? He was winning. Shira spoke a little louder than was needed, and Duran stirred from the sudden noise. His son Arion, my father, was recently born. With his being the last adult male Targaryen and unwilling to risk his child's lives any longer. He agreed. He maintained his scrutiny for the rest of his life, and his rules exist on Dragonstone to this day, but another faceless man never arrived. The first attempt since the peace was last night, against Maegor. Visenya finished just as Duran started to cry and woke up his little brother, who joined in. Shira and Visenya both moved to comfort the crying princes. Exhausted from the energetic night and just rudely awakened. Visenya continued answering short questions from Shira for a little while longer, but soon it was time for her to take action. I must leave now, Visenya said abruptly. Handing off Duran to Shira, who was nursing a hungry Balin. They could not exactly trust those around them at the moment, so Shira had little choice in the matter. A wet nurse could be compromised already. What? Where are you going? Shira looked concerned. Not that Visenya could blame her, but she needed to strike soon. Before word got back to Bravus of her son's survival. It had already been nearly a full day since the event. No doubt a ship would soon arrive in Bravus telling of the news. To Bravus, to strike before the faceless men have the chance to try again, Visenya said with a fire in her tone, and Shira began to shake again. You cannot leave us here, she practically pleaded. With Maegor still unconscious and nobody they could trust nearby. It stood to reason that Shira feared a second attack. Instruct the guards to kill anyone and everyone who approaches besides me, Visenya gave the order, and Shira gulped. Unwilling to refuse her, but also not at all happy with the command. I will return before the morning does. If Bravus is slain quickly, then the work cut out for us will be much simpler, Visenya began before a loud groan was heard from Maegor. Ugh! He exclaimed, followed by a hiss of pain as her previously unconscious son sat up from his lying position. Maegor! Visenya and Shira suddenly yelled and rushed over to him. Thank the gods you are all right. Try not to move much, your wounds are still fresh. The two spoke at once, both concerned for his health but expressing their thoughts in different ways. What is this about Bravus? Maegor groggily asked, still wincing and groaning as he swung his feet off the makeshift bed and tested his legs on the ground. Do not stand up. What part of your wounds are still fresh did you not understand? Visenya yelled at her foolish son. Who seemed determined to reopen his wounds and begin bleeding out again. As if I would let you fly to Bravus and fight a battle alone, Maegor said with accusatory eyes, and both Visenya and Shira shared a glance. How much did you hear? Shira asked with hope and curiosity in her tone. Enough, now you said we must strike fast, yes? Then let us not waste any more time, Maegor said while giving himself a great heave to his feet. He wobbled this way and that and had to place a hand on the wall to support himself, but he did not topple over. He stood to his full height, one arm cradling his ribs, where most of his pain must have been from, and the other gripping firmly at the wall. You should not be walking. Much less flying. I will attack Bravus alone. Viagar is more than enough to destroy the House of Black and White and kill all the faceless men within, Visenya said rather forcefully. Her son had miraculously survived an assassination attempt by a faceless man. Not even Damien could boast of that, as no assassin ever got close. Such a blatant attack on Bravus will surely lead to war. You will attack the House of Black and White while I hit the Brava Sea arsenal. You will cripple their death cult and I will cripple their fleet, Maegor gave a counter-demand, and Visenya was taken aback. As if struck in the face. Are you daft? Look at you. You can barely stand. Visenya's rage was returning now. The same stubbornness that possessed both herself and Aegon in their youth was rearing its ugly head within Maegor. Good thing I sit atop my dragon, Maegor began and earned a fierce, rage-filled glare from Visenya. Now is not the time for jokes. Visenya thought with a red-hot fury. No, you are in no condition to fly. Your wounds would reopen and you would bleed out atop your dragon. I will burn all of Bravus, and this whole farce. Visenya spoke in the most stern tone her tired body could manage. No, do not burn all of Bravus, Maegor said, and both Visenya and Shira looked at him as if he was mad. Death is a fate too kind for the cowards. No, what they deserve is to live the rest of their lives on their knees. A fire seemed to return to Maegor's eyes and Visenya smiled at the sight. He was thinking like a conqueror, like he should. Even if his actions would no doubt prolong the war. Maegor dispelled his fiery glare before turning to his wife. While she is gone, we will shore up our position here. Did you notice anything strange about Illyrio? He asked intently. Visenya got the message, placed Duran down, and checked her armor. He looked fine to me, Shira said with a little uncertainty. Confirming who was and was not a faceless man would be a daunting challenge. Then we will work to implement Lord Damien's policies within the walls of this manse. I will also draft a letter for Aaron, and tell him to bring the army from Goyandrohi and implement the same reforms, Maegor said, seemingly rejuvenated. He was clearly unhappy that he could not exact his vengeance forthwith but ready for war all the same. Then I must go, I am wasting precious daylight, Visenya said as she finished checking herself, ensuring that her mail and light plate remained sturdy and ready for action. Stay safe, Your Grace, Shira blurted out, with Maegor following suit just after. Of course, I will not allow the cowardly Bravasi to kill me, Visenya said with a cocksure smile. The prospect of war lighting her blood aflame once more. It had been far too long since her precious Viagar got to use her great bronze flames. 33 Sea Lord / Prince of Pentos. Morel29. 32 AC. The soft scratching of quill on paper was a familiar one for Morel29, Sea Lord of Bravus. His position was one of extreme influence and power, but such influence did not come without responsibilities and costs. Morrow thought his position easily rivaled any other on the planet when it came to workload. He had stacks on stacks on stacks of paper spread about his solar. A veritable army of scribes and learned men on his payroll just to help with the administration of the greatest city in the world. Fishing licenses, trade permits, sell sword contracts, notices from the Iron Bank, construction requests and the bills passed by the magisters, all made it to his desk, either for a simple stamp or his decision. His was a position unlike any other but he loved it all the same. The position of Sea Lord of Bravus was a stressful one. What with hundreds of thousands of eyes upon you and knowing there were always knives in the dark. But the power that came with his position was unrivaled across all Essos. Not since the days when the Dragon Lords reigned supreme over Essos could a single man wield such power. The armed forces of Bravus, along with the foreign policy of the most powerful city in the world lay at his fingertips. Sure he had to work with the conclave and key holders when it came to most internal matters, but his say was more valuable than theirs. Thinking of Dragon Lords brought a disgusting taste to Mero's mouth. Bravus was called Valeria's bastard daughter for a reason. Theirs was a much more complicated relationship when compared to Bravus's sisters. Born of rebellion and a thirst for freedom. For over 100 years they hid themselves from the outside world, fearing the retribution of the slavers who had once controlled them. Yet the Dragon Lords and freeholders of old Valeria did not care about Bravus when she revealed herself to the world. The arrogance of their former masters was a sight to behold. Morrow thought that old Valeria surely would have taken back what they perceived to be theirs. But apparently, their former masters in old Valeria thought that they were not worth the effort to reclaim as slaves, or even as subjects. Morrow would have smiled at their fate in the fires of the doom, had it been complete that is. If only old Valeria perished entirely that day. But no, Valeria had not been kind enough to die quietly. Her pathetic children fought over the carcass of their mother. Volantis, Lys, Mir, Tyrosh, Pentos, Lorith, Kohor, Norvos, and eventually Mero's beloved Bravus would all fight over the succulent bounty that Valeria's fall had provided for them. The fruits of an imperial project 8 millennia old. Ripe for the taking after almost all of the Dragon Lords were buried under fire and ash. Bravus had burst onto the stage readily after the doom. Wading into the mess of SSE politics that followed the collapse of old Valeria. Working with and against her sisters depending on the situation or need. The situation had changed greatly since Bravus finally revealed herself to the outside world in its entirety. Volantis used to be their main concern. Valeria's eldest daughter claimed to be her heir, and she fought to claim what their mother had left after her passing. It would have been laughable to assume one daughter could subdue the rest of her siblings. But Volantis had been a force to be reckoned with. Led by their brilliant general Simon Honoro, the might of Valeria's eldest and formerly most powerful daughter was wielded at its fullest. Volantis had picked a fight with all of Valeria's daughters, besides Lorith. Ships were sent up the Rhoyne to challenge Norvos and Kohor. Clashes in the Golden Fields with Pentos and Mir. The disputed lands were blood dry, the once lush region reduced to nothing more than a desiccated wasteland, ruined by a century of war. Yet Volantis could not win, their campaigning slowed after the timely death of their brilliant general. Mir and Lys were subjugated but Volantis could not very well face the rest of Essos on her own. A stalemate on Dagger Lake against the river fleets of Norvos and Kohor, coupled with Bravus, Pentos and Tyrosh paying to ferry King Argilac across the sea, and finally the timely intervention of a Dragon Lord ended Volantis's dreams, seemingly forever. Mero's spies behind the black walls of Volantis told him that the elites thirsted for another war, but the city itself had not much left to give. Even with the boost received from the influx of refugees from Kohor and Norvos, Volantis could not throw itself into war once more so easily. Their coffers remained weak, their population still below the pre-doom levels, not to mention the lack of leadership. Volantis would posture for some time, especially with the new developments in the region, but Morrow was confident Valeria's eldest daughter would not march to war. Yet Morrow did not need to only worry about Volantis any longer. Valeria's self-proclaimed heir may be put to bed, but new challengers rose to the occasion. Namely among them, their vile neighbor to the south. Morrow would not deny he had a few sleepless nights over Coltemo and his Dothraki horde. But the Dothraki were poor sailors, as were their new Sarnori slaves. Not to mention that Bravus was shielded by mountains and forested hills. But his suspicions were confirmed after Bravus's new problem slew the horse lord outside Goyandrohi. The secret weapon of Bravus was their faceless men, the greatest assassins in history, and firmly within Bravus's ability to use. Morrow had been setting aside gold for a long time now, working with the Iron Bank on the off chance they needed to dispose of a certain horse lord. But that never came to pass. Instead, a dark reminder of their past would haunt them instead of a barbarian. A threat even greater than any horse lord or even Volantis returning to form. Prince Maegor Targaryen crossed the sea, and now Pentos had access to a dragon lord. House Targaryen, the last remnants of a dead world. Saved by the mad ravings of a girl 2 and 10 years before the doom. House Targaryen had avoided their deserved fate. They should have died in the doom, rid the world of dragons and their egotistical riders once and for all, but the gods were cruel. House Targaryen was perhaps the one thing that Bravus feared more than Volantene hegemony. A true dragon lord house, with real dragons at their command. They were without a doubt the most dangerous force currently in the world. It was easy to have this view validated. As Aegon Targaryen had done the seemingly impossible just over 30 years ago, and united the 7 kingdoms of Westeros under one crown. Such a fantastical conquest had been both a relief and a shock to the wealthy and powerful of the free cities. Aegon's interest in Westeros was certainly more welcome than the interest he showed in Pentoshi politics in his youth. But his display of power made it abundantly clear. House Targaryen was profoundly dangerous. Morrow was content to largely ignore House Targaryen. Dangerous they may be, but ever since Lord Maegor had freed the slaves of Dragonstone, House Targaryen looked less like old Valeria Reborn and more like a potential partner, if not an ally. Aegon's actions in Westeros were even seen as a positive among some Braavasi circles. Trade with the Riverlands and the newly minted Crownlands had opened up after years of heavy taxation under House Hor. Not to mention Aegon continuing the Targaryen policy of anti-slavery. It looked as if Bravus would not be troubled with House Targaryen. Yet that hope would not last. King Aegon would banish his second son from the 7 kingdoms after some marriage dispute. Maegor Targaryen had then settled in Pentos, and now Essos had to contend with a dragon lord once more. Maegor Targaryen, Morrow thought with a clenched fist so tight that he broke his fine feather quill. When Maegor Targaryen first arrived in Pentos and was merely hosted as a guest, Morrow and the conclave perhaps could have stomached his presence, so long as he eventually left, of course. But that was not to be, as the foolish magisters of Pentos saw salvation in the snake they had invited as a guest. Maegor Targaryen had saved Pentos, of course. Coltemo stood no chance against Dragonfire, even if Prince Maegor's young dragon paled in comparison to the demons ridden by Aegon and the long-dead dragon lords of old. Yet Pentos paid a heavy price for their victory, not only in gold, but they had sold their freedom too. Morrow would have laughed at the irony of the slavers to their south falling into bondage due to their own foolish mistakes, but this was no laughing matter. For a dragon lord, all but conquered a free city. Prince Maegor now wielded influence all across Pentos, at every level of their society. From the slaves he freed, from the artisans he employed, from the small farmers he coerced into contracts, to even magisters at the top of Pentos. Maegor Targaryen was clearly preparing to fully take over Pentos. But what after that? That was the question that haunted Morrow for the last year. Ever since Coltemo was defeated, Morrow had been using his informants to keep a close eye on Maegor Targaryen's actions. Would he be content as a wealthy magister? Or would he seek further increases in his power? Morrow's decision was sealed when it became clear what Maegor Targaryen was doing in the Velvet Hills. The purchasing of lands all across the Velvet Hills and even into Old Andalos, building up a permanent military camp in the region, along with forays into the hills of Norvos. It all became clear to Morrow. Maegor Targaryen needed to die. While Morrow did not possess the same luck as House Eula and Dorne, he was prepared to use every resource at his disposal. Including the great sum of gold and favors, he spent a lifetime accruing for just a scenario like this. 4 days ago Morrow did what he hoped he would never have to do. He contacted the faceless men who dwelled in the city with the consent of the keyholders and the magisters. The first Sea Lord of Bravus had long since established ties and communication with the fanatics, but it was still nerve-wracking to do. Faceless men were perhaps the one group of people in the whole world who could rival and even outclass House Targaryen as a threat. They had perfect disguises, expert weapons and poison training, unrivaled talent for infiltration, and a fanatical loyalty to their god, which could be bought. Bravus and the faceless men had long since become tied to one another. Bravus permitted the construction and maintenance of their temple and welcomed their presence. In return, Bravus got discounted rates on assassinations and could even count on the faceless men for the defense of the city in times of strife. Now it was time for them to do their work. Maro Nart Allos, Sea Lord of Bravus, could stomach Maegor Targaryen's presence in Essos no longer. After a failed plea to King Aegon, Maegor Targaryen's fate was sealed with a vote from the key holders in conclave. Maro knew logically that his issues should die away. But he could not help but get a sickening feeling in his gut. As if he knew something was about to happen but he could not place what. Deciding to take it as a sign, Maro put away his fifth quill of the night. The sun was almost gone now, and he would have to break out the candle soon if he wished to continue any further. Maro decided against it. Busy he may be but overworking himself would merely send him to an early grave. With any luck he would receive good news that he could break to the Council of Magisters and the key holders. Prince Maegor's death would be welcome but Maro needed to be ready for the chaos ahead. The distinctive roar of the Titan rudely woke Maro from his comfortable bed. Maro groggily pulled himself up from his bed, his wife following just behind him. "What is going on?" they asked in unison before two roars sounded out simultaneously. One unmistakably from the Titan, and then another. The second was different somehow. Maro could almost feel himself shake at the roar. It was unlike the Titan, but just as ferocious. Just then, before Maro could even get out of bed, the doors swung open and a dozen guards entered the room. The head guard, marked by his distinctive armor and purple cape, spoke then. "Sea Lord Maro, we must get you to safety. Bravus is under attack." The guard yelled and Maro's entire body went cold. "Under attack? From who?" His wife yelled first, only to be interrupted by another series of roars from both the Titan and another unknown source. It seemed that Maro was not imagining the shaking, as the Sea Lord's palace seemed to shudder at the second roar again. "We do not know, but there are flames consuming the temples," the head guard said before dragging Maro from his bed and onto his feet. "We must get you to safety," he said with another harsh tug as they were escorted outside of their room. They rushed down the hallways as more roars resounded across the city. It was not long until they reached the exit of the Sea Lord's palace and they could finally see what was happening. Who would dare to be so foolish as to attack Bravus? Maro thought with rage before the fires of his rage were doused with a veritable sea of cold water. Great greenish bronze flames rose high into the night sky, illuminating the city even from where Maro was standing on the great steps leading into his palace. Like a pillar of light, the flames ascended into the sky, lighting the city like a false sun. The new light only added to the horror he could now see, in addition to hearing and feeling. "Dragon!" One guard unhelpfully yelled and Maro felt the color drain from his person. A great dragon, far larger than Maegor Targaryen's was reported to be, was currently flying directly toward him. Maro was frozen in place at the sight. This has to be a dream, Maro thought with a dumbfounded look on his face. Surely this was not real. "Sea Lord!" The guard yelled again, freeing Maro from his stupor as he looked around, only to be grabbed by the wrists, first by the head guard and his son Corvio too. "Father! We need to leave." Maro heard his son just barely get out before another deafening roar rolled over him. Maro screamed at the pain, most likely just like everyone else in the courtyard did as well as they all dropped to their knees or lower. Maro raised his hands to his ears and felt the distinctive wetness of blood leaking from him but the agony from his now bleeding ears could only distract him for so long. Unfortunately, the attack upon his home and person was not just from a roar. The dragon had landed in the courtyard. With an earth-shaking thud, all the temporarily deafened souls looked to the center of the courtyard to find a building-sized monster, larger than any building in Bravus save his own palace or the temples. Maro focused his eyes to see through the darkness but it was unnecessary, as soon the beast opened its maw a sea of greenish bronze flames once more illuminated the area. The green hellfire shot forward at an unimaginable speed, directly at the gates of his palace. The fine wood and gold melted under the assault as smoke began to billow out from his home. Maro took the chance to use the light birthed from the dragon to see the courtyard more clearly. His eyes darted to the dragon naturally, following the shape of the dragon until he spied the comparatively small woman sitting on top of it. It seemed he was not the only one with the same idea as the woman appeared to be looking in another direction. Maro was once more shaken from his stupor once he noticed the great bronze dragon's maw shift right. The fires moved from assaulting his home to the courtyard just outside of it. Maro stared in awe as great plumes of steam from the destroyed fountains sprang up like bonfires of super hot water. Before the shaking began again the dragon started shifting on its feet. Before Maro could even react, he was pulled to his feet and urged into a full sprint. He understood why. The dragon was systematically killing everyone in the courtyard and this was likely his chance to escape. Maro ran as fast as he could, faster than he ever had in his nearly 40 years of life. Just barely reaching the exit to the walled courtyard of his manse before the fires burst from the gates. Maro hit the ground as fast as he could, feeling the ferocious heat from the flames. He rolled to extinguish any potential flames on his person before turning his gaze back at his home. The walls were cracked and exploding, as fires consumed the courtyard. He saw the dragon look in his direction before being urged back into the sky by its rider. The great green beast took flight over the palace and continued to rain fire down all the while. Maro Nart Allos of Pentos could only stare in horror at his home. The Sea Lord's palace, a marvel for the ages that could put even the most fantastical palaces behind the black walls to shame. Yet none of that mattered anymore, as all Maro could see was fire and ash. Maro felt empty, kneeling on the ground before his manse. He had not realized it at the time, but neither his wife nor his son had made it out of the courtyard before Viagar had let her fury known. He just idly sat before the courtyard, which was still too hot to even enter. The superheated rocks that made up the fountains, statues, and walls made entering a death trap. It meant he could not even go to retrieve the bodies of his wife and son. The city continued to burn around him. Each and every temple in the center of his beloved city burned to ash, besides the temple of the Lord of Light. Meanwhile, Seligoro's shield continued to burn. Viagar and Queen Visenya had not stopped their assault after leveling his manse. No, the devilish duo descended first upon Cheki port, completely reducing it and all of its ships and cargo to ash. Then Viagar had descended upon the arsenal. Bravuz's famed arsenal, the lifeblood of their city. Where the ships that traded Bravuz's goods and were supposed to keep them safe were crafted and stored. Now the island was a burnt ruin, much like his own palace in a certain temple in the center of the city. Then Queen Visenya sought to display her power further. First Viagar had bathed the Titan in fire, silencing the brave archers and defenders inside before she had burned the forested islands which enclosed their lagoon. Only then did Viagar's assault end. The dragon circled the city one more time before departing south, likely to Pentos. Now the islands continued to burn, even hours later, long after sunrise. While the rest of the city was intact, the soldier pines and black spruce were kindling, keeping the flames alive and a reminder of the night assault. The entire city was in disarray from the attack. Much of the residential and commercial areas of the city were fine, but the arsenal and the Cheki port were leveled. The entire city almost seemed shocked at the sight. The Titan did not roar to meet the sunrise, and neither did it roar throughout the day. The city was similarly quiet. There was bustling around him, that much Maro could tell. But he did not pay attention to what it was. No, he just remained where he had been since the attack. Sitting on his knees before the courtyard of his palace. Staring at the charred inside. Maro heard someone walk up behind him, but he did nothing to acknowledge them. That was until they whispered in his ear. "Sea Lord, no one would like to meet you," he heard a guard, different from his usual retinue, whisper into his ear, and Maro felt his emotions spring to life once more. "Take me to them." Maro roared into the face of the guard, grabbing him by the chest plate. "Of course, Sea Lord," the guard demurred and led Maro down the streets of Bravuz. Toward an unmarked building closed off from the crowds on the streets. Maro was led up the stairs and into a room before the door was closed behind him, and Maro saw it. A faceless man. Faceless men did not have names or identities, they were merely tools for their god. So Maro would address them as such. Sea Lord, the emotionless freak, addressed him first, and Maro's eyes blazed with rage. "Did you see what happened last night?" Maro asked in a low, rage-filled voice. "I did," the freak answered simply, and it set Maro off. "Then explain it to me. Queen Visenya should have been none the wiser about our plans." Maro's rage poured out of him in a torrent, much like the flames that had destroyed his life. "The one sent after Maegor Targaryen must have failed then," the creature said nonchalantly, and Maro could have sworn he heard something pop inside of him. "Failed? You do not just fail. You are a faceless man. I pay you, and then the person I pay for dies." Maro roared, uncaring if people outside heard his tirade. "I believe I recall telling you assassinating a Targaryen is much more difficult," the thing said, and Maro noted that this one must have been the same one he organized the hit with. "I also recall you saying he would die." Maro turned it back around onto him. Maro was prepared to deal with the political ramifications of Maegor's apparent death by a disgruntled guard. But he was certainly not ready for an almost immediate attack on their city. "I should have known better, my teacher mentioned not provoking dragons, I figured they meant the actual beasts," the worthless assassin said, and Maro raised an eyebrow. "Do elaborate?" Maro asked, intrigued and worried all the same. "I have nothing more to tell," the elder disliked talking about the past, he said. "It must die." The emotionless creature almost seemed to emit bitterness, but it was quickly buried under a mountain of indifference. "I do not care about your past failures. How many of you survived the attack?" "I heard your house was attacked as well," Maro said with venom dripping from his voice. The amount of gold and accrued favors Bravuz spent for this assassination attempt could not be replaced in 50 years. "It is just myself and 3 others, we were all still in our temple from our vote days ago," it said simply, and Maro descended into a rage once again. "Only 4? Then you will all fix this. Kill Visenya Targaryen, and finish your duty." Maro roared again. He was not in any real position to command a faceless man, but it mattered not, he could tell by the look in its eyes that it would agree. Of course, I will contact the others. It will be done, the thing promised again, and Maro nodded angrily. Only the heads of Visenya and Maegor Targaryen would satiate his rage now. Nevio I round your eye. 3-2 AC. An endless stream of whispers seemed to fill the hall of the temple their conclave meeting was held in today. Each magister seemed to be speaking with the one to his right. All about one thing, Maegor Targaryen. The damnable Targaryen prince who was trying to take over his city. Nevio brought his eyes around the room one more time before signaling to his guards, who tapped their blunt spears against the ground before he began to speak. Ahem. My magisters. Let us begin this meeting of the Pentashi conclave. He yelled over the crowd of whispers. Nevio grit his teeth before beginning. There was only one topic of discussion for this emergency meeting of the Pentashi conclave. Whether or not to go to war with Bravus. 2 nights ago, there was an attack on our fellow member of the conclave, Prince Maegor Targaryen. Nevio began, hating every word he said. If only the faceless monster could have succeeded, Nevio thought while actively fighting off a frown. The crowd descended into jostling and anger then, much louder than the reserved whispers before. Each man seemed to fight for the chance to get his word in, but the tapping of the spears got them back in line. Prince Maegor has claimed it was a faceless man. Nevio said to a chorus of shocked gasps and murmurings. Most people in the city knew that the traitorous prince was attacked in some way. His man spurned for a full night and he was carried through the streets after all. But this was likely the first many were hearing of the details. Now we must decide what to do. Our fellow member was attacked in the night. By an agent of Bravus. Nevio said with a now visible frown, no longer needing to hide it. He could mask his disgust for Maegor as disgust for Bravus, which certainly was not absent from his feelings. A hatred of Bravus was practically baked into a Pentashi. Their bastard sister to their north was their greatest rival. Pentos was the elder sister, but the damnable brat continued to shine brighter and brighter from her lagoon. Chants of war began in earnest after that by some of Maegor's more zealous followers, and Nevio looked at them with disgust. How could this have happened, Nevio thought with rage. Prince Maegor had lured them in with promises of friendship and aid, only to turn around and stab them in the back. Now the very conclave of Pentos was split in half. One side allied with Maegor, and the other side against him. He was disgusted to even remember how he was once part of that posse. It was so easy to fall for the allure of a dragon rider, for the prospect of earning the trust and friendship of one of the most powerful people alive. It meant many were willing to sell themselves and their loyalty to him. Then let us call for a vote. If you desire war with Bravus, move to the right of the temple entrance. If you are against it, go to the left, Nevio said with his once more forced expression. If he was lucky, enough magisters would be weary of war and its costs and would vote against it. If Pentos voted against the war, then Maegor would be hampered in any war effort, only having his private army face to down the wealthiest free city. Nevio's dreams were quashed in an instant, however, as every single magister made their way to the right side of the temple, practically squeezing together just to all fit. Not one vote, impossible. Nevio thought with a shocked expression. Pentos had not had a unanimous vote in decades. Even the defense measures against the Dothraki did not earn unanimous votes. I suppose we need not count then. Pentos marches to war once more. Nevio said with all the energy of a dying animal while the rest of the temple erupted into a chorus of cheers of varying volumes. Nevio took the chance to glance at his allies. They would need to speak. What the hells was that? Unanimous. Nevio roared at Magister Thorello, still the head of the anti-Maegor faction in the conclave, despite Prince Nevio joining them. Do you want to be known as the Magister who voted against war with our hated sister? Magister Thorello said with a look of disbelief on his face. As if it was the most obvious decision imaginable. No, but how can you just let him get a unanimous vote? He is all but dictating our foreign policy now. Nevio yelled, and he thanked himself for the decision to meet in a small, secluded manse on the outskirts of the city. He has been dictating our foreign policy for a while now. Just look at who we appointed to the position of Prince of Norvos. The kin of one of his staunchest supporters now sits on the throne of another free city, even if it is not even a shadow of its former self. And you do not think we should endeavor to change that? We are all but enslaved by the dragon lords again. It is as if the doom never happened. Nevio descended into a rant. How he had ever imagined that Maegor Targaryen would be a boon for himself and his city was beyond him. How would you propose we go about doing that? Prince Maegor is wildly popular, even more so now. Many of the common folk are calling him invincible. We must pick and choose our battles carefully, Magister Mordu Seltra said next. Mordu Seltra was an excellent catch for their faction. For he was their inside man. His daughter had survived Shira Kahiri's poisoning attempt and retained her friendship with the witch, even if it was just for show, and the witch was not overly fond of people anymore. Mordu being close to Prince Maegor's inner circle was a great boon for them. They got access to his plans and goals before he spoke them aloud. Which gave them time to develop counter plans and even stop some of them before they left the docks. like their targeted purchases of property in the flatlands, forcing Maegor and his puppets to refocus their efforts on Old Andalos and the Velvet Hills. It was brilliant. Old Andalos had serviceable land, the Velvet Hills too, but they both paled in comparison to the wealth the flatlands provided. Farms in the flatlands could produce all manner of fruits, vegetables, grains, and cash crops. The flatlands and trade were what filled Pentos's coffers after all. Meanwhile, the fields of Old Andalos were good for little more than grain, and the forested Velvet Hills could hardly be farmed at all, especially in winter. The idea to voluntarily give Maegor land was a worrying one for Nevio. Rightfully so it seemed as Maegor's influence continued to grow. But they had picked the best land to give him. If he must be in Pentos, let him be their buffer with bravos. Not to mention the lands were not but a drain on his wealth right now. They were able to reacquire much of the gold they were forced to pay him because of his incredible land purchases. Bah, invincible? I have heard he can barely stand, Horo-Irena said next. The four of them made up the leadership of their small group. There were many more fearful of Maegor's influence, but this was an impromptu meeting, disguised as a private meal. Yet he lives all the same, after being attacked by a faceless man, Magister Mortu said with a scowl, and Prince Nevio never felt more disgusted. How was he supposed to get his revenge? He had asked himself that question for years now. Ever since he had heard the sobs and screams of his darling little girl as they tied the noose around her neck, he had sworn revenge. He would not rest until Maegor Targaryen and his witch wife were dead before him. Pentos must be free. We cannot allow Prince Maegor to take over our city, Prince Nevio spoke with renewed vigor. Even despite his aging frame, he was motivated like never before. That is a sentiment we all share, but how? Planning an assassination is hard enough without the target already being wary as can be, Magister Mortu said in response. When would be the best chance to get at them? Horo-Irena asked no one in particular. During this war would be ideal, Prince Nevio said with resolute determination. Why is that? Magister Mortu asked with a raised eyebrow, and Prince Nevio wanted to punch him. It was obvious why. This was their last real chance. Take a look at what has happened since the last time Prince Maegor won a war. If he wins this one, he could very well assume total control of Pentos, Prince Nevio said with a disgusted frown. The power-hungry monster should never have been allowed to stay in Pentos. They should have hired him on to fight the Dothraki and then sent him on his way. They are exhausted and weak right now. What are the odds we can overpower them with the current forces in the city? Horo-Irena asked with a quizzical look and was met with 3 frowns. Almost 0. They may not have an army in the city, but they have 2 dragons, one of which is currently inside Magister Nerades Mance, Magister Thorello answered this time, and Prince Nevio thought long and hard. Then I propose we put off this venture. Prince Maegor is currently riding a high of support. Targeting him now would only put a massive target on our backs. When what we need now more than ever is to secure as much power and wealth as we can, Mortu Seltra said with a sigh. We cannot put this off forever. If we wait too long I will be disposed of and you all will be left out. Should Prince Maegor assume control of the city, he will no doubt do away with you. It is no secret all of you but Magister Mortu are opposing him. Nevio said with a shaky voice. Seeing his daughter die scared him, knowing the same fate likely awaited him if he did not act soon. Then we must plan around new developments. Prince Maegor's mother just revealed that we cannot merely kill Maegor. Not only will she need to die as well, but so will Prince Maegor's wife and children, not to mention those fanatically following him. Magister Thorello answered him, but it did not assuage Nevio's concerns. Then what is our plan? Nevio asked impatiently. Truth be told, making one right now is foolish, especially with the whole city in flux. We should wait for the excitement over the war and memory of Prince Maegor's assassination attempt to fade, Horo-Irena said, uncharacteristically calculating. I concur, Magisters Mortu and Thorello said in unison, and Nevio was caught flat-footed. We should focus on the war right now, ensure we are not left out of the spoils to be gained. I would ask you all to plan behind the scenes of this war. We will continue to meet like this for a while, so if you can think of anything let us all know. Magister Thorello seemed ready to dismiss the table, and Nevio regretted his past allegiance to Maegor even more. His folly had led to him, the Prince of Pentos, not even being the head of the conclave faction that wanted Maegor gone. Instead, he had to dance to the tune of another magister. A noble and skilled magister, but still someone of technically lower rank. Not to mention Thorello's house Farrell was nothing compared to his house Iranyor. Then let us return home. We shall meet again before the army departs Pentos to campaign. Magister Thorello dismissed the table and the rest of the group agreed, albeit he did so reluctantly. Prince Nevio Iranyor tossed and turned in his sleep that night. Assaulted by memories, unpleasant memories that had haunted him for the last 3 years. Nevio remembered the day his daughter died all too well. The court session had been a catastrophe, he did not know how. But it seemed as if the entire conclave was ready and willing to just throw his precious daughter's life away. All it took was a false sob story from the evil witch and a very vocal threat from Prince Maegor. She hangs or I leave you to the Dothraki, was all he had to say, and his beautiful, darling little girl was doomed to death. After the court hearing, it took all the energy Nevio had to face his daughter one more time. The day she was to be hanged by the neck until death. Father! You came! You really came! His daughter looked so happy to see him. Like he would be able to save her, rescue her from her foul imprisonment. Indeed, Tiana. I am here, Nevio said while fighting off tears. His daughter, his own flesh and blood, was to be executed in just half a day. Then get me out, father, you can save me. Tiana desperately called out to him, for protection and salvation. Neither of which Nevio could provide for his poor daughter. I cannot, my dear, Nevio said through a choked sob, and he could not dare to look his daughter in her eyes. What? Of course, you can, father. You are the prince. Tiana hysterically called out, no doubt fearing what was coming. You know better than to place your hopes on my title, my dear. I tried, I really did, I pulled in as many favors and paid as many bribes as I could pay Tiana, but it did not matter. Prince Maegor wants you dead, and I was powerless to stop him. Nevio began to cry properly now. Helpless to defend his own child, how could he ever live with himself? No, 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 no. It cannot be true. Prince Maegor is noble and righteous and good. It was his witch wife who corrupted him, father, let me speak to him. I can change his mind. Tiana suddenly begged, and Nevio looked stunned. She had been charged in absentia, due to her recovery from the dastardly witch's poisoning attempt. But had nobody told her about the details of the judgment? Just how cruel were the guards here? I am sorry, my daughter. Prince Maegor did everything he could to get you put to death. From exchanging favors to even threatening the conclave. He wants you dead, Tiana. Witch or not, Nevio hated to crush her dreams, her hopes, but he could not stomach lying to his little girl. No. Tiana began to sob before she suddenly lurched forward and pressed against the bars of the cell she was being kept in. Free me, father. Please, let me go and I will disappear. I will go to Mir or Lis or Bravus. Let me leave. Please, father, please. Tiana begged as her sobs turned to proper tears. Nevio could feel the stares of the guards to his left and right. He could not accept to do so, it would be grounds for his death after all. Not to mention the two guards to his right would surely thwart any plans he may have been able to make. I cannot do that, Tiana. I am sorry, Nevio began to cry too, helpless to save his daughter, his own flesh and blood. Father, please. Yes, you can. You are the prince. Tiana began again, but all Nevio could say was I'm sorry. Nevio gasped awake after recalling the most horrifying day of his life. The day he was made to watch the daughter he had raised for almost 20 years die like a common criminal. Falsely accused and killed to cover up the failed plan of a whore witch. A desire for revenge burned hot within Nevio. An unending fire that continued to burn with every breath he took. The mental image of his little girl dangling by the neck from the gallows was almost enough to make him vomit. He would get his revenge. He had to avenge his daughter was the only reason he continued to breathe. Maegor Targaryen, his bitch mother, his whore wife, and his two brats all needed to die. It was only fair recompense after all. Thinking of Maegor Targaryen's brats seemed to light a spark within Nevio. An idea, a real hope at victory. When Maegor and Visenya leave the city, his whore wife and brats will be defenseless, Nevio thought with a sinister grin. He may not be able to do away with Maegor. His untimely death was already pretty much a guarantee. The conclave just needed to come up with a suitable excuse to kill him after all. But if he could not get his hands on Maegor himself, he would make the Dragon Prince feel the same pain he was cursed with, even if it killed him. 34 Aaron 8/Maegor 14/Aenis 7. Aaron 8. 3-2 AC. The scene laid out before Aaron was a bewildering one. One of thousands of men, all stationed in winter quarters. Yet all were making a myriad of siege weapons as the sun barely rose above the horizon. Siege towers, ballistae, and trebuchets, Maegor had told him to have the army practice making these creations. Right now they were making siege weapons, but Aaron had an entire schedule of things he and the newly minted engineering corps would be constructing over the next few se'nights. River barges, pontoon bridges, actual bridges, even roads. Maegor had an extensive list of things for his army to practice building. All with plans thought up by some of the very best of Pentos's engineers. They were a new creation of Maegor's. He had worked his magic with his gold-laden friend Regodraz and gathered together a group of architects and builders to join the company. They formed their own little section in camp and were beginning to draw up all manner of designs for the Black Company to use. Why is Maegor having the army do this again? Aaron heard Jasper say to his right, and Aaron turned to face his friend. Jasper Aaron, second son of Ronal Aaron, the king who flew. Aaron's friend was among the sizable number of second sons and men who crossed the sea to join the Black Company following the stunning success over the Dothraki 2 years ago. Ever since his arrival, they had picked up just where they left off. Almost 2 years of separation did little to stem their friendship, and they even managed to drag Maegor into a few games of cards every now and then. even if his friend only seemed to get busier by the day. It was not just cards Jasper was good for, of course. His friend remained a stellar equestrian and slotted perfectly into the role of vice-lieutenant of the ever-growing cavalry force. Of course, the lieutenant of the cavalry was a more experienced leader. To prepare the army for any eventuality. Those were his words, yes. Sir Gawain Corbray answered in Aaron's place and was met with a nod. Sir Gawain Corbray had known Maegor even longer than Aaron had. The expert swordsman and knight squired Maegor for years, and even after Maegor slew the giant of the trident, he remained a trusted friend and source of advice until Maegor's banishment. When he arrived with Jasper and almost 3,000 Valaman, he was a natural choice for the lieutenant of the cavalry. Aaron would not even have been shocked if Maegor had chosen to place Sir Gawain in Aaron's position. Sir Gawain certainly would be a capable military commander. He had decades of experience in combat. Whether at tourneys, hunting robber knights, or fighting wildlings in the Vale. Not to mention he was the designated leader of the Valaman who went east. But that had not come to pass. It seemed Sir Gawain had no interest in the vice-captain position and was fully content with his position at the head of the cavalry force. Especially when he got almost 1,000 Dothraki to play with. Yes, I believe it was something like that. But I wish he would be more clear so we could actually help organize this, Aaron said with a little dismay. Currently, the army was spread out into their marching groups. Each was accompanied by one of the new engineers Maegor brought along. Each working on a siege engine. Our work is done, now it is on the engineers to get the men to work, Sir Gawain said with a small smile which only made Aaron give an exasperated look. Sir Gawain was a military man, that much was evidently clear from his personality. An overly martial man, tough as nails and as ferocious as any beast. Sir Gawain hardly cared for the intricacies of politics or etiquette. Preferring direct combat to planning and moving men around. Aaron typically never saw combat, remaining in the back of the lines and moving men around. Meanwhile, Sir Gawain could lead from the front if he chose to. Perhaps that is why Maegor did not even offer Sir Gawain my position, Aaron thought with a sympathetic look sent his friend Jasper's way. Sir Gawain was by no means incompetent or a burden. But many of the less interesting things about leading a force of cavalry were pushed off onto his friend. Jasper did not seem to mind, however. He must have redoubled his learning when he returned home as he attacked his newfound position with fervor. He was often the one to actually whip the cavalry into shape during exercises, and it was typically him at the back of the formation during combat. Aaron preferred it that way, of course. The back of the formation was far safer and he had little desire to lose a friend. Not only would it deprive Aaron of trusted counsel and a capable commander, but he had only just reunited with his friend. I doubt that, Sir Gawain. Currently, the men are divided up into sections, only learning from one group of engineers at a time. They will need to be switched at some point to make sure the force is even, Lord Gol-Adon Tarth cut in, and Aaron smiled at the other commander just under him. Lord Gol-Adon Tarth, the elderly former lord of the Sapphire Isle. Quite similar to Sir Gawain and yet very different. Just as martial and experienced in combat but much more willing to properly handle the difficulties of leadership. Lord Gol-Adon Tarth was an interesting man, he and Maegor shared quite a number of private conversations Aaron could only really guess about. Gossip among the commanders was the trusted Stormlander Lord was negotiating some sort of deal between the Stormlands and Maegor, but it was all hearsay. Hearsay that interested Aaron very little. If Maegor chose to pursue closer ties with the Stormlands, Aaron did not particularly care. His assets were tied up in old Andalos anyway. He had little care for the seaborne ventures Maegor was preparing with his Magister allies. Is it wise to disperse the men like this? Especially with them amongst us? Jasper said after that, and Aaron pondered their Dothraki problem. Almost a year ago now, Maegor had actually deployed with the Black Company to the Velvet Hills. There was a rogue group of Dothraki who had fled into the region following the battle, and it was their job to smoke them out. Both to protect Maegor's ever-growing holdings and as a duty to their employer Pentos. The Dothraki surrendered almost immediately, however, choosing to kneel to Maegor instead of dying to his dragon. Aaron thought it a wise decision, and it was a decision his house had long since made, even before the Doom. Now they served as auxiliaries, not formally integrated into the Black Company, but they served with them as effective skirmishers. They would be sent to probe enemy lines and harass retreating enemies. Yet their loyalties were still suspect amongst most of the camp. Especially since they were prone to only accept commands from Maegor until he set them straight. Even now they were not participating in the exercises, instead, they lounged around in their own separate corner of the camp. They will do nothing, Maegor has made it abundantly clear that if they act out they will be put down like dogs. Not to mention that the men are still armed. Even if they are rather disorganized, Aaron worked to dissuade the fears of his friends and lieutenants. He had spent considerable time with the appointed leader of the Dothraki force, and they did seem genuinely loyal to Maegor after he spared them. Still a good idea to keep a close eye on them. There must be a reason Prince Maegor did not integrate them into the company, Lord Gol-Adon Tarth said next, and Aaron admired the sagely man. He was completely focused on his role and had the experience to back up his decisions. Either way, perhaps we should discuss with the engineers, and see how progress is going, Sir Gawain reluctantly offered, but Aaron hummed at the thought. Truthfully, you were not entirely wrong, the men are merely practicing making the constructs. The engineers still plan the construction and it will be Maegor or I who orders them to be built, Aaron said, and saw a clear skeptical look on Lord Galadon's face. Lord Galadon was a welcome addition, but it was clear he was not expecting to be placed under the command of someone a third of his age. He, like much of the rest of the army, joined up to serve under Maegor and earn glory. Yet until now they mostly served under him and had done little fighting. There was some discontent among the camp, with the less experienced men even openly wishing another free city would be foolish enough to pick a fight, or another Dothraki horde would march west. The more blooded men thought otherwise, as they were currently being paid quite well to march around crushing bandits and other sellsword companies. Before he could worry about the condition of the army any further, Aaron spotted a frantic rider making his way up the hill, riding his horse clearly to exhaustion. The hells! Aaron could only think as the clearly exhausted rider continued his breakneck gallop. Vice Captain! Vice Captain! The exhausted man called out twice, and Aaron noted the voice and how he referred to him. Most called him Lord Aaron outside of the company. This must have been one of the men Maegor kept on his guard. Yes? Aaron asked with a quizzical look. Prince Maegor. He has been attacked. The man called out between ragged breaths, and Aaron was immediately on edge. What? Aaron heard from both himself and all his lieutenants and vice-lieutenants around him. He asked me to deliver this, the man said as he finally dismounted from his horse and passed a letter to Aaron. Before he even began to read it, he spoke to his lieutenants. Gather the men, we march for Pentos, he spoke with a force of will he rarely had to use. Lord Galadon and Sir Gawain nodded readily and moved to mount their horses, but Jasper remained and gave Aaron a worried look. I will find you and the rest of the commanders later, go gather the men, Aaron said with a more stern tone. Balancing his role as vice-captain and friend was hard, but his military position came first right now. Jasper nodded and moved to mount his horse as well as Aaron fiddled with the letter. It had Maegor's characteristic green wax seal, so it definitely was a letter from him, but Aaron could not help but be concerned. He ripped open the letter and flipped the paper around to read. The first thing he noticed was it was not Maegor's handwriting, which only worried him further. Scanning the letter, he found it was indeed signed by his friend, but there was a much more pressing concern. A faceless man. Aaron thought with a myriad of emotions as he shredded the paper in his hands. Tell Lord Galadon he is in charge of the army and to take the men to Pentos with all haste. I have to go, Aaron quickly said to the exhausted messenger as he sprinted toward his horse. He needed to get to Pentos, now. It was times like this that made Aaron wish for a dragon of his own. Riding his horse to exhaustion down the dragon road to Pentos, Aaron wished he could go faster. The horse ride from Pentos to Goyandrohi was almost a 2 and 10 hour journey if you were going at a full gallop and swapped horses. A dragon meanwhile could make the journey somewhere between half the time and a quarter of the time depending on how fast the rider willed it. Maegor would readily fly out to the Velvet Hills to meet with him and the commanders and then return to Pentos in time to dine with his family before bed. It only irked Aaron all the more. If he had a dragon he would not have had to spend the entire morning and afternoon galloping his horse to exhaustion, a horse he left in a town and swapped for another at great cost. He was well under an hour's distance from Pentos, but Aaron was feeling more stressed than he had ever been before. Maegor, his friend, his brother in all but name, had almost been killed by a faceless man. The almost there shocked Aaron more. It was commonly known that those marked for death by the faceless men died, there were no known exceptions. Yet according to the letter, Maegor had slain the attacker sent against him. Crushed his head between his hands, albeit after suffering some grievous wounds. The extent of his friend's injuries was not laid out in the letter. All it said was he was alive and he needed Aaron to bring the army to Pentos with all due haste. Aaron was not exactly proud that he dropped responsibility for the army, but he could not help it. The army would take days to march from Goyandrohi to Pentos and Aaron needed to check on his friend. Lord Galadon could surely be trusted to bring the army with haste. He was a stern man with a strong sense of duty to Maegor. He would follow Aaron's orders with no issue. Although Aaron wondered if Maegor would be upset that Aaron left early. The hours of riding had allowed Aaron to collect himself to a degree, but he could not help but worry for his friend. Had he been attacked again during his journey? Just how injured was he that he could not deliver the news himself? Such thoughts raced through Aaron's mind as he continued to push his horse, and Pentos drew nearer with every stride. What would he even say to his friend? Maegor had almost died after all. What do you even say to that? Aaron thought with a sense of dread returning. He had acted irrationally in leaving the army so quickly, and the conversation with his friend was sure to be awkward. All of his other concerns seemed trivial as he could finally spot the colossal walls of Pentos. Built higher than any other free city besides Volantis due to Pentos's comparatively more vulnerable position, bereft of practically any geographic barriers, unlike almost every other free city. Aaron could feel his heart beat louder at the sight. He was nearing his goal as the sun set before him. The walls closed in as he neared the sunrise gate. He would have to travel further into the city to find Maegor at the Narades Manse, but he was now just minutes away instead of hours. Aaron breathed a sigh of relief once he crossed beneath the sunrise gate, finally within a reasonable distance of his goal. He only hoped that Maegor was still alive and conscious as the sun was setting in the west. Aaron continued to gallop his absolutely exhausted horse through the streets and finally made it to the gated mansion of Illyrio Nereidis before being stopped by a group of Maegor's guards. Halt! Identify yourself! One guard yelled and Aaron raised an eyebrow in response. I am Aaron Velaryon, Vice-Captain of the Black Company and friend of Prince Maegor Targaryen. Aaron rolled out his name and position to the guards with a quizzical tone. Could they not tell by his eyes and hair? He was unmistakably Valyrian. Even among the magisters in the city of Valyrian stock, none had features as pure as his own. Mixtures of blue and blonde hair dispersed from occasional breeding with Andals. Prove it. Give us the password. One guard said after lowering his spear, and Aaron felt insulted. He was Aaron Velaryon, he had not worked so hard to build his name just for common guards to mistake him for someone else. Password. Aaron thought after momentarily dispelling his anger. There was no mention of a password in the letter Maegor sent. Not even one hidden in code, or at least not one Aaron could remember seeing. Prove it. Go get Prince Maegor and he will confirm my identity. Aaron decided to try, surely Maegor would know it was him. Even if his daft guards could clearly not tell the difference between a Valyrian descended from dragon blood and a dirty impostor. We will not. Take off all your weapons and armor and submit to a search. You will wait in our custody until your identity can be confirmed. The first guard said as 4 more guards poured out from behind the gate and surrounded his horse. Aaron let out a sigh before dismounting and handing over his sword. He was not happy to do this, but if this was required to check on his friend then so be it. Aaron unclasped his long sword from his belt and handed it off to one guard before taking off his chest plate. Aaron sighed in defeat as each piece of stunning polished steel armor fell onto the stone ground and no doubt got scratched to the 7 hells, but he was not trying to get killed by Maegor's guards. After he was bereft of his armor and weapons, a guard patted down his clothes searching for weapons and Aaron was thoroughly confused. He was Maegor's friend for 7's sake. Clear as day Valyrian, with purple eyes, an aquiline nose, and the typical silver gold hair. How could he be mistaken for anyone else? He was then led into the courtyard and sat on a bench. When a guard told him to wait for his identity to be confirmed, it all confused Aaron greatly. How would his identity be confirmed if Maegor would not come out to confirm it? He waited for several minutes before he noticed a peculiar sight. There were 2 dragons in the courtyard. The more familiar Terax and the frightening sight of an enormous greenish bronze dragon that could only be Viagar. What? Queen Visenya is here too? Aaron thought with a look of shock on his face. Had she just arrived? Lord Aaron, Prince Maegor will see you now, Dick Bean suddenly said as he appeared before him. The formerly small boy, now almost a young man, led him into the manse. They traversed through the labyrinthine walls with haste and Dick Bean rebuffed Aaron's attempts at questioning him. Constantly rebuffed, with Dick saying Prince Maegor will tell you everything. Aaron was led into a small windowless room and was met with a peculiar sight. Maegor, accompanied by the woman Aaron feared the most in the whole world, Visenya Targaryen. Both looked tired, but Maegor's look was striking. He was wearing a different set of armor, but his arm was distinctively in a sling. A visibly injured Maegor was a sight he had never seen before. Even the injuries Maegor had sustained fighting against the giant of the trident and the Dothraki paled in comparison to this. Are you all right, Maegor? Aaron involuntarily asked. Unable to remain silent any longer as Dick Bean retreated out of the room. I am, well, I wouldn't say all right, but I am alive, Maegor said with a tired look and was met with a glare from his mother. One he returned with a small smile of his own. What in the 7 hells happened? Aaron asked next, awaiting the full picture of events. I was attacked 2 nights ago. A faceless man disguised himself as one of my guards and slipped into the manse. After clearing the path we had a fight through the halls of my burning manse before I killed him. I lived thanks to the ceaseless efforts of my wife and mother, Maegor said simply, and Aaron was dumbfounded. Hold on, do not just gloss over that. Aaron said with a little frustration in his tone and was stifled by a cold look given to him by Queen Visenya. Gloss over what? Maegor said with a tired look, and Aaron only got more frustrated. You killed a faceless man. You cannot just gloss over that. Aaron practically yelled before he was cut off by Queen Visenya. Yes he can, the faceless coward was too weak to slay my son, that is all you need to know, Queen Visenya answered him with suspicion and venom covering her tone. It was only then that he realized she currently held Dark Sister, and she had her hand on its hilt. Calm down, mother, Shira confirmed he is clean, Maegor said before seeming to settle in his chair more. I suppose I will tell you everything, but first. Why are you here and where is the army? Maegor said with a questioning look of his own, and Aaron suddenly started to sweat. Forgive me, but when I heard you were injured I rushed here. Lord Gal Adon Tarth is leading the men to Pentos as we speak, Aaron said while placing his eyes anywhere but his own. He had technically disobeyed Maegor's orders. Maegor sighed loudly before beginning. Very well, I suppose it is good you are here, I was hoping to pick your brain anyway. Now then, Where do I begin? Maegor said while tapping his foot against the ground. Aaron's mouth hung agape as Maegor finished telling the tale. The faceless man being sloppy and Maegor being able to set his blood alight was the only real reason that he was alive right now. All of which could be choked up to luck. With all that being said, I am sure you understand why we are acting with such caution now, yes? Maegor said with a frown, and Aaron nodded his head. Once the whole picture was laid before him, he had made a mistake. Maegor was expecting Aaron to arrive in days not hours, and he had acted quite suspiciously when he entered the city bereft of an army or a real way to prove his identity. Had he kept the letter he would have been better off. I apologize for leaving the army in the hands of Lord Galadon. I should have followed your orders, Aaron said with a lowered head. He had acted rashly, which was not supposed to happen when you were at the head of an army of nearly 10,000 men. Think nothing of it, you chose a good person to have them lead anyway. Now then, it is time we begin planning, Maegor said with a frown. Planning for what? Aaron asked with a sincere tone before his fears were replaced with excitement. Maegor simply said war with bravos, and Aaron could not help but smile. Knowing revenge was well within reach. Maegor 14. 3-2 AC. The secluded room deep within Illyrio's manse was a natural choice for a meeting amongst my greatest and most important allies. Both to defend against potential spies but also to ensure no faceless man catches us unawares. First among my allies and the woman to my right. My mother was first amongst my allies in the city, and more importantly, she was the sole battle-ready dragon rider, along with her extensive military and political experience, not to mention her absolute and unwavering loyalty. My mother was the one person at this table I trusted with not even a hint of doubt. Second was Aaron, who sat to my left. The de facto captain of the army, and conveniently here ahead of schedule, he would be taking part in this more politically focused meeting. His political acumen was not the greatest, but he was a trusted voice and I knew he would not betray me. Third was Regodraz, my business partner and my de facto master of coin. I was no king, but it was Regodraz who helped me plan and organize my now vast series of estates and investments in this city. Whether they be in businesses, overseas ventures, or lands acquired with my seemingly never-ending supply of gold from Pentos. His loyalty was not quite as secure as Aaron's, but he had more to gain with me than against me, so I could trust him decently well. Finally, there was Illyrio Nereidis, a man who I met not long after arriving in Pentos and likely my closest Pentashi ally, even surpassing Rego. Illyrio had thrown the full weight of his monstrously wealthy and powerful house behind me, and I could not be more thankful. I would need to somehow pay him back, but otherwise, his loyalty had to be assured. He sank too much money and influence into my cause to betray me now. So the five of us all sat in a secluded private room. An endless series of papers and documents lay around the table in neat stacks, ready to be used for this absolute slog of a discussion. Shall we begin? My mother said with a quick glance around the table, and everyone readily nodded. Indeed, first, you are all fully aware of the protocols that need to be implemented, yes? I cannot afford to lose any of you, I said, first directed at Aaron, Rego, and Illyrio, as my mother already knew the protocols. Yes, I have already implemented them among my guard, and your guards have already adopted them, Illyrio began after taking a sip of water. I forbade all alcohol here. Unlike our last big planning meeting 2 years ago. I could afford no drunken mistakes. I will do the same, although my guards are far less trustworthy, Rego said with a frown, and I gave one of my own. I could not really afford to lose Rego Draz. He was a rare genius when it came to math and economics in this world, and if I lost him I would be losing a nearly irreplaceable asset. Aaron, can we spare some guards from the Black Company? I asked my closest friend in the city. I believe so, especially because we will not exactly be marching to war under these conditions, Aaron said with a frown, and I agreed wholeheartedly with his displeased sentiment. The upper crust of Pentos was effectively paralyzed after they awoke from their enraged stupor. The prospect of the faceless men going after any of them was terrifying and had effectively ground everything going on in Pentos to a halt. A profoundly paranoid feeling permeated the city's nobles and magisters. A feeling of suspicion and fear gripped many, and much of the city's business and politics had halted almost entirely. It was as if everyone in the city turned into a hermit overnight. All of this meant that the crippling blow my mother dealt to bravos may not have been crippling at all. Or at the very least they may have time to recover. The mere threat of the faceless men was enough to paralyze Pentos and give bravos some breathing room. Even my family was effectively paralyzed, at least while I healed. I had been motivated for revenge during the night after I got attacked, but my mother was correct. I was in no shape for combat, my wounds were not minor, and I really should not fly unless absolutely necessary until I was healed. That effectively halved our dragon power, which was effectively taken off the table because my mother was needed here. She and Shira were the only ones who could use the glass candles in the required way, and the search for more potential users had so far turned up empty. Damn it, if only I had Dark Sister with me at the time, I thought with a frown. If I had my blade, I could have slain my attacker with little issue and would be capable of sorting out from Pentos to strike at the no doubt rebuilding and bloodthirsty bravos. Yet because of my injuries, we were effectively paralyzed for what could be moons. Moons Bravus would eagerly use to rebuild their arsenal and fleet and turn their city into a veritable fortress. Not to mention the army they would no doubt raise. As a result, Pentos and Bravus had effectively entered a phony war. Neither side was willing or capable of attacking the other. Which was not the end of the world, but it meant that the war would not be the cakewalk I had hoped for. When the army arrives, screen a good number of loyal guards and assign them to Rigo. We will also need to disperse some more for each of the lieutenants and their vice-lieutenants, along with Geshio and a few others, I told Aaron, who nodded readily. He had no interest in dying or losing friends either. It had reached the point where the people around me were more valuable than assets or coin. Losing a key ally like Illyrio, Rigo, or God forbid a friend like Aaron or Jasper would be far more crippling than taking a political loss or appearing cowardly. With measures to secure our safety taken, we must discuss the opportunity this war has afforded you, Rigo Draz said with a hungry smile, and I could only imagine what he was planning. Do tell, I returned, an exasperated smile of my own. Rigo Draz was a greedy man, which was not a horrible thing, but it also meant that sometimes I had to temper him. Lands taken from Bravus will be plentiful and available, not to mention that war casualties and the occasional trader or trader could be dispossessed of their lands and investments, Rigo said with a hungry smile, and I gave a cursory glance at Illyrio. It seemed my Magister friend had no qualms about dispossessing some of his fellow 40 families. I suppose so long as he gets a piece of the pie he could care less, I thought with a smile. Illyrio had been the quickest to adopt my reforms, besides my not using slaves, of course. I doubt that will go over well in the conclave, Aaron said next, and I regretted not bringing my friend into politics sooner. The situation had changed since my attempted assassination, the faction poised against me was on the back foot, and I intended to capitalize. The conclave will not be a problem after this war. If we win over our ancestral foe, Prince Maegor will be entirely untouchable, Illyrio said with a hungry smile of his own, knowing that my victory meant a victory for his family as well. So what is the plan then? My mother picked up right where Aaron left off. She was about as invested into Pentoshi politics as Pentos was, so it was convenient they were both here. The prince is already planning his own downfall as we speak. I have heard that he and a group of magisters are planning to do away with me, I said with a small smile. It paid to have friends in this world. Then why are we not dealing with him right now? Why let him plan it all? Aaron asked what my mother was surely about to, and Illyrio and I shared a look. We had been planning my political ascension for a little while now, and it was finally time an opportunity presented itself. We let him plan so we can foil it. If I ascend to the position as Prince of Pentos after the war with Bravus is won, then not only the people but the non-aligned magisters and families will have no choice but to support me. Then their loyalty can be properly secured with the seizing and redistributing of the lands currently held by disloyal families and magisters. That was the general crux of our plan. The dispossession of the faction poised against me would free up hundreds of square miles of land and untold sums of gold ripe for the taking. If it was taken, it could then be used to supplement my widespread support from this war. So what then, is your goal to be Prince of Pentos? My mother asked then. A surprised look on her face. Yes, I answered simply. I had made up my mind after I learned of a certain prince's foolish plotting. I had been weary to delve deeper into Pentoshi politics, but I had little choice in the matter. I lived here and I had a family to provide for. My brother had already proven he could not be relied on, and so I had to secure the future of my children for myself. Perhaps my brother would lift my banishment, and perhaps I would even see my beloved Dragonstone restored to me, but nothing was a certainty. Which meant I had to prepare for the worst. Taking the title Prince of Pentos was the logical next step. Properly codifying the informal grip I already held over Pentos. Seriously? You want that position? My mother continued her questioning gaze, and I coughed into my hand as a response. Obviously there will have to be some changes made, I said with a frown. The current position of Prince of Pentos was almost entirely ceremonial, with his main duties being religious festivals and the barbaric tradition of the Maids of the Sea and Fields, which would have to be done away with. Not to mention the problematic clause that the people could kill the Prince of Pentos should misfortune befall the city. All of that would have to be done away with, and the role positioned more as a proper leader of the city. The conclave would also have to be reformed. All in all, it would be an absolute mess of a process, but it is the natural progression of my current station, which will coincide with changes to the conclave as well. Pentos has stagnated like the rest of old Valeria's daughters. Should we wish to dominate Essos, we will have to change, Illyrio said with a devilish grin, and I recalled his plans for reforming the conclave. Frankly, the conclave was a dysfunctional mess. Competing interests, petty disputes, political pandering, and the 1,000 other traditions that needed to be followed. All would be done away with or altered once our victory arrived. As massive reforms passed in the midst of a war were not exactly stabilizing. The conclave would need to be depowered to secure my role as Prince of Pentos, but Illyrio hardly seemed to care, so long as he was at the top of the new conclave, that is. The economy, the government, the navy, the army, diplomacy, the hinterlands, the small folk, slavery, all of them need reform. Reform that will have effectively no pushback after this war is won and the opposition is done away with, I said with a small smile. I had done some cursory planning over the last 2 days but now more and more ideas were popping into my head. The army. Aaron said, and it seemed I had captured his interest. Indeed, Pentos will need a proper, professional force after our victory. No doubt the triumph over Bravus will provoke the remaining daughters of old Valeria to band together or at least work against us, I said to Aaron clearly, and he seemed to catch my meaning. And you intend for the Black Company to be the backbone of this expansion, Aaron said simply, and I nodded in turn. Sure, dragons were the ultimate trump card. Able to defeat any army on the field and bring essentially everyone and anyone to their knees. But even old Valeria still had proper armies to enforce her will. If you cannot enforce the laws you proclaim, then you do not truly rule the lands you claim to. Such was the predicament I found myself in. When Pentos prevailed over Bravus, as it was truly only a matter of if rather than when, so long as we kept the faceless men away, Pentos would not only have to contend with Volantis and the 3 horse to her south but also with the newly subjugated Bravus and Norvos. A professional army would be needed for such a task, especially because Pentos could not bring the same scale of force to bear as Volantis or the 3 horse. Both of which dwarfed Pentos in total population. I see, shall I draw up some plans? Aaron asked with an excited smile, and before I could nod, my mother spoke up. Plans for after this war are all well and good, but perhaps we should focus on actually winning it first, she said with a stern look sent my way, and I merely shrugged. I suppose I was putting the cart before the horse a little bit. First comes first, the faceless men must be dealt with and I must heal. Only after that can Pentos march against her foe, I said first, and the rest of the table looked incredulous, besides my mother. And how long might that be? Rego asked what both Illyrio and Aaron were thinking, but my mother answered. Likely a moon or 2 at least. He has many cuts along his body along with 2 serious gashes on his arm and chest. Once the wound on his chest has properly healed, he will be fully capable of flying to war once more. My mother gave my medical report with a glare sent my way. The message was clear. I would not be fighting before then unless it was to save my own life or the lives of my wife and children from an attack. Then we should focus on doing away with the troublesome not so secret weapon of Pentos. Only once they are dealt with can we properly deal with Bravus, I said with a frown. Unfortunately, the initiative was firmly held by the faceless men. We effectively could only wait for them to appear. We had no idea of their true number or even if any still survived, even if we suspected the worst. Then shall we disperse? Begin preparations for both the war and what will come after? Rego asked the table. No doubt planning all sorts of potential ventures that will be available after this war. We shall, but do remain vigilant. You are no good to me dead, I said, primarily aimed at Rego. Everyone else at the table would remain in Illyrio's manse until the army arrived from Goyandrohi. Rego nodded his head and stood to leave. I mentally noted that I would need to ask my mother and or Shira to keep regular tabs on most of my closest allies and friends. The last thing I needed was to share Lord Balin Targaryen's fate. Wincing as I walked down the hall was no fun. Especially since it was such an alien feeling to me. I rarely got hurt and I never got sick, so the dull ache in my arm and chest was a feeling I had never truly experienced before. Such was one of the actual blessings of being a Targaryen. Less appreciated compared to dragon riding and less well known than the incest, but plenty welcome all the same. Especially because I did not need to fear a sudden cold taking my life like it so often did for normal people. Yet my newly weakened state made me worry. Worry. It felt like all I had done for the past sennight was worry. Worry about my own safety, the war with Bravus, the Pentoshi preparations, potential saboteurs in the Black Company, and most of all, the safety of my family. They had come agonizingly close to death twice now. First, the detestable bitch Tiana had nearly killed my wife and unborn son, and now my entire family was at risk of assassination by a random faceless man. At seemingly any moment one of the faceless cowards could take away what was most precious to me. I had already established the protocols that my great-grandfather Damian had devised to protect oneself from the faceless men, but our situation was different. Damian could afford to completely close the castle of Dragonstone, and even close the port of the town below the fortress. Dragonstone could afford to survive on its own, albeit with rationing and the occasional shipment from Driftmark. The situation was far different in Pentos. The most troubling thing was the lack of safety in Illyrio's manse. It was a walled mansion, with some decent security, but it was nothing like Dragonstone Castle, which had only 2 entrance points. Meanwhile, a faceless man could theoretically scale any wall of this manse at basically any time. It caused not only me but my entire family and group of friends and allies an overwhelming amount of stress. The protocols made it unlikely I would suffer the same fate as Lord Balin Targaryen, but my family could still be at risk. Doubling the guards and implementing reforms like passwords, mandatory groups of 4 men, along with regular stops and frisking did help to assuage some fears, but the paranoia hung in the air like a particularly rancid smell. Of course, that cannot be my only concern, I thought with a frown as my hand hovered near the door to my new chambers. I figured Shira was already asleep in there, and I would have to be very quiet not to wake her or our children who were sharing our room. Shira had long since entered into a spiral of some sort. I could tell after my mother's explosive tirade after the Tiana incident that she had been overcorrecting. I had hoped that more time away from my mother would allow her to mellow into a proper, healthy equilibrium, but the constant stress seemed to have only worsened it. Shira had gone from a hard worker to a workaholic. She had basically zero rest all day and would almost exclusively focus on using the glass candle. She and my mother shared shifts using the magical device because I was incapable of using it in the needed way. I could produce fire using the candle, but that was essentially it. The more intricate uses of the candle were beyond my capabilities, and as a result, I felt so damn helpless. I was incapable of fighting, incapable of debating in the conclave, and I was barely even leaving Illyrio's manse due to fears of the faceless men. It irked me endlessly, especially because Shira's usage of the device in particular was taking a toll on her health. She was obsessing over the faceless men, not that I could blame her, but it was both taking a toll on her health and taking her away from time with our children. Her eyesight in particular had begun to worsen. Temporary blindness could be a symptom of overuse, but Shira's regular eyesight began to worsen as well. On top of missing meals, overuse of the glass candle, poor sleep, and essentially zero rest. Shira was basically falling apart before my eyes. Which I could not very well let stand. My mother stepped up where she could. We had implemented one of Damien's more ambiguous reforms. Using dragons to test everyone entering the manse. Dragons, as creatures of magic, could not be fooled with glamours or the face-stealing cowards currently trying to kill us. So having Terax or Viagar smell and get a good look at everyone entering the manse was a good way to screen potential attackers. My mother also used the glass candle extensively. Unfortunately, Shira both had more stamina and was not needed in war meetings and planning sessions, so it was typically Shira who got the lion's share of time on our two glass candles. The worst part of it all was I could not very well make her stop. Vigilance on the glass candles was the most reliable way of keeping us safe. Coupled with my lacking ability, I was caught between a rock and a hard place. Do I tell my wife to step back and lessen her usage? Which could very well lead to a lapse in coverage. Or do I continue to let her defend our family using magic while she withered away? Such was my predicament. As I slowly opened the wooden door and slipped inside our dark room, I could not help but worry about Shira and our sons. They were in danger here in Pentos. Grievous danger that I could not properly protect them from. I had a myriad of plans and ideas when it came to the future of Pentos and my family's position in it. Yet when it came to ideas to protect my family in our current circumstances, I had nothing. Our manse by the sea was a burned-out husk, which could take moons to repair. We were hosted in an unfamiliar manse with less trustworthy guards mixed in among our own. There were powerful people within the city planning our demise as we slept, and worst of all, we were being hunted by magical assassins who were unmatched in their craft. We had no idea of how many were out there, where they were, or what they were planning. We did not even know if they were after me exclusively or after my mother or after all of us. I hoped beyond hope that they were only after me, but I suspected otherwise. If they were just after me, I could almost sleep easy. With my wife and children out of harm's way, I could focus solely on the war effort and my own protection. But as it stood, I had to place their safety above my own. I literally could not help it. As I slipped into bed beside my wife, I continued to rack my brain. How could I keep them safe? How could I protect the three most important people in my life? What could I do? Our manse in the Velvet Hills was out. Not only was I not flight-worthy, but the manse was surrounded by woods and hills, all too easy for an assassin to slip through. Not to mention I was needed within the city to plan for the war and what came after. Our current space was also untenable. Illyrio's hospitality was a favor I would repay someday, but frankly, his manse was inadequate. Too many flaws, and his guards were simply not as reliable as my own. Not to mention the precarious position of the manse closer to the center of the city as opposed to my old one. What do I do? I thought as I wrapped one arm around my soundly sleeping wife and pulled her close. I needed to keep her and my sons safe. I would do anything to do so. That was my duty as a husband and as a father. How to do it would just have to be a question I continued to ask. Aeneas 7. 3-2 AC. As Aeneas barreled toward the door of the small council chamber, he mentally resolved himself, ignoring the terrified feeling in his gut and focusing solely on the worry for his brother. The king's guard guarding the door made no move to stop him as Aeneas practically crashed into the wooden doors of the chamber of the painted table. Their move to Dragonstone was all but complete, and small council meetings had moved to the chamber of the painted table. With a thud, he hit the door and pressed with all his might. He could hear the distinctive voice of his father inside, and that was his goal. He had to speak with his father. He had no time to waste. The doors swung open when Aeneas pushed them, and suddenly all eyes in the room were on him. He quietly gulped at the sudden attention before gathering his courage. Ahem, father, I would like to speak with you privately, Aeneas said in the calmest tone he could manage. Maegor used to tell him to fake confidence when he was nervous, and it was high time he started trying. We are a little busy right now, Aeneas, what is troubling you? Aegon looked surprised to see him. Despite his father's increased efforts to get Aeneas more involved, he was still allowed to skip most small council meetings when he wished to. Father, Maegor has been attacked in Pentos, Aeneas said with a forced stern look. He knew bringing up his brother in his father's presence would only anger him, but he had no choice. He needed to act, as his brother needed his help now more than ever. Surprisingly, his father paled at the news, quickly shifting his eyes around the room before dismissing all of his counselors in attendance. Leave us, he said simply, and everyone in the room was quick to do so. All except for Sir Corlys, of course. After the room was emptied, his father turned to Aeneas and gave him a serious look. Tell me everything, was what he said. Maegor was attacked in the night by a faceless man just over a sennight ago. I have heard he is alive, but his manse has burned down and Braavos has declared war after Aunt Visenya struck them in the night. We need to bring him home, father, Aeneas said with all the courage he could muster. His brother was in danger. He had to help him. Of course, she attacked Braavos without a second thought. We will have to inform Lord Ethan to prepare his fleet in the event of a Braavosy response. His father seemed to almost ignore his plea, instead focusing on the actions of his Aunt Visenya. Father, we need to bring them all home. Aeneas pleaded again. He could not allow his father to dictate the course of this conversation, or Aeneas would never get the chance. No, his father said instantly, sparking a rare instance of rage in Aeneas. No. Aeneas asked, rage appearing in his voice. No, I will not bring him back, his father said simply, and Aeneas could not understand why. Why, father? Why not bring him home? He and his family are in danger. Surely you must know that I intend to bring him home when I ascend the throne. What is stopping you? Aeneas finally pushed away his fear. He needed to know. Did his father have an actual reason? Or was his father genuinely just heartless? Because I can't bring Maegor back, not after what he did, his father said through grit teeth, but that did not answer Aeneas's answer. Why? Why, father? Tell me why you cannot, Aeneas pleaded. He could not understand why his father was so immovable on this. Do you still not understand what he did, Aeneas? After all these years? His father seemed almost shocked. I understand that he made a foolish mistake, and angered you greatly, but why still forsake him? Surely nobody would raise an issue, especially to you. Aeneas truly did not understand. Why was his father so adamant about this? Tell me, Aeneas, what if your son Aegon betrayed your trust? What if he went behind your back and humiliated you in front of hundreds of potentially rebellious nobles? Would you just shrug your shoulders and move on? I worked for years, spent untold time preparing the best life I could for my son. I gave him this very island, a worthy bride, I lavished him with prestige and honors, and when I presented a choice to him, to choose between exile with the woman who seduced him or his position, his island, and his family, he chose to leave. I will not bring him back. His father's tone was stern, commanding, and unwavering, leaving little room for Aeneas to argue. But he had to all the same. He could not just leave his brother for dead in the east. Fighting against faceless men? Dothraki was one thing, but fighting undetectable assassins was too much. His brother could be killed at any time. So you are sentencing him to death? He is fighting against faceless men, father. Surely you do not wish for him to die? Aeneas pleaded. He chose his path. His reckless actions in the east prompted a response from Braavos. Besides, House Targaryen has faced off with the faceless men before. With my sister there, he will live. His father's tone returned to indifference. Aeneas noted his father not using his aunt's name. He wondered if his Aunt Visenya was just as indifferent toward his father. What can I do? Aeneas thought with despair. He had to help his brother somehow. He and his family were in danger in Pentos. Every moment they spent there was a moment they were in danger. He could not abandon his family to go fight. Yet he could not convince his father to bring Maegor home either. His family. His family, Aeneas thought before springing back to life. As if getting his second wind. Father. What about Maegor's family? His wife and sons are in Pentos too, just as at risk as he is. Maegor and Aunt Visenya may have angered and forsaken you, but what about his sons? Surely you will not sentence your grandsons to a potential death at the hands of the faceless men. Aeneas begged his father. Aeneas noticed his father pale again at the mention of Aeneas' nephews. They were innocent of Maegor's faults. Surely his father would not allow them to be in danger in the east. At the very least they could offer the safety of Westeros. We have more than enough space to house them on Dragonstone. They will be safe here for the duration of the war. Not to mention my children can properly meet their cousins. Aeneas pleaded with all his might. If he could provide protection to Maegor's children, that would be enough. Very well, write a letter and prepare their rooms. But do not get your hopes up, his father said after a moment of hesitation, and Aeneas felt like he could jump for joy. Thank you, father. I will write to him now. Aeneas said as he turned on his heel and practically ran out of the room. He had to get that letter written and sent as soon as possible. The sooner Maegor's children got out of harm's way the better. 35 Visenya 7/Shira 12. Visenya 7. 3 AC. The interior of the tent provided little comfort for Visenya. Mostly because she had a hard time not worrying about her family. She of course knew they would remain vigilant while she provided cover for the army's advance into Bravasi territory, but it ate at her all the same. What to do, Visenya thought as she pored over maps and charts provided to her by Aaron Velaryon. The seahorse was still technically in charge of the army even if she slotted seamlessly into the role Maegor no doubt filled when he led the force. It was a natural course of events when a dragon rider got involved. You could be the greatest general in history and a dragon lord would still outrank you. It was inevitable, as a dragon was more valuable than a million soldiers. As it should be, Visenya thought with a small smile. House Velaryon was the second best when it came to this world, but they were still second. Her relationship with House Velaryon was a peculiar one. She had been very close with her uncle when she was young. Daemon Velaryon, Ethan's father, had been a good man and uncle to them. Loyal as was possible, and he had served them valiantly until the end. Yet he had died under her watch. His fleet had departed for Gulltown before she was ready with Viagar. Perhaps it was just poor communication and poorer weather, but her uncle Daemon took a conventional battle with the Aran fleet and it cost them all greatly. House Velaryon was humiliated that day. Defeated by a lesser people and a smaller navy, with nearly half of their galleys sinking into the Bay of Crabs. Visenya responded in due kind. Of course, the fleet stood no chance against her Viagar and was promptly sent beneath the waves, but she could not help but feel guilty. As her uncle perished in the battle. It was only because of the efforts of a particularly brave sailor that House Velaryon did not lose their precious seascale that day along with their beloved lord. As her uncle's body was miraculously recovered by a sailor who was promptly rewarded with a keep and income on Driftmark. Yet it continued to upset her when she thought about it. Her uncle was supposed to be supported by her, guarded and supported by Viagar. There was no way their fleet could have been defeated. Yet her uncle had died because she was not there to aid him. Never again, Visenya thought with a frown. She had sworn after the battle with the Aran fleet that she would never allow it to happen again, even if she broke it just a decade later when her little sister died alone in Dorne. She had thought that losing her beloved uncle was the worst pain she could feel. He was present for her entire childhood and losing him hurt. But it paled in comparison to the pain she felt when she lost her sister. Rhaenys's death nearly broke her. It was only because of her son Maegor that she did not descend into the same squalor her brother had fallen into. War had taken much from House Targaryen, perhaps more than it had given. The loss of Rhaenys could not be overstated. She had been the glue that kept their family together. She and Aegon always argued, even in their youth they would always disagree. It had been Rhaenys that kept their relationship close. Now their family was in shambles, two separate branches, two sons from different mothers. It was a recipe for disaster, especially because they were no longer in the freehold. In the freehold it would not have mattered in the slightest. Even their small and weak house had close to a dozen branch families from what she could gather from the fragmented copies of old documents brought by Lord Enar. Branch families were naturally aligned, especially in the cutthroat and competitive society of the freehold. Family bonds could not afford to be broken. Yet now, alone and unchallenged, House Targaryen had no incentive to hold itself together. Coupled with the Westerosi traditions they had picked up from their 100 years on Dragonstone, Visenya had a bad feeling about the future. One thing at a time, Visenya thought with a sigh. She would need to speak with her son and good daughter more in the future. She already considered Aeneas all but a lost cause. Perhaps her son could salvage something from the bumbling oaf, but her house would have to reform to survive. She and her siblings had failed in their conquest. She wondered if Aegon felt the same way. He was clearly thinking something, given that he had officially moved back to Dragonstone the day after she left. He declared that the Aegon fort was no longer suitable for the king of the Seven Kingdoms and he would build a red keep in its place. Visenya agreed. Of course, the Aegon fort was a pathetic creation and she could hardly believe that Aegon put up with it for so long. But she was still upset that Dragonstone had slipped back into his grasp. She would not deny it felt good denying him of the island. On the brighter side, it made her move here much more permanent. Given she had a less than zero desire to ever lay eyes on her brother again. Perhaps when he is dead, Visenya thought with a frown. She could not go back and speak with him again. It was not possible, not after what she said. She still stood by her words, of course, for she only spoke the truth. But she had burned the fraying bridge to ash, and there was no way she could stomach building a new one. She could see herself going back for his funeral, however. Say one final goodbye to the brother she had loved once. Bid him farewell properly, unburdened by angry glares and hateful scowls. But that was still likely far off. She and Aegon may be old, but House Targaryen tended to live old lives. At least when they were not killed off. That circled around to her current problem. The faceless men had decided one dance with the House of the Dragon was not enough. No, they sought a final death match, and Visenya would give it to them. She would tear them out, root and stem, even if she had to burn every city, farm, house and hut in Essos to do it. She doubted she would have to do that, of course. Her burning of the House of Black and White ensured she had an enormous target on her back, perhaps even larger than the one on the back of her son. Which was exactly what she wanted. Her life was far more expendable than her son's. Even if she had no intention of dying yet. After all, I have not even gotten to teach my grandchildren anything, Visenya thought with a wide smile. Despite her situation, and the situation of her family, being able to see her grandchildren, her legacy, and the future of House Targaryen, was worth it all. Now she just needed to ensure they would remain safe. She could almost understand Aegon's abhorrence and revulsion for war. She could sympathize with it for a while now, especially after Rhaenys was taken from them and they spilled a sea of blood in response, but her brother was naive. War was a facet of their world, a fact of life. The reason only mattered to the maesters. Men would happily kill each other for any reason they could think of. Whether it be a petty slight, theft, or murder. Grudges were strong and the desire for war was stronger. Perhaps if they had been more thorough in their breaking of Westeros, their children and grandchildren could have looked forward to a peaceful life. But they had neglected in their responsibility, in their duty after they began the conquest. They should have properly brought Westeros to its knees, not merely allowed them to kneel. But it was a fantasy, war was coming, it was only really a matter of time until their house was tested, and she was thankful she had Maegor. For if she did not know if House Targaryen's future would truly be secure, especially with the Rhaenys in command. Westeros was not her concern, however, nor did she particularly fear conventional war. They had dragons after all, and so long as their house, and only their house, had dragons, no conventional war should ever truly be feared. But unfortunately, they were not fighting a conventional war. They were facing down an order of magical cowards, no doubt hell-bent on ensuring their total destruction. So she would give it her all, so her grandchildren would not have to worry if their friends were truly the people they thought they were, or if it was a coward wearing another's face. Silver Stag, Visenya heard the watchwords for today, and her mind was taken away from her thoughts of war and conquest. She would have to ride Viagar against the defences Bravus had painstakingly erected all along the coastal plain leading to the city. So the route was clear, but the logistics had to be worked out, especially with the Pentoshi militia joining them. You may enter, Visenya said, signaling to her guards, who had been thoroughly screened before replacing those who came before them. Your Grace. It was Lord Galladon Tarth who entered the tent, followed by his own 4 screened guards. They had worked out a process of grouping the guards into groups of 4 and changing them at regular intervals. They were changed half a day after a new watchword was implemented and the guards were closely watched. Their closeness to people of importance made them the most likely targets for faceless men to replace. Lord Galladon, what is your reason for being here? Visenya said with a little indifference. Lord Galladon was a good warrior and lieutenant, but she was a little confused as to why he would appear before her. Your Grace, a group of guards have gone missing, we suspect they were wiped out. I came here to tell you to be cautious and the entire camp is going on high alert, Lord Galladon said, and Visenya immediately perked up. Find them, and capture them if possible, Visenya quickly told Lord Galladon. Finding a faceless man and capturing him was the most surefire way to wipe them all out. Figuring out the specifics of their tactics would allow them to plan their responses accordingly. Not to mention it would also tell them just how many foes they faced. Of course, Your Grace, Lord Galladon said before bowing and leaving the tent, and Visenya's mind immediately shifted to her plans. She would personally handle the interrogation if they managed to catch one. Can you hear me? Shira. Visenya queried into the darkness. She was still getting used to communicating over glass candles, as it was kind of hard to practice before she instructed Shira in its usage. I can, Your Grace, Visenya heard a very tired Shira say, and Visenya fought off a sigh. Shira was overdoing it again, and the worst part was that Visenya could not really rebuke her for it. I trust that you are in good health. Visenya transmitted her message, doing her best to hide her disappointment and regret. She was partially at fault for Shira's currently worsening situation after all. I am. Can I assume that you are also in good health? Shira asked in her new typical demure way. She had taken up the more docile tone when speaking to her, and Visenya was fine with it. Shira had a role to fill, and she was doing a much better job. Yes, I am fine. Worry more about your own health than my own, Visenya said with an emotionless tone. Visenya did not particularly fear for her life, nor the life of her son, as she knew she and Maegor could take care of themselves as long as they were properly looking for assailants. It was the lives of Shira and her children that Visenya feared. She could not exactly trust the order of assassins hellbent on killing her and her son to not target Shira, Durin, and Balin. Yet their situation was precarious. Shira was vital to their screening efforts and their attempt to sift through the 500,000 souls that called Pentos home. Shira was covering for her while Visenya covered for the army deploying to Bravasi territory, but Visenya worried for her good daughter. Shira had shaped up remarkably over the last 2 years, becoming the very picture that Visenya had envisioned when she first decided to forge her into a proper bride, but perhaps she had gone too far. Maegor had noticed it too, but Shira was perhaps overprepared for this situation. She was zealous in her conviction to find and wipe out the faceless men, but it had gone too far. Shira was actively falling apart, even if it was in the very beginning stages. Magic always had a cost, from the smallest blood sacrifices to make potions or heal minor wounds, to the usage of the glass candles her family possessed. Every magic had a cost, whether it be blood or stamina or one's very life. The cost of overusing the glass candles was exhaustion and damage to the eyes. Temporary blindness was a normal side effect of using a glass candle. It was only when someone overused the magical tool that blindness stopped becoming temporary. Her grandfather Damien eventually became blind after years of overuse, and if something was not done, Shira may share his same fate. She was already losing weight, skipping meals because of how much time she was spending scouring the city, but Shira's worsening eyesight was more concerning. It had not gotten to an irreversible state yet, but something would have to be done. She and Maegor had begun searching for people with the potential to use glass candles. There were many in the free cities with a few drops of dragon blood. Their dilution made Shira look like she came from the freehold itself, but you did not need pure blood to use a glass candle. The main problem was loyalty. Glass candles were a potent weapon, the ability to spy almost freely on nearly everyone was dangerous, not to mention the instant communication possible over staggering distances. Frankly, it was probably a good thing that the practice largely died out with the fall of the freehold, because the free cities would be far more dangerous with proper spies. The dangerous nature of the glass candles made it vital that those entrusted with its usage be truly loyal. Each potential candidate would have to be thoroughly sifted, and truly, the most likely candidates to be successful were Lysini, the old blood of Volantis, and dragon seeds from Dragonstone, who had the least diluted Valyrian blood. So their search had turned up empty so far, but they would continue all the same. Making a proper order of loyal spies would take time, so unfortunately they would have to make do with Shira and herself for now. It was a problem that could not be easily solved either. Shira had much more stamina than her, and she was performing a vital role. So hers and Maegor's efforts to at least moderate her had so far proved fruitless. Damn it all, Visenya thought again, she had the double misfortune of being a dragon rider and getting old. As a dragon rider, her eyesight was absolutely vital. If she went blind or had her eyesight irrevocably damaged, her ability to fight and command Viagar would diminish substantially. Then there was the lesser but still very problematic issue. Visenya was getting old. She had gotten a jolt of energy because of the situation they were in, but she could still feel the wear and tear on her body. Her muscles ached when she moved too much, and she got tired so quickly her old self would have scowled in disgust. She could barely manage to use a glass candle for half the time that Shira could, lest she pass out from overexertion. Do you have any updates from the front? Maegor wishes to know if the Bravasi have sallied forth, Shira continued and cut off Visenya's line of thought. She and Maegor needed to come up with a solution, before Shira rendered herself blind. The Bravasi are too cowardly for that, they remain hidden in their city, likely still rebuilding their arsenal and fortifying their lagoon, Visenya said with disgust. It was the logical choice for them, to allow the faceless men to hinder their assault and prepare as best they could. News had already spread that the nascent Bravasi fleets had returned to port and the arsenal was already being repaired. That is a shame, they likely fear Viagar, Shira stated the obvious, and Visenya fought off the pride she had in her dragon to remain focused on the topic at hand. Indeed, although I have just received word that there may be a faceless man in camp, maybe several. A group of 4 guards have disappeared, Visenya said, and she could feel Shira's worry transfer across their mental link. What? Are you certain? Shira said, and Visenya frowned at her fear. It should be Visenya fearing for Shira, not the other way around. Yes, Lord Galadon said so himself. Have you had any suspicious actors back in Pentos? Visenya quickly moved the subject. She would handle the faceless man here. Capturing and killing the Cretan should be much more feasible now that she knew one was nearby. Not that I have seen, the guards remain vigilant and the staff have been clean so far. But I will continue searching, Shira said with a conviction that betrayed her energy. How long have you been using this already? Visenya asked the question she was dreading, knowing it must have been damn near all day. Just a few hours, for this session at least. Maegor insisted on pulling me out to eat, Shira said with a little dissatisfaction. Good, you need to eat, Shira, Visenya said with a more stern tone. She had been watching it more ever since Maegor got upset with her, but it seemed Shira needed correction once again. And what if in that time a faceless man slips through? Trust me, I am fine, Your Grace, Shira said, and Visenya found it hard to argue with her. She was right, had she been in her position she would likely be doing the same thing, but she had to try at least. And what if you render yourself blind? What if you wither away? You cannot search for the faceless men if you are blind, Shira. Visenya got a little more stern. They had had this conversation before, but she could tell that Shira needed to hear it again. I know my limits, Your Grace, Shira said simply, and Visenya sighed, internally of course. Visenya had molded Shira into what she considered a perfect bride, but she had inadvertently made Shira just as stubborn as she once was. Very well, do take care of yourself, Shira, Visenya said, preparing to leave and try to find this cretin in their midst. She hoped that the next time she spoke with her good daughter it would be good news. Actually, Your Grace. Maegor wished for me to send a message, Shira said quickly, like she had forgotten about it until now. What did he say? Visenya asked, her interest piqued. He asked for you to return for a few days, he said he had something important to discuss, Shira said with an almost confused sounding tone. What is it he would like to discuss? Visenya asked, but she received the equivalent of a mental shrug of one's shoulders. I do not know, Your Grace. He said he wished to speak with you in particular. He said something about needing your advice, Shira said with a tone of apprehension, the same emotion that Visenya was feeling. Very well, I shall return at once, I will be there in a few hours, Visenya said before casting away the flames of the glass candle. That brings us up to 2 here, Visenya thought with a sigh as she recollected herself. She was loath to leave her beautiful glass candle on Dragonstone, but it was cumbersome to move and she did not trust a ship to carry it. Not to mention there was not enough space on the saddle of Viagar. They were lucky enough to find a second one in Pentos. It seemed Shira had taken to combing through the libraries and cellars of their aligned houses in Pentos and had managed to wrangle another glass candle from the wasteful hands of House Seltra. It had been used as a paperweight before this, so it would be much more useful in their control. Visenya's further plans to acquire as many as possible would have to be shelved for now, as she needed to meet with Aaron and let him know she was leaving. It was troublesome, but she may have to entrust smoking out the faceless man to Aaron and the lieutenants. Just what could he want? Visenya thought as she finally stood to her weary legs, beginning her walk to Viagar. Shira 11. 3 AC. Scouring Pentos for faceless men had become a routine for Shira. Ever since Maegor was nearly killed a moon ago, she spent nearly every day using her glass candle. She combed through their staff and guards on the daily. She scoured the taverns and streets. Even the other manses of the magisters of Pentos, like she was doing now. Just hoping, praying to find the faceless men who were after her family. She had to protect her family. She had the ability to do so, and so she must. Maegor was not capable of the astral projection, even if he was trying very hard recently to learn how. Plus Queen Visenya's advancing age hindered her ability regarding the skill. Shira was in her prime, and skilled enough to do the work. Her family was at risk. Her husband had been the first to invoke the wrath of the Cretans. Then she and her children nearly perished in the fire that consumed their lovely seaside manse. Now the faceless men were also no doubt after her good mother and mentor. She could not allow it. It is my duty, Shira thought as she willed her form out of the Seltram manse and onto the streets once more. She had become a lot more skilled in this technique ever since Queen Visenya began her training. Her haphazard visit to the stepstones was done by accident. Now she moved with a practiced ease. Hours and hours of painstaking time spent practicing the precise thoughts and emotions needed to properly move oneself through the world without a body. Her projection glided through the air wherever it went, as walking without tangible legs was quite the challenge. This is what my training was all for, Shira thought with a fervor. Finally, she could use her gifts. They had already allowed her to verify the assassination attempt on her own life and the plotting of a certain prince of Pentos, but she had to do more. She had already sworn it to Queen Visenya. She would make no more mistakes. She would not allow a faceless man to even get near the gates of House Nereides, even if it meant her eyes would be a little worse for wear. She cared nothing for her eyes, she cared only for the lives of her husband and their children. She knew Queen Visenya could take care of herself, but she had to guard both her children and her husband, who was nearly recovered but still limited in his abilities. She had been happy to try and teach him how to use a glass candle when he asked, but he simply lacked the capacity for it. It was no fault of his, some were just not suited for the role. He was able to figure out long-distance communication after a moon of trial and error, but he could still not cast his form out. That made her role all the more necessary. She was blessed with abilities her family needed now more than ever. Sure, they could implement reforms with the guards. Frequent and random changes to the passwords needed to enter rooms, grouping guards into tight-knit squads of 4 to 5 members, along with the regular inspection of the guards, but a glass candle was the only surefire way to truly know. That was why Shira was so adamant against the worries of her husband and good mother. Shira knew her limits, she had been using glass candles for years now. Had she been as helpless as she was when she first arrived on Dragonstone all those years ago, she would understand, but she was not. She was experienced and capable, so what if her eyesight got a little worse? She would happily suffer that fate so long as her family remained safe. Before Shira's thoughts could continue, she was abruptly pulled out of her out-of-body experience. The feeling was not a pleasant one, it was almost like being struck all over your body at once, especially when you were not expecting it. Shira heaved a great breath, like she had been holding it for hours, and finally got to breathe once more. Then, her husband whispered in her ear. My mother has arrived, join us in the nursery once you have collected yourself, Maegor said quickly before departing. That is strange. Shira thought. Normally her husband would wait with her whenever he pulled her out. She would not deny it was a comfort, having the man she loved most in the world holding her close, while her mind wrangled itself back together. But she supposed he must be concerned about something. It made Shira anxious herself. He was normally more forthcoming with information for her. Granted she typically needed to ask as Maegor certainly could not read minds and was often much too busy to read a person's feelings, but still. She could read feelings, and ever since that morning, something had been weighing on Maegor. Something that she would likely find out soon enough. The quiet of the dark room she was currently in was welcome. Truthfully, any stimulation after getting pulled out had the potential to be agonizing. A person's mind was opened wide while using a glass candle, and it meant that she was far more susceptible to loud noises or pain while using it. Shira waited there for many minutes, maybe close to 20. She had been using the glass candle for hours before getting pulled out, so she had a lot of information to work through. Countless faces sifted trying to find a faceless man. Shira could see them all flash through her mind. After her mind had finally calmed itself, Shira rose to her shaky, tired legs. Temporary blindness and worsening eyesight were not the only afflictions granted by the usage of a glass candle. It took vitality to keep the flame lit, and Shira had been running herself ragged. As Shira stepped out into the light of the hallway, she noticed that she could not see the end of the hallway particularly well. She noticed it a sennight ago, but her long-distance sight had begun to worsen. She could still see a decent distance away, but the far distances away, like looking across the city from one of the Narades Mansa's many balconies, had become much more blurred. Shira was thankful it went this way. However, when she heard her eyesight could worsen, she feared that her vision of close things would blur. She had no idea what she would do if she could not read. In comparison, she would happily trade the view of the setting sun for her beloved books. Down the hall and to the left, Shira reminded herself as the 4 guards assigned to her for now fanned out around her. 2 in front on her left and right sides, and then 2 behind her, also on her left and right. The reforms to their guards had been a stunning success. Many of the guards actually apologized to her that night, blaming themselves for what had happened to Maegor. Not that she would actually have blamed them for it. They were just as clueless as she and Maegor had been. Now, however, now they knew better, they had much higher expectations and they worked zealously to achieve them. Much like herself, they attacked their newfound responsibilities with a fervor she was not expecting. It almost made up for the lack of effort of the House Narades guards. She passed a few of them as she made her way to the nursery. Illyrio had graciously opened the nursery to them, given he had his own daughter in there too, and her sons had called the room home for the last moon. When Shira finally made it to the door, she heard the guard say the watchword for the time being. She imagined it would be switched soon, but for now, every guard had to utter a single word or sometimes several words to be allowed into each individual room. If they could not, they would be detained. Free fall, the guard said quietly into the door, and then it was opened. Inside were a myriad of guards, all from their original manse. Alongside them were Maegor and Queen Visenya, holding Durin and Balin respectively. Good, you are here, Maegor said, looking a little apprehensive. The guards quickly closed the door and Shira took the chance to sit down on a free chair. Her legs were feeling the soreness and she welcomed the chance to sit. Indeed I am. Why did you bring me out early? I saw the clock and I still had another hour and a half left, Shira said with a tired look as Maegor merely sighed. Because I finished speaking with my mother and now we must all speak, as a family, Maegor said with a frown, turning his gaze from her into the eyes of Durin. What is going on? Shira thought. She was getting restless. Maegor had expressly called Queen Visenya back to speak with her. Now he wanted to speak with all of them? She did not know what to expect, and she deeply hated surprises. It was then that Maegor produced a letter, picking it up from a table. He took another look at it, securely holding Durin to his chest with one arm while he held the paper before his eyes once more. Before he handed it off to her, Shira rubbed her exhausted and weary eyes as she scanned the paper before reading. She noticed a particular signature at the bottom, one she had never seen before. Aeneas Targaryen. Shira mumbled out in confusion. Prince Aeneas had never sent them a single letter since their banishment. Maegor had sent plenty, close to half a dozen now, but he never got a response. Until now it seemed. Read the letter, dear, Maegor said exasperatedly, and Shira felt a momentary feeling of regret. She was still quite out of it, her mind was back together, but using a glass candle for so long was disorienting, as time was perceived differently while using the magical device. Right, sorry, Shira sheepishly said before her eyes once more returned to the paper. It was clearly hastily written, the normal eloquent calligraphy of a prince was absent, in favor of quickness and clarity. Valonqar. I must apologize for my not contacting you sooner. I was fearful of father's response to such a gesture and I deeply regret it. I would say I hope that this letter finds you well, but I know that it does not. I have heard of your predicament and I have begged for father to lift your banishment. He remains stubbornly opposed to the idea, but he has agreed to another of my requests. He has given me permission to offer your wife and children the safety of the crown's protection in West Eros. He has lifted their banishment, and should you send Shira, Durin, and Balin here to Dragonstone, they will receive a royal welcome. Please think clearly, brother. I know I have failed you before, but I truly wish to help. Do not let pride put your family at risk. Please send word of your health soon. Aeneas. As Shira read through the letter, she could not help but let her mouth hang. Agape. This was a bold move by Prince Aeneas, too bold. No way her husband's placid and docile brother would ever be so daring as to challenge King Aegon. Not even her husband was willing to do so in person. Shira returned her glance upwards and found two stern faces staring at her. She was going to speak before Maegor began first. You will be going to Dragonstone tomorrow. My mother will bring you, Durin, and Balin there in the early morning, Maegor said, his tone serious and absolute. The same one Queen Visenya often used. What? Shira asked, dumbfounded. Surely her husband was not serious, she was needed here. She was indispensable. You will be going to Dragonstone tomorrow. You and my mother will rest in the night and depart in the early morning. Viagar is more than big enough to carry the four of you, and I trust that Aeneas will ensure that you will be well cared for there. Wah, but you can't just. Shira could hardly believe her ears as Maegor continued with his preposterous statement. I can and I will. Your and our children's safety is paramount. I have already ordered the staff to begin preparing your bags. They will be sent on a ship there given Viagar's limited capacity in her saddle, Maegor said, and it looked like he was waiting for her to get enraged. Rightfully so, of course. What? Did you not think to consult me first? Shira was indeed enraged. They had agreed to be more forthcoming. To work together more, as they should. But this was the complete opposite. I did not think to do so because I knew how you would react. You will go. That is final. Maegor's tone was harsh and demanding, the same one that Queen Visenya loved to use for her lectures, but Shira was not cowed, not this time. You cannot just do this. What will you do here? You need me to help with the glass candle. I can be useful here, please. Shira said in a crazed frenzy. She did not care who was listening or who was there. Maegor was going to send her away, throw her away like a piece of trash. I can do this, but I need you to listen to me, Shira, Maegor said before placing Durin back into his cradle and getting on one knee before her. This is not about you. I am not upset with you. You are not a failure, Maegor began, stressing every single note. Despite that, Shira could already feel tears form in her eyes. He might not say it, but she clearly was a failure, given he wanted to send her away. Then why are you sending me away? Please, Maegor, I will be better. I'm sorry, Shira began crying in earnest now, streams of ugly tears falling down her cheeks, mixed with hiccups and coughing. She couldn't fail. She promised herself and Queen Visenya. You have nothing to apologize for, Maegor began, taking her now very shaky hands into his own. I am sending our sons to Dragonstone. Durin and Balin are at great risk here. I cannot in good conscience keep them here, not while the faceless men still live and the prince is plotting against us. But I cannot just send them. I trust my brother, but our sons need one of us there, and I cannot go myself. So I need you to go in my stead, Maegor spoke clearly and precisely. Even if the image of his face was quickly blurred by the tears in her eyes and her sobs filling the air and obscuring a few words. I can't, Maegor. I need to be here. What if you get hurt again? Shira could not live with herself if her husband got hurt again, or gods forbid died while she was happy and safe on Dragonstone. What kind of wife would she be if she did not share his pain? Our children need you more, Shira. Every moment they remain in this city they are in danger. Neither Durin nor Balin can protect themselves, and I cannot protect them here. They are reliant on guards who have failed us once before, Maegor said quietly, even if every guard in the room heard what he said and no doubt felt a sense of shame overtake them. But, I will be all alone. Shira began crying a little more now. She had to try something, anything to convince him. She could not just leave him, not in their current situation. I have already spoken with Jeshio and Mordu. Lady Nara and Fairy will be confirmed of their identity and sent to join you on Dragonstone. Plus, I am sure the court will be fascinated by you, Maegor said with a reassuring smile, lifting one of her hands to his mouth and placing a kiss on it. Does he not know? Shira thought, desperately trying to stop the still steady stream of tears, sobs, and hiccups to no avail. She knew well what they called her back in West Eros. The white-haired whore, is what sailors and merchants had told her. The court would hate her, there was no way she could stay there. Please. Maegor, don't send me away. I don't want to go, Shira pleaded once more, glancing back at Queen Visenya. Surely she agreed with her, Visenya went so far as to say Shira played a vital role here. She could not just leave, it would put her husband in jeopardy. He is right, Shira. Your first and foremost priority is the safety of your children, Queen Visenya said, and it nearly broke her. Shira's tears and sobs returned in full force. This is a cruel world, Shira thought, realizing that she had no choice, and she would be sent away from her family which had just been made whole. Shira cried for another hour at least. All her rebuttals and pleas were thwarted. Each counter she could come up with, every possible solution and reason for her to say was easily explained away. So Shira could do nothing besides cry and lament the cruel fate forced upon her. She finally had a chance to make a real difference, to aid her husband and protect her family, and now she was being sent away. Shira eventually calmed down enough to eat and prepare for bed, for she had cried all the tears she had. I am a failure, she kept thinking over and over again. Where did I go wrong? What mistake did I make? Such questions bounced around in her head for the rest of the evening. She had sworn that she would not make any more mistakes, that she would not be a burden. Yet apparently she was so expendable that her husband was ready to send her all the way across the sea without a single day's thought put into it. The day flew by after her talk with Maegor and Queen Visenya. She kind of just retreated into her mind. She sat at the table and ate the food placed in front of her, but there were no real thoughts to be had. Just an overwhelming feeling of defeat. It was not until she had slipped off her dress and gathered up her sleeping gown that it really became clear to Shira. She was going to leave Pentos and she could be gone for several moons and more likely years. She understood Maegor's reasoning. Her sons would be much safer on Dragonstone. Any attempt on their lives would be a de facto declaration of war on Westeros, which was not something that Bravos could afford. But she still hated that she had to go. Shira looked down at her small hands and felt guilty then. She had made her entire freak out all about her, while her husband was more focused on the well-being of their children. Perhaps I really am a failure, Shira thought before she glanced toward the bed. Spotting her shirtless husband still awake. To the seven hells with this, Shira thought as she stared down her husband. He was still recovering from his injuries and she was still less than a year away from her giving birth to Balin, but she did not care. There was a very real possibility that she would not see her husband for years. So I will get as much of you as I can tonight, Shira whispered and was met by a "Hey" from Maegor before she pounced on him. The night was long for Shira and the morning unwelcome. She had indeed enjoyed as much of her little time with Maegor as she could before the sun rose, but unfortunately, the damnable white orb rose above the eastern sky and Shira had to get ready to leave. She and Maegor both bathed and spent the morning together, breaking their fast and spending some time with Durin and Balin, but eventually, the time came. Maegor brought her into a huge, strong hug and she welcomed the warmth. I love you, Maegor said with a clear look of apprehension on his face. He placed a chaste kiss on her forehead before she stood on her toes, leaned in, and took a proper one for herself. She may have gotten her fill the night before, but the prospect of being away from her husband for potentially years revolted her. She returned the hug after that, whispering into his chest her own goodbye. Please stay safe, Shira begged. She thought that she might start crying again, but she did not want to cry in front of her sons. She would surely be doing a lot of crying on Dragonstone, it would be better to save her tears for there. I will, you too, Maegor said before Queen Visenya appeared at the door. If I am to be back by nightfall, we must get going soon, Queen Visenya said, clearly not wanting to disturb their little moment, but she did so all the same. She is right, are you all right, my love? Maegor asked her, bringing his large hands up and cupping her cheeks. No, but this must be done. Our children come first, Shira said, clarity finally coming to her after expending much of her energy the previous night. She was still tired from the poor sleep she had gotten, but she did not regret a moment of that. Right you are they ready to leave too? Queen Visenya said, leaning to look behind Maegor and catching a glimpse of a very energetic Durin. Unlike his mother and father, the little prince had gotten a full night's rest and was as energetic as any two-named-day-old boy could be. I believe so, Maegor said, hoisting Durin up from his cradle and lifting his heir into his arms. Meanwhile, she did the same for Balin. The five of them all walked out to the dragons resting in the outer courtyard of the manse, and then it was truly time to bid farewell. Shira calmly placed Balin in the sling around her neck, while Maegor set Durin down on the ground before she hugged him as tight as she could with Balin between them. Maegor let out a quick wince, what with his still recovering from his almost healed wounds, but she did not care. She squeezed him with all of her meager might and Maegor returned the favor, albeit not at his full strength. I love you, they both said in rapid succession, and Shira gave him a final kiss before letting go. Maegor remained standing in place as Shira gathered up her firstborn in her arms and moved to ascend the enormous wings of Viagar. She recalled Queen Visenya saying something about how the non-dragon riding spouse of a dragon rider was supposed to only ride their husband or wife's dragon, but Shira supposed that their current situation made traditions rather moot. Maegor could not return to Dragonstone, as he was officially banished from the realm. Meanwhile, her banishment had just been lifted and Queen Visenya was never banished. So she clambered up to Viagar's saddle and urged her sons to wave at their father as Viagar began to move. Shira could feel the urge to cry again, but she fought it. She had to be strong now, for her sons. So the four of them all waved to Maegor as Viagar ascended into the sky with great flaps of her greenish-bronze wings. Before long, Pentos rapidly faded from her sight as Viagar flew west, toward Dragonstone. The flight was rather long. Queen Visenya had made the journey several times now, but Shira had made it only once. Ever since her banishment, the longest flight she had ever been on had been to their manse in the Velvet Hills. Shira busied her mind during her flight, doing her best not to think about Maegor. She played with Balin, who was wrapped around her in a sling, while she answered the excited short questions that Durin was muttering. Queen Visenya meanwhile remained silent for almost the entire flight. It was only when the sun was well past noon did she utter her first words. "I am sorry you have to do this, Shira." Queen Visenya apologized, and Shira was shocked. "It is not your fault, Your Grace. The circumstances demand this," Shira said simply with a small frown. She disliked what she had to do greatly, but she was putting up a brave face. She had already bawled her eyes out in front of her sons once. She would not do so again. "All the same, this is not a fate I would wish upon you. I am sure you will be safe on Dragonstone, but do stay in touch. I assume you know where my old glass candle is?" Queen Visenya said with a sense of trepidation, like she was loath to part from them. "Yes, Your Grace," Shira said before Queen Visenya sighed loudly. "Did I do something wrong?" Shira worriedly thought before Queen Visenya turned her head around to look at her. "Perhaps it is time that you start calling me Visenya," she said suddenly, and Shira was dumbfounded. "Hey!" Shira uttered, all the while Durin began babbling Visenya 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 in front of her. "You are family now, Shira. You are the mother of my grandchildren and wife to my son. You can drop the honorifics. I hardly feel like a queen anyway," Queen Visenya said, and Shira was confused. "But it is the proper thing to do," Shira said, recalling her fearful mind exercises. She spent so much time with her grace and she feared accidentally slipping up and using her real name. "I do not particularly care about what is proper anymore. Maegor is right, honorifics are for whelps and mongrels. I want you to call me Visenya," she said, and Shira hesitantly shook her head. Queen Visenya, I cannot do that," Shira said with a hesitant tone. Queen Visenya was her mentor and better in every way. Despite her role as wife to her son, she had no right to drop the honorifics, no right to be her equal. "Very well, then call me mother," Queen Visenya said next, and Shira was even more dumbfounded. What? Shira asked, positively stupefied. Calling Queen Visenya mother, that was even worse than calling her name, Shira thought with shaking hands. This was weird. Queen Visenya had never acted like this around her before. "Address me as mother when you speak with me," Queen Visenya seemed almost exasperated, and Shira's shock only increased. "Are you serious? Your Grace, I do not have the honor of sharing your blood, it is not my right to address you as such," Shira quickly mumbled. This was a thoroughly bewildering situation and Shira did not know what to think. "You may not share my blood, but you have earned the honor all the same, Shira. I have practically raised you since you were 3 and 10 years old. You are the wife of my son and the mother of my grandchildren. I insist," Queen Visenya said, the typical seriousness and sternness of her lecturing tone distinctly absent. "All right, mother," Shira said the words, but they seemed alien on her tongue but quite pleasant. She could not put her thoughts into words, but she thought they were happy ones. "Thank you, Shira, for all the effort you have put in. I am sure you will continue to be a good wife for Maegor," Visenya said, and Shira felt even more dumbfounded if that was possible. Where did this come from? Shira thought. She had just acted like a child the previous day and now Visenya was praising her and asked her to drop the honorifics? "You're welcome. Thank you. Mother. It is only because of you that I have been afforded the opportunity." Shira quickly fell back into her standard. Queen Visenya said to drop the honorifics, but she still had to be respectful. "You are welcome, Shira. Now then, I can see Dragonstone now," Queen Visenya said, and Shira scanned the horizon, but her damaged eyes failed to spot what must have been a tiny black dot on the horizon. "So I guess this is goodbye," Shira said, another pit opening in her stomach. Her saying goodbye to Maegor hurt much worse, but saying goodbye to Queen Visenya almost felt just as bad. Like the reality of her situation finally truly set in. "Indeed it is, the moment the faceless men are exterminated, I will fly to come and retrieve you and the boys," Visenya promised, and it did make Shira feel a bit better, if only a bit. "Thank you," Shira said simply as she tried to focus her eyes on the horizon. Her slaving away at the glass candle seemed rather stupid in hindsight. As now her eyes were worse and she was sent away from the action. Viagar let out a low rumble upon nearing the island the beautiful she-dragon was berthed on, and Shira could finally make out the shape of the island, even if it remained blurry. The distinctive pillar of smoke rises from the top of the dragon mont. Finally, the long-dreaded moment arrived and Viagar landed on the large cliff face that preceded the entrance to the dragon pit. The immense bronze doors opened to allow Viagar entrance and a gaggle of dragon keepers fanned out to guide Viagar into a stable. Shira took the chance to look around in the pit. She did not get a great chance last time she was here and the sheer scale of the creation was awe-inspiring. It was carved directly into the dragon mont. About 2/3 up the volcano and it was more than large enough to house a dozen dragons of all sizes. Balrion's intimidating presence was immediately felt, as the colossal dragon peered out from his steel gates. Before long it was time to dismount, however. Shira gathered Durin into her arms and slid down the leathery wing of Viagar as Balin was already on a sling draped around her neck. Shira's boots hit the hard stone ground and she sent a cursory glance toward Queen Visenya as Viagar turned around, back toward the entrance. A dragon keeper asked if she wanted to remain and rest Viagar but Visenya declined. Shira watched as Viagar leaped off the cliff face and set out on her return journey. Now it is just me and you boys, Shira whispered to no one in particular. Durin looked quizzically around before an elderly man in ornate silken robes appeared before her. My lady, we have prepared a horse for your travel to the castle, the old man said in absolutely flawless High Valyrian, and Shira was awed. She had heard that the dragon keepers spoke High Valyrian as their native tongue but their accent was foreign and their execution was flawless. Thank you, Shira said simply. She was here as a guest after all. She would not make a scene. Shira moved with Durin and Balin in tow and mounted the white mare that was prepared for her. As they slowly trotted down the long, winding path toward Castle Dragonstone, Shira turned to look back east. Maegor was all alone there right now. Visenya was on her way back but Maegor would have spent several hours completely alone. Please be safe, Shira spoke aloud and sent a weary smile Durin's way when he perked up at her speaking. Durin was naturally inquisitive and Shira was sure her firstborn would have the time of his life in the needlessly complex and intricate design of Dragonstone. Before long the secondary gate appeared before her and Shira could see the sun in front of her. It was not quite setting yet but the day was clearly nearing its end. Hopefully, they have rooms prepared for us, Shira thought with a frown. She knew Prince Aenus said they would be protected and cared for here but Shira could not help but be skeptical. She already knew the people in Westeros called her a whore. I wonder what else they think behind closed doors, Shira thought before she worked to dispel the thought. She could not very well present herself before the court crying. That was a private matter, after all. As she finally closed in on the secondary gate to Castle Dragonstone, Shira felt a deeply bittersweet feeling develop within her. She was now on Dragonstone, the island that should have been the home to her and her family. The island that was her home for almost a year, the same one she trained on and learned how to help her husband rule on. The same one she married her husband on. Her ancestral home yet it was not hers or her husband's. The beautiful dreams she had of this island were gone now, as she was just a guest, invited out of pity. A guest in the home that should have been mine, Shira thought with a frown as the great steel gates opened before her. She shook the thought away, however. She was all but alone in a now foreign land. She had to be strong. It is time to face the vipers of court. 36 Shira 13/01. Shira 13. 3-2 AC. The warm interior of Castle Dragonstone contrasted sharply with how Shira felt. She was cold, the warmth provided by the Dragomont was sorely inadequate to fill her empty bed with warmth. The last 2 nights of sleeping alone had made it quite a bit more difficult to settle into Dragonstone properly. She had spent practically every night over the last 4 years sharing her bed with another. She was glad that her marriage to Maegor was a happy and close one but now it came back to bite her because now she was missing her crutch, her other half. Shira had thought that the loneliness she felt after Alyssa Velaryon cast her out would be the worst of her life. Her new friends she made in King's Landing abandoned her under Alyssa Velaryon's demands. Yet she felt more alone now than she ever had before. At least I had Maegor then, Shira thought with a frown as she tossed and turned in Queen Visenya's bed. Now she was truly alone, on an island full of people who detested her, with naught but her 2 infant sons at her side. Prince Aenus had prepared Queen Visenya's old room for her when she arrived. She was thankful that she was not stuffed into a closet like she suspected but it all felt wrong. She expected to be treated poorly, Shira thought for certain that 4 years of Alyssa's incessant whispering must have turned Aenus and King Aegon against them, yet it did not happen. She was taken on as a full-fledged guest, housed in the Queen's very bed chambers. Meanwhile, her children were treated as the royals that they were and housed right next to Prince Viserys in the nursery. Shira was thoroughly shocked that she and her boys were treated like family, even if some of House Targaryen treated her more distantly than others. Alone and under the protection of a king who banished me, Shira whispered into the air before chuckling to herself. She had expected King Aegon to treat her almost as bad as Alyssa but it had not come to pass. She was treated with kindness and warmth, just like Maegor told her she would. Shira suddenly felt nauseous at her sudden movement and righted herself in her bed. She had been so very stressed even under King Aegon and the King's guard's protection. Just knowing there could be a faceless man somewhere in the castle was enough to make her shake in fear. The endless stream of promises from King Aegon and Prince Aenys did little to persuade her. A faceless man had already gotten past all the guards from Dragonstone that they had back in Pentos. Shira could not help but think, what would stop them from getting to my boys here? She did not particularly fear for her life, sure she had unfinished business to attend to. Her sons both still needed to be properly raised and they both needed proper Targaryen wives, but she feared for their safety far more than her own. It was part and parcel of being a mother, is what Shira thought. She would give anything for her sons, and that was why she was even here to begin with. If Maegor had the capability to protect her boys in Pentos, she would have happily remained. She would have hunted down each and every faceless man with a fire and vengeance that would make one think that she actually was Queen Visenya's daughter. Unfortunately, she had been denied such an honor. The torching of her new home on the Pentoshi coastline meant their options were even more limited than they were before. Both staying within the city of Pentos and outside in the countryside carried distinct negatives. Their first option was to remain in the city under the protection and hospitality of Illyrio Nereidis. Such an option was clearly not viable, given the slacking nature of Illyrio's guards and the man's having almost twice as much ground to cover as their old coastal one. Frankly, she understood Maegor's apprehension at keeping their children behind the walls of his friend's home. Their second option in the Velvet Hills was not much better. Maegor may have wiped out the bandits and brigands in the region with fire and blood, but the region was too remote for her liking for a prolonged stay. The new road Maegor had his army build to Goyandro provided all the access they would need, but their Velvet Hills estate was too close to the action for Maegor to be comfortable. Too close to the action and simultaneously too far away from Pentos. Maegor could not in good conscience leave the manse for most of the day to either wrangle the conclave in line or serve as captain of the army while his family was so close to the lines of battle. That was all discounting the possibility a group of Bravasi soldiers could slip through the lines and try to make an attack on their manse. Both of those negatives were put to shame when the consideration of the faceless men came into view. The pathetic credence after her husband and good mother's lives would have no qualms about slipping a knife into her children's necks. Which they could potentially have ample chances to do given the remote nature of their hilltop villa and the laughably inadequate defenses. So when it was all put into the bigger picture, Shira understood why Maegor leaped at the opportunity to send their sons to apparent safety. The faceless men and bravos would have to be truly foolish to attack her and her sons on Dragonstone. Doing so would presumably earn the wrath of King Aegon and his flying demon, Balerion. She had only seen the living mountain a few times in the last week, mostly whenever King Aegon would take his namesake on a flight, but she could not help but marvel at the creature. Easily 4 times as large as Terax, who was already quite big, and maybe even twice the size of Viagar. Shira felt both a sense of security and fear being under the protection of such a ferocious beast. She felt secure in the sense that Balerion could likely destroy all of Essos if he wished to. But she felt fear in the same way. She had not seen it yet personally, but she knew that Alyssa must be attempting to poison the minds of Princess Rena and Prince Aegon. The prospect, however unlikely, of her own children one day having to face Balerion in battle frightened her more than even the faceless men. Shira felt another pit open up in her stomach, and she did her best to open her mind to other thoughts. Dwelling on what may come to pass would do her no good. She would be on her best behavior here and try to build a proper connection with the half of the family she had never really gotten a chance to meet and bond with. Turning onto her side again, she spotted the sun rise above her window frame and she knew she missed breaking her fast. She typically did it alone, but her last lecture from Queen Visenya and Maegor about eating properly rang in her mind like a bell. Shira quickly slapped herself on the cheeks lightly before hauling herself out of bed. She had been sleeping far too long as is. It is time to go and check on my children, Shira thought with a sigh. She knew logically that they were safe, but she felt the incessant urge to constantly check on them all the same. She slipped out of her covers and then out of her nightgown. The castle staff had prepared her outfit the night before, so thankfully all Shira had to do was slip on the simple dress. Sure, she could dress fancy and bedazzle herself with gold and silver, but she just could not bring herself to care. She had always preferred simple jewelry. So that is typically what she chose to wear. Today was a rather plain, albeit finely crafted, red dress and long, thin red gloves of the same hue. With a silver necklace laden with a single red ruby dangling around her neck and a silver and ruby earring in each ear. The colors complemented her figure well enough, and the bright colors would work to distract the court from her red eyes. She had grown to accept her looks over her time in Pentos. She was considered beautiful in an odd sort of way. Her figure was essentially flawless, her bosom was sizable and readily filled her dress, her hips were wide and her waist was small. Had she been blessed with the proper coloring, she would have likely drawn the eyes of every man in a given room. As it stood, however, her coloring was off, even if only slightly. Her fellow Valyrians were similarly pale, so her unblemished skin did not particularly stand out, but her hair and eyes marked her as different. Her white hair could be mistaken for silver at a glance, even if it was distinctly the color of snow instead of a fine silver gold. But her eyes were where the major differences lay. She had been cursed with albinism from the moment she was born. Her eyes were the same hue of red as blood, and it meant maintaining eye contact was quite the challenge. People tended to fluster around her from the moment she began staring. It made unnerving people quite easy in conversations, but it also gave her an exotic look she did not really want. Thankfully her husband had no qualms about her looks. He could hold her stare without a care in the world, and he liked her figure plenty, despite the negatives her discolored hair and eyes brought. Unfortunately, Shira had to contend with other people now, as her husband was distinctly not on the island. No, now she had to contend with the court King Aegon had brought from King's Landing. The old Aegon fort she had always seen from her window in Queen Visenya's old manse was being torn down. Soon to be replaced with the building of a new castle, a Red Keep as King Aegon called it. Shira steadied herself as she placed a single hand on the door. She had been feeling unwell for the last few days. The stress of being alone on this island and separated from her love was almost too much for her to bear, but she had to at least put up an appearance. She was the wife of Prince Maegor Targaryen, she would not allow any more degrading whispers to appear about him because of her actions here. Shira pulled open the door and was met with the familiar black hallways of Dragonstone. Familiar yet different, as when she had been here last they had been comforting. Now they were alien to her, like an old friend she had long since distanced herself from. She spent almost 8 moons surrounded by these very walls. Queen Visenya brought her here when Maegor left for the Stepstones, and she truly began her training. Training to help Maegor rule the island and training in magic to help his endeavors. Her reading material got even more expansive when she arrived here. The material Queen Visenya had provided her in King's Landing paled in comparison to the wealth of knowledge that just waited to be tapped in the Dragonstone library. The truly amazing texts, or rather copies of texts, from old Valyria were more secluded, but even those long-coveted texts were soon opened to her. Long-forgotten philosophies, histories not known to the maesters, dragon lore alien to all but House Targaryen and the Dragon Keepers, and most amazing of all, magical tomes with a myriad of spells, potions, and rituals just waiting to be practiced. She had gotten to enjoy nearly 8 moons of unfettered access to what she could only dream about before. Magical lessons by Queen Visenya herself and a seemingly endless supply of tomes and texts within the library of Dragonstone. Then she had a real chance to live there, permanently, when Maegor finally decided to stop running away and married her. She had dreamed of that day for years. For the chance to marry the one she loved and help him rule the island of their ancestors, to raise a family of dragon lords on the island of dragon lords. Yet it had all slipped from her grasp when King Aegon banished her and Maegor from the 7 kingdoms, and they were thrust into the veritable snake pit of SSE politics. Bereft of the island that should have been their and their children's home. Bereft of the safety and comfort that Dragonstone could provide. Yet now she had returned to the island she once dreamed of being a lady consort of. She was on Dragonstone, with her children, yet it was not theirs. Merely a guest in what should have been our home, Shira thought with a frown as she finally stepped outside of Queen Visenya's old room. Good day, my lady, she was met with an instant greeting from her protector for now. Sir Addison Hill, King's Guard, and her designated guard for the duration of her stay. It was odd having a King's Guard protect her, but she supposed it did help assuage some of her fears. Good day, Sir Addison. I will be walking to the nursery, she explained where she was going. Technically she did not need to, but Sir Addison was a good man. She figured he would appreciate not needing to anticipate. Shira did her best to put on a performance on Dragonstone, to appear strong and collected despite the war going on in her mind. She walked the wonderfully sound walls of Castle Dragonstone and tried her best to stifle the bitter taste in her mouth. It was thankfully not a very long walk from Queen Visenya's room to the nursery, so she would not have to see too many souls. The court was still in the process of moving to Dragonstone fully. The island's population swelled with many of the court lackeys and lickspittles moving into the town below to be closer to King Aegon. Now many of them hung around the previously secluded and peacefully lax halls of Dragonstone. Queen Visenya would hate it here, Shira thought with a small smile as she passed a few no-name knights. Her good mother could tolerate the presence of many knights and nobles for a time, but it was clear that Dragonstone was her reprieve. Much like it was for Maegor in his childhood. Having the quiet home you love turn into a never-ending party would no doubt sicken Queen Visenya. As she passed a group of 3 maids who were most likely headed for Queen Visenya's room, they each greeted her warmly. Good day, Lady Shira, the 3 said with a bow, and Shira still felt unnerved by it. Many of the castle guards and staff had seen fit to cross the sea and join her and Maegor in Essos. Queen Visenya paid for them to cross, and they made up the overwhelming majority of their staff in Essos. Yet it seemed there were even more here who at the very least tolerated her. She would not deny she tried to endear herself to the staff during her tutelage. Under the false assumption that she would one day be this castle's lady consort, she thought it wise to make a good impression. Coupled with Maegor's stellar reputation among the island that called him their prince even before King Aegon gave him the title meant that she and her boys were surprisingly well liked among the castle staff. Shira assumed the most loyal and likable ones left for Essos, but it seemed that the staff of Dragonstone were far more loyal than she had originally thought. Even bereft of the most motivated and loyal workers, she felt truly welcomed by them. She had yet to try and truly endear herself with the nobles on the island. She knew what they called her and she assumed they knew that she would not be particularly happy about it. Combined with the need to be cautious in case of a faceless man or another tyrannous situation, Shira remained distant from the court to the best of her ability. In no time at all Shira made it to the fine wooden door of the royal nursery. It was in this room that every Targaryen since the children of Gamon the Glorious, Aegon, Elena, Gale, and her own ancestor Dalia Targaryen, were raised. Now including her own sons, for however long they may stay here. Sir Raymond Baratheon and Sir Richard Root greeted her at the door. 2 Kingsguard. Shira thought with a little confusion, typically only one was stationed inside or outside the nursery. The others spread out defending the now quite numerous royals. My lady, Sir Raymond Baratheon said as he pushed open the door, and the sight that met her eyes was still a strange one. King Aegon Targaryen, bereft of his crown and sitting on a chair, with Balin in his lap and Durin and Prince Viserys listening intently from their cribs. Ah, good day Shira. King Aegon noticed her arrival in an instant and closed the book in his left hand, his right hand making sure Balin did not fall off his lap. Good day, Your Grace. What are you reading? Shira said as she moved in and picked Balin up off King Aegon's lap. Book. Read. Prince Viserys called out from his crib and earned a hearty chuckle from King Aegon. Oh, nothing much. A maester wrote a book about my conquest of Westeros and I was reading it to my grandsons, that's all, King Aegon said with an awkward smile, one that still felt alien to her. She and King Aegon shared a private conversation the same night she arrived on Dragonstone, in this very nursery, and Shira was still trying to digest everything that he said. The memory was still fresh on her mind like it had all happened the day before. Muna, Durin said with his adorable little voice, and Shira poked him in the chest before answering. Yes, Durin. Shira said with a smile before her son began again. Muna, where Kapa? Durin said with a cocked head. Durin was not quite at the level of sentences but he was getting there. He is in Pentos, my little hatchling, Shira said with a sad smile as she pinched his cheek. Her son was still somehow energetic, even if he was clearly winding down from the excitement of their arrival. Muna, dragon. Durin's attention shifted easily as he pointed at a sculpture on the wall. That's right, Durin, Shira excitedly said. Durin's vocabulary was steadily increasing and she could now hold pseudo-conversations with her firstborn. She had to admit that she was excited for when she could properly speak with her boys. Of course, she could then start properly teaching them. Before she could continue trading words with her firstborn. Shira could hear a few knocks on the door and before Shira could even turn around, she heard King Aegon begin to speak. Not hungry? He said with a small, sad smile and Shira stammered. No, Your Grace, Shira said quickly, not expecting him to appear. King Aegon moved into the room more, as 2 more Kingsguard entered and took their positions at the sides of the room. King Aegon then took a knee by her and was face to face with her son Durin. So, how is he? King Aegon asked and Shira narrowed her eyes. Durin is fine, aren't you Durin? Shira asked her adorable son but Aegon merely chuckled. I apologize, Durin, I was not referring to you, King Aegon apologized before turning to face her more properly. How is he? King Aegon asked, an unreadable look on his face. Shira considered fighting the bitterness in her tone but she decided against it. King Aegon probably already hated her anyway. What in the 7 hells is the point? Shira thought before she began speaking. Last I saw him he still had a hole in his chest and a deep cut on his arm, Shira said with a not insignificant amount of venom dripping from her voice. Right. King Aegon said and Shira narrowed her red eyes at him. Your boy, Durin. He looks exactly like Maegor did when he was 2, King Aegon began speaking again and Shira almost recoiled in response. What? She asked, dumbfounded. Durin, Balin too I suppose. They look almost exactly like Maegor did when he was their age, King Aegon repeated the same thing but Shira was still confused. Why did he care? He was the one to banish Maegor in the first place. Better they look like him than me, Shira said with a bit more bitterness in her tone rather than venom. Old jealousy flaring up over her looks, she was thankful that her sons would not share her same affliction. King Aegon let out a light chuckle at that. Before ruffling the top of Durin's head and messing with his hair a bit. I wanted to apologize, to you and your sons, King Aegon said and Shira was gobsmacked. Her mouth hung agape and Shira could hardly believe her ears. What? Shira asked, this was not how her first night here was supposed to go at all. King Aegon was supposed to hate her, not apologize to her. First I would like to apologize to you, it is my fault you got swept along in this whole mess. I should have known that Visenya would try to replace Cerys with someone, King Aegon began and Shira quickly interjected, almost insulted at the insinuation. Your Grace, with all due respect. If I had known how it would all end up before I married Maegor, I would do it all again in a heartbeat, Shira said with conviction and purpose. She and Maegor had hit a few bumps in the road but she would not trade her current life for anything. King Aegon stared at her for a few moments after that. His purple eyes locked with her red ones before he smiled a small smile. Visenya found a good wife for him, hey. He almost seemed to say to himself, and Shira felt like she was in a fever dream. What in the seven hells is happening? Shira thought with a dumb look plastered over her face. If you will not accept my apology, then I will apologize to my grandsons, for they have been suffering my wrath unduly, King Aegon continued seamlessly, and Shira somehow got even more confused. Her sleep-deprived brain hurt and the tiredness was quickly consuming her. An awkward silence developed between her and King Aegon before he sighed and began speaking again. I presume that Visenya has told you many things about me, King Aegon began, and Shira nodded wearily. She understood his meaning this time. Of course, I cannot fault you for thinking that way, but I promise you this, you will not be mistreated here. You have my word, King Aegon said with ease, and Shira stared at him suspiciously. This was very different from how Queen Visenya and Maegor to a lesser degree described King Aegon the Conqueror. Does that include Lady Alyssa? Shira asked before she brought a hand to her mouth. She had asked it on instinct and she could feel like punishment would soon arrive. Yes, it does, I have already spoken with her. Should she trouble you, just let me know and I will have her sent to Driftmark for the duration of your stay, King Aegon said, and Shira felt like she was in a fever dream again. Wah! Shira began before King Aegon continued. I want you to know that I do not hate you, nor do I hate my grandsons, King Aegon said with a straight face, and Shira decided to risk a question of her own. Do you hate Maegor? Shira asked, wary of the answer he may give. Not truly, but I cannot lift his banishment if that is what you are asking. King Aegon seemed to be telling the truth, from what Shira could tell at least. And why is that? Shira decided to push her luck a little longer. King Aegon seemed to be in a charitable mood and she needed to capitalize on it. I do not hate him, but what he did cannot be forgiven, not by me at least. If I were to bring him back now, after banishing him, it would damage my credibility even further, and make me look pathetic and weak. His actions already threatened the stability of the realm, any more damage to the credibility of my word could see rebellions rise. King Aegon spoke clearly and concisely, almost like he was waiting to say it. Would bringing 2 dragon riders back into the fold not make the kingdom stronger? Shira continued to try. If King Aegon was willing to answer her questions, she had plenty to give. Perhaps it would, or perhaps it would just ensure war would come. You do not truly know this, Shira, but war is awful. It takes and takes and takes, and in the end, what you get will never fill the hole that was created to acquire the prize in the first place. King Aegon seemed to speak from the heart, but Shira was insulted. I do not truly know? How dare you? Shira began and seemed to shock King Aegon. I held my dying husband in my arms for 8 goddamned hours while I thought another assassin would attack at any moment. I carried my 2 children out of our burning mansion while my husband fought to the death with a faceless man. Perhaps you ought to give this lecture to someone else, because I know well what the costs of war are. I have already nearly lost my husband once, Shira said with a fire and fury uncharacteristic of her. Perhaps it was a mixture of exhaustion and anger, but she could no longer restrain her tone. I apologize, that was insensitive of me. But you need not worry, you will be safe here. The faceless men will not challenge me, unless they wish to have Balerion visit Bravos too. King Aegon spoke with a certainty that shocked Shira, even after all the shocking statements King Aegon already made. Perhaps I will be, perhaps my children too, but my husband will not be. Shira continued to spit venom. She was too tired to restrain herself now. I will not bring him back. I am sorry, but I cannot. He openly disobeyed me and threatened the credibility of my word, my oaths. But I will do nothing to stop him, King Aegon said, and Shira was puzzled once more. Nothing to stop him? Shira asked, both confused and intrigued. If he wishes to carve a kingdom out for himself in Essos, I will not stop him, even if I hope one day he returns. I will not stop Aenus from lifting his banishment when he ascends to the Iron Throne either. I am being truthful when I say I do not hate my son. He angered me greatly, but my hate is reserved for another. King Aegon finalized his thoughts and Shira had to ruminate on them for a moment. Very well, King Aegon. For the record, I do not think Maegor hates you either, Shira said simply before she stood up and left the nursery. That conversation was shared almost 2 full se'nights before her current talk with King Aegon, and Shira was still unsure about what it all meant. Would he actually abide by what he promised? Shira did not know. For whatever it was worth, he did seem to enjoy spending time with his grandchildren, Durin and Balin included. He must have taken Prince Aegon up on Balerion 5 times in the last se'night alone, but Shira was watching him like a hawk. She had long since learned that trust was something that should be given out sparingly. She trusted Alyssa Velaryon once, then the vindictive bitch decided she was her worst enemy. She trusted Tyenna once too, then she tried to poison Durin in her womb. So Shira would have to wait and see how King Aegon acted before he tried truly trusting him. You need a book to retell the story of the conquest? Shira asked, a little dumbfounded. No, I may be getting older, but I am not that old, Aegon said with a chuckle before continuing. I merely wish to see how the maester thought the events played out. It is amusing to hear him speculate about Torrhen Stark, King Aegon said with a wide smile as he reached for the book again, as Prince Viserys continued to exclaim book. Read. Over and over again. Speculate about Torrhen Stark? Shira asked, somehow a little more confused than she already was. About why he surrendered to me and my wives, Aegon said with a more understanding tone than she expected. Well, why did he surrender? Shira asked. Queen Visenya told her it was cowardice, but Shira was curious if King Aegon knew something else. Because he got a good look at Balerion most likely, and his scouts told him of the Field of Fire. If he had another reason, then he took it to his grave, King Aegon said before he began reading again. It seemed as if he was almost done, given he was now speaking of the Vale. Shira wondered if Maegor would someday invoke a similar reaction with Terrax. Her husband's dragon was already referred to as the Terror, so perhaps someday the mere threat of retaliation would stamp any foolish attempts. For now, however, he would have to fight. Bravu seemed to think they had a chance. Or perhaps they truly are foolish, Shira thought as King Aegon continued telling his tale. Shira sat there for another few hours, bouncing Balin and Durin around, sharing stories with King Aegon and Prince Viserys, and just generally enjoying her time with her sons. Eventually, however, King Aegon saw fit to ask her a question he had already asked her well over 10 times now. Might you dine with us tonight? He asked in a well-meaning tone, and Shira could only sigh. She had deliberately been avoiding dining with the rest of House Targaryen over the last 2 nights. Mostly because she was unsure if she could will herself to have a good time knowing Maegor was fighting for his life in the east. The last thing she wanted was to pull down the mood. I just want to check in with the maester first, Shira decided after a moment's thought. She had avoided the rest of House Targaryen for far too long. She wanted to make an impression here after all, better to start sooner rather than later. Are you all right? King Aegon asked, momentarily worried about her visit to the maester, but Shira waved away. I just am not feeling particularly well. I want to make sure it is nothing serious, Shira said with a small smile. She continued to feel unwell and she would run her own tests of course, but Queen Visenya always said a second opinion was good. Wonderful, I will ready Aenus and his family then. We will be in the private dining hall. I assume you know where that is. King Aegon said as he packed up his book and ruffled Durin and Prince Viserys' hair. Indeed, Your Grace, Shira said, a reassuring smile on her face. The last thing she needed was King Aegon on edge. All right then, I will see you there, King Aegon said as he left the room. Shira entered the private dining hall with a sinking feeling of dread in her gut. Both at the news she just heard from the maester and the prospect of actually sitting down with Lady Alyssa and her brood. Shira shakily walked into the room, Durin in tow, and the sight that greeted her should have been a welcome one, had other circumstances not ruined everything. She should be excited to dine with her good family, excited to talk and share stories and mingle. Instead, she was fearful. Good evening, good sister, Prince Ennis said with a smile and greeted her before she even really got close to the table. The table he was sitting at was a smaller one. More than big enough for 8 people of varying sizes to sit there, but still much smaller than she was expecting. Good evening, Prince Aenus, Shira said with a faked, small smile. She was much too stressed to actually smile right now, but she had to put up appearances. Bah, I already told you, away with the formalities. When we are in private, feel free to call me Aenus. Prince Aenus waved away her words and ushered her toward the table. 2 chairs, one raised higher, were prepared for herself and her son. She expected to perhaps be seated across from Prince Aenus's family. Mayhaps King Aegon at the head of the table, with her and Durin on one side and Prince Aenus and his family on the other. Instead, they were all seated at a circular table. Durin was placed next to his cousin Viserys and she was right next to King Aegon, with Prince Aenus right across from her. Shira readily placed Durin in his raised chair and took a seat in her own, desperately trying to hide her shaking legs. Thank you for joining us, Shira, Prince Aenus said in an overly jovial tone, almost like he was trying too hard. Oh, of course, Prince Aenus, Shira said again. She could not wipe the fear from her mind. Are you all right, Shira? King Aegon said with a quizzical look on his face. I am fine, just a little nervous, that's all, Shira said with a wave of her red-gloved hand. She was fine, the maester would tell her that her concerns were nothing and she did not make a mistake that night by forgetting a crucial tincture to drink that night. Well, you do not need to be, we're just eating, Princess Rena said with a confused tone. Shira took the chance to look at Prince Aenus's firstborn and Shira could not help but feel a little envious. Princess Rena Targaryen, almost 10 years old and now a dragon rider. She was a microcosm of what was eating at Shira. A daughter, a dragon-riding daughter, and a daughter already lined up to marry her brother. Shira meanwhile had 2 sons to her name, with only Viagar lined up for her firstborn in who knows how many years, and no proper prospects for marriage. Perhaps Maegor would be content with a member of the Pentashi elite or a potential daughter from Daemon or Aaron Velaryon, but she was not. At least her firstborn Durin needed a Targaryen bride. Rena, be kind. It was surprisingly Alyssa who spoke then, and Shira finally locked eyes with her purple-eyed nemesis for the first time since she arrived on the island. She had deliberately avoided Lady Alyssa until now, and thankfully her enemy had done the same in avoiding her. But what did I say that was mean? Rena asked, a little pout on her face as she saw King Aegon lightly chuckle from his seat to her right. Nothing, Rena, let us enjoy our meal, King Aegon said as he waved his hand and the food began to be brought out. The appetizers were some freshly baked bread and some fruit imported from Old Town. Shira picked at her food and took a few nibbles of her buttered bread, but she could not really bring herself to eat. She was far too nervous. Unfortunately, the almost entirely silent dinner table only made it all the more obvious that she was not eating. Aunt Shira, Prince Aegon said, and Shira almost jumped at his word usage. Never in a million years did she think Prince Aenys's children would ever call her aunt. Why yes, Prince Aegon. Shira asked, a little thankful for the sudden communication. Why are you here? He asked with an innocence only an 8-name-day-old child could muster. Aegon. I already told you why she is here. Prince Aenys sternly spoke to his son. Shira did not know if she ever heard Prince Aenys speak in that way, even if she rarely heard him speak at all until she arrived here. But, you barely said anything. Prince Aegon pouted much like his elder sister had before, but Shira jumped in to save him from a lecture. It is fine, Aenys, Shira said, correcting herself near the end. Prince Aenys looked a little concerned before he shrugged his shoulders reluctantly and Shira began to speak. All the while Prince Aegon looked at her with rapt attention. Some very bad men are trying to hurt my husband, your uncle Maegor. He cannot protect our children there, so your father graciously offered to protect them, Shira said, being vague due to the prince only being 8 name days old, but that was the gist of it. Some very bad men. Wait, K-Pa offered. 2 childish voices were heard at once. One from Prince Aegon and another from Princess Rena. Yes, Rena. Your father asked me and I gave him leave to send the letter. It is because of him that your cousins Durin and Balin are here right now, King Aegon said with a myriad of emotions in his voice. Pride, humiliation, and happiness were all there in an almost unintelligible swirl. Oh. I'm sorry, K-Pa, I thought it was grandfather who brought them here, Rena said with an apologetic look on her face. No need to apologize, Rena. What matters is that they are here now and are safe, Prince Aenys said with a small smile. Shira meanwhile was confused. How well known was Prince Aenys's apparent meekness? Are even his children aware? Shira thought with a thoroughly befuddled look. Aunt Shira? Prince Aegon asked again, seemingly even more pouty than before. Oh, I apologize, Prince Aegon, a group of assassins attacked my husband in the night. He beat them, but they were very skilled, much too skilled to properly guard our children from them. Shira continued to be vague. She did not feel comfortable properly introducing 2 young children to the constant fear she was feeling. Do you not have a king's guard? Prince Aegon asked the ignorant question, but Shira could not bring herself to be upset. The little prince was quite endearing. No, they do not, Aegon. They were banished a few years ago, King Aegon spoke, and Shira suddenly felt a great sense of shame well up. She did not exactly want to explain her banishment to an 8-name-day-old boy. Why were you banished? Princess Rena took her turn to speak next, having already devoured her bread and fruit. Because your uncle disobeyed his father. Now talk about something else, King Aegon reprimanded Princess Rena in the same way Queen Visenya liked to do with people. Princess Rena stammered, trying her best to come up with something, and Shira smiled at the sight. She was just a little girl, after all, she could not blame her for being inquisitive. You flew here on Viagar, right? Why didn't Queen Visenya stay? Prince Aegon picked up seamlessly from where Rena left off, but he happened to touch on another awkward subject. She did not want to, Shira quickly answered. She had less than zero interest in discussing that topic. Oh, all right then. Prince Aegon seemed to understand it was touchy from her own quick words and a noticeable glare from King Aegon, and it helpfully coincided with the main dish coming out. Another batch of fresh fruits from the reach along with some venison caught in the Kingswood. So tell me, why the names Durin and Balin? Prince Aenys seemed to notice the wrecked mood and worked his best to elevate the conversation once more. Durin is my father's name. Maegor simply liked the name Balin, Shira said with a smile and a shrug. She did not really know why Maegor chose the name Balin. With her new knowledge of how the previous dance between the Faceless Men and House Targaryen went, she kind of regretted the name. She certainly did not want her son sharing the First Lord Balin's fate. Maegor was always sparing with the details. Prince Aenys seemed to smile, and it even looked like King Aegon had a small one, but perhaps it was just the excellent venison and fresh fruits in the last days of winter. Indeed he was, King Aegon spoke, and both Shira and Prince Aenys stiffened at his words. Somehow every path of this conversation managed to lead back to their banishment. Aegon, Rena. Might you take Viserys and Durin back to the nursery? King Aegon spoke then, and before Shira could even really understand what he said, the two looked a little confused before nodding. All right, grandfather, the two said in unison, and Shira briefly swiveled her head toward Durin. She was not enthused about entrusting his safety to two children, but King Aegon waved over Sir Corlys Velaryon and Sir Addison Hill after that. You will escort them all, he said, pointing to each, and they wordlessly nodded. Shira remained silent as they left the room. She was loath to be parted from her son, but she knew logically the King's Guard would protect them all. But she resolved to go and see her sons before bed anyway, just to check. Shira, King Aegon spoke next, his previous jovial tone gone and the stern voice of a king replacing it. Yes, your grace. Shira said with a stiff lip. She would not cower. Tell me everything about these faceless men. I have read about them, but what really happened in your manse? King Aegon said, while also waving away all the non-King's Guard staff, making the dining hall much more private. Shira just barely stifled a sigh. She had already told this story to Queen Visenya once, and she did not really want to do so again. Father, she is clearly still bothered by it. Can we give her a little more time? Prince Aenys offered, but Shira raised a hand to stop him. No, it is fine, I will tell you, Shira said before repeating every event in excruciating detail, from Maegor's first swing to when Queen Visenya arrived. Every detail she could remember was told, and when she was done, King Aegon gave an audible hum. All right then, the King's Guard have been warned and the regular guards are already following Lord Damien's protocols, but I will ensure the castle is more strictly controlled. I highly doubt an attack will occur here, but we can never be too certain, King Aegon said after her terrible tale. Thank you, your grace, Shira said once more. She had already thanked him a few times since arriving here, but this one was more genuine. Perhaps she would actually get some decent sleep tonight, knowing that King Aegon was not underestimating the threat, but she doubted it. Especially if the maester confirmed her greatest fears. Think nothing of it, Shira. You are the mother of my grandchildren. Despite what their father did, they are sinless. I will protect them as long as Maegor wishes for them to stay here, King Aegon said, and Shira nodded curtly. He said, I will remain here with our sons until he has wiped out every last faceless man, so I do not know how long that will take, Shira said with a visible frown. It was nice knowing she was not in horrible company, but she would rather be with her husband. I have little doubt he and Aunt Visenya will succeed in their efforts, Prince Aenys said with a smile, and Shira offered a hesitant one of her own. It seemed to her that Prince Aenys was closer to how Maegor described him than how Queen Visenya did. Now then, how big is Terax? Prince Aenys asked then, seemingly moving on from the serious subject matter in an instant, and Shira could only chuckle lightly. She was glad she chose to dine with King Aegon and Prince Aenys that night. She would say it was worth it in the end. Their discussion continued for a few more hours after that. Discussing Maegor's myriad of inventions, Terax, their property in the Velvet Hills, along with all manner of more light-hearted subjects before it was time to head to sleep. Before Shira went to her bed chambers or even to the nursery to bid good night to her sons, she checked in with the maester. If his suspicions were concerned, she would have a whole other mess to deal with. Unfortunately, they were confirmed, and Shira felt the hopelessness and sorrow return. She had to do it alone now, bereft of her husband and good mother, in a castle filled with people wary of her and those she barely had a relationship with. She was with child. No one. 33 AC. They had made a mistake. That was the thought that became readily apparent as he looked at the newly prepared face. Ordinarily, he would slip it over his own and move into the camp resting atop a low hill in Old Andalos. Unfortunately, he and his partner had the distinct problem of not being able to get close to their target. Their entire operation had gone so terribly wrong. The organization and skill of the Black Company was boasted about, but it appeared it was not mere bluster. There was near constant coverage of every single part of the walled camp by at least 4 guards. Along with a series of fires and lanterns strewn about to make hiding in the shadows all but impossible. The original plan had been to simply kill a guard by the wall, wait for the change in the guards, close in on Visenya Targaryen, and kill her in one quick motion. It would in all likelihood end in their deaths, but he had already given the message to their 4th surviving brother. He was to retreat to Lorith and begin anew, on the off chance they failed. His would be a long and hard journey, given that they had lost most of their senior members and were now bereft of their most holy temple, but they had recovered from losses before. It was obvious now that his elders spoke of a previous conflict with House Targaryen, one which must have humiliated and nearly broken their order. He could understand the desire to not proliferate the news of such a loss, but his own lack of information made it harder to act. How were they countered? Was it the dragons or something else? He did not know, and unfortunately, he was now the most senior faceless man alive. Which meant it was his duty to fulfill their god's demand. The many-faced god demanded the death of Maegor Targaryen, and now after a quick vote, Visenya Targaryen too. So he and his least experienced brother set out to kill Queen Visenya, while he trusted his other brother to get the injured Maegor Targaryen. Yet as he looked over the defenses of the Black Company's camp, he lamented his situation. This was clearly no ordinary assassination on account of the dragons involved, but truthfully going after the Targaryens had been foolish and hubristic. What the hell were we thinking sending our newest member after Maegor Targaryen, he lamented. Their traditions meant that only one without any connection or knowledge of the one to be killed was allowed to do the deed, which made assassinating the popular Prince Maegor a challenge. The council eventually settled upon the newest addition to their ranks. A gutter rat picked off the streets of Lorith. It was a shock he failed at all, but he should have known better. Maegor Targaryen was renowned for his strength and prowess in battle. Their newest member would surely be at a disadvantage if the assassination turned into a fight. A sickening feeling developed in his gut as he continued to stare out at the camp. He just had a terrible feeling about their entire mission. Nobody had ever survived their gift before, and yet Maegor Targaryen lived. Is he fated to die at all, he thought with a frown. They killed in the name of their god, and yet his brother failed to kill Maegor Targaryen and was killed in turn. Is he not fated to die by our hands then? Is that the horrid feeling in my gut, he continued to think. It was all he had done for the last 3 moons watching the camp. 3 moons of braving the last of the winter had to bear. The celebrations in camp must have been at the return of spring, but throughout it all they maintained their vigilance. He had seen no opening, no way behind the walls for the better part of 3 moons now. He and his partner had killed off a few soldiers to get new faces and distinctive armor, a crime they would one day pay for to their god, but their current mission came first. They originally wished to use the faces to quickly slip in, but they had no luck. Now they just had to wait to see if an opening would present itself. Valar Morghulis, he reminded himself. All men must die, and it was time for Visenya Targaryen to go. She had desecrated the many-faced god, her dragon's flames burned their temple, almost all of their stored faces, along with 6 and 10 of their 20 members. She spat in the face of death, and now it was time for death to return the favor. It seemed their chance might just be arriving, as a mere 2 days ago the proper Pentoshi army finally got off its ass and joined the advanced sellsword force. The Pentoshi camp was a veritable mess compared to the walls camp of the Black Company, and he and his companion had taken turns infiltrating the Pentoshi camp. They had to both acquire information about its layout and acquire a face or two to use when inside. Now it seemed their long-awaited chance was here, as Queen Visenya returned to the army only the day prior, and he could see through his Myrish far eye that she was leaving the walls of the camp. Let us go, he whispered to his companion as he slipped on his face. Wearing the face of another was no trivial matter. Preparing a face for use was a process, and over their 3 moons here they had managed to accrue just 5 faces between them. A new stockpile would need to be built in their hopefully temporary new home in Lorith, but until then they would just have to make them on the field. A simple nod was given to him by his duo. Typically their order went on single missions, 2 faceless men were rarely needed. Unfortunately, they would likely need 2 to kill this Targaryen bitch. They each climbed atop their respective horses, and he prepared his cover story. They had been working on an excuse to get into the camp, and the Pentoshi sending out some foraging parties was the perfect chance. They ambushed 2 in the woods, and now they were simply foraging soldiers who needed to report their findings of a small Bravasi contingent in the Norvosi hills. The ride to the camp was not far, but it was not close either. They had carefully observed the Black Company for the last 3 moons, which necessitated a fine balance between being close enough to properly gather intel and far enough away to not be spotted. So he gave his companion one more nod before urging his horse a little faster. This was in all likelihood a suicide mission, one he gladly took. He would join his brothers with the many-faced god soon, secure in the knowledge that the Targaryens would never be able to wipe them out completely, for who would suspect a simple black-haired fisherman from Lorith? The interior of the Pentoshi camp was pure chaos. The general of this army was clearly less skilled than whoever ran Maegor Targaryen's army, as the camp was disordered and a right mess. It serviced them well, however, as they could move through the camp with ease after they got through the foolish guards. They stowed their horses in the makeshift stables and traipsed through the camp easily. Visenya Targaryen was obviously in the commander's tent. No doubt called by the arrogant magister leading the main Pentoshi army. All they needed to do was close in and make the switch with the guards. Before slipping in and securing the kill, they only had to dispose of Visenya Targaryen, and they each had a myriad of weapons to do so. Throwing knives laced with poison, daggers concealed in their boots and armor, a short sword attached to each of their waists, and a long spear as well. He was imagining a million different ways to kill their old bitch of a target. An elderly woman would be trivially easy to kill if they could get to her. Even the smallest wound could do her given her weakened body. Maegor Targaryen may be able to survive stab wounds and deep slashes, but what of his elderly mother? Bereft of her dragon, Visenya Targaryen was prey waiting to be slaughtered, and now they were nearing their succulent target. The ornate golden tent of the Magister Commander stuck out like a sore thumb in the ramshackle tent, and he and his partner gave each other one final look before resolving themselves. Valar Morghulis, Valar Dohaeris, the two shared the same thoughts, he could tell just by looking into his brother's eyes. They would serve, and they would in all likelihood die here. But it would be worth it in the end. House Targaryen would learn its place across the sea, and his brother in Lorith would begin their odor anew. Good evening, he spoke with another man's voice. He knew nothing about the face he was currently wearing or the man who he peeled it off of. He got his voice due to their magical ritual, but his personality and life were unknown to him. Just as it ought to be, he thought with a smile behind his helm. He was a killer, he did not need to know what his victims thought or how they lived before he killed them. Good evening, already time to change the guards. The guard on the right of the tent asked, clearly a little nervous about something. Strange, he thought before his partner confirmed. They slotted seamlessly into the position the two guards used to have with their backs at either side of the entrance, and they waited. They would wait for nightfall, which was soon arriving, to obscure their movement inside the tent to those bustling around the camp and perhaps give them a chance to escape should they survive the attack. Soon enough, the sun began to fall behind the horizon and he gave his brother one final nod. Checking the surroundings and seeing very few soldiers about, most of them crowded around campfires or already heading to sleep. The soft chatter inside the tent confirmed that there were still people inside. He drew his short sword along with his brother and entered the tent in one fell swoop. The moving cloth was quickly swiped away and he brought his left hand around to slash the guard covering the inside of the tent entrance at the neck. His swipe was not met with a wet squelch and a gurgle of a man drowning in his own blood. However, all he swiped was a simple wooden pole laden with armor. The wood exploded and the helmet clattered to the ground, but both he and his brother were stupefied. What? His brother vocalized his thoughts and he quickly swiveled his head. Looking toward the center of the room. There he saw two men and an elderly woman. They were not his target, however. It appeared to be two farmers and an old woman feasting on some dead animal. We've been had. He yelled to his brother before rustling outside of the tent alerted them both. Before they even had a chance to lower their spears, 5 men burst through the tent entrance and barreled into them. He reached for his daggers but he was quickly detained. Then he simply waited for death. They had been tricked. He had gotten too hasty and it cost them. No matter, bravos may die but our order will live, he thought before a strong blow to the back of his head knocked him out. He awoke later in abject agony. He could move neither his arms nor legs, his mouth was gagged with a thick rope, his eyes were blocked with a thick cloth, he was bereft of his clothes, his wrists and ankles were slashed, and most agonizing of all, his tongue was gone. Is this hell? He thought over and over again. The agony from his ankles and wrists was bad enough, but a constant searing pain sprouted from where his tongue ought to have been met with the thick rope of his gag. He screamed and screamed and screamed into his gag before his voice went hoarse and his screams turned into a placid wheeze. He was hyperventilating and felt like his entire body was on fire before a single cold word seemed to quiet his pain, only for it to be replaced by fear. Silence. The distinctive voice of a woman was spoken right next to his ear. He jostled in his chair but he received no reaction. Wonderful, good evening, faceless man. Or is it morning? Or night? I suppose you will never know again. The woman's voice was a chillingly cold one. It sounded almost if there was a smile on her face, but it was not a joyful one. He huffed and puffed into his gag before the woman began speaking again. Judging by your screams of agony, you are awake. Good, I do not want to repeat this again. I am going to tell you this plainly, Cretan. You will die here. She spoke the words like they were a warning, but truthfully he wished for death now. His mouth felt like it was filled with boiling water and his wrists and ankles burned. You get to choose how you die, however, give me all the information that I want, and I will stick this here knife into the base of your skull, she said while placing the tip of a very sharp object up against the back of his head. You dumb bitch, he thought defiantly. She had removed his tongue, and even if he could tell her things, he would sooner die than ever give up anything relating to his order. She was smart to remove his tongue in the first place because he would have bitten it off to deny her the chance if he could. Or, if you are the fool I think you to be and resist, I will give you the most agonizing and gruesome death I can afford you, she said in a chilly, calm voice, and he merely snorted, for that was all that he could do given his gag. Her brother must have fucked all of her brains out, he thought with a small snicker to himself. It was clear who his tormentor was, Visenya Targaryen herself. If he was to die, what was the point then? He would gladly put up with whatever pain this hag could inflict upon him if it meant she was denied what she wanted. I do not think you quite understand, gutless Cretan. So let me paint you a picture, she said before backing away and kicking him right in his loins. The agony was enough for him to pass out there and then. His mind simply stopped working before a cold splash of water onto his face restored him back to agonizing consciousness. That was for the snicker, but now I will tell you exactly what I will do. I will start with your toenails. I will pluck off each and every one with care until your feet are nothing but flesh. Then I will move on to your fingernails, and pluck them off too. Then I think I will remove your toes and fingers, as you do not really need them anymore. Then, if you still desire to resist, I will peel the skin from your flesh until your mind is not by afraid mess, she said with an increasingly pleased tone, and he could not help but jostle in his restraints again. Do not think that your death will take you before I get what I want, you wretch. I am well trained in medicine and will ensure that you get to live and feel everything, she continued, an even more satisfied tone appearing in her voice as he jostled again. Stupid brother fucking whore, if you break my mind and have already cut out my tongue, you will get nothing, he thought with another snicker. Knowing it made her upset was more than enough reason for him to do so. With another swift kick and another cold splash of water later, Visenya Targaryen leaned in again. You still do not seem to understand. I figured you would have pieced it together when you woke up without a tongue, but I do not need you to speak. I will get my information. I was being truthful when I said you can have an easy death or a hard one. I do not care if I have to pick through your shattered mind like a vulture picks through carrion. I will get what I want, she said with an obvious smile in her tone, and for the first time, fear outweighed the pain. What does she mean, he thought before he felt more pain and agony appear on the big toe on his left foot. Clearly, she was fulfilling her promise. 37 Aaron 9 / Maegor XX / Visenya 8. Aaron 9. Second Moon 33 AC. Has the command tent ever been this rowdy? Aaron thought with a small smile as his lieutenants argued with the commanders of the Pentashi forces. The capture of the two faceless men had gone off almost without a hitch. So now the entire leadership was rearing to finish the war, especially the Pentashi. The monetary policy of Pentos eluded his understanding, but he knew the coffers were tight. They spent large sums of gold paying Maegor and the Black Company, on top of paying for their own army of nearly 30,000 men to fight the Dothraki just 3 years ago. He tried to assuage them that looting bravos would easily make up for any costs accrued, but either the magisters were simply greedy or the situation was worse than he thought. Aaron wondered if their worries included mobilizing the Pentashi militia. Pentos, like many of the other free cities, took to war half-heartedly. Before the Doom there was no war between old Valeria's daughters, so none of the free cities besides Volantis had anything resembling a military tradition. So the wars in the Century of Blood were essentially relegated to battles between sellswords, at least north of the Golden Fields that is. That began to change with the ascension of the Dothraki, but even then, it only led to the strengthening of the local militias. As of now, Volantis was the only free city that had anything resembling a permanent professional force. That will need to change, Aaron thought with a hum as Sir Gawain inserted himself into the rapidly heating up conversation around him. If it kept going, Aaron would intervene. Maegor had shared with him the initial plans he had for a proper professional force for Pentos, but it would take time. The Black Company would not be particularly interested in becoming the army of Pentos, so reforms would have to be done nearly from the ground up, even if they could look to their sellsword company for inspiration. The first issue was the over-reliance on militia. They did have some benefits. They were quick to respond to enemy incursions, relatively cheap, and could be called up to deal with problems rather than needing to keep a professional force around. But militia also could be quite troublesome. Similar to the levies back in West Eros. A proper soldier or knight would almost always beat a farmer with a spear. They lacked proper organization, they had poor equipment, and little to no training, and left the farms of Pentos bereft of workers when they were called up. Perhaps that is why the magisters are wary of keeping them deployed, Aaron thought with a glance toward Magister Thorello. Above all else, arming the population while you were currently dispossessing them of their lands and then asking them to fight and die for you was a risky measure. The days of small farmers in the lands of Old Andalos were long gone. A few of the more skilled farmers still clung to their lands, and kept afloat with agreements with Maegor and new innovations from Maegor's artisans, but it was really only a matter of time. Even Aaron was buying up property in Old Andalos. It was another suggestion of Maegor's. He tried to convince most of the leadership in the Black Company to start buying up some lands. Whether or not he wanted to simply make the lives of his lieutenants better or if he merely wanted more de facto control of Old Andalos, Aaron did not know. Probably both, Aaron thought as he considered his own position in Pentos. This war could very well be a springboard for him to rise once again. He was now a fairly wealthy man in Pentos. Should he wish, he could probably ascend to the conclave with little fuss. Aaron shook his head of those thoughts for now, however, as the war currently being waged was more important. His position in Pentos could be dealt with later. Right now he had to figure out what to do with bravos and how to wage this war. The Pentashi forces led by a strangely cooperative Magister Thorello argued fiercely that they march for bravos right now. The Black Company meanwhile was waiting for Queen Visenya's word. She had taken Maegor's place at the head of the company and quickly whipped the entire combined force into action. It only took one short conversation with Magister Thorello to convince him to graciously cede command of the combined force, as he put it. Of course, not a soul in the force was actually willing to argue with Queen Visenya. That was something only Maegor could do. The rest of the force was rightfully terrified of the Queen of the Seven Kingdoms, and they had an ever-present reminder of why. A guttural scream silenced the debate in the tent for what was perhaps the 5th time this session. Queen Visenya was currently torturing a captured faceless man 3 tents away. Guarded by close to 300 soldiers. Capturing a faceless man was their first and foremost priority for the last 5 moons. Ever since they deployed from the walls of Pentos, their mission was to secure the capture of at least one faceless man. They had initially wished to ride out and simply toss a net around the 2 faceless men Queen Visenya had found in the forest, but they considered it too risky. So with the aid of Magister Thorello, they orchestrated a weakening in their defenses and gathered in one place to lure them in. It had gone off almost without a hitch. 2 faceless men are trapped in an empty tent. They managed to tackle both to the ground but only one survived the scuffle. Aaron was certain however that the faceless man who survived wished he did not. Not a soul was permitted to enter or exit the tent besides Queen Visenya, so only she knew the true extent of her torture of the faceless cunt, but the rumors from the guards were haunting. Skin removed from the hands and feet, plucked out eyes, lopping off the loins, even draining him of his blood. There were countless horrifying rumors circling the camp of Queen Visenya's methods, and he had heard more than one soul say, "I am glad she is on our side." All the discussions on when to march against the Bravasi fortifications were de facto moot for the time being. Without Queen Visenya it could take them moons to break through the forts erected along the coastal plain. Unfortunately for Magister Thorello and his desire for a quick war, and for the faceless bastard, Queen Visenya's priorities were firmly on the prey she caught. Enough talk of when to attack, we wait for Queen Visenya's word. Or did you not cede overall command to her? Aaron finally decided to weigh in on the discussion. His own mind and the maps laid before him had become boring. Indeed I did, but the longer we wait the more prepared Bravus will be for a siege, Magister Thorello said with all the finesse and haughtiness he expected from a wealthy Magister of Pentos. Perhaps, but waiting also means we will have proper dragon support. Bravus's preparations mean nothing in the face of dragon fire, Lord Gul Adontarth responded. Given he was a veteran of the conquest, he would know. Dragon fire? I thought you said we were to loot Bravus. To make up for the costs of this war, Magister Thorello continued to be annoyingly difficult to refute. Had it not been for the faceless men they likely would already be fighting for the city of Bravus by now. The paralysis of the army was infuriating but understandable. It was almost as infuriating as having to entrust his safety to others. Typically he was more than happy to delegate some of his own protection to his guards, but the addition of food tasters and the knowledge that practically anyone could stick him with a poisoned needle kept him up many nights. He imagined every other lieutenant and commander in the army felt the same way, and even some of the common soldiers were feeling stressed. The strike on Bravus looked more fortuitous every day because Aaron was uncertain if the army could properly fight in its current condition. Thankfully, there was a real way out now. With a faceless man captured and Queen Visenya on duty gathering information from the damned soul, perhaps they could soon know just how many faceless abominations they would need to kill before they could sleep soundly. We will all get our share from Bravus, Magister Thorello, even if we have to dredge it up from the lagoon. Aaron waved away Magister Thorello's concerns, but it appeared the stubborn Magister was not yet done. And when will that be? I do not know how long Pentos's coffers and fields can support so many men in the field, the Magister continued, and Aaron could not help but roll his eyes. Whenever we receive the order to march and seize Bravus and all her treasures, Aaron spoke plainly and calmly to the apparent simpleton. They could theoretically march there now, siege down every fort along the coastal plain, but what would be the point when they could just wait for Queen Visenya to finish with her work? Very well, Magister Thorello said over another blood-curdling scream before Aaron decided to dismiss the tent, debating over moot arguments that would do them little right now. It would be better to rest up and prepare for the march to Bravus, whenever it was fated to happen. You may all leave now, get some rest, but remain on your guard. Until Queen Visenya is done we do not know how many more faceless men are out there, he said with a particular emphasis on his own lieutenants. Personally he did not care if the old guard of the Pentoshi army died, it would probably make his plans for after the war easier. As they all left the tent one by one, apart from his guards that is, Aaron could not help but feel both proud and jealous. He could command these men so easily, but only as the voice of another, and it was not even his friend this time. This should have been his time to shine, his time to lead the army when Maegor physically could not, his time to truly prove himself, but it was not to be. Not only was the army effectively paralyzed, but he was also under the command of another. Is this my fate? To endlessly help others, Aaron thought with a frown. The best chance for his own proper ascension to greatness, and it was snatched away yet again. Fate. Aaron thought, recalling what his father told him long ago, one of the few lessons Ethan Velaryon bothered to personally teach his second son. Ethan Velaryon had taught him that House Targaryen was the peak of the world and their place was in the dragon's shadow. His father's words appeared in his mind once more. To be the second house of the realm. The most reliable supporters of House Targaryen, to aid them where possible and reap the rewards from their success, he reiterated in the stepstones, and Aaron could not help but notice the truth in them now. He had acted so foolishly for the last few years. Endlessly striving to outdo Maegor and try to find his own place under the sun. He thought it was just his friend for a while, that it was his friend's fault that he continued to live in the shadows. But Queen Visenya's actions ever since arriving proved that to not be true. No, a new truth was revealed to Aaron Velaryon. House Targaryen truly was the peak, and none could surpass them. Queen Visenya's mere presence and the presence of her dragon made any skill of his moot. Any charisma, any connections, any plans, they all meant nothing, because Queen Visenya was a dragon rider, and even if she had no friends in the army, they would listen to her. The new reality laid before him forced Aaron to open his eyes. To try and see the situation from another angle. What was he missing? What two dots could he not connect? The answers eluded Aaron still. My dream, Aaron thought with a frown, realizing his faults. His dream to be world-renowned for his accomplishments, they were indeed foolish, as his little brother Valar said. No. Not like Valar said. Aaron thought, shaking his head before collecting himself again. His dream was not foolish, nor was it impossible, he was merely trying to achieve it in the wrong way. His father said that their destiny as a house was second in the realm. Just behind House Targaryen, and was that not where he was right now? He could not see it clearly, but he was in a very enviable position. He had Maegor's ear as a trusted friend. He had already proven himself capable of aiding Maegor where he needed it most. He held a position that was the envy of most of the Narrow Sea, and he had been wasting it. Damn it all, how could I not see all of this before? Aaron thought, head in his hands. It all seemed so clear to him now. His destiny was not to rise above the rest of the world, to make everyone well aware of his presence and might, that was Maegor's destiny. Yet Aaron's dream was not an impossibility. This war already showed that Maegor would make waves, that his presence would be known throughout history, whether he conquered Essos or not. Aaron could achieve his dream, and be well known beyond just a footnote by continuing what he was doing and pushing himself further. He may never be as well known or renowned as Maegor, but there was a place in history for him. This would not be Maegor's only war, and when Maegor rode to battle on Dragonback, Aaron would be right there on the ground, ensuring the battle was won. Aaron almost sighed in relief once he put it all together, like a weight on his chest had finally been lifted and clarity returned to him. He could view his position more clearly now, and it made all his past actions seem so foolish. New plans sprang to mind in his head. He spent so long aiming to be first that he never considered how to best be second. Old conversations he had with Magisters and Maegor came to mind, plans on acquiring lands and incomes and a wife. Oh. I should speak with my father, Aaron muttered to himself. He would also need to have conversations with his brothers and Maegor. All the times Maegor pressured him to get married, all the times his own father did so too. Maegor was trying to secure his children's future, Aaron realized. His father's words rang true again. House Velaryon was second to House Targaryen, but that afforded them key privileges, namely marriages. His blood was the closest to that of a Targaryen outside of the family. He had 2 Targaryen great-grandmothers. One from his Velaryon heritage, but his mother Alaram Massey also had a Targaryen grandmother. Maegor was pushing me to marry in the event his children needed brides, Aaron thought with a shocked expression. Aaron was so focused on his dream, on trying to excel so much on the field to outshine Maegor, that he did not realize what his friend had been trying to say. It all made sense to Aaron now. Sure, Maegor might end up with plenty of daughters for each of his sons, or he may marry into Prince Aenys and Alyssa's family across the sea, but he had only 2 sons now, and Prince Aenys had 2 sons and a daughter. There was a serious possibility that Maegor's children may need to marry out of the family again, and if that were to happen, one of his potential children would be the first choice. His father's words were not only true in status but in blood as well. The Magisters of Pentos were mostly pure Valyrians, descended from the original colonists from Old Valyria. But they had intermittently mixed with the occasional local Andal lord or with the occasional foreigner. The old blood of Volantis were probably his greatest competition, but they were still behind House Velaryon. His house could boast of several Targaryen matches over the last 100 years. He outclassed each and every one of the old blood, and depending on who he married, his children would too. Fuck. Who do I marry? Aaron thought, his mind was abuzz with ideas, plans, and worries. He felt like he had been caught out in the open, like a deer helplessly in the sights of a hunting party. The war, focus on the war, Aaron forced himself to calm down. He had a lot to work on now. His friend had clearly been setting him up for a future as his right hand, and he had so far failed in that duty. Instead, figures like Illyrio Nereidis and Regodraz were filling the role he should be in. I should draft a letter to father, Aaron thought aloud as he reached for a piece of paper. The sooner he got the advice of his father the better. He had a lot of catching up to do. Maegor XX. Third moon, 33 AC. The onset of spring should have made me feel happy. Excited at the snow receding and the cold winter breeze being replaced with a nice cool one. Instead, I could not have felt any worse. Technically, I could feel worse physically. I was fully healed 2 moons ago. It was actually almost 6 moons now from the first attack, and I had effectively recovered fully, with just a little bit of lingering pain in my left arm and chest. I was more than capable of flying, and training with some guards allowed me to know I was very capable of fighting once again. Yet I remained in the Nereidis manse all the same. I should be leading the army out in Old Andalos, preparing for a final push against Bravus so I could end this damn war and bring my family back to me. Instead, I had been locked in a single manse for almost 6 moons now. It was safe to assume that there were faceless men after my life, and my moving around would only make dragging the Cretans out into the sunlight more challenging. If I were to say, move to my manse in the Velvet Hills, any faceless man in the city would have to change up their plans and positions, thus making any traps or hints of their locations null and void. As a result, I had to remain in Illyrio's manse, separated from my friends, allies, and most devastatingly of all, my family. Sending Shira and my sons away was the hardest thing I ever had to do. The countless fights I had fought in my life, from the battle against the giant of the trident where he almost slew me in that burning village, from the damp caves of the stepstones where I could have been killed in combat, from the battle with the Dothraki where I had 4 arrows pierced through my armor, even from the battle with a faceless man I had somehow survived. They all seemed so laughably easy compared to when I sent Shira and my boys away. I believe the saying was, that you do not truly know what you have until you lose it, and that was the feeling I had as I sat in a dark, secluded room in Illyrio's manse. I wanted nothing more than to fly to Dragonstone and bring all 3 of them into my arms and squeeze them tight. Especially after I received some truly horrible news from my mother, who was thankfully keeping in touch with Shira using her glass candle. When I learned that Shira was pregnant again, I had to use every ounce of my will to resist the urge to bring her to me, where she ought to be, instead of alone on Dragonstone. I should have known that our nightly activities prior to her departure would be risky, but both of us were so caught up in her leaving that she must have forgotten to take moon tea. Now she was on Dragonstone, pregnant, without our staff, and the guest of the man who banished us in the first place. I doubted Aegon would mistreat them, or I doubted he would mistreat my sons anyway, but I could not be certain for my brother's bitch wife. Perhaps it was my own concern flaring because I was not there to protect them, but I couldn't help but fear for my sons. Yet because of the faceless cunts trying to kill me, I could not be with my family. So I was denied both my family and the chance to kill those keeping them from me. All in all, it was a wonder I managed to keep myself from visiting Bravos just as my mother had. It would be so easy to just level the islands, sink the detestable city beneath the waves and be done with the war, but of course, it could not be that easy. First and foremost was the faceless man problem. My mother had managed to successfully capture one, but apparently, he resisted torture well, so we were still in the dark about the true number of assassins after us. I was not even sure if the faceless man she captured could even tell us. If he did not know, then we might truly be fucked. The prospect of a never-ending shadow war with a faceless and leaderless organization was pretty much the exact opposite of appealing. I certainly did not wish to hide away on an island for the rest of my days, so I hoped beyond hope that the doomed soul my mother was currently torturing to death had the information we needed. That was the immediate thing holding me back from just torching Bravos, but there was more. First and foremost of that was the potential to loot the city. The wealth of Bravos could not be understated. The merchant city was not only the second most populated west of Uti, but it also had no destitute slave underclass. The entire city was a metropolitan paradise by the standards of the city's true-born sisters. Proper businesses, an above-average-sized class of merchants, wealthy merchant lords, and above all else, the Iron Bank. That bank was the main target for any potential sack of Bravos. An unimaginable amount of gold likely lay within, and getting my hands on it could make me a real rival to the Lannisters when it came to the total wealth possessed. It would help springboard some more of my plans. My brother coming through for me and offering to protect my children was an unexpected surprise, but a welcome one. Even still, I could not trust him or his children fully, as much as it pained me to admit. I needed a backup plan and more backup plans for those backup plans. Becoming the single wealthiest lord west of Uti would be an excellent start. I would of course have to temper my spending more so as to not completely destroy the value of gold, but that wealth would allow many of my ideas to be sped up. Reforms to Pentos would be the first on the docket after a successful war. Acquiring the title of Prince of Pentos, increasing its powers, relegating the conclave, and reducing its power, along with reforming the foolish and time-consuming traditions, new infrastructure projects, properly subjugating Norvos and a defeated Bravos. Along with some much-needed reforms on slavery. Disposing of my political enemies and acquiring power for myself and my family would have to happen first. My victory over the hated Bravos would give me all the leeway I needed to simply purge the most troublesome of the faction poised against me, especially Prince Nevio. The prince was now plotting to assassinate me. I figured it was bound to happen, but I was surprised he was still planning on it after I defeated a faceless man. That feat quickly became the stuff of legends, and bards were already singing about it in the streets. I was of course paying for many of them to do that, but the legend persisted all the same. I had managed to outdo my great-grandfather, who never even got close enough to a living faceless man to be assassinated. Meanwhile, I had managed to defeat one in single combat. Yet Prince Nevio remained stubbornly determined to see me meet the same fate as his whore daughter. I could not have been happier seeing that detestable bitch swinging from the rope, but every action had its consequences. It really was a shame too. I quite liked Prince Nevio. Perhaps he would have ended up in the way regardless of how it played out, but I supposed that I did not need to feel bad about executing him after this war. That would free up the position of Prince of Pentos, but the position itself required many reforms. First and foremost was actual power. At the very least I needed to be able to dictate both domestic and foreign policy. Whether that be autocratic levels right from the jump or slowly working up to it through many reforms past years apart depends entirely on how I am perceived following the purge. Given Illyrio and Geshio's reactions to my plans, I doubted most of the faction aligned with me would care so long as they got a piece of the new pie I was baking. But I would likely need to reinforce their trust once more once all of my reforms were passed. As of now, the Pentoshi conclave was a right mess, Hundreds of years of traditions, customs, and superstitions had made the politics of Pentos wildly dysfunctional. Illyrio was placed in charge of that ultimate plan. The end goal as of now was an advisory body. No self-respecting dragon lord would actually share power with those underneath them, and while I would not mind delegating some proper legislating up to the conclave, I could not leave them any real power when my sons potentially took my place. Ultimately, this plan to bring Pentos under my heel was for my family. Both to secure our livelihoods and secure a future for my sons and potential daughters. As of now, I was bereft of Dragonstone, the lordship that I wanted for personal reasons. Dragonstone was where I grew up, where my mother grew up, and where my entire family did too. Where the dragons were born and raised. It was where I felt most comfortable and where I wanted to raise my children. Unfortunately, I had been denied that opportunity due to my choice of wife. I would make it 100 out of 100 more times, but all actions had their consequences. I might one day return to the island, but I was uncertain if it would be as its princely lord. I knew from my previous life that Aeneas snubbed both my mother and the alternate Maegor when he gave my island to his son. I did not think my brother would so callously spit on my honor and steal my home this time, but I could not be certain. Ideally, I would have Dragonstone and Duran would have my beloved island home lined up for him, but with that out of the picture I needed to look at my potential options. Pentos was the obvious choice. When I had first arrived in Pentos I had been wary of setting down roots, but now I had little choice. I was invested in Essos now, and I had sunk in too much blood, sweat, and tears for it to all just be disposed of. Sure, I could sell everything and move back to Dragonstone if Aeneas lifted my banishment and returned my island to me, but it would be a disgusting waste of my time here. It was sad to admit, but I could not have complete faith in my brother. His lack of communication with me over the last 5 years proved it to me. I needed a fallback plan, and Pentos was it. Securing my control over Pentos so that my children would have something in the future was a necessity, even if it complicated future relations with Aeneas and his children. Of course, just acquiring Pentos would not be sufficient. The territory had to be improved and proper hold over Bravus and Norvos had to be secured. I had already begun drawing up plans with Rego about the expansion of farms and roads to connect Bravus to Pentos via land, then more roads to connect the interior of the hinterlands better with the cities. Improvement did not just mean the roads. Rego and I had cooked up countless plans for economic expansion. New prospecting in the hills of Norvos, expansion of agriculture, easing trade between Pentos and her subjects, more trade convoys sent east, and we were currently working on the creation of this world's very first stock market. That would have to be pushed for after the war, of course. Much like the rest of the reforms, and the most drastic of all my planned reforms. My plan to eventually abolish slavery within Pentos. I was not yet willing to push for emancipation, given I would likely have to reimburse the slaveholders and there were easily 100,000 slaves in Pentos. But some reforms to make the practice more humane while I slowly worked to change the public's mind on the subject would be a good start. It was truly a shame that Bravus had such a large stick up its arse and had such a threatening assassin's order at their beck and call. For they were the one group in Essos that fought against the scourge of slavery, even if it was only tacit and half-hearted at best. Allies in this fight would be few and far between, and being able to count on a city's support in a fledgling empire would be useful. But it would not happen. Bravus was currently in a war against me, and I doubt the populace would forget grudges so quickly after their city is looted. I would not impose slavery on them after the war, of course, but their punishment had to be brutal, precisely because of their attempted assassination of me. Regardless of my future plans, fully emancipating all the slaves in Pentos would surely be a decades-long process. First would have to be a complete ban on the importation of new slaves, a ban which would no doubt be unpopular, but it would be the first step toward abolishing the accursed, stagnant institution. My separation from public life and my family did afford me one thing, I supposed. Lots of time to plan out my future. I could not allow my sons to grow up in an atmosphere of uncertainty. I wanted them to grow up not fearing for their future. Given that they would have to worry about dragons already, being secure politically will be a weight off their shoulders. Dragons were simply another problem that had to be stacked onto the pile. Ideally, my brother would lift my banishment and my access to the hatcheries on Dragonstone would be restored, but there was no guarantee to that. So the next plan revolved either around challenging my brother for eggs from Dragonstone or praying that Viagar laid a clutch. I knew from my previous life and the dragon lore I read in this one that a dragon did not necessarily need a male to produce eggs, but still, I could not help but feel a little nervous. A dragon had never been recorded laying eggs away from Dragonstone or Old Valeria from what I read, and if that was another change in this world, I would have to make a decision to secure the future for my family as a dragon riding house. Prince Maegor. I heard Dick Bean say from behind me, and I quickly turned my head to greet my squire. He was nearly 6 and 10 now, almost old enough to actually ride into battle and nearing his majority. Yes, Dick. I asked with a little more frustration than I ought to have. I had been in a near perpetually bad mood since I learned Shira was pregnant. I was already unpleasant to be around after she left, but since that news arrived, it was quite the challenge to maintain the smile that had won me many friends. A letter just arrived from Her Grace, Dick said in his usual demure tone. He was always a good squire, but ever since Shira left he did his best to not bother me, it only made me appreciate him more. I picked an excellent squire. Thank you, Dick, I said as I grasped the letter from his hands and moved to open it. It was in fact sealed with the red wax and three-headed dragon that marked it as a Targaryen letter, and I could only imagine that there was one thing written inside. I was correct in my imagination. Just a few simple words hastily, but beautifully written into the paper. 3:30 glass candle, urgent, were the words, and I smiled at them. Lighting a glass candle was never really all that easy for me. I could of course summon fire from the obsidian spires, but properly lighting one was different. It required focus, concentration, and ability. The first two I possessed plenty of, but my ability was lacking. It was a strange thing, given that I often possessed an inordinate amount of ability. Whether it be my size, my strength, how naturally sword fighting came to me, or my strong bond with my dragon. Whenever I threw my everything into something, it typically worked out for me. Glass candles were the sole exception. I knew it was not a magic problem. I had few issues with dragon riding and fewer issues with fire magic, but glass candles eluded me for a long time. I could of course detect and repulse stray attacks on my mind, as my mother taught me long ago how to do. But the deeper uses of them remained a mystery to me, but after a very long series of lessons by Shira, I figured out I could light a glass candle to speak through it, even if that was the limit to my ability. It irked me that it was, if I was even half as capable as my mother or Shira, I could lift the burden off of them. The burden of using a glass candle was great, damage to the eyes and the draining of stamina was no small thing, and if I could even help spread out some of the damage I would have happily done so. Yet it was not to be. The limit of my abilities with this damnable obsidian stick was to use it as long-distance communication. I looked once at the clock, confirming the time before I sucked in a breath and willed my candle to light. It was similar and yet different from how I called Terax to me. Less requesting and more demanding is how I would describe it. With a whoosh, a bright green flame, the same color as Terax's flames, appeared above the candle and my mind connected to it. Can you hear me? I queried into the void. Speaking in this plane was still new to me, but I was getting the hang of it. Maegor. I heard my mother respond quickly and frantically, and I felt my concern spike. What did you need to speak with me for? I asked quickly. I could act more concerned, but given she was using a glass candle she was probably all right, at least in the short term. I found it. I have everything we need, my mother's frantic words quickly translated properly, being replaced with excitement. Found what? Do you know how many faceless men are left and where they are? I asked, hope returning to my tone. With the faceless men wiped out I could not bring Shira back quite yet, but I could advance my plans to end the war with Bravus and finally secure Pentos for the long term. Yes, I know that and so much more. This fool, this cretin, he knew how to make their disgusting disguises, how to disguise yourself as another. All of their secrets are ripe for the taking from this creature's mind. This was perhaps the most excited I had ever heard my mother be. I would not quite describe her as a kid in a candy store, but it was just a level below that. Truly? I asked, bewildered. I was more focused on the true number of and location of the remaining faceless men than on the knowledge of how to make the masks, but both were incredible boons. New ideas would have to be made with my mother and Shira about how to use the new information and knowledge, but there was a more important matter to attend to. Yes, I know everything from their production to their storage to how to use them. My mother seemed quite proud of herself, even more so than normal, not that I was complaining. She really did achieve an excellent victory. Right, now then. How many are left and where are they? I asked. This news was far more important to me right now. There are just 2 left after I dispose of this brainless fool. One is after you while another has fled to Lorith. I will hunt him personally, she said with an almost predatory tone. Mother, Viagar is more important to the war effort. We can deal with the one in Lorith later. Let us focus on killing the one after me and then finishing up the war on Bravus, I offered. I wanted this war to end. If my mother went to Lorith it could take her several Senites at least to sniff out the faceless man. No. He needs to be disposed of now, before he thinks of moving again. I know what he looks like, which faces he has with him, and if I strike hard and fast he will not have a chance to further blend in, she said with resolute determination. Strike hard and fast? Surely you do not intend to attack Lorith too? I asked, a little concerned. The conquest of Lorith was simply unnecessary. With de facto control over both Bravus and Norvos, Lorith would be an effective client state for me regardless. Not to mention another war would delay my bringing Shira and my boys back. No, I will kill the beast personally. I know the house he is currently staying in. His current identity, and even his occupation. Hunting down a single fisherman will take me no more than a Senite, she further explained her plan, and I was nervous to agree. I figured she would do so anyway, but it was still troublesome. Promise me you will be safe, I reluctantly said. I knew she would go anyway, so I would at least get a promise from her. I will. Total victory is in sight, my son. After these two are gone our family will never have to worry about these wretches ever again, my mother exclaimed excitedly, and I could not help but share her sentiment. Her attack had been much more successful than originally thought. Very well, I will remain on the lookout for anyone after me here. The moment he is slain I will ride out to meet with you in Old Andalos, I said with a little more energy than I had before. A true end to this shadow war was possible, and with an end to that conflict, the real war could be fought and won. Excellent, the one after you looked like an Andal the last time this mindless fool saw him. Fair-haired, green eyes, and a hooked nose. I know it does not give you much to go off of, and he may have changed his identity since then, but unfortunately, that is all I can give you. My mother's tone turned apologetic. It is fine, I will end this assassin after me and then we will win this war, I said, fire returning to my tone for the first time since Shira left. Indeed we will. Visenya 8. Third Moon, 33 AC. The deeply forested hills that covered the coastline of northwestern Essos were hardly the best places to use a glass candle, but Visenya would make do. She had to, for it was her duty to tie up this last loose end. Sure, there was one more after her son. One that would be sniffed out and disposed of soon, but hers was frankly the more important target. Her son was now fully healed and should have less than zero trouble laying a trap for the faceless coward. She had also warned him about the different poisons he may use, and that meant that he was no doubt preparing the cures for them as she fiddled with the chest strapped to her beloved Viagar's saddle. The glass candle she brought into the field was in dire straits. The finely crafted nature of a glass candle and the material made them quite fragile, and it seemed her current one had suffered from its use as a paperweight for more than a century. The finely sharpened points and stunning carvings that decorated her glass candle on dragonstone were nowhere to be seen. Instead, the candle was merely a plain stick of dragon glass with the faintest scratches on it. Honestly, Visenya was surprised it even worked. Same with the one her son now used in Pentos, and the one that her good daughter formerly used. She knew from the stories her father told, and her own experience, that glass candles were remarkably fragile, prone to breaking at the slightest misuse. Which meant that the glass candle she currently had with her was going to break. It was already getting hard to light, and her sway over the malformed mass of black glass was fraying already. It was an incredible find from Shira, but Visenya would have to look for another. Perhaps Volantis has some, Visenya thought as she finally got the smaller box down from her Viagar's saddle. The glass candle she brought with her was the smallest one her family possessed. Volantis was widely known for its reverence toward old Valeria, even if Visenya could see through it. Volantis was the eldest surviving child of Valeria, and thus foolishly considered itself as the heir to the legacy of dragon lords. It was a farce, of course, the only heirs to old Valeria that still lived was her own family. But regardless, the Volantens had done extensive work in cultivating that image. They worshipped the 14 gods of old Valeria, the ones that her ancestors supposedly worshipped. It was also a farce, of course. It was not merely the 14 gods that were worshipped in old Valeria. No, easily 1,000 gods were honored in her ancestral home, but none were feared. Nor did her ancestors even particularly believe in gods at all. The fragmentary remains of old history books on Dragonstone indicated that true worship of the 14 had died out for the most part. In everyone except the Dragon Keepers, that is. Yet the Dragon Keepers did earnestly believe in the 14 flames, and rightfully worshipped House Targaryen because of it. Meanwhile, the Volantens only paid lip service, as seen in their disrespect of her house. Volantis clearly took after old Valeria in its indifference to religion. Had they been true believers, then they would have welcomed House Targaryen as their rightful sovereigns. Yet the stubborn Volantens had delusions of grandeur. They would likely be the next big challenge for her family. Volantis had been humbled by Aegon and Argilac but not broken. No decisive blow was truly dealt, the city was not sacked, the ports not burned, and no farms were destroyed. No, Volantis remained a city of almost 1 million souls with a half-dozen other cities that dwarfed even Old Town back in Westeros. Volantis was no doubt licking her wounds now and preparing on how to act. They had a myriad of options ahead of them, many paths they could choose to take. If they were ruled by an intelligent trio of triarchs, they would get a favorable deal with her son and not test him further. Volantis held many distinct advantages regarding relations with House Targaryen compared to the other free cities. Distance was the first. Volantis was not directly bordering Pentos except for a small territorial dispute in the Golden Fields, which meant that her son's actions were not directly threatening their security. There was also the matter of the Dothraki. It was no secret that Goltemo was aiming for Volantis. The prize 250,000 Roiner could not take. It would have been the jewel in his crown if he actually managed to capture it. The united Dothraki menace had been ended by her son 3 years ago now, but they were not wiped out fully. There remained thousands of Dothraki east of Qohor, dominating the fallen kingdom of Sarnur. Another call of Khals could very well pop up in the ensuing chaos. Even then, the damage a single band of Dothraki could cause should not be underestimated. Volantis and her lesser cities did have high walls, but their farms did not. An alliance of sorts would be natural and easy to agree to. Volantis was not without things to give House Targaryen. Trade with the city could very well be lucrative and work to build her family's wealth even further. Even if she doubted it would be necessary after the Iron Bank was looted. Then came the last point in favor of Volantis, the Old Blood. The Old Blood of Volantis was a very obvious choice for brides if her son could not work out something with Aeneas or House Velaryon. Many of the Old Blood were directly related to old members of the 40 families, even if they were descendants of branches of branch families their blood was still by far the purest outside of houses Targaryen, Velaryon, Celtigar, and Cahiris. Visenya wondered if any were currently considering sending offers as she fiddled with the small iron box. None would be accepted until Shira could no longer have more children, but prospective offers could be useful in scouting out potential allies behind the black walls. Regardless, I have work to do, Visenya thought, resolving herself for the foolish thing she was about to do. Visenya hauled the small iron box near the entrance of a cave Viagar spotted from the sky. She needed a place dark and quiet to use her glass candle, and given she was currently in the wilderness, there were few options. Viagar did not sense anything dangerous in the cave she was about to enter, but even still, she would be relying entirely on her dragon to keep her safe. Can she keep me safe from what I am about to do, however? Visenya thought before dropping to her knees and willing the candle to light. The sensation of leaving her body was a familiar one to Visenya. She had been doing this ever since she was 2 and 10 after all. Yet doing it alone was quite the dangerous thing to do. Glass candles were remarkably dangerous, there was a reason for their distinctive design. Misusing the glass candles could lead to a myriad of horrible effects. Whether they be on your eyes, lungs, or even the candle itself. Yet her position necessitated quickness and surprise. She knew from experience that operating a glass candle solo would not kill her, even if it would hurt like hell. That was for the future, however, as Visenya glided past Viagar, who followed her movements with her glowing green eyes, before she began moving toward Lorith. She had no idea how long she would have to look to find the Cretan, so it would be better to start early. Lorith was a deeply disappointing city on the eyes. As a free city, it ought to have been sizable and wealthy, benefiting from the trade and wealth brought on by the freehold. Yet the dreary, bleak islands instead reminded her of a more depressing Dragonstone, without the dragons and Dragonmont that made her island home so special. Regardless, she had a lead and the docks of the city were visible from her position. She quickly willed her form to the docks and began her search. Wasting time was not an option, she had potentially 200,000 souls to sift through, and every second was precious. The docks were relatively clean at the moment, or well, as clean as docks could be. The ships were all preparing to launch to fish, hunt seals, and some of the larger ships even looked like they might be hunting leviathans. Certainly, they will not mind if Viagar takes some for herself, Visenya thought with a smile as she continued to sift through the docks. Looking for any out-of-place persons. Viagar had grown enormously over the course of Visenya's life. Viagar was 6 and 30 when Visenya claimed her at the age of 3 and 10. At the time she was not even half of Balrion's size. Now she was close to 70% by her estimate. When her precious bronze and green she-dragon was smaller, she would be satisfied by 2 bulls or around 5 and 10 sheep. Now, however, Viagar could easily consume thrice that amount. Such was the cost of having bigger and bigger dragons. Not only did the cost to feed them increase, but the cost of housing them too. The dragon pit on Dragonstone only had 4 and 10 true stables, even if some dragons could theoretically share a stable if the need arose. The dragon pit in King's Landing was honestly an intelligent idea, as much as she hated to give Aegon credit for it. Their house was clearly going to continue to acquire more dragons. As seen most recently when Aeneas's firstborn brat had claimed a pale blue hatchling. They already matched Enar the Exile now in the number of dragons, even if the dragons they had now paled in size compared to the beasts Enar brought from old Valeria. 5 was an excellent start, and with plenty more eggs in the hatcheries, enough that all of her grandchildren should be dragon riders. We will likely need more, Visenya thought with a frown as she passed a group of grimy old men, begging sailors of all people for some gold. With the destruction of the faceless men, the only way her house would truly be tested was on the field of battle. A dragon made most battles trivial, but having only a handful limited their usefulness. Not to mention there was a historical precedent to follow. Valeria brought 300 to Volantis to face the Roiner after losing 3, and her siblings lost 1 when taking West Eros. It looked likely that her grandchildren would have to fight at some point. Whether it be against forces in West Eros, Essos, or the Dothraki she did not know, but she would feel a hell of a lot better with them atop dragons. Thankfully, her son was currently working on a solution. It was a shame there were no hatchlings to be claimed on Dragonstone, but it was not the end of the world. After all, Aenys would be taking the throne after her brother, and she was confident Maegor could force Aenys's hand. They had already mulled it over a little bit. From the letter sent it seemed like Aenys still cared about Maegor, and her son was fully willing to leverage that to get dragons for his children. As he should, Visenya thought as she scanned the interior of a small fishing trawler. Frankly, securing dragons was the most important thing for Maegor to do once the faceless men were finished off. There you are. Visenya thought with a smile as something caught the corner of her vision. A man with an overly sized head, fake eyes, and a face behind the one he wore. A plain leather tunic, black hair, an unassuming face, and a bushy beard. That was the disguise he wore, and it was different from the one the faceless man she killed remembered. It is a good thing I arrived here so fast, Vaisanya thought, nearly shuddering at the thought of this supremely dangerous creature slipping from her grasp. She had him now, however. She mentally marked which ship the ugly creature climbed aboard and tracked it all the way out to sea, only separating when they began casting away their nets. It's now or never, Vaisanya thought as she returned at a breakneck pace back to the forested peninsula she was currently hiding Viagar in. She had to get back to her body and cook this cretin before he had a chance to slip away. In no time at all, Vaisanya made it back to her stationary body and resolved herself. She could not quite take a deep breath given her non-corporeal form, but she resolved herself nonetheless. What she was about to do was supremely dangerous. Vaisanya worked over the procedure in her mind. She had to force herself out of her projection. Which was not only dangerous but it was also quite challenging. She had done it once before. When she was training with one of her 2 glass candles that used to reside on Dragonstone. Now there was only one. Vaisanya slowly reached out a hand and then her world went dark. Before suddenly blaring to life. Agony washed over her first, a blinding, searing pain that rolled over her entire body. Then came the tremors in her mind. She fought hard to retain her composure. Fighting through the loud bang that resounded from her glass candle shattering into a million small fragments. Along with the pained roar of her beloved dragon, whom she was currently relying on to steady her mind. She pulled on her connection with Viagar as her mind righted itself. She was rushing an already dangerous process and thankfully she had a mental companion she could depend on. Without Viagar, her mind could easily break. After what felt like hours but was only seconds in real time. Vaisanya's bloodshot eyes opened to see the concerned green eye of her Viagar looking at her. Then came more pain, as she felt blood begin to trickle from her nose, ears, and eyes. But it was worth it, her play worked. She was out and lucid, which was all she needed to end the faceless men threat outside of Pentos. Vaisanya rose to her wobbly knees in pain. The last time she did this was when she was 3 and 10. Not only did it leave her bedridden for a full day but it also cost them one of their 2 glass candles. Vaisanya shakily crawled up Viagar's lowered wing and strapped herself tightly into the saddle of Viagar. She knew she would survive even if she did pass out, which she would inevitably do at some point. She knew full well that it would take her at least a day of rest, thankfully she was not needed after this one last act. For her son was already laying a trap for the last faceless man on a mission as she secured the last buckle. The pain in her mind reminded her why she did not bother teaching Shira this method. Not only could they really not afford to lose their soul glass candle on Dragonstone but she also did not want her good daughter to go through the pain she was currently experiencing. The ordinary pain and exhaustion that accompanied using a glass candle was enough. Sovs, Viagar, Vaisanya said with a light whip of her reins. She did not have the mental strength to command her dragon with her mind, as she would typically do. Viagar listened dutifully, just as Vaisanya wished. She spent a lifetime with Viagar and there was no hesitation or miscommunication possible between them. They were practically one and the same. With a leap and a powerful beat of her 2 great bronze wings, Viagar was foisted into the sky. Slowly and then very quickly climbing higher and higher above the treeline. In just a few moments they were above the Bay of Lorith, and then she directed her dragon toward where she knew the faceless man was. The pain made the flight feel longer than it truly was. She and Viagar could not have been flying for more than 5 and 10 minutes according to Maegor's new clock before she spotted the small fishing boat. This time she was able to suck in a breath as she lined up Viagar for an attack. A steep dive followed by a long burst of fire, to ensure that the faceless man died. A few innocent fishermen would also be caught in the flames but it was a worthy sacrifice in Vaisanya's opinion. Angs, Viagar. Vaisanya said as she pulled on the reins and Viagar entered her dive. Like a bolt of lightning, they shot toward the choppy waves beneath. She had deliberately taken Viagar high to hide from the faceless man potentially spotting them but it seemed she caught them unawares as none reacted to her attack. Just before they reached the water, Viagar pulled up ever so slightly and released a torrent of flames from the water line. Vaisanya rocked back and forth in the saddle but was a familiar feeling. One she could almost fall asleep to. Vaisanya heard the ship explode before she saw the fragments of the small wooden vessel scatter through the sky. The water inside the boat must have turned to steam and exploded, which was fine by Vaisanya, so long as it killed the faceless man that was. Viagar flapped her great leathery wings several times, continuing to rain her scorching hot flames onto the rapidly sinking wreckage and water below. The fire continued for so long that Vaisanya could actually see the sea boiling. Good, he has to be dead, Vaisanya thought with a tired smile as she spotted all 24 bodies of the sailors she had seen float to the surface. If the initial blast of fire did not get him, the several minutes of time in the boiling ocean certainly did. Vaisanya pulled on Viagar's reins and chanced a mental command. Her mind was still reeling from her action with the glass candle but it worked nonetheless. After Viagar made one more pass with her flames and ensured every piece of wreckage was either burning or the water around it was boiling, she turned southwest and began her flight back toward Pentos. Sorry girl, Visenya thought with a small smile. She never got to grab a piece of Leviathan for Viagar. 38 Alyssa 4/Maegor XXI. Alyssa 4. Third Moon, 33 AC. Dragonstone was not what one would call beautiful by ordinary standards. The dark grey to black color palette left a drab and dreary atmosphere hanging about the castle. Especially when the spring storms arrived and the island was almost constantly being battered by storms that would give everywhere but storms end a fright. Alyssa would prefer a more colorful castle, perhaps like Maidenpool or Highgarden. Alyssa knew of course that Highgarden was a lofty example, but she hoped that one day King Aegon's Red Keep could rival its majesty. She had flown over Highgarden with her husband the Senite after her wedding and had even gotten the chance to spend a night in its halls. The vibrant colors and stunning decorations were more than enough to leave a lasting impression. Oh, how she could not wait for the building of the Red Keep to be done so she could begin helping with the decorations. She could already imagine it now, exactly how the walls and rooms would look. From the weirwood furniture, to the tapestries made by Dragonstone's native weavers, to the illustrious paintings imported from Tyrosh or the Reach, to the gold and splendor House Targaryen acquired from the conquest, not to mention her plans for the gods would. She spent what must have been moons scouring all the books she could find on flora. She was already making arrangements to import clippings from Highgarden, along with a weirwood sapling from Winterfell itself. Flowers from the Reach were also a must, even if she had to make a glass house to keep them all alive. This Red Keep was to be the symbol of Targaryen power. A stunning red fortress atop Aegon's high hill, viewable for miles by sea like the high tower in Old Town and domineering of the city below like Harrenhal. Unfortunately, she figured it would be up to her to ensure the castle did not adopt the same dreary look her family seemed to enjoy. Castle Dragonstone was obviously dark and dreary, what with it being molded by the Valyrian stone singers. The very same as the ones who built the bedazzling cities of old Valyria. Of course, Dragonstone was a military outpost, so it lacked the distinctive beauty that the cities on the Valyrian peninsula of old were known for, but it still had a harsher beauty, much like the dragons housed within its dragon pit. Meanwhile, her native castle Driftmark was similarly dreary for less worthy reasons. Her paternal castle was old and unlike Dragonstone, clearly showing its age. The fortress was quickly thrown up by her ancestors when they arrived on the island and established themselves as lords. It served them plenty well for the years when they were simply merchant lords, ferrying goods from the free cities to the towns in Blackwater Bay. Now however, as the second house of the realm, after visiting so very many castles on her husband's progresses, she could not help but feel the castle was inadequate. Perhaps father will build a new one, he always did like copying, taking inspiration from King Aegon, Alyssa thought as she made another pass with her needle. She was currently embroidering a silver seahorse on a teal background. Her father always was one for grand plans. It was his desire to be the second house in the realm after all. Honestly, her house was lucky King Aegon and Orys Baratheon had a falling out and Argella Durrandon bore him no daughters, for if she had, she very well may not have married her husband. Alyssa shook away such horrifying thoughts however, especially those deep dark thoughts about how she might have married the other Targaryen prince if Lord Orys bore a daughter. Yet those thoughts were meaningless, and Alyssa much preferred to think about castles. Which brought her back around to Castle Driftmark. The interior of the castle was stunning, her house was wealthy and her father and ancestors were certainly not misers. Castle Driftmark was adorned with all manner of precious metals and gemstones. Silver chandeliers, gold-framed paintings, and statues carved in the likeness adorned the halls of Dragonstone, albeit with ruby, sapphire, and amethyst eyes and markings. Yet the actual castle left plenty to be desired. The interior was plastered, much like the other castles in Westeros, but the exterior was salt-stained and dark. It gave the exterior of the castle an almost dirty look, and despite it being her childhood home, she was glad she would get a fresh start with the Red Keep. Then came the least prominent and most forgotten Valyrian stronghold of Westeros. Claw Isle had the smallest castle out of the 3 Valyrian islands on Westeros. It was also the most shoddy in its construction. Her father had told her that the lords of Claw Isle tended to be misers and would rather hoard their treasures, which they apparently had plenty of, instead of spending it on improving their castle. Alyssa supposed she could not blame them too much. House Celtigar was the least wealthy and least prestigious out of the 3 original Valyrian houses in Westeros. The world they lived in was cutthroat, and even a single trading ship going down could seriously harm the gold of a family depending on the cargo. She understood the desire to be conservative in the pursuit of victory, especially after she learned firsthand what acting impulsively got her. Mother. Rena suddenly spoke, and the abrupt end to the silence caused Alyssa to misplace her needle. Of course, Alyssa thought, spying the blemish on her seahorse before raising her head. Yes, Rena. Alyssa asked her firstborn. She was mildly upset about her spoiled embroidery, but she would make another in the future. Why is Aunt Shira not doing this with us? Rena innocently asked, and Alyssa could just barely prevent a frown from slipping onto her face. Aunt, Alyssa thought, despising the unearned honor. Why should her Targaryen daughter address a whore with that title? Regardless of who the wench was married to, House Kahiris was so far below her own house, let alone House Targaryen, that they may as well be small folk. She is spending the day with her mother, Rena, Alyssa replied curtly. She had been doing that more often with her daughter. Rena clearly awakened some dragon blood from her bonding with Dreamfire, as her perfect quiet daughter had become remarkably inquisitive and troublemaking. Well, why aren't they both here then? Rena continued to press, conveniently not working on her own embroidery of a familiar-looking pale blue dragon on a black background. I believe they are with the Shira's sons right now, Alyssa continued to be curt, hoping that her wonderful, intelligent, 10-name-day-old daughter would catch the hint and switch the topic. Well, can I go see them? Rena suddenly asked, and Alyssa had no choice but to cough into her hand. And why would you want to do that? Don't you want to spend the day with your mother? Alyssa said with an accusatorial tone. She had deliberately carved out some private time with her daughter, and now said daughter wanted to go spend time with her mother's mortal enemy. Because playing with cousin Duran and baby Balin is fun, and this is boring, Rena said after standing up and placing her needle and thread on a table, along with her unfinished embroidery. Rena, embroidery is a pastime fit for a princess, you must learn how to do it. Alyssa used the chance to lecture her daughter instead of giving her an answer she could not stomach to give. I don't care. I want to go play with Aegon and Viserys and cousin Duran. Not sit here and stick myself in the thumb 100 times. Rena descended into a pout, an expression that became much more common on her face after she bonded with her Dreamfire. Oh, how Alyssa wanted to reprimand her daughter. Give her a firm no and sit her back down to learn more ladylike activities, yet she could not. Rena may be her daughter, but she was the daughter of her husband too, not to mention the granddaughter of King Aegon himself. Rena had thankfully not quite learned it yet, but Alyssa feared the day when Rena would complain to King Aegon after being reprimanded. How was she to parent a child that held the king's ear? Very well, but you will give me a completed embroidery of Dreamfire by the end of this se'night, Rena, or I will tell your father you are slacking, Alyssa said through grit teeth. This was her one area of actual leverage. She could still convince Aenys to punish their daughter. Thank you, mother. Rena switched to a cheery expression instantly and practically skipped out of the hall. Alyssa could not help but wonder if her energetic daughter would rush straight to the nursery or find her brother first. Hopefully to Aegon, Alyssa thought as she laid down her embroidery, threads, and needles and stood from her sitting position. She was proud to say that her two eldest got along great. They did practically everything together, and while they were not twins, they worked closely enough in sync for some to believe so. Her perfect son would protect his big sister from the horrible influence she was walking into. Alyssa knew it. She herself would go, but she could not bring herself to be in the presence of Shira Kahiris. She stomached it for family meals, but that was just about all she could manage. She had hoped that with the banishment of the white-haired whore, Alyssa would never see the traitor or her dangerous husband ever again. Yet this world was far too cruel and unforgiving for such a blessing to make its way to her. Instead, she was beggared with tales and fictions of Prince Maegor Targaryen's SI adventures. While the distance left more room for her children to take their rightful place, she still could not avoid hearing of the damnable other half of House Targaryen. She knew in the back of her mind that she was likely to see them again. What with her husband's bleeding heart and blindness to the dangers his half-brother brought. But she thought she could persuade him to at least keep him and his family banished. In Essos they were a distant concern, no real threat to their children, especially without dragons. Yet her efforts and whispers had not been enough, and worse yet. It had earned her the displeasure of her husband and King Aegon. Aenys was oblivious for so long, blissfully ignorant of the quiet battle waged between herself and Queen Visenya all those years ago. Yet it seemed he finally caught on to her true thoughts of his half-brother, or at least what he thought her thoughts were. Truthfully, she did not really care for Maegor Targaryen's children. At least for now, they were of no threat to her or her children. Duran was a year younger than her own little boy Viserys, who was just barely beginning to speak in sentences. Then Balin was even younger, not even a year old when the brat arrived on Dragonstone. Then Maegor's third child had not even left the womb yet. To think he and King Aegon would think of me so negatively, Alyssa thought with a frown as she continued to pack her belongings. The night her husband sent the letter to Pentos, he brought her into a private room and with the most determination and strength she had ever seen from her husband, lectured her. Alyssa, Aenys said after pulling her into a quiet room. Alyssa was shocked at his forcefulness, but she would not say she was upset about it. If she was correct in assuming he pulled her aside for some fun, that is. Yes, husband. Alyssa responded with just a drop of lust in her tone. Testing the waters, so to speak, she could play any role her husband wanted. Yet it seemed she read her husband wrong that day. I need you to listen to me, and not talk back, Aenys said with clearly feigned confidence. But she listened all the same. Her husband may be rather meek compared to most, but he was still her husband, and it was her duty to obey. Of course, Alyssa dropped the lusty tone, a little disappointed. I have just invited Shira Kahiris and her 2 sons to stay here on Dragonstone for the duration of my brother's war with Bravus, Aeneas said through grit teeth like he was trying to calm himself down. Wah! Alyssa began before Aeneas continued and uncharacteristically spoke over her. They are my guests here, mine and my father's. I do not want to hear anything about you slandering or gossiping about them. Do you understand? Aeneas said with a stern look, one that was not faked. What? Alyssa asked again, dumbfounded. I will not stand for any slanderous remarks sent their way by you, Alyssa. I know you spread plenty about Shira in the past and I will tolerate no more. Should you disobey me, I will have you sent to Driftmark for the duration of their stay, Aeneas threatened her and Alyssa could only continue to stay dumbfounded, even if she simply nodded her head. Alyssa huffed while remembering that lecture. King Aegon gave her a similar one a sennight after her husband. Do they think so little of me? Alyssa thought with a frown as he passed a group of guards. Sure, she would happily gossip and spread some half-truths about Shira under normal circumstances, but she did not need to. Frankly, all of her work was already done. Shira's unofficial title was an open secret around the court. Not to mention, what on earth would she gain from slandering 2 babes? She already decided she did not need to slander Shira any longer, at least not while she was here, even if the dastardly witch was working hard to repair her image with the court. She was making regular appearances with her sons during petitions now, along with attending balls and banquets. She even worked up a small group of ladies-in-waiting, even if they were mostly Dragonstone locals or from Pentos. Ultimately Shira's stay was temporary, so she could stomach it. So long as she did not get too comfortable on Dragonstone, that is. The walk from her room to the nursery was not a long one. Alyssa had been almost ready for bed when she realized she had not bid her wonderful little Viserys good night. So she quickly threw on her nightgown and made her way toward the nursery. Perhaps her husband would be a little upset at a delay in their nightly fun, but she would make it up to him in the morning. The guards flanking her left and right, led by her sworn shield and uncle, Corlys Velaryon, moved swiftly in the dark halls of Dragonstone, barely illuminated by the torches that adorned the halls. I have heard that oil lamps are better, perhaps I should ask Aeneas about it, Alyssa thought with a smile. Her husband thankfully shared her like of decor. Oil lamps would be more expensive, but it was not like House Targaryen was hurting for gold exactly, not to mention that a brighter castle would be good for everyone involved. Alyssa smiled to herself as she thought up the costs and potential sources for oil. IB and Lorith were obvious choices, what with Bravus effectively taken out of the market. Then again, perhaps her father would like to muscle into that market. Some more diversified sources of income certainly couldn't hurt, in Alyssa's opinion at least. In no time at all, Alyssa was standing outside of the nursery, waiting for her uncle to say the password so she could see her darling second son. Her husband's spare and the future hand of the king for her son Aegon. 97 dragons, her uncle said, and was met with an affirmative from the guard inside before the door was opened and Alyssa slipped inside the dark nursery. Yet she was not blessed with solitude, her old adversary was also in the room. The clearly pregnant white-haired bitch was set comfortably on Alyssa's preferred rocking chair, with what must have been her son Balon cradled in her arms. Good evening, Lady Alyssa, Shira said quietly. Is her brat asleep? Alyssa thought before she steadied herself. She was being watched after all. She would be the picture of grace. Good evening, Lady Shira. How are you feeling? Alyssa offered easily as she moved toward the cradle of her son Viserys. She smiled easily as she stared down at her silver-haired bundle of joy, almost able to tune out what the white-haired bitch had to say. Oh, I am all right, simply bidding good night to my sons, that's all, Shira said tiredly. It was big news on the island when it broke that Shira was with child. Even more attention on her, of course, Alyssa thought with a frown as she leaned down to place a chaste kiss on her son's head. What a coincidence, I was just here to do the same, Alyssa said quickly, moving to leave the room before she stopped at the entrance. Why was she fleeing? Why was it her that had to tread lightly around this guest of theirs? She had deliberately been avoiding the nursery for the last few moons, trying to avoid speaking with Shira when possible. I've been cowering, Alyssa realized. She had been so hell-bent on avoiding Shira Kahiris that she had been neglecting time with her youngest. A resolute look of determination appeared on Alyssa's face then. She turned right back around and took a seat across from Shira. This was a game now, the first to leave lost, and Alyssa intended to win. Oh? Shira asked, seemingly intrigued at her gesture. I must apologize, Shira. I have been awfully rude to you thus far, Alyssa said the words easily, even if she hated them internally. She had to play glib here, what with Sir Addison Hill and her uncle Sir Corlys listening. How thoughtful of you. But you need not apologize. The water is well under the bridge now, Lady Alyssa, Shira replied with the same fake tone she offered. She clearly learned quite a bit from the Queen, Alyssa thought. The Shira she knew from when the girl was just 3 and 10 was nothing like the one before her. Are you in the mood to talk? I know you must be exhausted with your current condition, Alyssa said with a coy smile. Of course, Shira took the bait readily, before turning to Sir Addison Hill. Forgive me for asking, but might you all wait outside? Shira asked and Alyssa was stunned. My lady, I am afraid I am under orders to guard you, Sir Addison Hill said and her uncle Corlys gave her a look. Would you not be protecting me outside of this door? There is but one entrance and it is just myself and Lady Alyssa. I merely wish to have a private chat with my good sister, Shira said with a shocking amount of charm. An amount Alyssa did not know her old brazen adversary could muster. Sir Addison gave her uncle a look before turning back to Shira. I am afraid I must insist, my lady. I am under direct orders, Sir Addison said again and Shira looked at her then, giving an unimpressed look. A challenge, Alyssa thought through narrowed eyes. I agree with Lady Shira. We are but two ladies who wish to have a private talk. Surely you can afford us a few minutes, Alyssa turned up her own charm. Just to be met with the same suspicious expression her uncle had been giving her for a while now. I must insist as well, my lady, he said simply. Ugh, Alyssa began, dreading the humiliation she would have to endure. I speak true, uncle, I will behave myself. I merely wish to discuss some things privately with my good sister, Alyssa said barely avoiding gritting her teeth. Your secrets are safe with us, we shall not speak of this to anyone, Sir Addison said again before Alyssa grabbed her uncle's wrist. Please, uncle. I promise to be good, Alyssa turned up the charm as much as she could. She was being truthful too, she had less than zero desire to enter a screaming match with Shira anyway. Her beloved uncle, Sir Corlys Velaryon heaved a heavy sigh before turning to Sir Addison. I heard a commotion outside, let us make sure the hallway is secure, he said in a wonderfully fake tone of surprise and Sir Addison gave him a look that screamed are you sure before her uncle led him and all the guards from the room. You have half an hour, he whispered to her and Shira before they left the room. The new clocks brought from Pentos made timing things like this much easier. Alyssa turned to Shira then, and her fake smile turned to a scowl. Meanwhile, Shira's own smile turned to a look of indifference. I must ask, why the challenge? Alyssa spoke casually, the bitch in front of her did not deserve the courtesy befitting a lady. Shhh, we must whisper. They are still listening, Shira said while pointing to the closed wooden door and Alyssa narrowed her eyes. And I must apologize for I must answer your question with another, what challenge? Shira whispered with a coy smile hidden in the dark nursery. This bitch, Alyssa thought, already racking her tired mind to keep up with her old friend, who she was just now remembering was a damn fine speaker. You can cut the act, we both hate each other, it is no secret, Alyssa offered a whisper of her own. If Shira wanted to talk privately she would not mince words. When they were alone, dancing around the subject simply wasted their little time. Hate? I would argue that is too strong a word. I would say the only people in this world whom I hate are the faceless men, and as many frustrations I have with you, I loathe them far more, Shira said easily, retaining her coy smile. Like a cat that had its prey within its grasp. Before Alyssa could continue, Shira spoke further. Besides, you are the one who asked to chat, I merely gave you the polite reply, Shira said with a light shrug of her shoulders and Alyssa narrowed her eyes once more. Yet you are the one who spends all damn day in here, keeping me from my son, Alyssa accused. Shira must know, that as much as she hated to admit it, her former friend was smart. You are always welcome to join me, King Aegon does frequently, and your husband too. It seems you are the one keeping yourself from Prince Viserys, Shira offered a retort and Alyssa stemmed the growing rage within her. She would not fall for Shira's schemes. Says the one intruding on our home, Alyssa offered her own remark, aiming to cut deep. Alyssa knew from her husband that Shira was still dealing with being entirely at their mercy. Your home? This was once my home too, you know, and may very well be again, Shira said with a small glance around the dark room. Likely admiring the statues that adorned the walls. Oh? Confident are you? Alyssa said with a cocksure smile of her own. If Shira genuinely believed her family would return to this island with no struggle she was wrong. Alyssa did not care if she had to get this island gifted to her son or her daughter, it would not be Maegor's again. I am. My husband still wishes to return here and from the looks of it, yours wants him to come home too, Shira continued and Alyssa silently stared at her. So that is why you are playing nice with the court, despite what they say about you, Alyssa connected the dots. Shira was preparing for when Alyssa's foolish husband welcomed the biggest threat to their children back with open arms. That is some of it, yes, although I must say that getting to properly know my good family is nice. Your daughter Princess Rena is a sweetheart and Prince Aegon's enthusiasm is infectious, Shira whispered wistfully. Continuing to rock back and forth in her chair. Is that what you are doing now? Getting to know your good family? Alyssa offered with a little bit of a snicker. Is that seriously why she wants to speak with me? Alyssa could almost break out into a laugh at the notion. Surely Shira was not so daft. No, unfortunately, I already know you quite well. But I am trying to reach an accord with you, even if you seem resolutely determined to hate me until the day you die, Shira said, and Alyssa was stunned. Reach an accord with me? Alyssa asked, dumbfounded. Indeed, as much as we may loathe each other. You are the one person in the world who I can actually relate to, Shira said with a sincerity that confused Alyssa. Relate to? Oh please Shira. We are nothing alike, Alyssa offered her gut reaction. She was nothing like the freak in front of her, nothing at all. Aren't we? Shira simply asked, the sly cunt knowing Alyssa would think about it. We are not, Alyssa thought instantly. All one needed to do was look at their paternal houses and families. Alyssa was a proud member of House Velaryon, centuries old and one of the wealthiest in the realm. Shira meanwhile was descended from some low-born Valyrian who followed Lord Enar across the sea. Even if she had some Celtigar blood too, Alyssa was better. Not to mention that Shira's family was truly pathetic. Alyssa almost didn't have to do anything to destroy Shira's reputation. Not only did the bitch's own actions get her in hot water, but her family was a mess. A spendthrift mother, a destitute and dying father, and her brother was Gargan the Guest. Shira's brother was quickly earning a reputation in court. His frequent escapades into the brothels of Harrenton spread far and wide, and the scandal that he spawned on his wedding night was so bad it was talked about in King's Landing. The man-whore visited a brothel on his wedding night, after the bedding. House Leicester was positively apoplectic upon learning of the act, and Lord Duran Cahiris had to spend even more of his dwindling funds to placate them. Now his escapades drew the attention of the whole Riverlands, each one another stain on House Cahiris' honor. Alyssa was also the typical Valyrian beauty. Silver hair, purple eyes, and unblemished pale skin. Meanwhile, Shira was an albino, with white hair, red eyes, and skin the color of milk. A freak that wasted her perfect figure. Alyssa tried to deny the hint of jealousy in her mind when she first laid eyes on Shira Cahiris again. Despite being a mother twice over, Shira had a nigh-perfect body. A large bosom, thin waist, wide hips, and long, alluring legs. Meanwhile, Alyssa was still plenty able to turn heads, but she was still working to lose the weight gained during her latest pregnancy. She was nowhere near what could be called fat, but she certainly weighed more than Shira, despite being shorter. Yet Alyssa ran out of differences there, and so her mind had to turn to the dreaded similarities. First off, they were both Valyrians, even if Shira's looks did her true blood a disservice. They were both from a dwindling people, bereft of their homeland. Next, they were both mothers. Alyssa thrice over and Shira soon to be thrice over. Motherhood united nearly all women in the world. So Alyssa could begrudgingly admit they were alike in that way. Yet it went beyond that. They were both mothers to Targaryens. Their children were so far above their station that it beggared belief. She had already bemoaned her troubles in parenting Rena. Knowing that Shira would one day have her own struggles brought a smile to Alyssa's face. The last key similarity was they were both married to a Targaryen as well. They were blessed with the opportunity to be a part of, even if only nominally, the greatest and most powerful family in the world. They both bedded princes and they both bore them sons and heirs. So Alyssa cursed Shira, for making her think that while they were not perfectly alike, there was enough there, enough unique similarities there that Alyssa could not refute Shira's sentiment. Shira gave Alyssa a look that screamed "I thought so," and the cocksure smile nearly sent Alyssa over the edge. This bitch, what does she want? Alyssa thought with a frown. So what do you want in this accord? I think we both know we can never be friends again, Alyssa spoke the obvious aloud. The chances of her even being friends with Shira again were precisely zero, no matter how much her husband willed it to be. Oh absolutely not, Shira said with a smirk and almost a chuckle, and Alyssa felt insulted, despite sharing the same sentiment. I merely think it is prudent to come to a sort of understanding. Neither of us like each other, neither of us will ever like each other. But we need not pass down our hate to our children. Shira's previously cocksure tone turned to one of complete seriousness in an instant. It was almost uncanny. So that is what this is about? Alyssa queried. Indeed it is, we are both mothers to Targaryens. We need not let our feud divide them, especially because they are likely to marry one day, Shira offered diplomatically, and Alyssa recoiled. Marry one day? Alyssa said with a face of pure disgust. Ah, it seems we are more alike than you thought, Shira said with a light chuckle that bordered on a full laugh before beginning again. I dislike the notion as well, but it is not up to us now, is it? Shira said with a cocky smirk, and Alyssa quickly grew enraged, raising her voice from a whisper to normal speaking. That will never happen. Nor will the need arise. I will give my husband as many daughters as he needs. Alyssa said with venom dripping from her tone. It is not I, but your husband you should be angry with, Lady Alyssa. For I share your same sentiment. If I had my way, each of my sons would marry a daughter, as a Targaryen should. But we do not get to have our way, Lady Alyssa, Shira said with another coy smile as the door to the nursery opened again and the King's Guard entered once more, spurred on from her momentary outburst. We shall see about that. Alyssa whispered harshly before making for the exit. She had a visit with her husband that she needed to attend to. She had succeeded in providing her husband a daughter once already, she would do so again. Maegor XXI. 4th Moon, 33 AC. Are you sure about this? I heard Rego say from behind me and I merely nodded as I looked over my masterpiece. A real, honest-to-goodness body double. Indeed I am, if he is in this armor the faceless man will be none the wiser, I said as I attached the shoulder plate to my willing sacrifice. The armor was a little too big for him so I had to be meticulous with my help. Thankfully, my quite experienced Squire Dickbean was also helping me. I get that, but are you fine with using a body double? He will almost certainly be poisoned, Rego continued and I could hear my willing participant's breath hitch a bit. I gave him a firm pat on the shoulder to try and calm him down. If his death was to be an agonizing one, I promised to mercy kill him already. Why do you ask? It is not like he is a slave, aren't you Dunaro? I said and spoke to my completely still body double. No, Prince, I'm a free man, he said quickly and curtly. I could not exactly blame him, he was in all likelihood about to die after all. Still, this seems a bit out of character for you. Shouldn't you go out and challenge this faceless fucker yourself? Rego asked and I could only smirk at my friend. I would love to give the dickhead outside the same treatment I gave his brother, I said while making a crushing motion with my hands. It had long since become public knowledge that I not only killed a faceless man but did so barehanded too. If the city was not so damn paranoid I think the singers would be making a mint. But, Rego said, doing a once-over of my nearly complete plan. But I imagine he will be using poison, and will attempt to act more discreetly than his brother from the previous attempt. I am guessing a small poison dart. Which this plating, mail, and cloth will hopefully stop, I began before tacking on the last part. The first used poison too, right? Why fear poison this time? Rego asked as me and Dick moved onto the shins. We were almost done. I mean, we suspect, he did. Given that I did not die, he might not have. Or maybe I burned it all away. Regardless, I would rather not test that again even if we have 24 antidotes on hand, I said as I pulled tightly on the straps that held the shins in place. My body double was of similar height to me but he was probably twice as skinny as myself. Very well, as long as your conscience is clear. I wouldn't want your head to not be in the game. We have a hell of a lot of gold to make, Rego dismissed after a shrug and I merely smiled at him. Greedy asshole, I thought with a smile. Rego Draz was undeniably greedy. He loved gold and little else, but it also made his allegiance remarkably easy to earn. All I had to do was clue him into my money-making schemes and ventures and I would get access to the greatest known economist, besides myself of course. You done over there, Dick? I asked my squire, who was diligently working to keep up with my pace. Yes, my prince. I am just finishing up with the padding, he said as he also pulled tightly on the buckle inside of the plate. This suit of armor I had prepared was really a marvel. The goal of course was to make sure my body double survived. Mostly because finding another human who was even close to my size was a challenge in and of itself, but also because I would rather not waste the life of such a dedicated man. What about you, Dunaro? Are you ready to make the world a better place? I asked my low-born volunteer. I don't much care about the world, Prince. I just want my family to be safe, Dunaro said in his usual quiet voice. I could hear the distinct echo that came from the inside of my helm. Right, of course. Then let us finish our deal so I fulfill my side of it, yes. I said with more than a little excitement in my tone. The prospect of finally ridding the world of these freakish monsters was making me giddy. Mostly because it meant that I was one step closer to seeing my family again, including my pregnant wife. Yes, Prince, he mumbled inside of his too large helm again and I patted him on the back. All right, Dick. You know your part in the plan, right? I had to double-check with my squire. He would help sell the farce. Yes, my prince. I am to converse with Dunaro here and lead him to Terax, Dick said, clearly nervous. Not that I could blame him, he would be in grave danger, but it would all be worth it when the last true threat to my life died like the dog he was. Right, Dunaro, I said as I pulled my surprisingly light body double to his feet. Damn, I think the armor weighs more than he does, I thought with a frown. If I were a bit more patient perhaps I would wait to fatten my body double up a bit more to make it more convincing, but if the faceless man inside the city heard that my mother attacked Lorith he could flee into the wilderness, and we couldn't have that. Yes, Prince, Dunaro said with his body now shaking more. Hey, stop shaking, I said as I steadied my impromptu friend. You are going to be a hero, and you might not even die. There is a possibility of course, but remember our deal. I gave him the best little pep talk I could, given the crowds outside of Illyrio's manse would be expecting me very soon. Yes, Prince. If I live, I get my family a nice big farm out in Andalos. If I die, my family gets my weight in gold, he said with a little more confidence. All things considered, I thought it was a pretty good deal. Given he was a borderline gutter rat before I found him. Your weight in gold, and the weight of that armor too, now then. Get out there and drag the rat into the sunlight, I said as I patted him on the shoulders again. As the door opened I quickly slipped from view but I could hear the cheer rise up from the crowd outside. I had made it known that I was healed and many gathered to see me, exactly how I wanted it. This whole plan revolved around predicting the movement and actions of a faceless monster. So to draw him out, I spent the last moon preparing my trap. First had come reports of my being back to full health. I had spread them far and wide amongst the city. Every slum, every mansion, every market, every dock. All of them had people saying the words they all wanted to hear. Prince Maegor was back to full strength and would be flying to fight the Bravasi soon. Then came setting the trap itself. I had decided to play into the symbolic meaning of my seaside manse. I sent Terax there ahead of time and I declared publicly that I would walk there to prove the faceless men were of no threat to me. It was arrogance to the extreme but it would also hopefully either draw the faceless man into trying to prove me wrong or anger him into making a foolish mistake. Next, I acquired a body double. Which might have been the hardest part if not for Illyrio and Rigo. My freakish size and body did me a few favors when looking for a proper body double. Thankfully they did not need to look like me or I would have been well and truly fucked. No, my armor obscured basically all of my distinguishing features so I just needed someone about my height. Tasking Regodraz and Illyrio with finding someone was the right play. They scoured the city and found a 20-year-old man. With aging, ailing parents. Along with 3 younger sisters. A perfect target to be bribed. Our deal was simple. He would put his life on the line and in return I would lift him and his family out of poverty. He agreed readily and I spent the last sennight preparing him for the role. The real hardest part was organizing the death of the faceless man. There were easily 5,000 people outside, crowding the edges of the clear street my body double was walking down toward my seaside manse, or what was left of it anyway. With a lot more in the surrounding streets. Thankfully, I was rich and there were many soldiers and guardsmen who wanted gold. So I dispersed around 500 men. From my own Black Company soldiers, to Rigo's guards, to Illyrio's guards, to Pentashi militiamen. I picked from many sources and told them what to look for. Then I promised them the faceless man's weight in gold should they bring him to me. Alive would be nice but so long as he was dead I did not really care. Every house had at least 2 men on every level. Every window overlooking the pathway was either covered by a guard or sealed shut. Finally, there were dozens of small alleyways and paths between the buildings being watched. If the faceless man was inside the crowd, he would not escape, and if I had to kill 5,000 people to kill the last faceless man, I would do so with a clear conscience. It was for my family after all, and I would do anything to keep them safe. So I looked on from the small, shaded window that Illyrio provided me and I watched as my slow, shambling body double made his way down the wide, paved streets of Pentos. Each step he took, wobbly but explainable given that I was apparently on bed rest for several moons, was met with applause from the crowds. Which were reaching in and trying to touch the armor. I'll have to make Dick clean it if this works, I thought with a frown as hundreds of unwashed hands grabbed and wiped on my stunning black armor set. I watched intently, waiting for the smallest sign of commotion. Any inkling of the faceless man being discovered. Before it happened, in an instant, the crowd screamed and my body double recoiled in pain. But he did not double over, instead, he pulled a man from the crowd. What? I yelled, hastily rushing out the door. I did not need to fear for my life given I was wearing a spare suit of armor but I had to close in and figure out what happened. The guards on duty quickly tried to disperse the crowd as Dunaro grappled with someone on the ground. The crowd seemed shocked to see me before it went eerily quiet. Soon enough the only sound that could be heard was the commotion on the ground as 24 guards closed in and seized the attacker. Dunaro. What happened? I asked, trying to pull him to his feet but it did not work. Prince. You said that whoever captured him got his weight in gold. Do I get his weight and mine? He asked and I realized he was practically whispering. I looked at his wrists and found there was a puncture hole. Indeed, your family will receive the gold and the farm. I thank you for your service, I said as I took his hand in my own. He died for me, I would happily keep my word. Thank you, Prince, Dorano said as he lay on his back, his breath was haggard and I could almost hear him choking. Not wanting him to suffer any longer. I drew a small blade from my boot and drove it into the base of his skull, up through the neck, and right into the brain. Now then, I thought with a frown on my face as my eyes rose to meet the false eyes of my would-be attacker. How does it feel to get captured by a simple beggar? I asked the creature held down by close to half a dozen men. I feel nothing, you may kill me but more of my brothers shall come. You will never be safe, for our God has marked you for death. Chosen to give you the gift. You may not refuse, the creature said through muffled words as his face was firmly pressed against the pavement. That is where you are wrong, Cretan. You are the last of your kind, I said kneeling down to look him in the eye. Your brother in Lorith? My mother killed him 2 nights ago. He burnt to death on a fishing trawler. Your previous 2 companions were killed by my mother too. One got lucky, another got tortured to death, and she peeled all the skin from his flesh. You are the last, I spoke with almost glee in my tone. I could not help but take joy in watching this disgusting monster's life and world collapse before him. He seemed to struggle harder after I told him that, but the guards did a wonderful job and kept him still. I moved my hand to my hilt and drew Dark Sister, the shining Valyrian steel blade glimmered in the afternoon sun. Before I lowered it in a single swift motion and penetrated his throat. I would let him drown in his own blood. I was of the opinion that a quick death would be too good for him. Terax touching down inside of the Black Company camp was met with a chorus of cheers resounding all across the camp. My army, which was on paper led by me, would finally follow me into battle. I suppose many have waited a while for this, I thought as I climbed down the ropes hanging off Terax's body. I could not quite tell where my excitement for battle began and his ended. We were excited for different reasons, of course. I wanted to see my family again and he wanted to taste blood in his mouth and eat Bravici, but the feeling of excitement was the same. The main recruiting drive for my army came from soldiers who wanted to serve under me. To fight beneath a dragon and earn glory and riches for themselves. I had so far failed to live up to that promise. Yet now it was time to fulfill it. A potential sack and looting of bravos would make each and every soldier in my army richer than their wildest dreams, along with bathing them in so much glory they could coast off the achievement for the rest of their days. The wealthiest and most powerful free city. With enough gold and resources to make the Lannisters blush. With a population 3 times that of Old Town. Defeated and humbled for around a year. Each and every soldier in this army could claim some of the loot and share in the glory, which is everything that they signed up for. I suppose it is time we finish this, I said as I walked up to meet with my lieutenants and tired-looking mother. Indeed it is, we are ready to march at your command, Aaron said with a light bow, and I could not help but raise an eyebrow. Don't tell me, mother got you too. I thought with a momentary frown. First Shira, and now possibly Aaron. I would be having a proper conversation with her and my wife after this war. I had been letting my mother act with impunity for the last few years, and all it had netted me was a wife with a disgustingly pathetic view of herself. It was a problem for the future, however, as we had a war to win. At my command, I said, pondering what to do. Do I march my men through the night and get to Bravo sooner, end the war sooner? Or do I rest my army and march them in the morning? The sun was already setting, and there could be small forces of Bravici in the hills leading to the lagoon fortress they had to have erected in the last few moons. Tell the soldiers we march at dawn, I told Aaron, who nodded and then passed the command along. The men gathering around me quickly dispersed back toward their tents. So they are all gone then? I heard Jasper ask then, and I simply nodded. With the faceless men out of the way, Bravos was all but defenseless. Yes they are, now let us focus on the war at hand, I said as I moved toward the command tent. I am sure they had one hell of a debriefing for me. My lieutenants and mother walked with me. My mother looked exhausted, which was a new look for her. It honestly made me a little worried. I did not know if I had ever seen my mother actually tired. As we all made our way to the tent, I pulled my mother aside and whispered to her. Do I need to be concerned? I asked, knowing that she would not find my concern amusing. Not at all, this is merely the backlash for using the glass candle in the way that I did. After Bravos is defeated I would like to rest for a while, however, my mother said with a small smile, and I shared her sentiments. I wanted nothing more than to hold my wife in my arms, take my sons into the sky atop my dragon, and be there with my wife when she welcomed our 3rd child into the world. The last was unlikely to happen, however, much to my disappointment. The business with the faceless men did not take as long as I imagined it would, but it still took too long. Now we had at least 3 nights of marching, and that was assuming good weather. By the time Bravos fell or surrendered, the army marched back to Pentos, and my full dominance of the city was secured. My son or daughter could very well be half a year old. Got it, so no more wars, I said with a small smile as we neared the tent. I did not say that. You should never take the threat of war off the table. Regardless of how tired of it you may be, my mother gave me her lecturing gaze. Right, I doubt I could even take it off the table even if I tried. Unfortunately, it seems to follow me, I said with a frown. Honestly, this whole mess should never have happened. If the Dothraki were a non-issue, I would have contented myself with a nice little mansion in Pentos. If the Bravici did not attack me, I would have contented myself with being a wealthy magister. Yet now I was going to be the leader of a de facto empire. All because I could not escape the war. Is it unfortunate that your enemies seek out their own destruction? My mother said with a small smile on her face. She was clearly proud of her destruction of the faceless men, as she should be. That feat will long outlive either of us in the legends. 2 dragon lords destroyed the entire order of faceless men. The songs and stories practically wrote themselves. You dabbling in philosophy now? I asked with a small smirk, and she returned one along with a shrug before I led my mother inside the command tent, after ensuring that she found her seat. I took my own and began the last war planning session until we reached the Bravasi Lagoon. A neat and orderly stack of papers was placed in front of me, and I could only marvel at the fruits of my efforts, along with those of the ones who implemented my plans. I would need to applaud Aaron and my lieutenants later. The army was clearly running well. A clean camp, command held, and morale was high too. Right, number of soldiers seems right. Pentos will supply us by sea once we reach the lagoon. Do we have enough supplies to get us there? I asked Aaron. Yes, we may have to ration some supplies, but we should have enough, Aaron said with a curt nod, and I returned one of my own. Rationing supplies was never popular, but neither was starving to death. So I would accompany the soldiers on their march to Bravus for morale, and then use either my or my mother's dragon to ensure that supplies got through by sea. That is fine, let the commanders know. I have already prepared some supply ships, and making regular shipments should be trivially easy now that the winter is gone, I said as I scanned another document. The handwriting was neat enough, but it reminded me of my pet project. I had been searching for an artisan with the skills required to make a printing press for a while now, but I had yet to find one. I might just need to guide one along in the process as best I could. I knew the basics of a number of inventions and how most of them worked. I simply lacked the skills or memory of how to make them. Thankfully, the people of this world were plenty smart when they had the right incentives. Which was reassuring for my long-term plans. And the coastal fortifications. I asked nobody in particular and was met by the voice of my mother. I destroyed them a sennight ago. Nothing but rubble and grass stands between us and the Bravasi Lagoon. We can march right along the coast, my mother said calmly and clearly. She was excellent in her ability to hide her tiredness. Excellent, supplies checked, equipment checked, fortifications wiped out, it sounds like we are good. Any questions before we begin our march? I asked the table and was met with a few shakes of their head before Aaron spoke up. What will we do if the city surrenders? Aaron asked quickly, which was a good question. We had been operating under the notion that Bravus would fight to the end, but if they surrendered? We loot the Iron Bank for everything it is worth. We scour the rubble of the House of Black and White for whatever payment Bravus made to the faceless men, and we force them to sign a harsh treaty. Those will be our terms for surrender, I said, and was met with a chorus of agreement. Honestly, the Iron Bank was the main prize, everything else was trivial in comparison. Then shall we turn in for the night? We have a long march ahead of us, Sir Gahan said, and his input was also met with an overwhelming amount of nods. Very well then, tomorrow the war with Bravus finally resumes, I said with a smile. We have caught up with the latest chapter, last update November 10, 2024.